Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to the Rise and Raise Morning Show. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And I'm so excited for today. Unfortunately, we did not get down at Muggsy last night. But, Jack, it was super close.
It was, and also, nobody else did either. So we had a big day today to get that boss down, figure out what might be in store for us with Chrome King Gallywix, and see how long the rest of the race might take.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I was like fully expecting to wake up and see Echo have it down and have at least a couple of pulls on Gallywix. Or be dark.
I just checked recently, and they haven't passed us yet, so...
They haven't passed us?
I think they were around 20%, and I think our best is around 12 and change. But Jack,
Really?
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
so
let us know, chat. We've got you open.
it's a very good neck and neck day, that's for sure.
Certainly is. But it's also a great day because, of course, we walked in and there was already breakfast ready to go for us. And you were munching on it a little bit.
I was very much munching. We have an absolute morning feast with the scrambled eggs, breakfast potatoes, bacon sausage, assorted pastries, overnight oats, and, of course, lots of fresh fruit.
Yes, and then for lunch, we've got chicken gyros, right? That's how you say it?
Maybe for you, but they're called gyros.
Gyros, Greek rice, fries, fresh fruit. And then for dinner, orange chicken, steamed rice, and broccoli.
Absolutely. We got a very delicious menu to get us going today. And the fuel is going to be needed because it is all about Mythic. We've done all the splits we possibly can, I hope. We've done all the M+ we need to, and now it's really just smash and face into Mythic bosses for the rest of the race.
Yeah, certainly. I'm looking forward to seeing that progress because this, I don't know, it's a kind of an exciting boss to see. It's the first one I feel like we've really get it, at least me, because I've been doing so much splits. Like, I just keep getting so unlucky. Where we really get to see them sort of like figure out how exactly everything works, like pushing as deep as they can into the fight and just getting everything all sorted out.
Right, and it's been really interesting to see how they're making strategy adjustments. I mean, notably, they added another healer, and so they were 5 healing the encounter. We were looking at how they would want to set up some of those jails all across the room. They even have to deal with some of the fire puddles and where they want to position those as well. And so there is a lot of coordination, and a poor placement out of a jail or a puddle can really spiral later on down the line and scuff an entire pull.
Absolutely. So I'm sure we'll see more of that today. But that leads us to our Honda MVP of the day. And today is...
Ooh, who do we got?
Tiny.
Who do we got?
It
Oh,
is
good.
Tiny, the man himself. We got to see him hop off the bench, come in on the Mist Weaver Monk, Jack.
Yeah, notably, longtime Holy Pally player and is finally able to get into the raid. Notably, he was the third Mistweaver since they were wanting to see how many Windwalkers, how many monks they were going to run, and sometimes just with how a roster gets built up or who is first priority or first dibs on playing a certain class or a certain spec, sometimes you get into an unfortunate position where you're the third Mistweaver. But he was able to get in, and he has been absolutely blasting thus far.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a clip of, I think you actually explained why this class is so good. Let's check it out.
It gives you a buff and it cycles to the next one over and over again. There's 4 different kinds of buffs. They increase your healing in a variety of different ways. Some of it's stats, some of it replicates your healing. You can see it's active right now as it's kind of shining. He has to activate that in advance, hit his Celestial Chi-Ji in advance, have his Jadefire teachings up in advance.
Right, with that stomp that you can see on the ground, right?
Yep, that's the one. And then he has to start doing a whole bunch of damage, which then allows him to cast his Healing Over Time effect, Enveloping Mist, faster and for less mana. When that triggers on somebody, that triggers another Healing Over Time effect, which also increases their healing taken. So he stacks a million different modifiers and then basically just damages and then casts a really heavy heal on somebody. And there's a lot of setup, pretty akin to a disc ramp, but the difference is that a disc ramp is a lot spikier in nature.
Wait a minute, you were there.
I was there. That was me.
That was so weird. Was this live?
That was. And this is live now too, yeah. You can see all 3 Mistweavers are running with that Conduit of the Celestial setup. And as I was mentioning, they were running with the Chi-Ji Celestial instead of the Yu'lon one. And so instead of having more of a caster-centric focus for their Celestial. They're using a lot of damaging abilities to set up their healing and mixing that with that Jadefire teaching so that all their damage is turning into healing in the process. And they also have Nick with Keeper of the Grove set up and Siri playing that Oracle build. So we had a lot to talk about when they were going through Muggsy pulls about how they were kind of just coordinating a lot of the healing. And notably, Muggsy's super challenging because every time he swaps phases, the boss gains a buff, which just starts increasing his ticking damage on the raid. And so after 5 or 6 swaps, the amount of ticking damage going out is really ridiculous. So in some cases, the healers are actually popping cooldowns, not really on any mechanic whatsoever. They're just doing it to keep everybody alive through the ticking damage that's ramping up throughout the fight.
And do you expect any of these like changes to further happen with the comp, or do you think we're kind of settled?
I think at the moment we're settled. I don't know if they would really be able to get away with dropping a healer at this point, but anything's possible.
Yeah, definitely, especially when the competition is this tight. I love it when we're just like when Echo and Team Liquid are just simultaneously pulling the boss. It's really starting to get exciting.
It really is. And this is a huge area for execution, and it's also going to be a really big endurance test for everybody. Notably, splits can be exhausting. The most I ever did in a guild was 4 splits, having 4 different characters that I was running through. These guys are doing 15.
Ugh.
And for the past 2 weeks, they've been playing for 14 hours a day, if not more.
Yeah.
And absolutely just grinding. This has been an enormously mentally straining raid for them. And the hardest bosses are still yet to come.
Yeah.
Muggsy notably has a pretty tight enrage check when the boss reaches max energy at the end of the phase 2. It's just going to wipe out the entire raid. So you don't really have a lot of breathing room to meet that damage check. And we don't know what Galliwix is going to even have in store for us either. And so we're getting into, I think this is day like 11 or 12 for just raid progression. But they've been here a few days earlier.
Yeah. I mean, they were literally doing splits yesterday during the Muggsy pulls.
That was their like warm up.
Yeah. No, I mean like late in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had Atlas leading a split with Tobo and a couple of other people in there. And Goop. Yeah, it was. I think it's like the most splits I've ever seen.
Well, there's an insane amount of rare items that even if it might be a little bit lower item level for a piece, it could have a really strong secondary effect that could make up for it. And when there's so many high targeted things, notably a lot of like M+ trinkets are okay. There's like 1 or 2, I think, for Agi users, which are really good. Might be best in slot. But for a lot of casters, everything you want is in the raid. And if you could do even more splits to go get them.
Stop.
Yeah.
Let Makes handle that, okay?
All right.
She's the queen of the splits purveyor. Yes, but hopefully we are out of that. I knock on wood. There's a wall over here. I've had to do this several times. But, of course, Styx Bunk Junker is a boss that, we were talking about quite a lot and just how difficult that was in terms of the expectations that we initially had for it. And we know, Jack, it's been like pummeled into the ground and we just it seems like every day we wake up and there's a new nerf. I agree.
Okay, I'd say that's very good. So notably, Styx got a 10% health reduction and a 10% health reduction on the Scrapmasters and Territorial Bombshells the other day. And then there was another round of nerfs to the bombshells to make it so that they had even less health on top of that. So it was very necessary. And when we first saw this initial round of nerfs a couple days ago, I was even saying, I don't really feel like they nerfed Styx enough. And so they agreed. They also made it so there was a higher health threshold for the bombshells to be detached from their garbage piles so that they can be brought into melee. And it's pretty helpful because my guild definitely needed it. We got to 4% last night.
Ooh, congrats.
Quite to get a kill, but those who did were among some of the finest raiders we know. Fat Shark, yes, here, as you can see, they have the 4 heals. That's another nice benefit, of course, of having those health nerfs coming into play, is that you were able to bring in an additional healer and still meet that damage check. You can see they got their first kill there, and now I believe this is honestly with their kill.
It's a VTuber.
Zor's POV.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see that smile. He's smiling. It's about to smile. Yes.
It's so good. Do you think he rigged that himself?
Maybe. I don't know how much work goes into those kind of things.
So good.
Fine.
That is one happy tomato.
That is.
I'll make it up to you by
He
running
looks a little
in.
angry.
But the smile is turned up, okay?
You're right. You're right.
And here we have our own Fat Shark, yes.
Woo!
Sorry, yeah, Pop-Tart Corn Dog.
Dratnos.
Our very own for Mr. Dratnos. Lots of deaths going into it, but as you can see at the very end of the fight, there is that Enrage, which just starts one-shotting everybody all around the room. And they were able to get that kill as well. Great to be able to see.
Definitely. It's cool. We have a top 10 raider in the house.
We do.
On the talent crew. Yes. What's your guild at then? Well, where does that place you?
I think technically was like 14th or something like that, 12th or 14th.
Very
I mean,
nicely
we're
done.
gonna get lapped a little bit because guilds are gonna kill it before our next raid night, which is Sunday.
Yeah, but for now.
But you know,
now.
we're gonna be a great position.
Pretty impressive. And then Velocity, of course. I think they're about at the same place you guys are.
They were also
time I
pulling. Kalamazi's Temerity was also pulling. I'm not sure how far they got in as well.
Hey, we got some sweaty gamers in the house here. All right, well, we can take a look at Styx Bunk Junker. This is a graph courtesy of RaiderIO. We've got a lot of comparisons here in boss health compared to pull count. So a lot of information can be inferred from this. And
Yes.
RaiderIO in general. They got a lot of good numbers over there.
Absolutely. And you can really tell the guilds that were working on this boss before those nerfs were coming in. And there would be a lot of overall pulls as, you know, the fight gets nerfed twice. And then once, of course, those nerfs start setting in, a whole bunch of guilds are going to be lopping off Styx Bunk Junker's head and getting a little bit further into the raid. It's great to see.
Yeah, speaking of sweaty gamers also on the casting crew, we've got a really awesome moment of some great plays that we saw from Kalamazi himself on Styx Bunk Junker. Let's check it out.
I'm gonna get these things first. Oh no. Oh, I need a small one still. Oh no. Oh no. It's 07. It's over. It's over. It's over. No. Nobody saw. Nobody saw.
You know, it's easy for me to sit here and like laugh at Kalamazi and some of the other people that we've seen doing that, but like, I mean, what else are you supposed to do? It's right there, and your turning radius can only go so far.
He had like multiple small trash piles next to him, and they were right there. And he was like, "I'm gonna get the Scrapmaster."
God,
I mean,
healers have such an ego.
what? What? That's the mechanic. You have to be medium.
You're right. You got medium. Yeah, it's rough. And you know what? We saw some of our own raiders doing that as well on the Liquid Guild. So, and I really by the end of the tier, I think
There's a difference between like spinning around trying to like make the turn versus like I'm just not big enough, so I'm gonna ram into the Scrapmaster that I'm not big enough to roll up.
fair. I mean, I wasn't gonna highlight that part. You're right. You've got a point. But no, I think some content creator, editor out there needs to make a compilation of all the fails on the Styx Bunk Junker trash rolling mechanic because it's very funny. It's very funny.
It's great.
It's really good. It reminds me of the feathers that you had to grab.
On
Last raid on Sage Swift, what?
yeah. And then you had to fly up to
Yeah.
the bombs. There's a good JPC clip where he's just
Exactly.
spinning around it, trying to make the turn. He eventually did as well. He saved the raid.
Yeah, he did. Sure did.
That was a banger.
Yeah, but you know now he's busy getting his degree at Harvard. So.
Well, I think
yeah.
he's moved on to Yale at this point.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. The Lord keeps developing with this man. All right, speaking of lore that is developing, we've also got Method in the mix also. They're closely catching up, and they're getting really competitive this tier, Jack.
Absolutely. They've gotten steadily better every single tier, and now that they've got One Arm Bandit down, I was checking in on them. They were doing a couple of Muggsy pulls as well, making sure that they were able to adopt some of the similar strats that we've seen out of Liquid and of Echo. But here, we're able to take a look at their One Arm Bandit kill. Notably, all the other World First guilds were hitting the 3 heal onto the encounter. As you can see, the damage check can be a little tight, but when they're at a 1%, you can see the explosive jackpot cast beginning, and they were able to kill it well before the cast completed, which would be the hard enrage of the
It's
encounter.
like done. Looked like nobody was dead in that also. I didn't see how many battle reses they are, but that was a nice clean kill for Method.
And thankfully, a lot of the strategy stays very similar to what we've seen on Heroic. Needing to have the entire group stacked together, moving together, baiting any of the pylon drops together, and of course having the flame lines moving out. But on Mythic difficulty, they also still have to bait the coins, which is a disadvantage because if you get hit by one of the coins, it just one-shots you, but it can be an advantage because you can get that high roller buff for more damage and more healing in the final phase.
Very, very true. So luckily we're past that. Luckily Echo's past that end method. And if you're still progging on that boss, Godspeed to you. All right. This is don't.
I'm excited to go heal that boss. I'm very excited.
I think healers like pain, so I think your level of fun might be a little different.
Well, I thought you were a DK main. What's your motto?
Not anymore.
What's your motto?
I've been playing Demon Hunter. What is my motto? What do you mean?
Suffer well.
Is that my motto?
Well, that's what they always say when you're doing the quest line.
Dude, that goes so hard.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. You're absolutely right. No, you got a point. You got me there. All right, we can also take a look at Echo's best Mugsy pull. They got about down to about 20%. Let's check it out.
As we have the 4 prisons going out now, everyone getting into position. This is the pain point of progression so far. And we also have the group soap that will be going out. Now, this is the one where the immunities have been, determined to soak this one.
Tank as well are helping on this one.
Ooh.
But yeah, this is definitely a way. We need 10 the stacks.
Yeah, and the
What is that? 41 stacks. Stacks were not right now. It's crazy.
This is a new best pull for Echo, though. The boss on 20.1%. I think that is a new best for them.
Yeah, for sure. It is a new best. They are getting closer and closer to liquid. It is a
Very well, nicely done by Echo.
Yeah, and notably, seeing the room getting split in half with the lasers in the final phase, space around the room is at an absolute premium. And for watching these guilds, how they can position the jails they have to deal with, having to watch for mine soaks as well, there's a lot of benefit to having lots of teleports, blinks, things like that to get around very rapidly on this encounter, and it has absolutely no room whatsoever for error.
Yeah, which, you would expect from a penultimate.
That's right. That's right. I didn't think I expected this much chaos when I saw it on PTR testing, but also when everyone was doing Mythic PTR testing, except for World First guilds, I'm sure, we got like 1 minute into the fight, we got like vaporized. So it was like, I can't wait to watch the World First guilds take this on and just show us the strategies.
Oh, man. Yeah, me as well. So we're about even right now, which is super, super
We're a little
exciting.
ahead.
We're
a little ahead.
Sure, slightly ahead.
Come on now.
They are nearing the end of their raid day also. I still can't figure out their schedule.
Hopefully they go to sleep and then we can just raid.
Yeah, that would be definitely nice. But, the raiders are still getting in and then we're going to get back in there. But we do have a look at our own best pull on Mugsy. Let's check it out.
And bait them in so soaks are easy. Bait them in. Okay. They're starting to spawn. Watch yourself. 1, 2, under the button. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Get in there.
I'm not gonna have dark for that. I have to use too much.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
There was a.
I mean, we had a fucking soak go off, and we're alive right now. Okay, watch this. Let's keep
No
going.
worry
It's
there.
not over. It's not over. It's not over. We're gonna have to stop TPS as well.
It's
He
gonna say
can't
there.
move, he can't move,
Okay,
he
okay,
can't move,
okay.
he can't move. Good, res of dead body. That makes no sense. Okay, watch this. Don't phase us. Stop. Yeah, you don't have to stop. You
gotta
don't have to
keep
stop.
hitting.
You do not have to stop. You have to keep hitting. Yep, good. Make sure you're on the right side.
I don't have. You have to do it first. I use it on the soaks.
Okay, that's fine. We'll have win rush for 1 and
My
2. You'll have
best.
to use it on 3. Going left. You'll have it for this one as well. You'll have win rush buff. And then you'll roar 3. This is kind of a longer one. Watch circles. Kind of a longer one. Going right.
Remember to last one next charge so we can start stabilizing.
Yep, the next one's going into the next phase over here. Okay, this is static charge here. Lost now.
Oh,
We went the other way. It's fine. Play it short.
I pressed right.
Yeah, rest.
I was
Yeah,
just
good run.
Yeah, it's fine. We can rest fired up. Just don't die. Do not die. Do not die. Get to the right spot. Go, go, go. We're gonna bait mines on the far side. We're only popping three. Only popping three.
Yeah, I'm doing
Bait them far. Good. Just watch the mines here. Some of them might be close to the top mess. Okay, popping 1, 2, 3. Soak these and then get ready for boots. Frost boots go to the thing. Frost boots go to the thing. Root the ads.
Go behind the mines if you need to clear.
Good. Get ready for jails. Go to jails now. Jail position. Put the marks down there. We're good.
Remember
We're good.
personal and renewing place.
Great immune soak here.
Good group soak. This is the immune soak.
Help pot if you're low.
Immune soak here.
I'll move it in a bit.
Yep, and then it's right here. You just soak here.
Pot if
Miss
you're
it on
low.
the inside.
One mine.
Good. And now get away from the tank frontal. Tank frontal right in front. Finish the goons. Good. Reroute the ads. They're coming in. Reroute the ads. Honk. Keep going. Finger gun. Hit the 2 close ads. Hit the 2 close ads with finger guns. Max. Roll through. Good. Just burn them. Just burn the 2 ads. Okay. Tank soak.
Yeah,
should lower our damage by a lot.
Mines are in range.
Yeah, they're in rage. Just run. Oh,
Doing the bad.
Are they enraged already?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
I feel like if we rooted them pre-enrage though, like pre the enrage, we'd still have a lot of time before they get to us.
I feel like there's nothing going on. We can actually soak them then.
Do we have another ramp?
I have trinket cooldowns there, but I don't know.
I was still stuck in the goon hole, bro.
I just got
think those
double
are
killed by the
enraged and they're
surgeon
just
arc. It
gonna
does
come at
so
us,
much
like-
damage, man. These ads.
And that was the best pull from Liquid. And I believe that was the last pull of the night as well.
Yeah.
And then they just called it.
I mean, I think that's a good way to go out.
Yeah.
Getting to see further into the encounter, recognizing, ending on a high note as well. You're making significant amounts of progress, and having a lot of different pieces of the fight that need to be figured out all together. You notably had 4 drones out that needed to be having their shields cleared with the finger guns. They were able to clear 2 of them out, and then the other 2 are across the room and just pulsing damage on people left and right. They did survive the 4 jails into the volunteer rocket dropping from the sky. That was great. It's just a real big mess as to how they figure out the next portion of the fight, and so ending on a high note I think is fantastic.
Yeah, and I think it was an interview maybe a couple days ago, maybe last night. I don't know. I don't ever actually see them in person because I am asleep.
Yep.
But we did interview Max, and he was kind of saying like they don't ever want to push later into the night to and lose sleep just to end on a high note. So even though they did end on a high note, it just seems like that's something they're not going to do really is extend their night just to get a new best pull.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, I do as well. So here's a look at a RaiderIO graph, one of our partners for the Race World First. And kind of the same thing. We're going to see the boss health percentage in relation to the pull. So you can see, especially later on, just big chunks of health being taken out at once.
Yeah, you can really see when Liquid and Echo both sort of nailed down their Phase 1 strategies and then started building up a lot of consistency for getting into Phase 2, beating past that intermission, which usually is not too challenging, and Method also getting themselves started. They're about 15 or so pulls in. They were quickly able to adopt the Phase 1 strategies of Echo and Liquid, and they are making quite a bit of progress as well. 40%, notably, is the phase transition to get into the final phase of Muggsy. They have to deal with that intermission phase as well. But we also saw both Liquid and Echo very quickly getting into that 40% mark and making sure that they were able to get into phase 2 pretty fast. But how consistently can you do it as well is going to be a big question.
That is definitely the question, and we can only find out by waiting until the Raiders are ready to go. But in the meantime, don't worry, we have some time to kill, Jack.
Oh, that we do.
Some people's favorite part of the day. I saw a couple comments like, stop yapping about World of Warcraft. We're here for the Guild Grand Prix. So don't worry, the wait is over. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready. Who do we got today?
This is the Honda Guild Grand Prix, and today we've got Nick stepping up to the challenge. Let's check it out.
Right, here we go.
This This man looks like he's ready to go.
He's on that 10 and 2.
No, he's
Oh,
not.
he's at like 6 and
and
6 and 10.
Dude, he's doing this one-handed. Okay, this is interesting.
You know, he's got a little guiding hand.
Yeah.
I kind of drive like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. Going down.
Interesting.
Oh, nice control. He's getting a good feel for it.
Yeah, he's got the focus face ready to go.
Yep.
Boy.
No walls
He's able
yet.
to course correct pretty easily.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, no. He took that first turn so well.
Oh, dude.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is not looking great
man.
so far.
We're off to a good start.
Yeah, and then we weren't.
Okay. There's still hope. There's still hope. It's not like he's going to set a new worst time.
Yeah, it's not like he's about
Okay,
to
he
run
sees
into
the
this
tight
wall
turn.
right here. Definitely not going to happen.
He sees
Well,
it.
okay,
There we
I was
go.
proved wrong. All right.
This guy drives.
This guy drives.
This guy
He has
drives.
slices.
Keep going, keep going, keep going,
Oh,
keep going, keep going, keep going.
Come on, buddy.
Keep going, keep going. Reverse. Reverse. Just reverse over the finish line.
Come on, buddy.
Reverse over the finish line. It's the safest
So
way.
aggressive.
It's the safest
Ooh,
way.
in.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
Dude.
There we go.
Backwards. 134. I think he still beat some time.
I very much think he beat a few times out of that one. He
Did
might
not
be
go
like
so
in
well,
the
but
middle. He might
not
have the
bad for my
median
second try
time.
ever. And that's about it. I guess we're done.
I just wanted to hear what he said.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. No, you're right. I mean, and you kind of nailed it. Look at that. Not
Almost
too bad.
in the middle. Almost in the middle.
Yeah, not too bad. Not the worst. I mean, to be fair, there is like a significant drop off. You know, it goes like
There is.
130, 133, 134, and then it just plummets to Yips and Scott. So
He didn't have that initial crash. He could have been making all kinds of progress there.
yeah.
Close.
Really rough. Yeah, well, that is the Honda Guild Grand Prix, courtesy of Honda. Of course, we have a racing simulator here in the studio, and it's been really fun to see the Raiders sort of challenge themselves.
The challenges have been monumental.
Yeah.
And highlighting the need for safety.
Absolutely. You know, speaking of safety, the new Fun to Drive 2025 Honda Civic Hybrid combines hybrid power and style, and the Civic Hybrid builds on Civic's award-winning heritage of performance with a new 200 horsepower two-motor hybrid powertrain, the most powerful in a Civic sedan ever. The new 2025 Civic Hybrid is next level awesome.
Oh, that it is. That it is. We even, of course, have to have them testing out in the racing simulator, the Type R Civic. So, you know, we'll have to see if these Raiders are going to be looking for something like that for the next car.
Yeah, we should send
Especially if
over
it has
to
lane
them.
assist.
Yeah, they're going to need that. They're going to need that based on some of this. It's not great. It's not great. All right, let's move on to the apparel, of course.
True.
T.GG/RWF. Jack is donning it today.
Absolutely.
Very nicely done. The current tiers, Race to World First apparel. Join the action, dress to kill. Head on over to T.GG/RWF. Do you have those shorts yet, Jack?
I don't.
Dang it!
Another day of
Gotta
no
make
shorts.
that happen! All right.
No thighs for the guys.
Oh, darn it. Unless you're Nick or Atlas, apparently.
True.
Every morning they're wearing little small shorts. All right, well, look here. We've got the whole collection along with the mouse pads, the jersey, the shorts that we were mentioning, sweatshirts, all kinds of good stuff.
That they do. The mouse pads, huge fan of as well. It's always great to get a new mouse pad every Race to World First. And, of course, I got one of those jerseys as well. And they can have your gamer tag on that. Customize it however you like.
Yeah, so definitely go check that out. Like we said, teal.gg/RWF. Represent your favorite guild competing in the Race to World First. Ooh.
Is our charity update? Is this where we had
So, I
card
think we got
opening, a little teaser?
Preview, yeah.
Dude,
so-
everybody's there.
I know. I'm excited to see that. Yeah. So speaking of, we have our charity update. Of course, we have been raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society, which is a local animal shelter, which has been, you know, tremendously affected basically by the LA wildfires, of course. And they've been fostering animals that got displaced during the LA wildfires. So this is a great organization to donate your money to. It goes directly to them via Tiltify as well. We don't touch it at all. So we've reached $20,000, Jack. And we are moving on to 25K.
That's right. They've already filmed the Goblin music video. I'm sure that they're finishing some of the editing in post.
Yeah.
And making sure that it's ready to go. But it's a song that they've already recorded.
Uh-huh.
Music video as well, featuring some redacted people. This should be very exciting to see.
Yeah, I saw a preview of it last night.
Oh, did you?
It's crazy. It's so good. I'm so excited.
It's been in the work for, I think, months.
They've been
at this
working
point.
really hard on it. Yeah, it was a whole production. So if you want to see that, head on over to teal.gg/RWF-donate. You can just send a nice little note. We'll read it out on the broadcast. Or you can, for $35, you can have your armory or a picture of your dog or pet or cat or whatever featured on the broadcast. But we do have that clip from the charity update from the TCG unboxing. Let's check it out.
Let's see if anybody got anything good.
I've invited some friends over the sleepover party, and they brought some toys. Yeah, we're going to be unboxing some Wrath of the Lich King themed World of Warcraft TCG cards.
Oh my god.
That's right.
There it is.
Where do we get these from?
eBay, maybe?
Just procced?
Yeah, so it's like $50 for this. There's 6 booster packs in here. And I did a little bit of research. And chat, you can feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, because there's a very high chance that I am wrong. But most of the singles in this pack, just for play, are pretty cheap. Like the most expensive single is like $13. Yeah, you'll get in there.
Ooh, it's like an iPhone.
Little known secret about Dratnos, he used to be a Magic the Gathering content creator way back in the day. And you can see that really paying off.
Oh, you guys, I can see what's in here. You guys can't yet. The camera. Watch this. Okay, here we go.
What are we looking for? So you said we have, what do we have now?
We have
Arthas packs?
3 Arthas packs and 3 Tyrion Forging packs. Oh, wow.
Are you going to weigh the packs to see if there's any hollows in there?
I'm smelling them.
You're smelling them?
We got to see which ones are going to be good. Whoever opens the best pack.
Get a big
That's the one?
Yeah.
All right, let's move these off to the side.
I'm absolutely smelling my pack when I open it.
Moving on. We have, I think, 3 left here behind this.
Okay.
Storm Tip.
Oh, it's a
blue.
rare. It's a rare.
Oh, when you play a card, you may pay 1 if you do add a surge counter. I can exhaust my hero for 2. What does that mean? It's my nickname.
If Google is to be trusted.
Okay.
It's a good one.
All right, it's good.
It's
all right,
good.
Bet.
Feral Dominance.
That's what they call
fun.
Kalamazoo.
Wait,
That's
what?
right. Hey, Kalamazoo. Hey, buddy.
Oh.
Hey, man. Wow.
A shadow / subtlety.
Oh.
Another paint bomb.
Oh my god, a
Oh,
hollow.
wow. Another
We got 2 paint bombs.
You guys see that, chat? It's hollow.
It actually is. That's really cool.
Oh, it's got a
Yeah, it's a loot card.
Yeah, a loot card.
It's red, too. Look at that. That's sick.
So I've got good news and bad news. We haven't pulled a card worth more than $1.
Okay.
We have pulled cards worth exactly $1.
All right.
That's what the paint. That's what the paint bomb.
I know what they're going to do. I don't support this at all.
I heard about this in the back as well.
First number I saw was 14. We're going with 14.
Okay, we'll start counting from here and then just do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
All right, let's do it. You know what to do. Right down the middle. Oh.
Okay, let's see what the damage is.
What is the damage? What do we got?
This. Oh, it's a common. All right.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Addenda Lighthaven.
Chat, we need another number.
Okay.
All right, we're saving these ones.
Okay.
Okay.
The woolly white rhino's there. I feel it.
Boon of
The Boon of Alexstrasza.
And?
Sigil of the rare.
The rare. We saved the rare.
Yay!
Yay. Okay.
That's right. Plus 49 cents, baby.
Yes. Come on, let's go.
How much is this cost again?
Not working.
No, it's working. It's working.
He's doing it. He's getting it done. Doing a good job.
Is it? All right, you good?
Okay, here it comes.
All right.
3.
Hold on. We gotta wait for them to swap to the
Okay.
POV.
Yeah, get ready. Okay.
Yeah, Tettles has his
I'm
fingers
just gonna move
over
my
it.
finger, okay? And
Okay,
And then just
all right.
whoever gets it first gets it. All right.
All right, and
We need the top down POV.
the top down camera.
Yeah,
3,
yeah.
2, 1, go.
Whoa.
Good lord.
Ooh.
That's a lot of numbers.
That's a lot of numbers with letters.
Good luck. And I think you have to go to Booty Bay to turn this in, so hopefully somebody had the pressure to already be there.
Wait, what did they win at the end?
Hang on, I'm still entering the code.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta.
I think it might be like a
real
toy.
quick. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I've never once opened one of those packs.
Not for WoW, but I was really into Yu-Gi-Oh growing up.
Yeah, we were looking up how much the Spectral Tiger, is that what it is? That's
Yeah.
like really, it was like a lot of money. A lot of dollars, Jack. Yeah.
Oh, so it's just part of like a different pack set.
Okay.
So I think it was just like a consumable.
Yeah.
They got out of like the paint bombs, and they like gave it away afterwards. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool. So, I don't know. Yeah, very nice. And
No
thank
Spectral
you
Tiger.
so much, of course, for helping us get to our $20,000 goal. And like we were saying, $25,000 is the next one. So if you'd like to support the cause, teal.gg/RWF-donate. And we can take a look, of course, at some pets that we've been seeing lately, because as you can see here on your screen, $35 and include a link to your pet. And we will feature it here on the broadcast, or $35 with a link to your armory, and we can rate your transmog on the broadcast. But here are some of these pets. Is that an iguana? Is that an iguana?
chameleon, maybe?
Or a chameleon?
Something.
Yeah, with their little grippers.
Some kind of lizard.
Yeah, we've got some.
Scaly boy.
Shoot, what are those called?
Dogs.
No, the little.
Ferrets.
Yeah, ferrets. Yeah, and we've got some kitties and cat dogs and they're all snuggling and they're all
Another doodle or
happy.
poodle or.
No, actually, that is a poodle.
There you go.
Yeah.
Whichever.
Yeah.
Fuzzy dog.
Do not get those two confused, Jack. Don't make me go on a rant.
Such an elitist.
I am a little bit, but thank you so much, everyone that has supported so far and has showed off all of your cute animals. And of course, I've gotten a couple of questions if it has to be a dog or a cat. It definitely does not. It can be whatever. If you've got like a pet pigeon,
Be a lizard thing. We had pigeons.
if you've got a horse, that would be cool too.
True.
Fan of horses? We've gotten one horse this tier. So definitely send that in, teal.gg/RWF-donate, like I said, with a link to an image, not a social media site, please.
Yes. And we are so very close to hitting our $25,000 ultimate goal for that Goblin music video. And thank you so much to everybody who has been contributing. It has been insane how quick we've hit some of the goals as well, and now we're like on the home stretch. So thank you so much.
Yeah, very close to that $25,000 goal. But also, every single day from the Pasadena Humane Society, we will be featuring an adoptable pet because that is also equally as important as finding these animals their forever home. So you can go to teal.gg/adopt, see all of the available animals that are ready for adoption. But we're going to feature one today, and I'm so excited to meet them. And this is Minnie. Minnie is a spayed female brown and white Staffordshire Bull Terrier. She's 10 years old. That is too old to be at a shelter. Somebody get her a home. She's been at the shelter since 3/11/25. She's a smart, silly dog who shows off her dance of joy when she prances around with her toys. She does look silly.
So sweet.
She looks like a good girl. Look at those ears. Those are perked up.
Very floppy.
Yeah, very sweet. All right, well, if you'd like to check out, like I said, Minnie or any of the other animals that need a home, teal.gg/adopt. And they're also doing an adoption event on March 12th through the 18th. Find your four-legged clover. For large dogs, they will be waiving the adoption fee. So if you're local, definitely go check that out. It's a really, really good cause. And like I said, so many animals need good homes.
That they do. And we're excited as well because hopefully this is going to help them be a little bit less overwhelmed after all of the LA fires going on.
Yeah, I think like most of the shelters are probably overwhelmed in the LA area, and Pasadena Humane Society I think is particularly affected. So it's a great cause, and you can also just send in money just to mess with us a little bit. That's also something you can do.
I fixed all my transmogs.
Good.
They're fixed.
Good. Yeah.
Stop sending them in dragon form.
Yeah, we had somebody at one of was it like a guildie or was it a viewer of yours?
I didn't see the actual donator. So I didn't see the actual name. But they kept sitting in my transmogs. They were scuffed. Or like I did splits and I put on a couple pieces of gear and I logged out and I didn't fix my transmog and then they sent them all in. But I fixed them.
I think it was funny.
I made sure to fix them.
Did you prove it? Do you have the receipts? Did you put it on the broadcast?
Well, somebody else could put them on the broadcast if they wanted to.
$35 and you can go do that and get a little redemption for Jack or catch him in an ugly transmog.
That's right.
You can do that as well. All right. Well, it is now time for Guess the Guildie. Every day we have been guessing a guildie based on some limited information, and we've been doing pretty good lately. I feel like we've been killing it.
Some of us better than others.
Yeah. Me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you. I was like, hey, I've been doing really good. But don't worry, I'll probably mess it up today. Let's check it out. Guess the Guildie. All right. Who do we got?
If you were a key spacebar.
Okay, so somebody that spammed Shakib. No, wait, no, that's bad, because spamming spacebar on a Demon Hunter is actually...
Did we already have fired up?
Can't really do it. Oh!
Fired up.
Fired up. Yes, final answer. Let's check it out. This is not him. Okay, Fave Achievement, Warden of the Dream.
Huh.
St. Helios. No, THD. THD. Not THD. Oh, Wow Crush. KT Racket Drink. Who is that? Do you know who that is?
I don't.
That is so obscure. Is it Sang? It's not. Oh, we've done Sang also, so it's not Sang. Okay. Okay, I think we need another clue. Fave game, not WoW. Chess.
Chess.
Oh.
Boomy?
Oh. Boomy? No, because his is
Well, maybe he moved on.
Maybe he moved on. Sure. Boomy. Who plays chess? Is it like one of the analysts maybe that plays chess? I was in a oh, this is Dryny. Driney was in.
Okay, there you go.
Driney, yeah, he was in 4-H, showed dairy cows plus many other animals at the county. Wow. County State Fair. Driney says, if you won the lottery, 500 mil, what would you spend it all on? Ooh, he's asking us a question.
Ooh, spend it on?
I'd put it in to saving.
Not investing. You gotta, like,
I would
spend
invest
it on
it.
something.
Okay, fair enough. Ooh, that's hard. Maybe a car.
Like a
car.
giant house and like an elite stream room.
Yeah.
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 Somebody else did the cable management for me because I need the help.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, this is so hard. I don't know. I'll have to come back with that. That's yeah.
Bathtub big enough for me.
Nice car. Ooh, bathtub that's bigger enough for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one as well. Yeah. Maybe some shoes. I don't know. I'm just kind of shallow. Yeah.
Laundry service. Big
Yeah,
old
laundry
too.
service. Yeah. All right, let's
Yeah.
check out the next Guess the Guildie. We're doing good. Look at us.
All right.
All right. If you were key, 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Tettles.
Tettles.
Hey.
Okay. Favorite movie, The Pianist.
Yeehaw.
That is a sad movie.
What's it about?
It's about I haven't seen it. I've just seen clips from it. I'm pretty sure it's from like a guy that is a professional pianist, and then he gets sent to. It's like during the Holocaust.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not fun.
I don't know. Who's got like good. This is like a serious movie. So who's like into film? Do you think? Who watches serious movies? Atlas? Is it Atlas? I don't know. It's not Atlas.
Okay. POE.
Oh. Is it Ben? Can we say Ben?
Oh, what about Exile?
Oh, Exile. Not Exile.
Huh.
Who else plays Path? Oh, is it Zyronic? It is Ironic. I believe it is him. Dang it! Is it Trill?
Do we already have Trill?
Not Trill. Who's gotten Glad?
Dratnos? Has he gotten you? See, now I'm always thinking that the second person is like the caster.
Yeah.
Perfect date, Goose Watch.
Goose watching?
Huh.
What in the hell? Okay, I feel like all of these answers were like pretty normal until this one.
KSP?
Is it KSB? Final answer, KSB. Darn.
Man.
Oh, Yips.
He said they honked back.
Dude, he's a Canadian. This makes sense.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Huh.
Wow. He was our MVP yesterday, wasn't he?
He was. Maybe that's why it like slipped my mind. I should have guessed the Goose.
I know. It makes sense. We've had 3 days in a row of Yips. First, it was him doing the Grand Prix, and he sucked at it.
Yeah.
Then it was him as Honda MVP, and he was pretty good at it. And then we learned that he likes goose watching for
the geese.
Is that a Canadian tradition, or?
I would assume so.
Go out?
Well, he said they honked back, so it sounds like he's honking at them.
They're kind of mean. Geese are kind of mean.
Yeah, they like their space.
Yeah.
Same with the swans.
Yeah.
They're cool to see from a distance.
One bit my toe once when I was a kid.
You got close enough to one?
Yeah, well, I was
like
just
walking
like
right up?
walking and it, I don't remember why it bit my toe.
Random goose attack?
Kind of hurt. I got attacked by a goose. It was a big goose. It was in Montana.
We're here for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's all right. All right, well, let us know if you've ever been attacked by a goose in the chat. And in the meantime, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to hopefully have some more prog starting this morning on Mugsy. We'll see you in a bit.
How about this to celebrate our Spring Championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
The Alienware Pro Wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related. The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
The quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
Check out how cool MyBlue is. Mine's way better.
Think your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
No, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Good morning and welcome to the Alienware training facility, home of Team Liquid. Trash is being cleared, breakfast is being eaten, and monsters are being sipped as we're getting ourselves ready for another big day of Mugsy. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Jack, joined by Zyronic and Dratnos, and a huge thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible. We have, of course, our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, and our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. Hey, everybody's got our M's. Today I have a little Monster Rehab, my go-to as per usual. What do you got there, Dratnos?
The old M0 Ultra, yeah, all reliable.
The Liger Zero of monsters, understandable.
Yeah, the water of monsters.
That's true. A little fizzy water onto it.
That's a reference.
Thank you.
Got the Java, the early morning coffee.
I like that one as well. The Mocha Loca is also quite strong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, hey, we got a lot of Mugsy going on today, and Liquid notably had their best at, I believe it was like 16%, 18% last night. They ended on a really high note, which is always great to see, and they are one of 3 guilds working on Mugsy right now. Liquid, like we mentioned, in the lead currently at 16.65%, but we know Echo is still pulling, and they are going to be trying to get a lead going today as well.
Yeah, at least the good news here for Liquid is they woke up in the lead, which is a very rare phenomenon at this point in the race. Typically, in one of these close races, you know, Echo got the world first on one of these earlier bosses. There's often this sort of trade-off thing where you go to sleep and you're ahead, and then you wake up and the other guild has leapfrogged ahead of you. And the good news for Liquid here is that that hasn't happened, which means Mugsy is not just hard for Liquid, it's hard for everybody, which makes sense given how brutal this encounter looks.
Yeah, and looking at the particular spot in the fight that they're both wiping to, it seems that Echo's also caught up on that same part of the fight that's pretty difficult. Of course, we're talking about transition into Phase 2, where literally just starting with those 3 charges, the amount of raid damage there is insane. It ramps up with the first set of mines, then the quad jails, and then of course there's a hot mess soak right afterwards, and that's pretty much where we saw Liquid wipe last night on their best pull, on their 16%. They had a couple of enraged mines chasing them down.
Yeah.
It ended up going down to that first spray and pray cast. Good news, though, is that it looks like most of the cadence of mechanics on Mythic is actually just identical to Heroic. Except, you know, because it's Mythic and it ramps up over time, there's just double everything going on.
But there's not some unexpected element or anything that is changing from pull to pull or crazy decision-making that needs to be made on the fly. You know, we saw it on, like, Sprocketmonger, notably, where, yeah, you'd have the same mechanics in the same order, but your personal decision-making would vary a lot depending on your polarity. Here on Mugsy, they know exactly what's coming every single time.
Yeah, the main points of variance that can affect players is like, are you targeted by the jail, right? And are you targeted by Frost Shatter Boots? And if you're targeted by one of those 2 abilities, you're going to have a slightly different phase. And in the last phase, there are 4 jails coming out, which is a lot of jails. So it's something that has been pretty tough to work around, is figuring out exactly how you want to deal with that many mechanics on that. Like, that phase, the damage, the ambient damage is already so high. Even just surviving that is really tough.
Yeah, so let's get a quick recap and show off the best pull before Liquid gets started. They're having a quick discussion at the moment. So this is our best pull from last night.
So already right away at the start of the encounter, you can see one of the new Mythic mechanics is that these shock blasters are just shielded until you break them with like the spray and pray mechanic, the finger guns mechanic. You will not be able to do anything to those, so they will just be sitting there casting Surging Arc on the entire raid. They get to break a few of them out throughout the fight, but the major thing is that there's just extra raid damage going out on top of the already increased ticking damage that the boss does on the Mythic encounter.
Yeah, you basically will have 2 of those out or more at all times. The only way to avoid it would be to start in the other side, in which case you could avoid it for a couple minutes, but then you'd still get to this point where there are always 2 ads out because, unfortunately, they spawn right after that finger gun that would clear the shield from them in the boss's cast sequence, kind of no matter what you do. So here you can see them getting ready to make that first phase swap. On Mythic, you need all of your raid to swap in order to swap the boss's polarity. So they set that up by having usually one person is actually triggering and the rest of the raid is already in position. And now they're in the dirt phase, even though a bunch of their players are now back in that middle line or on the metal.
Yeah, and of course, first jail's coming out pretty much the same as Heroic in terms of like how you actually deal with them. but the individual player mechanics are completely different. We see them actually cheesing a ton of this mechanic because the only way to break these walls on Mythic is by using other mechanics to break them, so things like the icicles or the bombs.
Yeah, the crazy thing is how they're manipulating their own toolkits to make sure they can maximize their damage. We saw that second jail almost get right on top of it, and it was like, oh no, they're in the wrong spot, but they were actually doing it so that they could mess around with the displacement effect of the mages, so that they could spread around Ignite and continue adding more damage to those jails.
And that's what I was getting to, right, is their strategy is to play pretty much an entire comp of players that can get out of those jails on
It is
their own.
everybody. The only people that can't do it themselves are the Shaman and the Hunter, and they are getting a Rescue and Evoker pre-assigned specifically to them. So, you know, if the Hunter gets it, then he's getting rescued, I think, and if the Shaman gets it, he's getting life gripped out, and everybody else either has a class ability or is playing Void Elf and can escape that way.
Of course, here we see the real like major AoE damage portion of the fight here. Every single time you soak one of these crawler mines, it's a huge burst of damage on the raid. Not only damage, but it puts a debuff on every player in the raid, causing them to have a massive heal absorb on them as well. So it's a dual threat for healers, Jack, where you not only have to heal the players up, but they're making it harder for you to do so.
Yeah, and this is really where the Disc Freeze is kind of making its bread. They have a few other healing cooldowns that they've often been stacking on top of it as well, but that's really the main area. That's really what Disc is like brought for, in that they can ramp, build up tons of healing, clear those heal absorbs very quickly and very efficiently. And then the 3 Mistweavers, on the other hand, are doing really high sustained healing over a long period of time, since they're running the Jadefire Teachings, Jadefire Stomp talents. Those big Jade lines that are popping up right there. You just saw it before it disappeared. To consistently be doing damage and healing at the exact same time. And then the Druid is often doing a lot of spot healing to kind of sustain people through the heavy ticking damage the boss is stacking up.
Now you'll notice here there are 3 cages instead of 2. That's one of the other fun things on Mythic, is every time the boss casts cages and every time it casts the crawler mines, which is a lot harder to see, but is actually maybe even more important because it, well, not more important, but equally important, is that there is an extra 1 of each of those abilities each time it's cast, capping out at, I believe, 4 and 6 respectively on the cages and the mines every cast. So this fight goes up in intensity over time. And it also gains stacks. Every time it swaps sides, it's gaining a stack of that side's like damage type. And that is doing increasing damage basically over the course of the fight. So you can see the raid frames now are in a lot more danger than they were on pull. On pull, this boss is pretty chill. You could probably get by without a healer for the first minute of this fight if you needed to. There's not really much going on. But as this fight goes longer and longer, it gets way more intense as you have all of this extra damage, both ambiently and also just more mechanics, as you can see with these extra crawler mines here.
Yeah, you can see there's just tons of damage going on there. Now, fortunately, the fight kind of forces you to switch sides, right? Every time the boss goes to 100 energy, if you actually let him finish his cast, he will enrage and instantly wipe you. So cannot let him do that. You have to swap sides, but you're rewarded. He loses 10 stacks of Moxie every time you do it. Of course, that ramping damage amp over the course of the fight that the boss has on him in the last phase that you can no longer get rid of.
All right, we're about to enter the intermission now, the phase 2 push. So this happens at 40%, and their goal here is to push without having to actually swap back over to the dirt side. It can start the Double-Minded Fury cast, but it can't finish it, or else they'll wipe. So there's that Double-Minded Fury cast, and they interrupt it by pushing below 40%. Now here's another Mythic mechanic. In the last phase, you get a nice laser bisecting the room and rotating around that you can't run into, or else you will get killed. So you have even less space to work with, and that's part of the reason why the mechanics placement in P1 is so important for them. This spinning laser death thing that the boss does as well does so much damage too, so can't get hit by basically anything during these charges. They're about to hit the Lust at least, which helps the healing and the damage here as they approach the 6-minute marker, so they'll have all their 2 minutes coming back up. But yeah, you can see just how nasty this part of the fight is.
Yeah, and you can really see the ticking damage ramping up. As you can see, there's a couple buffs up on the boss. Every time they phase transition, it increases the stacking damage from the boss just ticking away at everybody, so nobody is ever really topped off. And here, they're getting started with some of their pulls, which notably, we just had a very slight nerf coming in onto Muggsy itself. The boss is having this stacking buff. You can see it on the middle left side of THD's screen. It's called Moxie, which increases the damage that the boss deals. Notably, they're making it so that Moxie is no longer stacking during the intermission phase, which will make for 9 less stacks of Moxie once you enter that final phase. Considerable amount of damage getting reduced as they enter the final phase there.
That's pretty important because each stack of Moxie is 9% or is 1%, right? So 9 is 9%.
Yes.
So that is pretty sizable because it's right at the start of that last phase. So that means for the entire last phase, it's going to have 9 less stacks, which means the ramp will start lower and end lower as well.
You know what's crazy is you could have told me it was 9%.
It looks like it,
I would have believed you.
It is just 1% though, yeah.
Getting 1 shot by things in the last phase, but yeah, it is just 1% per. But by the time they get to those quad jails that they're wiping to in the final phase, the boss has like 40 or 50 stacks. So
yeah, so now it's going to have 30 or 40.
It's pretty significant. So, you know, they'll have a better time living through that overlap of jails plus hot mess. And then, of course, something we didn't see them actually able to do yesterday is after they deal with the jails plus the hot mess, they still have like 2 or 3 more crawler mines that they need to soak before they enrage and start following people around the room being un-CC'd. So the thing is, if they're able to get through that, there's like a long reprieve until the enrage, right? There's like a frontal, there's a tank soak, and then there's another set of mines that you just CC and try to burn the boss down with. So if they can get through that clean with all 20 players alive, similar to Sprocketmonger, I think they have a very real chance of killing this boss. I think they're a lot closer than it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these bosses where if you looked at it in terms of percent, you'd be like, oh, 16%, they're most of the way there. And then kind of the level 2 thinking is like, oh, wow, the last bit of this fight is so much harder than the first bit. It's going to take way longer to kill. But yeah, Zyro, like you said, especially I think after that nerf, it might be feasible because they have much less damage to deal with in that last phase. Not much less, but like probably, what, 8% less damage overall in that last phase, something like that, which will matter quite a bit. As we actually see on our Coinbase leaderboard, Echo have taken the lead on this boss just as Liquid start pulling. So they woke up ahead, but it did not last into the morning here, as they're going to need to have a good pull to reclaim the lead here in the Race to World First.
Yeah, there's a considerable amount less damage, and it'll also mean that they'll have an easier time surviving when they have 4 jails out in the final phase. They're still taking full ticking damage. People inside the jails as well are taking a ton of damage and may not be able to be healed if they don't have a healer in there with them.
Although crucially, the Moxie buff on the boss doesn't affect some of the damage that's sourced from the ads, or the environment.
You're still taking the ticking damage from the boss, though.
Yeah, so the ticking damage has gotten less bad, but actually the overall intake of damage in that last phase is being nerfed by less than you would think, because a lot of it is actually not sourced from the boss. So it's still a really nasty phase. It might actually only end up being something like a 4% less damage taken in the last phase change. We'll see how it actually looks on the logs later.
Something interesting that we learned last night is the difference between the person coming up with the strategy and the execution of the strategy. Max loves this fight.
Yeah.
As a puzzle fight, trying to figure out the mechanics, he said last night he was very impressed with this fight and he enjoyed it a lot. But then THD came on stream and he's like, no, I actually don't like playing the fight. I'm stuck in the cages the entire time.
Yeah. It's one thing being in control from a distance. It's another thing playing it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see this pretty often whenever there are, line of sight or collision blocking mechanics. There's a lot of players will just never enjoy that as a fight mechanic if it's important, which on this fight it certainly is.
Yeah, going back to what we were talking about in terms of like the actual comp that they're running, you'll notice a class that we've seen a lot of this raid, the Shadow Priest, is not being used, even though there's a lot of, spread cleave out in this fight that they would be pretty good at. And it really just comes back to being able to break yourself out of the cage, right? They don't have a port. Can they not go Void Elf either?
They could go Void Elf, but you can't Void Elf every set, so you can get unlucky.
2 or 3 minute cooldown.
The problem as well is that you can't actually multi-dot these ads.
Right.
You can only do it if you are imprisoned in the cage with them, but you can't even Shadow Crash where they're gonna land. Blizzard changed these ads after the 1st or 2nd day of Heroic last week, and you can't damage them unless you've been in the cage with them. And if that happens, then you can actually do the Ignite stuff. But let's talk about this intermission here. So this is where the fight nerf is kicking in. The boss is no longer gaining stacks of Moxie during this portion of the fight. It still has 21 of those stacks that it's gained up until now, but it is not gaining any more until these 40 seconds of charging around are over. as you can see the boss almost taking players out on this charge, but everybody is still alive, and already the damage is now somewhat lower than it was on their previous best pull. Things are going great. This is a fantastic start to the day.
Yeah, great first pull already. Another Lust is about to come out here. There it is, just now being popped, of course, to help the healers out through the next portion of the fight here, Jack. These bombs have been the bane of their existence. This is where they are wiping pretty much all of yesterday.
Yeah, and right here, the crawler mines going out. You can already see how low the entire raid is. They're just not able to be topped off from all the ticking damage, but this should also be where they have like 3 different healers popping cooldowns to muscle heal through the increased mine damage going out. The negative heal absorbs. You can finally see everybody start getting topped off at this point as all the cooldowns are really taking effect. But with the increased damage from Moxie, the huge stacks of ticking damage going out, this is an insanely dangerous part of the fight right here.
This is going great. Oh, the Goon Cage lands in the middle of the raid. That is scary there. It looked like not able to get in position fast enough. Now we have this soak coming out here. This is a group soak. It looks like things are being recovered actually reasonably well. Maybe this even isn't that bad. Maybe they got still the right set of people in here. Some immunes in that soak. And now the cage is broken. Players are allowed to exit. And the goons still do need to be interrupted on pay respects here, but the boss nearing a new best pull here. We do have a spell warding coming out as well from Yips on himself, as he is just far away from the boss, dropping some more of those puddles. And the boss is getting so... Oh man, the shield is on it. Yeah, pay respects has gone on it, so its damage is not happening at the boss anymore.
They got the really good positioning though. So they were able to clear out 4 of the shields all at once onto those drones and then get all of them removed really quickly.
Yeah, the problem with this is that even if you clear the shields on those far 2, I'm not sure you're going to realistically kill them unless you actually commit some serious damage globals from your Destro locks or something onto those far 2 ads. But maybe once the laser rotates and you get to them again in like half a minute, then you could eventually kill that far set of ads. Either way, a really great first pull for the day. There's nothing quite like walking in there and on your first pull of the day, getting back to your progression point.
And who was on this laptop earlier? They had it zoomed into like 250%.
Probably Kalamazoo, if I had to guess.
Yeah, his eyes aren't what they used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go check and see what talent builds the Destro locks are running, if they're running just Havoc or Mayhem.
Here is a look at these nerfs, though, or I guess one small nerf. Moxie no longer stacks during the intermission. It's Blizzard, of course, helpfully waiting for Liquid to wake up before nerfing the boss.
That was kind of them.
It's really hard, actually, if you're in Blizzard spot, finding a good time to nerf a boss like this in the middle of the race. But both Echo and Liquid at pretty much the same spot in progression here, so it's actually a pretty good time to deploy a nerf like this. Echo still has a bunch of time left in their day, and I'm not even sure that this is one of those nerfs that you're going to look at and being like, oh, this made the boss die easily. Like, I think we're still looking at a boss that is threatening to go from the 100 pulls that we're at now up to maybe 200, as these last 15% are so hard to get through. The Phase 2 Goon Cages are nuclear difficulty. Very, very hard to get through, and you have to not just get through it, you have to continue doing great damage while getting through it.
Yeah, there was a pretty tough overlap there as well. I think that was one of the Windwalker monks that it looked like they were targeted by Frost Shatter Boots. They had to put their icicle on the far side of the cluster bombs. Then they also get targeted by a jail, and it was really tough for them to negotiate their way back through the mines.
The problem started even 10 seconds before that, because there was the crawler mine soak first. And so you're trying to pop these crawler mines and soak the ensuing fallout, and then you need to get your Frost Shatter Boots. So ideally, you're done soaking the mines, and you can get into that middle fire as the Frost Shatter Boots are coming out and just get it immediately removed. But in practice, that's been very hard for them to do because there's just so little time there and so many mines that need to get soaked. So what happens is you can fall behind, you can be out soaking one of those fallout circles from the mine explosions, you can get Frost Shatter Boots, now you're slip and sliding, you need to go and clear that, but you also need to not run into any more mines as you do so, so your pathway there while you're slip and sliding is really tough, and then you get targeted by a Goon Cage, and you've already used some movement abilities, and you're in Narnia now, and you need to get all the way in front of the boss. It's a very, very difficult combination of things that can happen to you there.
Well, that's part of the reason they have the beta of the hot mess on the skull marker,
right?
So they can pretty much instantly cleanse. But if you ever fall behind a little
that's the problem, is that they can't be there yet unless they're done doing all the soaking of the mines and catching of the circles. And so players are getting those Frost Shatter Boots while they're not in position. But yeah, like you said, Zyra, that's the plan. The plan is to be in that fire already as the boots are coming out and just instantly clear them, because that's a mythic mechanic on this fight. If you're just joining in, you've played this fight on normal or heroic, it's a different mechanic on mythic, those Frost Shatter boots. You only can clear them by standing in the fire, which is something that our raiders usually try to avoid, but on this fight, you got to do it.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
The rare positioning. It also makes it easier because the deployment of those Frost Shatter Spears is on your location.
Yes.
And so by standing there and having the hot mess in between all of the walls, it also makes it a lot easier to have more chunks of the wall that you could have pierce the Frost Shatter Spears and then not have any collisions. We saw that early on where players would kind of stack together. Somebody's first spear would break the wall, and then the second spear would go break them.
Right. Which there was a couple times where that happened, even when they shouldn't have as well, which is a fun thing about Race to World First Prog. Sometimes the mechanics say one thing and then behave slightly differently. But yeah, that last phase one is tough because they need to clear their boots, and then they actually need the spear to go into the mines. And the more mines you soak, which is good, the fewer mines will be available to kite your spear through and to freeze with that. I think their goal is going to be to get it down to just one mine there that every single person brings their spear through, but I don't know how realistic that's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
There's just not enough time to do everything they want to do there, but I think that's their goal if they can.
There's 6 mines. They got 3 of them that pull, which means there were 3 left alive for them to spear. They got all 3 of them with the
problem is
Frost
that
Shatter.
every mine even if you freeze it, that doesn't solve the problem forever. That thing is going to come chasing after you, enraged and CC immune a minute later.
At least it's there until you're done with the jails, it seems.
Yeah.
So you can then have somebody just happily saunter on over, as long as the health bars are there.
Right.
Which they probably won't be, because the boss is going to have 40 stacks of Moxie, and that ticking dot damage is going to be just destroying your raid, and your healers are going to be tapped because they've already been using everything to top the raid for the past minute.
Yep.
But in theory, there shouldn't be a whole lot else going on at that point. So maybe you can find some time to soak those mines. I don't know, man. It's just a tough encounter, and we can see they're now taking a lot of time after having that good first pull of the day just to figure out what it is they can do better in that final phase to make sure, a weirdly placed jail doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's some of the slight variance that'll happen on the encounter, but it's also a game of seeing it enough times, in this situation, if you get targeted by the jails, where do you need to go? And a lot of times when they have these priority weak auras, which are assigning players for where to go, a lot of times you have 1 or 2 options for where you'll probably end up going based on the priority list, and you just have to learn those different combinations of how you're getting yourself set up. But it kind of adds another wrinkle when your responsibility is also to blink and displacement in and out of all these different jails and add damage.
Yeah, you've got so much going on there that I think it's going to be one of these tough spots where it's very possible to get targeted by like 3 abilities in a row here, and almost everybody in the raid is going to need to learn what to do if that happens to them, right? And figure it out, because on the kill, it's very likely that that is going to happen to somebody, and you probably will need everybody to have had it happen to them a couple of times before they have any hope of surviving that incredibly dangerous potential overlap.
Yeah, the people that I'm particularly worried about that happening to and not being able to get to their spot in time, Windwalker isn't one of them, and that's the one that it happened to last pull. One of the Warlocks gets targeted by that. The Priest gets targeted by that. They are pretty much going to need a rescue.
I think that
to get put in position.
I think that the healers at least can't be targeted by the cages.
Okay.
Which is a small mercy that might save the Priest, and might be part of the reason why Shadow Priest is being left on the bench on this particular encounter. But yeah, there are some players that could definitely have a harder time. I mean, even the mages, right? Mages are highly mobile, but if they have to use that mobility to get in position for the mechanics, it's not going to be available for that awesome alter, blink, displacement, alter combo that they're using to set up all those extra ignites.
Yeah, for those of you who are curious as to why they're doing all of that, the way the line of sight mechanic works on this fight is kind of weird, right? Is if you have a debuff on the target, the fight will let you continually refresh that debuff if you're outside of it. So what they're doing, like you said, is they're doing some combination
we'll watch
of
it on
alter,
this
blink,
pull.
displacement. Yeah, we'll watch the fired up POV of it. He's blinking, displacing, altering to get inside both of the cages and then get back out. And then he can just cleave his ignite from the boss to both of the goons because he has his ignite already on them. It's a very unique way to spread that mechanic around.
It's pretty much a Fire Mage only thing.
Yeah.
There's not really anybody else that has, an ignite style mechanic that they can effectively spread like that, and it does only work if you already have the debuff on the target, right? You can't apply it from outside the cage, but you can extend it through that ignite spread interaction.
Kind of begs the question, you know, what's the intended solve mechanic for this mechanic if you don't have players that can just port out of the cages?
Right, because the walls are not going to get broken when the ad dies like they do on Heroic. That's the big difference, and that's why you have to do some of this nonsense. Max was talking yesterday, and he was speculating that the intended solve is to only send like one extra person into each cage, and then the ad will be dying around the time that the Frost Spears break the walls to let you get out. But that seems a lot worse than what they're doing.
Especially with the damage check of the encounter being what it is. Can't really afford to be able to do that.
All right, so we're entering Mug's zone here, the dirt side of the room. This is going to be where we will have those jails. So watch Fired Up's movement closely here. You can see he's already got this timer for when to blink coming up here. So he's got actually one of the barriers. So this is going to be really cool. He moves in position, moves into the other position, and he's set up an alter time and a blink displacement. So he can take displacement back to that other cage and then alter time back out. And now he's got ignites on both targets, and you can see he's just pumping into the boss, and those ads are on fire, taking now almost 1 million damage per tick from that ignite. He is shooting up the damage meters there, although, of course, still not rivaling some of these other specs, but those goons are dead, largely as a result of his efforts, which is really, really great. And you can see how they can make it work even if he's one of the targets of the cages. It's all still playable. It just looks a little sketchy.
Yeah, and he even got into position as well in the hot mess to be able to place any Frost Shatter Spears if he got them.
Right, everybody has to bait that there.
Everybody has to adjust those positionings, even if they do get the cages on them. And there's so much time and practice to map out exactly where you're moving every single second of the fight.
Now we've got the next set of mines coming out here as they finish off 2 of the shockers, but of course another 2 have just spawned. This is an extra mine as well. Every single mine cast adds a mine, I believe up to 6. And that is another fun part of this fight, the ramping damage, where, you know, at the start of this fight you've got 2 cages, the boss has no extra damage stacks, and by the end of the fight you're getting 4 cages and the boss has crazy damage stacks. It's almost like triple or quadruple the difficulty by the end of the fight here compared to the start, but it's a very chill start to the fight as a result. It's not going to be one of those fights where you see a lot of early deaths.
Yeah, but it also means that for all the wipes that they have, they're usually later wipes.
Right, it's very time intensive, so even though we're only at 104 pulls on this boss now, each of these wipes is taking them 5 minutes now at this point because it's very hard to wipe before that spot in the fight, which means that this boss is going to take a lot of progression time potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 105 pulls, or 103 pulls now, 105 soon. And, I mean, like you said, every single one of these pulls, it's 5.5 minutes to get into the last phase, and then it's just a straight 2-minute burn.
Right.
With a ridiculous amount of healing and DPS required. Max was saying there's something like 2.2 million DPS required per player to beat the 100-second enrage check on the boss, including the intermission. So it's a very, very tough burn, but we can just see right now they're just struggling to stay alive. It sounds like 2.2 is like a pretty reasonable number for people of their gear level to hit.
The problem is that's 2.2 while doing all the movement, while also getting encaged by the goons at various times, right? All of these other mechanics going on that are going to lower your damage somewhat substantially. But the good news is that a lot of their classes are very effective at doing damage. So, you know, one of the nice things about the 3 fire mages, for instance, is you can be moving all you want. If the boss is below 30%, it's not going to hurt your damage at all. You have no need to stand still and cast, especially since they're not even playing Sun King's Blessing anymore.
Yeah, that's true. So I actually looked it up. I was a little curious what the Warlocks were running. They're just running Havoc. They're not running Mayhem.
Yeah, it makes sense. You need these spots where you cast Havoc on the Shocker or on the boss and target the Shocker. Mayhem procs aren't even all that valuable on this fight, as we have had a death here. It's going to be a res. So far, they're able to stabilize the rest of the raid, but this is that nasty set of 6 mines all being dealt with simultaneously.
Mayhem is overall a gain if you actually use it properly all the time. And even if it procs on the Shocker, like, so if it procced on that Shocker that had a shield on it, you could still gain shards from it to do more single target with. But like you said, it just wouldn't be as effective. So what that tells me is if they do break out those 2 Shockers at the end, they could both Havoc one and probably get it to 80% and stun it just to reduce
the damage for a bit.
Fight. It's a little bit of a far cry though, but we are getting yet another phase 2 attempt here as they wait to push the boss below 40. They're trying to milk as much as possible that full energy cast. They want to push right before it is. That was perfect. They get a little bit of extra milk. They got about 1% of boss damage there. We did lose Sang, but they resed him back up. There's no battle res for the rest of the encounter. And you can just see right now, with nothing else going on, that ticking damage on the raid as the boss is stacked up over the course of the fight, just starting to just nuke these players down. This is before any other extra mechanics start to come out.
Yeah, and you can really notice just the maintenance healing requirement is super insanely high, and they just don't really have any cooldowns they can attribute to these areas because the entire raid is taking massive amounts of damage. It's getting stacked up further by each of the Carnage buffs for whenever the boss switches sides, and the Moxie buff, which is increasing the overall damage being dealt to the group. And they have to save all these healing cooldowns and stack them for a lot of the mind clears. And so at this point, it can be pretty easy for somebody to kind of bleed out and die at these areas where they just don't have a healing cooldown assigned.
Yeah, this is a very scary part of the fight. You can see Shaq there even. He had a little reminder to hold his vengeful retreat there during that intermission and used it just as they started here. But now we have some of those circles. Oh, nice soaks by everybody here. They've done a good job here of getting most of these mines soaked out. Many players, but not all, getting in position to clear those Frost Shatter boots preemptively. And they will be trying to freeze these mines with these spears.
Beautiful.
Mission accomplished. Only 2 mines left over this time, so they're doing really good at getting as many of those as possible. And we have the soaks. Tragedy here.
No.
As those 2 goons are on top of each other now. That enrages them. So we had some unfortunate misplacement of one of those goon cages. Were it not for that, I think this boss would be very low on the old hit points here. It was at 18.89% when one of these Pay Respects cast went off and gave it a shield for the rest of this pull. But actually, they broke through that shield as well and gained a couple more percent right as it finished here. So 18.83%. Not a new best, but definitely up there. And another great pull to add to their portfolio.
It's a frustrating one. Because like you said, it was about the best they've played that second phase leading up to the jails, and then just to fail to a positioning check there at the end. It's a little frustrating, but again, we've talked about how hectic that portion of the fight is, especially if one of those players that had the jail also just came back from doing one of the Frost Shatter boots, right? There is a lot of pressure on you to get in the right spot there, so a little unfortunate. I'm sure we'll get a little VOD review going from the players here so that kind of thing never happens again, or ideally never happens again. But yeah, that's a good omen. If they're able, especially if they're able to get 4 mines before the jails consistently, that would be huge for them.
There's also a big area where people are adjusting weak auras or adjusting the reminder add-ons as well for when they want to use certain cooldowns, or just kind of reminding them of what some of the priorities are for their assignments so they can kind of get into position early on. Because I feel like that's what happens a lot of times if you're prioritizing the Frost Shatter Spears first, making sure you're freezing those mines, and then you have to think about, okay, where do I have to position next? What is the next possibility? And that can cause a lot of confusion.
Sometimes you have spots as well, like that jail mechanic. Sometimes you have to figure out, is this a hard assign or is this a soft assign for where we're going to go? Because what may have happened there is somebody may have gotten assigned to be, say, the middle left one rather than the far left one, but they were already in position to drop the far left one, and they saw that whoever was coming with the middle left one was closer to that one, right? And so it's a case of, okay, do we respect the assignments above all else? Or do we adapt based on where we're positioned? Adapting based on where you're positioned can be better because maybe somebody can't make it all the way to their assignment and maybe you're already in position and that's great. And you'll get more boss damage if it works out because you're going to be doing more efficient movement, right? You're going to get an extra global as you're standing rather than having 2 people moving extra distance that is unnecessary. But the downside of that is that it can sometimes lead to confusion, right? If you hard assign something, everybody knows exactly where they're supposed to be. It's clear which person messed up at any given time. You don't have this ambiguity of like, well, I thought I was closer. Well, I thought I was closer.
Yeah.
None of that stuff has to happen. So we sometimes see mechanics like this. It's really important to talk about how exactly you're supposed to solve that.
Yeah. Obviously, it would have been nice to have the communication for that pull so we could have heard what would happen. Maybe there was an audible call that just wasn't heard by both players. That's very likely. Something that's interesting, though, Dratnos, that we could talk about a little bit because it's not happening anymore. This nerf to Muggsy might have accidentally, destroyed a little cook that we both heard happening this morning.
Yeah, I don't want to leak the cook just yet in case they want to.
Not yet.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if they still try it at some point. But let's just say, if you were ever thinking about closing this stream, you've got to not do that, because there are some very cool ideas that we heard discussed over breakfast that might get played over the next couple of hours if they decide they want to try them out.
Well, in addition to making sure the stream is open, you also don't want to be interrupted by any ads. So make sure you're using your Twitch Prime sub if you have access to one, or you want to give some subs to your friends here in chat. Make sure they don't get any ads for the rest of the race.
While you're at it, I guess we'll sign up for Coinbase as well.
That's a good idea.
That's true. You might as well. We got a couple minutes before the poll, and that's really all the time it takes to get signed up for Coinbase at tl.gg/Coinbase. And you can use the promo code TeamLiquid20 and fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. And you can be entered in for a chance to win our grand prize to get flown out to the next race to World First. Be able to get in, see all the action behind the scenes, meet the Raiders, and see how the magic happens.
What is going on here?
Conversation initiated.
We're just waiting for THD. He's outside of the raid.
Are out of the raid.
Waiting for a summon.
Yeah, we've got THD. It looked like he was seeing if he could turn in his Spark quest, but it doesn't work. So there was a little exploity broken thing that was working, but I think that they fixed, where you could get effectively your second Spark this week.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody in Liquid did it. Mostly because I don't think anybody knew about it until it was too late to do it. But yeah, it seems like it's been fixed. Basically, the way it worked was if you didn't complete that quest to get to basically turn your first half Spark into a full Spark, you could then this week make a full Spark and still turn in that quest and get another full Spark from it, because it was only checking if you had earned a Spark rather than like requiring you to turn in that half Spark to it. Yeah, I will just say somebody sitting at my computer tried to do this exploit yesterday on an alt, and it seemed like it was fixed. So I'm not saying who, but
Tettles.
It could have been anybody, but it didn't work on my Druid, so I think they fixed it at this point.
Yeah, I tried to do the same thing on my mage.
Purely for science and reporting purposes, I tried.
Right.
I remember seeing a Reddit post about this. I think Tettles also tweeted about it as well when he saw that post. Like you said, you used to be able to accept the quest to just make your character able to get sparks. You could get 2 fractured sparks, and then when you turned in the quest, you'd gain 2 more fractured sparks. Yeah. They changed it so if you already had 2, you would just get 1 more, even though the quest said you'd get 2. In the game, in the actual in-game interface, says you get 2 from the quest. It just gave you 1. So there's no way to get past 3 anymore.
So the NPCs lied.
But there are people.
There are people with two-handed crafters already, but it didn't actually help. I don't think anybody in the Race to World First guilds, because all of them had already turned in that quest for their Spark last week, pretty much. Or if they were holding it, they kept holding it.
No. Okay, this is actually really important. From 1 minute ago. Squishy post on Wowhead. All players are now able to pick up another half Spark with their Revival Catalyst. That's why they're doing this.
So this is not an exploit or anything. This is Blizzard fixing that exploit by giving everybody that half Spark. Okay.
And I already crafted.
Blizzard.
So it might be that everybody jumps out of raid and then just crafts.
Yes, it is. So now we all get another crafty. Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
Get owned, everyone who crafted.
This is a huge buff to any two-handed crafters as well, because now you can get a two-handed item crafted this week if you want one. Potentially a huge power spike.
Interesting.
And it's also nice now because now there's no benefit to people that did either get lucky or intentionally or unintentionally exploit this before it was fixed. So
that could be a large power gain for these players in the race.
Yes.
It means they could craft using that free heroic crest to get a second embellishment for people that have already crafted one-handers. Or if somebody still hasn't crafted anything, like you said, they could craft a two-hander.
And actually, I think this is going to be quite big for the item level and stamina of this guild as well, because a lot of them are running those 636 crafted pieces now with, a second embellishment on them. This can now be a 658 in that slot, which doesn't sound like a big deal because it's usually in a low item power budget slot, but it's definitely pretty big. I'm feeling pretty stupid now because I'd love to have a two-hander. And
me too.
Unfortunately, I don't have enough gildeds to do that this week because I thought I was going to do it next week.
I'm
so.
same. I'm at 45 gildeds instead of 60.
Oh, I ripped a main hand craft already, so yeah.
I'm probably just going to craft with the free heroic one now.
Yeah, I might do, or I might just wait till next week and then still make a two-hander next week.
Just hold that heroic one in your bag.
And then, because then I can, the week after, I'll get my second embellishment and do a writhing armor bending somewhere. So
two-hander.
Yeah, I can do two-hander next week, and then on week 4 of Mythic, then I'll be able to put like writhing armor bending on 658 bracers or something.
Yeah, I already crafted a one-hander this week, so.
Arg.
Oh.
Well, it's okay. No way we could have known that it was going to get changed this way. But yeah, this is going to mean that it's worth pausing now because all 20 players in the raid need to process this information and figure out if this changes what they're supposed to craft or anything like that. And also the analysts have to do some work here.
Yeah, I don't think any of the players are allowed to process that information. I think this is purely
THD usually
play.
is. THD, I think he's got a permit to know what's best for his own guy. A lot of people wait on the analysts to do the stuff, but I know THD is usually on top of optimizing his own character.
He definitely is not allowed to. He
does it anyway. Okay, yeah, he's a rule breaker, a maverick.
Yeah. Is he the one capturing the middle cone?
All right, here comes a full time. Is that a Parks and Recreation reference?
Is.
All right, nice.
That's what I thought you were going with.
No, I was just using
the Maverick.
A good vocabulary word.
Oh, so many toys. Don't die too quick, okay?
Yeah, you can see like right there.
Havoc, yeah.
Havoc on that target just for some extra shard gain on the pull. That Chaos Bolt's not going to do anything to it, but the Soulfire, an extra shard.
Yep. Kickstarting his rotation there.
Yeah. Big damn.
Do Warlocks usually have like one of the lowest openers?
Yes.
Yeah. Destruction is a spec that needs some good interaction with a fight to ever look good on the meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need some kind of crazy Havoc value. You need some really effective, like, I don't know, demonic circle to get more uptime, or ability to stand in mechanics and get more uptime. If you don't have something like that, like this 11th place that THD is in is a really good outcome for Destro normally.
Oh no.
Yeah, you just need full Havoc uptime for Destro to really be good.
Yeah, and like you said, they usually play Mayhem. Mayhem is even more damage,
right?
But it's less predictable damage, right? It's less like pre-plannable. And you can't use it to necessarily, especially if the targets are far away from the boss, right? It won't proc on them.
Yeah, all of Warlock's specs kind of suffer from this problem where if they're good on single target, they are absolutely just busted on 2-target.
Right.
So they can't ever be like really good on single target because they would just be completely unbalanced otherwise. Except for Demonology. Demonology is just, I don't know, it's never really good at anything. So... Yeah, Affliction and Destro are definitely very difficult for Blizzard to balance. I mean, we saw that on Mythic Silken Court, right? Affliction was just insane on that fight. Same with One-Armed Bandit. Very good encounter for that fight. For that spec, yeah. So, oh, you can see they both slowly start to creep up over the course of the fight as they get more and more value out of Havoc on targets that are actually taking damage. They also
still not entering our top 10 here.
They get a bunch of free, like, big Shadow Burn cleave whenever those shock bots get stunned and take increased damage because they can cleave that damage to the boss. So
yeah, this is the spot where the Destro locks shine, right? Because now we actually have, this is the only time in the fight where you have a target you can Havoc for value.
Yeah.
All the other times it's just for extra shard gen, but you can't even, the goons. The goons are a mechanic where you look at it and you're like, oh, Destro would love this as we have one of those debris going unsoaked. That's actually somehow going to take out Scott. Of all players. Usually tanks kind of immune to that sort of AoE damage, but there are some spots where your tank is already fragile, and a little bit of raid damage can be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah, better get the wipe in early.
Yeah, all good. They were just testing their new embellishments or crafts. I didn't see if anybody crafted with that new spark or anything.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get like the laundry list out of like consumables that they need, send them to everybody, then they can set up guild orders or something later on today.
Maybe what they're doing is they're being like, okay, let's pull a couple more times while our analysts analyze this.
Yeah.
They can like send their crafts right before they go get lunch.
Yeah, or we could take a 10-minute craft break in a bit.
That is that's a very large increase, right? Like you said, a lot of these players still have 636 items on, or they're just not running a second embellishment at all.
I'm currently on 0 embellishments. No big deal.
0?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's
You're losing like 0.5% of player power, man. That's crazy.
Well, I would have to sacrifice a lot of armor for an embellishment, and armor is my favorite stat.
Is that a good stat?
It's underrated, but it goes kind of crazy.
I'm a clothy. I don't know what armor is.
Same.
I think you have more than me, though.
Somehow I don't think that's true.
Do priests not have like a buff that gives them more armor?
Nope.
Oh, all right, made it up.
All right, here's that Wowhead post. All players are now able to pick up another half spark. Apparently, even the players who exploited, whether you intentionally or the problem with this as an exploit as well is that it's hard to ban everybody for it because it was easy to do it by accident if you were just didn't turn in this quest before, but. Yeah, there's actually still time for Blizzard to fix this because it means that the people who exploited are now at 2.5, but they can just make sure that next week those players don't get one.
I suspect they have some way of capping sparks you can have because like I said, I tried to do this on my mage literally yesterday, this exploit that people were doing. I had 2 sparks. I turned in the quest. The game said I got 2 more sparks, but when I looked at my inventory, I had 3. And 2 plus 2 does not equal 3.
Well, yeah, what it does is it took one away from you if you had a half spark, but if you'd already combined them, it wouldn't take. Yeah, so that was you did it the wrong way. You weren't.
Oh, was I supposed to combine it?
Yeah, you're supposed to combine it, and then what would happen is you would turn in the quest, and it would be like, oh, you've completed the condition of this quest, which is to have earned a half spark. I'm now going to take away half a spark. Oh, you don't have one? All right, no big deal. I'm still going to give you the full spark. That was how that exploit worked, yeah. And then at some point they fixed it to not work, and now they're kind of trying to repair the damage and put everybody on even playing field once again.
Okay. Wow, I exploited it improperly.
Yeah.
Yep. This game's complex.
I messed up.
Bad cheater. I tried to cheat the right way, but it didn't work, so. It's crazy, though, because there are some of these things that happen in the game where it's like there are exploits that just you're going to get away with and everybody's going to do if they can, and so everybody just does them. Like I don't know if you guys knew about the
ring.
The ring, yeah.
Yeah.
The Cersei Circlet Runed Crest save hack, which a lot of people have done this patch. It's a little late in the game for doing it if you weren't already aware of it, but you can basically save some Runed Crests and get your second ring slot to count to 658 by deleting and then not restoring, but regaining the Cersei Circlet by talking to the vendor that gives it away on the Siren Isle. Although there's a small chance if you do it that what'll happen to Kalamazoo will happen, which is you get your ring back at low item level. So you got to be careful. You got to decide if that's worth it for you, because then you have to fix that.
You got to go quest again.
Yeah, although there is another exploit that you can do to get your ring up to 658 fast. So you could if you need to do that as well. I'm not trying to advocate for exploiting.
But they're all out there.
I'm saying if you wanted to, you could fix it with another exploit.
Oh boy.
All of this was completely irrelevant for Liquid, by the way, because they were playing in such a way that Ruined Crests didn't matter for them. The splits just made it so that Ruined Crests were completely irrelevant. This week, I think all of them don't need Ruined Crest. The only people that have items below 658 are doing it intentionally because it's 636 embellished items.
I can see the Reddit post now. After using Worgen to exploit Sticks Puncture, Liquid casters openly talking about exploits on stream?
Yeah.
Do you know if the crafted ring exploit still works?
No, they fixed that.
Oh, did they?
Allegedly. Not okay.
Because nobody's really crafting rings right now.
Yeah. Again, not to be an exploiter, but there was an exploit you could do with crafting last season where you would craft an item and then recraft it, and it would count as 2 items then for the purposes of crest upgrades. This was relevant for rings and also for one-handed weapons. You could get big value if you did this with a one-hander and then you recrafted it, and then you could upgrade your offhand or your another one-hander if you were a dual wielder. And you basically just had to recraft with different stats, or I think even a different crafter would work. It didn't work for like binding a binding because that's a unique item, but it was the ones, the non-unique, just like a ring. You could recraft with different stats and then upgrade. But Blizzard fixed that, which is good. we're always in favor of exploits getting fixed.
We have an interesting question in chat talking about crafting and embellishment usage and stuff like that, which I think is relevant to what we're talking about. We're still in phase 1 right now. We can swap back.
We'll swap
whenever
once
we
it gets to phase 2.
Question, can someone explain why putting embellishments on a certain slot / weaker item makes a difference? This is like a super
It's a great
min-maxy
question.
thing. It's a great question.
And there's actually some spots where you want to craft in the strongest slots, too.
At the start of the tier, you can see they craft a lot of one-handers because that big jump from last year's item to this item is a huge, huge damage power spike. That's why you see so many one-handed crafts. But one-handed crafts aren't in the BIS sims for any of these characters.
Right, yeah, so the basic idea is like, okay, at the start of the patch, if I can use my Gilded Crests and get a high power one-hander without actually needing something to drop from the raid, right? And that's really powerful. So everybody can basically get a mythic weapon to drop for them by crafting into that slot, right? But your second embellishment, maybe you already have a bunch of good stuff to do with your Gilded Crests, and so you're only going to use the Runed Crest craft on it. If that happens, you're actually going to have a lower power than average on whatever you craft, and so you want your lower power to be in a less important slot, right? You want your lower power crafts to go into somewhere like bracers, belt, boots, these low stat budget slots, because if you could have, 658 boots and then 670 somewhere else, that's a good deal, as we are technically pushing into P2 here. Now, we have had to commit 2 B-reses to get here, and the rate is already quite low, but they might be able to stabilize here. We'll return to the crafting discussion after this poll, but we don't want to rob you of this potentially good progression they're doing here.
So Drani adjusted his cooldowns just a little bit, so he's actually using his Celestial here in this intermission phase. And this is what I was talking about kind of on our morning show, was they had to start adjusting cooldowns so that you're basically popping CDs, I don't want to say on air, but not on like a major damage mechanic itself. You're doing it just to keep up with the increased ticking damage that the boss does as he gets later on into the fight. And so I think he'd try to jump over one of the bullet storms to make it a little bit easier to just sit there, plant, and then start casting. But it almost came at a high price.
Yeah, he went down to like sub 2 million HP there.
He does that. I've seen him do that before, so I think that is indeed his plan, but it does look sketchy.
Here come the mines.
Okay, so this is really important. They have to soak these fast and then get in position to be baiting the Frost Shatter boots in that fire in the middle if they can. 4 seconds for them to do this. You can see the players starting to cheat in that direction.
Yeah, that was
almost all of the mines have been dealt with. Those boots now coming out. A couple of players pretty far, and they have
really
to
tough.
get their boots cleared and then get on the other side of one of these mines. Mission looks mostly accomplished as we now have our Earthshaker jails coming out.
Beautiful.
And they are in position. Those middle two maybe are too close.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, no, it's fine.
Oh.
But something else has gone wrong here as the entire raid is dead.
What could have gone wrong there?
So maybe one of the mines got exploded? I can see there's only one
you can
back
see there's
there.
only one. Definitely a
so
mine, which means there were puddles on the ground that didn't get soaked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed, and you can see pings are going down probably where it happened, the scene of the crime.
That probably was because people were out of position for Frost Shatter Spears, used all their movement to correct that mistake, get into the fire, then get behind the mines, and then they were trying to like cut corners and then run into their jails, and then they couldn't, and then they ran into a mine and just kind of cascaded.
It's hard to even describe it as a mistake not being in position for those boots, because you need to be soaking those mines and catching the debris that they leave behind. There's not any way around it. You have to be doing that. You can see here is the moment when that wipe happens. Yeah, look at everybody's raid frames. You can see there is the heal absorb from the mine going off on a lot of their frames.
Boom.
And then everybody dying. One thing that's actually merciful here is that it looks like you are immune to both of those effects if you are inside the cage here with the goon.
Wait a minute.
Look at these raid frames.
Yeah.
So if we zoom it back here, you can see that heal absorb. Go back even further, and you'll see.
Right
okay, no, it's on everybody still. Okay, so that's not true.
It looks like it. No, it looks like it got popped before the jails went out. You can see. Slow-mo it here.
Forward. We can go forward from here.
Slow-mo it forward.
Yeah. And watch these raid frames. It's still actually a little ways away. Yeah, you can see that mine is just down behind THD's camera. Watch those raid frames. It's about to happen. And 0.7, 0.6. The jails are about to come out. And the jails come out. Okay, now, and everybody still does
the
get
walls
the
aren't up yet.
It does, but the shrapnel does go on everybody as the walls are coming up. But then it looks like the landing of the like debris is going to kill everybody outside of there, Yeah,
so it hit him too. It hit
him as well. Okay, yeah, he's just defensive.
Oh, okay.
So the people that were in the cages are defensive so that they can survive the cage hit, and that also allowed them to survive the mine landing. But yeah, nothing cheesy you can do there.
Interesting.
I was thinking if you could, then you could hide from the mines.
Yeah, imagine if you had like everyone go inside the walls,
Right.
and then you had like a paladin bubble
Yeah.
and just run through all the mines.
That would be very cool if it worked, but yeah, it seems like it will not.
You always try to find these silly ways to just cheese the encounter.
Yeah, that would go crazy if it worked.
Well, they're going to be talking about that for a while. Let's go back to that crafting conversation.
So the TLDR is, you craft at the start of a patch. You're just trying to get high item level in some new slots. So you craft in your best stat budget slots, your main hand, two hand, off hand, even chest piece and stuff. Although the problem with chest piece and helmet is they're high stat budget slots, but they're also tier slots. So you rarely want to craft into them early unless you've already got your 4 set and you know that it's like, okay, this is a mastery heavy helm and I hate mastery, in which case you can then craft a helm, I guess, but it's a pretty rare thing to do. And then with either future crafts or at the end of the tier, once you actually get myth track weapons and stuff, then you'll move your crafts into bracers, belt, because they're 3 item levels lower than the myth cap, right? Than myth track goes. And so eventually in the patch, it's lower eye level than anything else you can get your hands on, and you want to minimize the damage of that rather than maximize that early gain.
Oh, so the bomb didn't get blown up by a player, Dratnos.
Oh, no.
It got broken out by the wall spawning on top of it.
Oh, no, Zyro.
Oh, that triggers the...
It does.
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
interesting. I thought, at least what I'd seen on PTR was if a mine walked through a wall, it just like demolished the wall and then everything.
It
but it's
pops
also
the-
popping?
Yeah.
It pops the mine.
That actually happens on the lower difficulties as well. You got to watch out for it, too, so...
That is very unfortunate.
Toxic.
So I guess
So they
that was
need to
probably...
not spawn the mine close to where they're putting the jails, or if they do, they need to prio popping that one and leave the further back ones to get frozen.
So that's the fascinating part, because it's just a cascade of mechanics.
Yeah.
They spawned the mines first.
Yep.
And then they had to bait the Frost Shatter Spears.
Yep.
And since they were in such a rush because they didn't properly bait the Frost Shatter Spears into like the fire puddles, they were just running around trying to find the closest mine to deal with, and so they let one run free.
I think it may have even been frozen, just if it was frozen in the spot where the wall was going up, it would have been bad. Although if it wasn't frozen, then that would also...
Yeah.
But yeah, I know they had one that was far to the side, so it may have just not gotten frozen. It's a big challenge, like you said, Jack, to get that done.
So I saw another interesting question that you might be able to give us more insight on in chat a little while ago, Jack. And it had a question to do with Darnie's healing. And someone in chat pointed this out. I'm not sure if it's true. I don't know enough about healing to actually know if it's true, but they said it seems like Darnie is fist weaving instead of casting. Is he doing that, and is there a reason for him doing that in this encounter?
Right, so all the monks, there's a lot of back and forth about what fist weaving is and what caster weaving type stuff is, but basically, Mistweaver's always been a melee healer this expansion. It has been always a priority. Usually they've been running this rushing wind kick talent, which is replacing Rising Sun Kick and causing them to basically make their kick a big frontal, and that'll extend the duration of your hots, that'll do all that fun stuff. The caster element kind of comes into when you play Yu'lon, because you don't really have to do any melee type mechanics to get good value out of it. You activate your Celestial, you mash out a bunch of casted Enveloping Mist, you cover the Raiden healing, you're good to go. But since there's such a high maintenance healing requirement, and the spec does a ton of damage, they're playing with the Jadefire Teachings talent, which is most commonly run in Mythic Plus. So that's quote-unquote fist weaving. And so they're running that alongside a mastery heavy build with the Chi-Ji Celestial. And so not only is their damage turning into healing with Jadefire Teachings, but when they have their the Crane out, that's what it's called, they're also kicking up more mastery healing off their damage effects. So they're dropping this Jade line onto the group, making sure that it's allowing you to hit multiple times with a few of your melee abilities, and then you're just constantly dealing damage to heal while being able to get some empowered casts for your Enveloping Mist, which spreads around more hots onto your allies.
Interesting.
It's a really efficient way to play, and basically every Mistweaver in the group is now running it. You can see on Fired Up's POV, he has his ERT note, right there, where there's 3 cranes right there, and then 3 revivals.
Those weren't there yesterday. They were just Yulons yesterday.
Yes, so they didn't add it to their ERT note until today, and I'm really glad they did, because then it allows me to see some of the timings that they're setting up for this.
Yeah,
because
Fired Up notably doesn't care. That's just there because Max is watching his perspective.
Thank you, Max.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There's a lot of stuff on Fired Up's UI that is not for him. It is for Max to raid lead with, but we are going to see another mine catastrophe here take them out just as we were approaching that P2 push. Alas.
And so what are the other benefits of that? Is this a lot more mobile of a spec than the more caster spec?
It's
is
very
it something that gives them full uptime in the spin phase, I guess?
Yeah, it's very consistent healing. So notably, all the healers in the group have some form of ramp that they might describe as. Disc Priest is the spikiest ramp possible, which means they do a crazy amount of healing every minute and a half. And then after that, they're doing a little like single target here, a little shield there, but not much. Resto Druid is doing a very sustained amount of healing over a long period of time. They're spreading around a lot of healing over time effects, and that's empowering their regrowth, which is kind of like a flash heal with a hot attached to it. That's empowering their single target healing. And Nick's job is really kind of evening out all the health bars. He's doing very specific targeted healing one by one to everybody. Mistweavers, on the other hand, have like semi-smart healing, where their damage is turning into healing on allies who need it. And their celestial timing is stacking an insane amount of modifiers, like 7 different effects on top of each other. Your damage turns into healing. Your Shaylun's Gift procs a stat buff or healing replicated buff with the Xiaohao's Lessons talent. And then they're having their Celestial, which is causing mastery healing, additional healing over time effects with enveloping breath, and they're kind of stacking all of that together for like a 30-second elongated ramp period. So they sustain a large amount of healing for a great period of time, and when they don't have cooldowns up, they're constantly doing damage to heal, which is insane for this fight because you're constantly getting value with all the dots stacking up from the boss.
I think the funniest thing about the healers on this fight is the fact that Nick is actually just spending the entire first 45 seconds of the fight just casting wraths into the boss.
Yes. Well, the fun part is he's taking advantage of Heart of the Wild to add additional damage at the beginning of the encounter, since you're really having 3 healers who are just doing their damage rotation and also taking care of all the maintenance damage that's happening.
And this fight starts off with a very, very light healer requirement.
Oh, yeah.
You can see, look at the raid frames here. They're not moving because the boss hasn't gotten those stacks yet from moving to the opposite sides. So you could play very few healers at the start of this fight, but of course, you can't swap out people during the fight, so you got to do it.
That's ironic. Can you explain monk healing again? I missed it.
We can repeat it again. I mean, somebody was a little confused saying that monks aren't taking ancient teachings or Shayluns. Well, yes, they are. They're actively taking Jadefire teachings now, and if we show Dryny's POV, we can kind of highlight it. They've been taking Shayluns, not so much for the healing it's naturally doing. It does a decent amount, but they're taking a different talent now called Xiaohao's to basically buff up their other spells. There's a cycling buff to it, so every time you activate Shayluns, it gives you a different buff, and then it moves on to the next one. Sometimes you get a bunch of haste, sometimes you get a bunch of healing replication, sometimes you get damage reduction.
Is it kind of like the Paladin Blessings in a way?
Similar, very, very similar.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I just want Autumn.
Yeah.
Give me Autumn.
I got the myth.
Actually,
guys.
No, I don't want Autumn. I want the Paladin out of my raid. Do not lag me, please.
Oh yeah, the Holy Paladin lag incident.
Please.
Yeah, the 20,000 hits of Beacon of Light, very fun.
Yeah, and Dawn Light.
Just instantly start lagging the raid.
That's good. Very good in 30-player heroic raids.
That is an interesting question, Juno Shah. And a good question, too.
Zephyr.
So, what do you guys think is the latest they would have to kill this boss for Liquid to go dark?
Ooh.
And pull Gallywix off stream.
Ooh.
That is a great question. Yeah, I mean, I think if they killed this boss anytime after 6 p.m., they would probably go dark.
I could see it.
Although, I mean, it's tough because, like, obviously there's a lot of value in going dark to see the start of Galliwix, but also there's a lot of value in streaming the start of Galliwix, right? Like, that's the most exciting time in the race.
That's the entire point of
seeing the end boss.
But the point for them is to win.
I mean, there's always this tension, right? Because, like, in theory, it would be best to go entirely dark, right? Every single thing you stream, you're giving your competition information, but also, if you do that, then, you know, you can't afford to not have a job because you're not making any money from streaming the race, right? So it all is a trade-off. So I actually don't know what decision they would make. I'm sure that there will be people, like there's always a debate, right, within the guild about when to go dark versus when to stream these different things. But I feel like it would be like, 6 p.m. or later would be go dark, would be my guess. I don't know what you guys think, though.
I think it'd have to be later than that.
You think later? You think if it was 6 p.m. they'd stream it?
I think they'd stream it if it was 6 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very cool to see Galliwix for the first time.
I think it would need to be like post 10 p.m. for them.
Post
to think
10
about
p.m.
That, yeah. Because there's not going to be a lot to be gained, especially when you consider they've been raiding for about 11 hours at that point. They'd probably only want to pull it a few times just to like see timings, make sure weak auras work. Get an
I mean, there's a
idea of
lot
what
of
the
value.
fight actually does.
The more prog you can do, like everything you can prog is great for your analysts to then optimize overnight.
I kind of think that they would go dark regardless.
You think so? You think if they killed it on this pull, they would go dark then for the next 12 hours?
I don't know about the entire time, but they would certainly do it until they felt that there was not any sort of extra advantage for going dark. Because if you look at, in the morning show, we were able to look at like methods pulls compared to Echo and Liquid, for example, for Muggsy.
Right.
And they very quickly were getting into 40% range.
Right.
By adopting Echo and Liquid strategies for Phase 1. It was incredibly quick, and they surpassed all of the, like, oh, we have to figure out this strat, we have to figure out this positioning. They just instantly were able to adopt it and start making some great strides.
Oh, gonna be going again on this pull here. 2 healers dead. Well, no,
B-Res is available.
Both.
Second res has just become available.
Squad stay alive.
Still have fired up, also low. All good. Okay. Stabilizing is happening here to the extent that we can call this stabilizing, with the health frames looking like they do. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think that basically the answer is we don't know. There's a strong argument to be made to go dark for strategic reasons, but obviously we would hope not to do that, but I would say, yeah, it might happen. If Muggsy goes down, it definitely might happen.
So the way I see it, if they killed it, at one point with Liquid killing it today, would you say that they were in the lead?
Anytime they kill it.
Anytime.
Right? So that's the thing, is why wouldn't you want to, my argument at least, why not try to extend that lead a little bit further by getting a whole bunch of progress in Phase 1, and then you have 70% of, Echo's day getting taken up without seeing any Liquid pulls, and then they stream the next day.
Yeah, but so if they killed it this pull, and then you're talking about turning off stream for 12 hours, like that's, the most exciting 12 hours of the race, and you're not streaming it. I mean, it would be good tactically, but
yeah,
the earlier in the day that they killed this boss, the more you'd be giving up in terms of like exciting stream content by turning off the streams as well.
True. I love the content.
In a vacuum, right? If you were just trying to win the race, like you said earlier,
right? You would never stream.
You would never stream.
That's why a lot of back in the day when Method started streaming the race to World First, at the time Limit didn't stream because it made them less likely. It would make them less likely to win. In the short term, in any given race, you don't want to stream. In the long term, it's good to stream so that you can then be Team Liquid instead of a regular raiding guild.
Well, we're getting to the quad
Yeah, 4
here.
people are dead is the problem. That's part of why this fight looks so cursed. Because I think with 4 people dead, you don't have immunities here to soak this like you usually would. They might still be able to have 4 people in it. Oh man, this is getting so ugly. Yeah, you can see there's just no way with
bleed out here.
Everybody dead.
Pay Respects cast going to start to go off on the bosses. These Galajugans stay alive longer and longer, and it's going to be a slow bleed out here as we lose more and more players. Yeah. The thing is, it's such a hard question this time around because I feel like so little is known about Galliwix compared to previous
so you'd give up
bosses.
so much information by streaming it. But also, it would be so cool to watch.
It would be so cool to watch.
Oh man, it's like the more cool it would be to watch, also the more information you'd be giving away. Those things kind of always move in tandem, huh?
But thank you that's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Good conversation topic.
We don't know, basically, is the answer.
that's a question for Max and Bubba.
Yeah, and
that's a difficult decision they have to make.
I wouldn't be surprised if they disagree on the answer to that question as well.
I would not at all.
Historically, there's often a debate.
Juno, for such a good question, next time I see you, I won't ban you.
Wow.
Aw.
Okay,
any other questions from chat?
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out.
Yeah, chat, if you got any questions for us, we can cover them while we're in the next Muggsy Phase 1.
Oh, here's a good one. Do the casters get to see the polls that are happening while Liquid is dark?
Yes.
Sometimes. So they have, if we could see, let's say, like Driney's POV. Driney is part of like the healer room that you see right now, and it's just part of like a hallway. So there's a big like hallway worth of glass along his side. Sometimes when they go dark or they've gone dark or some of them are not streaming certain POVs, I like to just kind of put my head against the glass and then like stare in there and see what they're doing.
I like to watch it from the production perspective. I don't know if we have, what was it, camera 19 aimed at the production team? That's oh nope, that one's dark. But yeah, there's you can watch from there, and then because I don't like potentially being in behind the players, and I feel like weird, watching from there. I'm sure you don't though, Jack, but I do.
We actually,
I have no shame.
Yeah.
It's actually interesting.
I try not to do it too much.
This is a little nerdy production stuff, but the way a lot of the production stuff is set up for us to see the player feeds is based off of NDI, which is just kind of a peer-to-peer system for sending live feeds of the monitors to something else. So you can see it in OBS, you can see it in some other ingest program, and they have like NDI feeds for 16 of the players here that they can watch.
Right.
And we always have one of those feeds on one of our monitors here on the caster couch. So we were watching that when they were doing the Muggsy polls the other night during the After Dark that Cams and I were talking about Warcraft Logs. We were watching Muggsy polls.
Yeah.
During the middle of that. So yeah, we can always watch that if we want to.
Yeah, it's
if they have POVs.
It's so that we can be educated when we come back on the next day and are talking about it, of course. But also because we're really interested.
Oh, and yes, just for Max. Sorry, they do hardwires. Never mind, I lied.
Yeah, you want to. That's part of the reason why it's so valuable to be here at the Alienware training facility. And if you want to come here next year, you can sign up for our Coinbase giveaway at tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use code TeamLiquid20 and then go tl.gg/RWFBTS and sign up with the same email as your Coinbase account. One lucky winner will get flown out. And hey, depending on the timing and stuff, you might be able to watch some of these polls after they go dark as well. Be one of the few people in the world to see the first time on some of these bosses.
You could even be an EU infiltrator.
That's true.
NA or EU could win.
I bet if you come in from EU and we go dark, we're confiscating your phone.
That's right. From chat, Zyro, I missed the healing breakdown. Can you explain it again?
Yeah, please do, Zyro.
Yeah. So basically, they start off with the blue heron punch, and that comes in, and then they've got the green mist spam,
the healing spit
kick. Yeah.
That's right.
And they do the spinny thing.
Yeah. Then there's, of course, you gotta remember, of course, the bird ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah. They go up the bird ramp, and then the
bird like charges around.
Yeah, the bird does a little dashes here and there.
Yeah.
They're still doing, of course, the kicks and the punches. You can't stop with those. Those are going on the whole time. And after that, it's pretty much you just keep doing it. Rinse and repeat.
Cool. I do love how you guys talked about Warlock for like 5 minutes. Nobody said anything. Talk about healing for like a minute. Everyone's like, oh, he's talking about healing again. Get him.
Mug, get him. Time for demolition. You've been working out.
Oh, thanks.
Travis, do you want to talk about the Weak Warrior Guild?
Yeah, we have a Weak Warrior chefed up where when Muggsy yells any of his lines, you yell him back at him. And if anybody in the world does a /yell that's exactly one of Muggsy's lines, it will play the voice line over your audio as well. Very good.
Oh, you're forcing it to play the game file sound?
Yeah, it'll play. So if anybody yells, "You've been working out," you'll hear Mug yelling, "You've been working out."
Oh man,
Time
that's a
for
great
demolition.
line.
It's great.
Oh man.
There's even an infinite loop mode that you can turn on in the custom options where you'll yell back to other players as well, and then of course if two people have that on, you'll both just infinitely yell the same line back at each other.
You should just offer a cursed Weak Aura pack every season.
Yeah. We have some good ones. We have the Brain Rub Weak Aura. That just takes...
What?
Well, so you got to rub your brain cells together to get optimal performance. So this Weak Aura will put 2 brain icons on the bottom of your screen and just have them rubbing against each other. That generates friction in your brain, which is good for the neuron connectivity.
Ooh.
Yeah.
My favorite weak aura of all time, there are two of them. There's the spell say weak aura.
Okay, yeah, where it says
your character
every
just
spell you
says
cast.
everything you do, including jump.
Yep.
And then there was also another one called meme sound that I think Arsend and Instant Dollars made, where if you type in chat meme sound and then a number, like a sound ID, it'll just play the sound for everybody that has that weak aura.
Nice.
So he was a big fan of doing the Halandris startup sound.
That's good.
There are a few other really good ones too.
Like
yeah.
Screeching of the.
Yeah.
That's like, I guess that's more Lahuvim.
Yeah. Those are some weird sounds.
Yeah. We've got a similar one to the jump one. We have one that just goes boing every time you jump.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Boing, boing.
And then, of course, there's eating Nam Nam.
Oh, no, boo.
When you start eating your feast, you got to do eating Nam Nam. Although we haven't updated it for fast food yet, which is in this raid, where you eat in 5 seconds instead of 10. So that's something that we got to do.
That's a sick buff. Big fan.
What other good weak auras do we have? Oh, Dolly and Daughter, my best friends. You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have so it's this one wasn't made by us. I think it was yoinked from Wago, but it's whenever somebody puts down Mira's jukebox and does the Dolly and Daughter, my best friends song, it'll
Wait, keep going.
They pull my wagon through dunes of sand. They have small feet and they love to eat. And then here's the last line that actually wasn't in for the first couple of patches, but it was bugged. They put it in. It's they're the best alpacas in all the land. And it will put that with like a karaoke style alpaca running over the words, and you'll also /say the song as it's coming out.
It's beautiful.
So anybody dropping Mira's Jukebox, you would have the whole raid just /saying it and with the sing along on your screens.
Oh, that's so good. Let's see if they're going to have any songs as well. Let's take it on over into a Monster Energy. Listen in.
I'm okay with that. I actually like that better. I feel like moving...
Show it again. What we're doing?
Basically what we just did, but like there's no forced early movement. Just like we're doing the hot mess here. We keep the boss still. We send the line and the tank debuff to the entrance. The spray and pray just goes left here, and then we pull the boss into position.
Yeah.
We should be hitting that ad, I think. Like almost every pull, someone's just getting fried by it. Like THD died this pull to it.
I feel like when you Monkey Cocoon that debuff, you should do it later, not at the start.
Oh, so many toys.
Which one? The
one that's flying to sure here. Like he gets like Cocoon early, and then it goes away at high stacks, and he just gets fried. I think Cocoon's already gone before the DLC even close to being over.
I mean, if you're not taking the talent, that Cocoon's gonna get melted in like one tick, anyways. It's not like a 4 mil.
Did he pull again?
Dranaco's trying to kill everyone, bro.
I'm getting tabbed into the game for some reason. Might reload or something. I don't know. Something weird.
Dranaco wants to murder us all.
Yeah. That as well.
No, don't do it.
Dude, how the fuck did Sari die with PS from 90% in the hot mess?
That's radiation sickness.
Oh, okay.
I almost lived, actually.
I got
reminder.
I like double zap the second the sick one off and just died.
Reminder, Shaq is no longer an immunity. He can immune for his own well-being. And Dranaco is a immunity.
I'm trying to fix the mark thing to be always right, but I can't log into the game.
Peanuts down.
You can, if you're pre-logged in, you're good. I'm like...
Oh, yeah, okay, I'll just do that.
1. Oh, so many toys. Don't die too quick, okay?
I'm surprised we haven't pulled with it being in the wrong phase yet.
It's easy. It's whenever the... You can look at the head.
Watch it, bro.
Well, who's
the energy bar's just different, you know?
Should watch the mines. 1.
No, sir, that was reloading. I'm not playing.
2.
That's fine. Take your time, bro.
I mean, fucking
Double ninja pull into relog. Jesus, guy's a griefer.
Yeah, because I kept getting bad in, so I said I was restarting my game.
How about you
I'm
listen,
sorry,
bro?
I'm sorry.
log in.
Dude, something's wrong with the Windwalkers. It has to be.
Not a good time to restart your game.
Yeah, other roll never
You
restart
just
there.
missed a bunch of people with that last movement, right?
Yeah.
It's all good.
All good, guys. Sure, we're fine.
That's okay. Dranko's not even here.
Dranko will be back soon. Don't worry.
Maybe we can make it with 90 minutes.
I'm saving for T2.
Okay,
3-minute build up.
Yeah, we're checking if we can 6 heal.
Yeah.
Wait, what's
Dornako's
happening?
defending Dornago.
Dranko's been AFK this entire time.
Yeah, he decided to go on break.
Dranko decided to log out when I said never to log out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we're still on pace, guys.
Yeah, it's easy.
Fails.
Can you cult me, son?
Hold on.
Just got the bash.
Okay, frontal here. Dipping your toes in 3, 2, 1, now.
Hola. What? For me, sir? For me, sir? For me, sir? Can't start this one.
Dude, that was sick, Smack. That was sick.
Try not to say me. Say your name. Or the.
Right, does it? It's fucking bad. I'm dead. That did it. Fuck. That's fun. Get you up.
Fine. Dranko's on breaking news.
How's the weather today, Dornako?
It's dark.
Mine's. 2, 3, 4. I think we can probably die. Oh, we got the bugged soak. That's fun. Dude, this pull had all the things.
Not Dranko.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have it.
Oh shit.
Bro, look at this soak on. You can see it so clearly from Fired Up's perspective too. Look at this. Look at this last soak. Ready this mine that gets soaked right here. Which, by the way, an illegal bait because of this exact reason. If you ever want to know why. Ready? Yip soaks it. Look at this one fucking slam dunk into the stairs right here.
Oh.
Yeah. Well,
when that happens, didn't see it.
Why have you didn't see it?
Literally just right there on his pull.
I saw it. I just wanted us all to die.
That's Dranko's so.
Shaq, it's pretty smoky in your room.
Yeah, I've been smoking.
I didn't get the rest from him, but yeah.
I've been just fucking smoking a massive one all morning. What's going on, Dranko? Are you able to log in?
No, I mean, you can't log in now, no.
My eyes are just fucking itching.
THD says
I guess
don't
this
log
is spark
in.
time.
Right, don't log out, we all log out.
Can we do a 12, please?
Oh,
I guess
dude,
this is
last time we did a
time.
12, the whole strat changed. Let's keep it under.
Yep, stretch break, stretch break.
I'm good with.
Yo, Mark,
I'm
I
good
need
with
the
sub 12.
discs.
What's the fastest way to get them?
I just T1 delve 3 times, right? With the discs.
Alright.
We just hit a quickie.
Dude, I feel like this tier has had an all-time high of tech problems, with the obviously culminating in the 3-hour power outage.
Yep.
You want to leave the red mark? What delve do you want to do?
Was that like a planned outage that no one told the building
No,
about, or?
it's not a planned outage. That was made up. Basically,
Okay.
as soon as our power went
Wait,
out, someone
Titan
looked
discs?
up
Is
some
Rares
kind of
better?
public electricity information on the city of Santa Monica, and there was like a planned power outage for 3 homes.
It might be.
Oh, okay.
And then that is what got linked to a Twitter thread, and people were like, "Bro, you all should have known about this," and that's absolutely had nothing to do with what it was. Completely unplanned, and it showed up like an hour later on the actual site, and they.
Yeah, it's also quite a bit north of where we are.
Yeah.
Then a transformer blew up in the block south of us, so took out the power.
Yeah, we need a tank for Titan
Yo,
discs.
tank. Tank for Titan discs.
You need a tank though?
Well, we need someone to Q tank. Or a healer Q, because you're smacked.
Really curious.
Oh, we should just go delve. No one wants to do Titan discs.
Ooh.
Is there a fast one that we can spam, or? I'm just falling thud.
Usually the one in Undermine, huh?
You're the leader, Thud.
What's the Undermine one?
It's just the teleporter one.
Undermine one, is it the Demolition Dome?
Oh no, it's like the side street.
Where the fuck is that one?
Like.
Hello and welcome back. Well, the Raiders are taking a break, which we believe is going to be for getting that extra spark now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what kind of crafting and extra power gains they're going to have in store for them.
Yeah, you could hear them talking about what the fastest delve was to go and do. So probably the side street sluice is the one they're looking for in the Undermine. Not the Demolition Derby. That's where you fight the Underpin.
I hear that's a favorite of yours.
The Underpin's fun, actually. It's you get the title The Real Deal for killing him, I think, at question mark difficulty, which it's not as hard as Zekvir question mark was last year. Yeah.
Have you done the Underpin yet?
Yeah, of course.
On the question mark difficulty?
Question mark.
Oh, okay. Three question marks.
Well, there's only two. There's
only
one and
two. Well, there's only two?
I know, it's sad. Yeah.
What do you get for that now?
You get some customization for your Delver's dirigible, and also the title The Real Deal, and also like 20 Valor Stones or something, so you know.
Ooh.
No big deal. Thank you.
There's the real deal. What kind of cards you got there?
We've got somebody ripped some WoW TCG cards here. So we've got some fractions of those. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but that's tough.
Yeah, so what was the rare that you actually got from TCG last night?
We didn't really get anything.
We got
There's a code. I saw a code.
We got 2 loot cards, one of which I think is guaranteed in that box, and then another in one of the packs was the same one. It was the like the paint bomb or something.
Paint bomb.
Yeah, paint bomb.
It's just an in-game toy. It's like, worth like $1.
Yeah.
Oh,
we just gave the codes to chat last.
Oh, just gave it. Yeah, that could have been $1.
We also there were it was actually crazy. I didn't think there'd be so many excited people to open packs last night, but not only was it me, Dratnos, and Cams on the After Dark show, but Tettles and Kalamazzi also joined us behind with just microphones.
Yeah.
We all opened one pack, and then for the 6th pack, we did a little flip it and rip it. That's why I have all of these.
Oh, these ripped up pieces of cards.
We had chat choose cards to flip and cards to rip.
Yeah.
Love it.
We saved the rare, though. That's huge.
That's right.
Yeah,
all right, let's take some of the transmogs that we've got so far from your donations. $35 to submit your transmogs or your pet picks or anything along those lines while we're keeping an eye on the Raiders as they're getting their crafting together.
Yeah, let's see if we got a spark from this one real quick. The Pinnacle Cache that Zapdos just turned in there by any chance. Because, yeah, he has a 636 to craft into. But, yeah, this Mog from Bergson, this is pretty nice. I'm pretty sure I've used, like, almost this exact Rogue Mog before. Although it's got a different like chest armor than but that's the I think that's Rogue like Antorus belt maybe. It's a very nice belt, and then it's Castle Nathria tier helmet.
Yeah, it's like the Witch Hunter helm.
Yeah, very nice. And then the swords are beautiful swords.
I forget. Are those the new T-Boos or are those a different one?
It's like a new one.
That's the new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The old one is much lower.
7.2.
7.2. I'll give this. I really like this style of Rogue Transmog. I'm gonna go with a 9.
It's a good thing you don't have Mix on the desk. She hates black and red transmogs.
I love it. I love black and red.
I kind of like this. I'll go 7.9.
Okay, Sang opening some Season 1 boxes.
Was he getting Valor Stones out of that?
Looking to see if he can get a spark from somewhere, maybe.
Huh.
Okay,
we got Derp Kitty as well. I like this. I like the white and blue kind of theme to it, but
this is a weird.
They're also in the
that's
Olympics.
the Olympics tabard. Yeah, is that one's like really rare, right? I think it is.
It comes every 4 years.
Tabard or competition. Feral Druid as well.
I like it a lot. I'm gonna go 8.4.
7.8.
8.
Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful mod.
Also Queenslayer title.
Yeah, nice title for sure.
Hardcore Raider.
M-Zeros.
This is a M0 Rookery. But there's Lighthouse, the Undaunted, of Uwu Don't Kill Me Please Guild.
Gotta say it properly, Dratnos.
Uwu. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Like the it's like kind of gold on red. It's a little bit lighter of a red.
Yeah.
What's the sword? Do you recognize it?
I think it's from WoW.
Is that not one of the challenge mode ones from WoW?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so.
Not sure.
Interesting. I like it though.
Turn that sucker
8.2.
Yeah.
Sucker around.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
I like it.
It's one of those mogs that is kind of understated, which I do like.
I think
it doesn't have a shoulder mog on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of shoulders.
7.1.
Okay.
Check.
Oh, I'd given it an 8.
Oh.
Yeah,
All right, here's Bar
Oh,
Girl.
this is cool. I like the hat.
Yeah.
And the flannel, you know?
Yeah.
Not much longer you can wear flannel.
When you're no longer allowed?
We'll have to ask Siori.
Being told
That was good
that's
timing.
Oh,
being
yeah.
told that's edge of agony.
When is flannel no longer allowed? Like, is there a time of the year when it goes out of?
Yeah, when it's too warm. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's March.
Yeah,
you
so
know. Summer's coming.
Yeah.
Love it.
So this is out of style in like 2 months.
yeah, but for right now, it's allowed. I like this one a lot,
That was
actually.
like perfect timing. He was walking by in a very similar flannel
Yeah,
shirt.
pretty much the exact same mug IRL. Different hat.
Yeah, different hat.
No gun as well.
I'll give this an 8.8.
All right. I'm going to give it a 9. I also really like this one.
8.5.
I like that hat. It's a very big hat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bar Girl.
Here's Racrifice of the Four Winds.
In clan seppuku, that goes along with the name quite well.
Yeah. This is like a vanilla staff there.
It's like a zombie on vacation.
Yeah, what's going on here?
I'm getting stiff.
Oh. They are kind of. Oh my gosh, I give this a 9.1.
Oh man, 8.1.
All right, I'm gonna give this one a 7. I think I like it. I like the hat. I wish there was some matching whimsy in the staff.
I wish there was like a flower staff. or
Yeah,
something, you know,
or like a
That'd be cool.
one-hander and a bouquet in the offhand, something like that. That could go crazy. All right, here's Cole of the Wayward Soul Company. That's actually the same hat, but a recolor of it.
Yeah.
As the
This is a
Barker
Mog.
had. Yeah.
This is a mighty Mog.
Wait, how do you pronounce that O with the squiggle above it?
Yeah, usually I only see that on the ends.
On the Inya? Yeah.
The Enye.
Cool. Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce it? Like, really?
I don't know. Never seen that before in my life.
It's weird because you know, usually they don't let you put accents over letters that they don't go on. So
Oh, he's wearing fishnets.
there must be at least one language that puts that over an O.
Love those fishnets. Yeah. 8.6.
I'm just not a fan of Goblin Mogs. They don't. I don't know. Doesn't do it for me. Even though it's relevant for the patch.
This guy looks like he lives on a swamp.
I guess.
And he runs it.
I'll go like a 6.
So it's a composition of the Latin letter O with the diacritic mark tilde, and it's used in Romaniol Estonian,
Okay.
in which it's the 27th letter of the alphabet between W and A with 2 dots above it.
Okay.
Guarani, where it's the 22nd letter and 4th nasal vowel of the alphabet.
What's the intonation of it?
It's similar to the Spanish O, but with a stressed nasalization.
It's like sort of.
It's similar to the Spanish O, but with a stressed nasalization.
That was like nasal.
So how do you pronounce it?
In Hungarian, it only appears when a typeface does not contain a proper O with like a quote mark above it letter, which is an O with a double acute diacritic. It's also in Samogitian language, one that I wasn't familiar with. But I guess it's similar to Estonian, maybe?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, because it's not found in standard Lithuanian, so maybe this is somewhere else in that Baltic area. It's in Portuguese, and also Vietnamese, Voro, Skolt Sami, Voco, and also they use it in math, too. So there's actually quite a lot of uses for that O with the little tilde above it.
There you go. Oh, yeah, Peepo Rogue. It's a Vulperian Rogue, and it's kind of like a hat on a hat, right?
Yeah.
The fur skin on, like, their furry head.
I love the treasure chest backpack attachment that we've got going on here. I think that was a trading post one.
Peepo Rogue.
Smelly Peepo Rogue.
It's
Good
true.
title.
They are a Volpera.
I like the weapon enchants as well. I wouldn't have thought to use that like blue bubbly one on the other one, but
It kind of works.
kind of working.
7.3.
7.7.
I'm going to give it a 6. It is still a Volpera.
Oh, yeah, -1 for Volpera. 6.7. Sorry.
Impact is doing that sideways sluice delve. That is the fastest one generally, although there's one slow story in here, but this one's pretty nice. There's Thesia. And yeah, if you're having trouble logging in, the authentication servers are currently having a little oopsie.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, yeah, that spark that they added to the game shorted out one of the server connections, maybe, so.
NA just really can't catch a break.
Thesia here, the thread spinner Thesia.
What's that sword?
Yeah, it's got like a black rose in her hair as well.
Oh, yeah.
What's that sword from?
My guess would be, I don't even know where that one
is. That like Nyalotha?
That would have been my guess, but I don't remember it from that tier.
No, Eternal Palace.
Ah, yeah, Eternal Palace. It looks like Blackwater Behemoth.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
I don't remember.
No,
that
You get a big whiff.
up, or is it Shara?
Up.
You get a big whiff. I don't want small whiffs.
Oh no.
Shadows isn't here, okay? We don't need to worry about him.
Chat, behave. No, stop typing sniffa. Stop that.
This is a bit of the like Sylvanas transmog as well.
I do like the color scheme that we've got going on here.
Yeah.
I think these are a lot of matching elements. I like the rose in the hand as well.
I'd give it a 9.3.
All right, yeah, I'll give it a 9 as well.
Yeah,
Is that a rose? Okay, no, it's like a. It looked like it from the front, but it's actually like a little bag, a little satchel of tricks.
Dark things.
Thank you, Thesia. Thank you.
Yeah. That's a great transmog for sure. Here's Avian.
Oh.
Of Casual World First.
I didn't know there was a green version of these swords.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of recolors from the Zereth. These are the Zereth Mortis sabers.
Yeah.
Bunch of colors you can get.
I've seen the blue ones, I've seen the red ones, I've seen the purple ones.
There's also a yellow one and a green one.
I feel like I've seen this one before.
Almost the entire color wheel.
Maybe somebody has the exact same mog?
It is a nice mog. That helmet is a very popular one.
Yes.
A very good one as well.
Just got your casual work clothes and, just a flaming skull and some sabers.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go to work.
Yeah.
Roll up your sleeves.
Kill some demons.
I mean,
8.4.
Casual world first.
Casual world first, yeah.
Yeah, everything fits. 8.7.
Yeah, 8.4 for me.
If you're just now wondering what's going on, yes, the auth servers are down, but that's not why they're doing what they're doing right now. About half an hour ago now, Blizzard has enabled the second spark for players because there was an exploit earlier in the week for players to get an early second spark this week. So they're compensating everybody because of that exploit, just giving everyone a second spark so the playing field's completely even. They're all doing activities to get that final fractured spark they need so they can upgrade their characters and have a better chance of taking down Muggsy. In the meantime, we're rating some of your transmogs, and if you want to show us your transmogs, you can donate to our partner, the Pasadena Humane Society, using the link tl.gg/rwf-donate.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh. Here we've got Gams, the famed slayer of Denathrius.
It's a good title.
Here are Echoes.
I don't know if I love it. It almost looks like they're like an undead night elf.
Yeah,
a little. It's almost like it's a
little Dark Ranger
kind of thing rather than like a Druid Mog.
Very much, yeah, leaning into that like Moonkin astral vibe, maybe like the cold darkness of space.
Yeah,
I like it actually. I think this is a unique take on it.
I actually hard vibe with this.
Yeah,
cool blue scheme.
If you have to be a Moonkin, really well. I think this might be the way to do it.
It's a little frustrating that it's a Moonkin because they never see this when they're in combat.
Yeah, you go Glyph of Stars, but still.
None of them play Glyph of Stars though, man.
I'm gonna
Not
go
a
with 8.
single one does. I'm gonna go very high for a Moonkin player. I'm gonna go 8.9.
Wow, that is very high for a Moonkin indeed. Here's Plug Lord, the Kingslayer.
That's a cool.
Oh, what is his weapon?
Of Cash Money Heroes. That looks like it's probably from this batch.
I think it must be.
Like a chain blade?
Yeah.
Like a really janky saw?
Yeah, that's nice.
I like that a lot.
That's a cool mog.
What is that weapon?
My guess is that it's like just a green from the Undermine.
It's from Floodgate.
Ah, Floodgate. Okay.
That would do it.
Cool weapon.
The chain blade.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of got the regal vibe going here. They got the crown, they got the purple. The gold actually fits really well with that too.
Yep.
I will say I like the weapon, I like the mog. I'm not sure they go together all that well.
Yeah, that would be great. Also, make sure whenever you're submitting your mogs that you have an armory link from like the WoW site itself that helps us pull these up a lot easier.
Good shout.
Takes away a lot of the steps and everything like that for our production team. I'd give this a 9.2.
It's in the 9s for you.
Wow.
Yeah. I really like the, I don't know what it is, the purple Pallion monks just really do it for me.
I'm going to go with a 7.
I think the thing that I would do to tie this together is throw a weapon illusion on the sword.
That could work.
Like something that glows purple.
I feel like a little gold accent somewhere else, like a gold crown instead of a silver one, would really help tie it with the sword.
Yeah,
because that's like the only place we're seeing gold and silver. I don't know.
So I'm going to dock it a little for that, but I'm still in the 8s. I'm going to go like 8.7. I think
Definitely
I
a great mog, and I like seeing new stuff in these mogs as well. Delve complete for Liquid.
They did it!
But here's Laranja the Diplomat.
They need to get their Titan disc fragments. I don't think they expected to need to do the weekly here.
Well, the weekly is a high chance of giving them that.
I think it's guaranteed to give it. Yeah, I think it's the way you get that, because they need this week's spark to then do that quest with. Yeah. What do you guys think of Laranja the Diplomat?
Let's see. I do like the asymmetrical shoulders a lot. Something like a different Alcazar vibe.
They got the bone
Yeah.
spike vibe going on.
Yeah.
A very on theme for Zandalari. I like that a lot. I'm going to go with a 9.2. I really like this mog. I think that it's capturing that Zuldazar vibe.
Yeah, I'd give it
which
a
is
9.
a very nostalgic zone for me, actually. I love Zuldazar.
Me too.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time out in the world in Zuldazar doing quests.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go like it fits the Xanilard troll vibe nicely. I'm going to go like 7.5.
Okay.
Here's Buyaski.
The Just Us League.
Oh, that's Touchpads Guild.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we had somebody was in an Evoker transmog screen briefly there.
Gotta make sure you look good.
Or maybe that was login screen. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was the barber or what. But yeah, here's Buyaski. Interesting mog here. Tauren Druid. Again, kind of a subtle one. Here's Scott. Okay, Scott is
a little bit less
making
is
his
more.
warrior a Drakthir, maybe?
Oh, these are important optimizations to make
hang
with the
on.
character. He's beakless currently.
Yeah.
Built for speed.
What is he doing? Do not do the large fin.
Huh. Oh. Wait, huh.
Oh?
Oh?
Huh.
I'm trying to think of why you'd play Drakthir on this encounter, because of course it's good to have the Worgen damage if you can get on all fours, but the Drakthir may be also nice on this fight. Maybe it's for getting punched back. You can cancel it with the glide.
Oh, true.
Just to tap the space, but that seems like a kind of small thing.
It seems like a lot of small things would help on this encounter.
Maybe, yeah.
The boss being repositioned can be a little annoying. as a
Maybe you
ranged
could get
player.
in and out of the cages with a good glide as well.
Haven't tried. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything cool he could... what happens if you try and like heroic leap and tap glide in the middle of it? Do you get to fly?
I think the heroic leap goes through.
Ah, darn it. Although maybe it's good for soaking mines. You could then tap glide right after as well. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, sorry, not to distract from Buyaski, the...
True, I'll give it an 8.9.
I'm going to give it a 9 as well, because I feel bad for looking at the screen instead of the transmog there and leaving you hanging.
Yeah, Buyaski, I'm sorry we were looking at Scott over you. You're a
Hashtag all
very
fours.
valuable...
Hashtag all fours.
Hashtag all fours.
No, please don't shake at me. I'm sorry. Sorry. 8.9.
$21,502. And of course, our Goblin music video is going to be at $25,000. We're almost there.
Here's Katsuku, Herald of the Titans, with that cool cowl face thing. I like that one a lot.
Is this a store helm?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see how well they've tied it in to the rest of the mog here. It is black and red. I like these colors.
I like this one a lot, too. It's
I
a
like
good
that staff
Warlock
as well.
mod.
I use that staff actually in a lot of mogs.
This color scheme works really well for
Warlock.
For
yeah.
Warlock in general.
And it's
I like
a Worgen as well, so we've got to give it +4 for the all fours. Bringing this up to a 13 for me.
I don't like the Worgen with a Warlock, but the Mog is really, really good. So I got to give us a 9.2.
Well, I mean, Warlocks struggle with mobility, so being able to just go on all fours kind of fits the theme, no?
The only one that struggles with mobility is Priest. Come on.
Okay.
Here's Doppel.
Oh, sorry, I didn't rate the last one. 8.2.
Okay.
Okay, Doppel. Where are we at? Seraph, I know that guy.
That's isn't that the guild with like 20 raid teams?
Yes.
Mal'Ganis, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Shout out to Jamie and Ilpat, guild leaders.
I like the blank tabard.
It's like an apron.
Yeah, like an apron.
Yeah. It's like a cooking apron.
There's some really cool tabards actually now. There's like chain vests as well you can get as tabards.
So only like a white cloth. Is it a bow belt? It's kind of what it looks like.
And then that's Wraith Chill weapon illusion.
Ooh, it's a little wrap. Oh, and it's Doppel's birthday as well.
Happy birthday, Doppel.
Be nice.
That's a 10.
10 out of 10.
9.9 out of 10.
Yay!
Wow. Those are Talons.
Okay, why are we showing the talons?
Probably Tettle's back there on the production line. Zoom in, zoom in.
Need to get a big whiff. I don't want small whiff.
All right, so here's Zapdos. Crafted Charged Rune Axe and probably crafted Cloak now. So yeah, what we just did is we basically got a free embellishment compared to the last pull on Zapdos out of this, because he had a 656 or 658 Cloak, but now it's going to be an embellished 658 Cloak. So big gain there.
Yep.
Here's Fire Paladin. The Light of Dawn.
Is this mostly a set? It's like a bunch of
different
pieces of sets.
So we have the high def tier 2 on one side. I believe that's a Hallowfall shoulder, and then I think that's Nighthold Warrior tier helmet recolor.
I'm impressed that you know all of that.
Yeah. Sometimes there's space in my brain where useful information is supposed to go, and World of Warcraft knowledge goes instead.
Fine dining and breathing.
Maybe that's not Nighthold. I'm not sure. I think that is a warrior helmet, though. I like this sword. Little, like, Gladius thing.
Yeah. With a thick blade.
Cool illusion on it as well.
Oh, yeah.
What even is that one? I need that one.
Yo, chat, what is that?
Is that like a PvP one?
9.4? 9.4.
9.6. Very cool.
That's Nighthold Paladin, right?
Nighthold Paladin? Okay, yeah, my bad. Yeah, the warrior one is the black dragon flighty one.
Apparently it's just Crusader.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Is the illusion.
Wow. Yeah, I need to start using that more. That looks really good.
But the flame effect itself is built.
Oh, it's in the sword.
weapon.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a combination of Crusader and the sword. I
Monkey
see.
I like that one a lot.
Chops.
I think that was like a 9.5 for me.
Monkey Chops the Fabulous. We've got
He's got a paddle and
Cleaver,
a
the
cleaver.
paddle,
What are we even doing?
the candle, and the butterfly wings.
Oh,
You already know
my God.
there are Max viewers in chat that are just like 10 out of 10.
Yep.
No notes. Got the candles melting on the head.
They're probably nice and firm.
And why do you have a cleaver?
Because they're chopping. Monkey chops.
Oh, I get it.
He's got the
Did you
cutting.
get that
He's
one?
got the cutting board and the cleaver.
Got the flower. What's it called when you've got a flower around your wrist? There's a
The
word for that.
corsage.
Corsage?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna give this a 5 out of 7.
It is a 10
5
out
out
of
of 10.
10.
Yeah.
10 out of 10, no notes.
It's a perfect
Yeah.
score if you didn't know.
I'll give it a 10 as well. I think this one is
corsage.
very well executed. Stupidity.
Hell reigns.
Bane of the Fallen King.
That's those swords again.
Yeah, the blue
Very popular
Mortis
blades.
sword.
The illusion is not. What illusion is that?
I think that's one of the like Winter's Chill maybe.
There's 2 different ones.
Yeah,
But he has spikes in his eyes.
I like that. I like this one a lot.
You like the spikes through the hood?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Kind of a vibe.
Kind of a vibe indeed.
Oh, man, I just...
Oh,
and another
they're-
reference
they're-
teed up for that.
They're pre-turning that sucker around for us. We don't have to call for it.
Chat, what's the spikes to the eyes thing? You guys know what I'm talking about. One of you does. It's a book reference.
I can't read.
This is very DK.
I'll read it to
though.
you
I like-
sometime.
I like it a lot. I'm gonna go 8.7.
Yeah, but there's hemalurgy. Thank you. Yeah, the Inquisitors with the hemalurgy. Yeah. Thank you, chat. It's cool. Don't worry, I'll tell you later. I'll read the book to you. Yo, thick Scooby.
Thick Scooby.
With Fearlath, too.
Yeah, the Torghast back attachment. I like that.
Fearlath.
There are a lot of those, yeah.
Although it's a sick weapon, it doesn't fit this Mog at all.
Yeah, Shadowmourne would maybe go kind of crazy here if you want to get a different legendary two-handed axe.
He also has the same spiked helm.
Yeah, interesting.
Back to back.
That's cool.
Oh, Zato DK, is this you? Someone in chat just said, "Oh man, that's mine. It wasn't showing the right stuff on it."
Ah, yeah. Sometimes you gotta log out and make sure you're in the right one. And sometimes the armor is like slow to update. It's a little cringe sometimes.
All right, I don't think we can.
I still like this one.
Oh no, Hell Reigns was something that was supposed to look different.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
The Hellrains one looked really good.
We liked Hell Reigns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Whatever your Mog is, you should change it to that. That was nice. And yeah, thanks you. I like this one. It's definitely a bold axe choice, right? Because it doesn't match with the rest, but you know, I think it still looks good. It's striking. Kind of stands out even more.
Yeah, 7.7.
Yeah, I'll give
I
it an
think
8.
that's fair. 8.1.
I do like the Torghast back attachment, and I like a lot of these are not set pieces. I think that are combined with each other, which is nice. Although I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know where that helmet comes from.
Thick Scooby.
It's very cool.
Shout out Thick Scooby.
Here,
hey, Zyro Blast of Velocity.
This is like, okay, honestly, 2 out of 10. This is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
this
what
is
do we
like
got going
last
on
year's
here?
helm.
That's like priest helm.
It is. Yeah.
It's not
priest mythic helm
at all.
Yep.
Yep.
And then we've got the. Is that still the very rare cloak on?
Yeah. Check.
Yeah.
Boo him.
Yeah.
Boo.
And then just a hallow. That's like a priory staff.
That's a crafted staff.
Oh, crafted staff. Wow.
Yeah. Looks awful.
Yeah.
I mean,
0 out of 10.
A 1.
Got the gears out for free on stream too. Just shameless. Just shameless.
Why a Mechanome?
Because it was bis for damage last patch.
Oh, what about this patch?
I don't know. I haven't logged into it.
Oh, that's right. You've been playing. Yeah, Lock.
Well, so I started playing Mage last year, and then I swapped to Warlock mid-tier because it was really good for the last couple bosses.
Ah.
And this Mage is still in, like, early Mythic gear.
Oh, wait. So that's a cool strategy. Now you're going to be like, oh, Warlock's doing okay, but we really need more mages. So can you guys start gearing my mage up so I can swap mid-prog?
That would be very hard to do because I'm the only Warlock in my guild.
Oh,
that's
dang.
tough.
Locked in then. Never mind.
Locked in, as it were. Yep. There's Birdwatcher Boomju of Hello Kitty Club. Another one of that.
Tough to get into that club.
hat. Oh, what's that? Is that
Oh, wait,
the,
hold on. Yeah, zoom out a little bit.
That's the Warlock, the skull.
Yes, the skull, the ghostly skull. Okay.
So is that a weapon thing, or?
This is the demonology artifact weapon from Legion.
Yeah.
Ah.
The skull of Minari.
So is it the sword?
It's the offhand.
Oh, it's the offhands. So instead of actually holding an offhand, you just have a skull around you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
It was very cool.
Oh,
and then in the final boss of Blackrock Hold, you would double dip your pet HP scaling damage and one-shot the boss with that thing.
Got the chicken back attachment.
I like the chicken. This guy's got crazy eyes.
It's definitely interesting.
7.6?
Just a casual farmer who also happens to summon demons.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
Yeah, I'm in this at 7.3.
How do you get the Birdwatcher title? Besides the obvious.
Okay. Spirit Beast.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. This one's like a Bwansamdi.
Yeah, this is sick.
I love Bwansamdi.
He could even get some more Mog if he wanted to, and like full legs and everything out of Battle for Nazar.
Yeah, there's some bod Mog.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a better back piece, but I like that
the
one.
back feed.
I like that a lot.
That's like a Senjin style one.
Yeah. Everything fits here, man. This is good.
This is a good Bob Salami Mug.
And then what
about the belt?
Is that Sylvanas bow? I think it is.
Oh, he's got some like blood potions on the belt.
Yeah.
Oh,
some,
that's
blood
so
troll
good.
stuff going on.
Yeah.
I like this a lot.
9.3 for me.
I don't see a lot of Mogs like this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 9.5.
10 out of 10.
Wow.
10 out of 10.
Wow.
Banger Mog. Good theme. Body type and everything like that goes along with it.
I miss Bwansamdi, man.
Yeah, me too.
He used to like laugh at you when you died in keys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You've been needing a little help from old Bwansamdi.
Got Smaradine, the Blood Elf Warlock. What are we thinking here?
Another black and red one.
Ooh, I think the tattoos are going pretty well with the mix as well.
Oh, yeah.
I always like when they mix those up. It's kind of like a troll necklace.
Yeah, a little bit of, again, the blood. That's the same belt. Wow, we've had a couple of these Mogs with the same piece. It's being used in a different way from Mog to Mog. I love that.
Yep, very well done. I mean, they honestly could have made this like a troll as well, and it would look good.
I like it, though, as even as a blood elf.
Maybe a Zandalari. Can you be a Zandalari Warlock?
I think so.
Probably.
That would look sick that way.
Most classes that can be trolls can also be Zandalari trolls, I'm pretty sure. What is this staff? I don't know what staff that is.
Nor do I.
It's kind of cool.
It is very cool.
Chat, what's this staff?
Is that a Destro Warlock artifact one?
It could be. It could be.
It definitely looks very...
Trading post on me.
Trading post, okay.
Okay, interesting.
Give it a 9 out of 10. It would be 10 out of 10 if it was a troll.
Okay. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10 as well, but it wouldn't be a 10 out of 10 if it was a troll for me.
I'm in the 8s. 8.7. Still good.
I do like it. Here's Liz Void, Witness of the Kirin Tor. Interesting, kind of a like archaeologist thing going on.
Yeah, that's a cool theme that isn't really touched on much.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
I like the
name
glasses.
of that? Like, oh, there's like an archaeologist character from Hearthstone that I liked a lot.
Oh, Elise Starseeker.
Yeah, Starseeker.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, this is like.
Yeah.
It's that vibe perfectly.
Look at the tips of the hair in the front. There are like little void tinges to it. almost like neon as well. See that?
Yeah.
What is that even from?
I
Is that
think
part of the
that's-
hair itself?
No, I think that's... Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Is that actually
Just
a
Void Elf
hair-
thing?
Yeah, like a Void Elf haircut.
Damn, I need to play some more Void Elves.
Yeah.
Trill going to do the world boss here. You guys should
That's
do the
just
world
Void
boss
Elf
as
hair?
well.
Wait, that's awesome.
If you haven't done the world boss, it gives the first time you kill the world boss per account, you get a Warbound champion track piece guaranteed. So you should just always do the world boss every week, get some nice Warbound gear for your alts.
Wow. Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, Warbound champ track, it's great.
Nice.
Only once per account, so you only need to do it once per week, which is also really nice.
That's a great way to make world bosses
It's
relevant.
really perfect, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those changes where you look at it and you're like, yep, this is how it should be.
Yeah.
Nice work.
100%.
I'm going really high on this mug, by the way.
Me
I
too.
like this a lot. I'm like 9.7.
I'm
I like
9.8,
this-
yeah.
I like this a ton.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Love it. Yeah, you can see there's that Warbound gear for Trill.
There's that sword again, and yeah, look at that. It's got like that fiery enchant on
Ooh,
it.
this one's a
Very cool.
Zandalari, like Holy Paladin, Arathi, cleansing fire vibes. I like this a lot, actually.
I think I liked the other Paladin one more, but like this is right up.
I always like seeing the kind of, this is not on theme for Zandalari, but I like that. I like seeing the like race Mog combos that kind of usurp the expectations.
Right. They have to have like a really cool backstory.
Yeah.
I do like the half cloak as well.
Yeah, that one's cool.
Yep. Big fan of those.
Like shoulder on one side and then half cloak over the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a 9.5.
Wow, 8.8.
9.6.
All right.
Wow.
Like it. Like it a lot.
We've had some great transmogs recently.
Yeah.
Can somebody send in a nice mediocre one? So
Yeah, yeah, really.
That was what mine was for.
Ooh, Trill looking at doing the underpin here. I don't think this will count for much for him.
I wish you could like link all of the appearances you've unlocked in like a string to somebody, and they could like customize mogs for you.
Maybe this does count. Maybe this does count for his Spark Prog.
What do we think about Tartheus, the Light of Dawn?
I do like this one. I like that crown. Ooh, we could see the underpin fight.
Ooh.
You guys want to? This is a very rare opportunity for us to get to take a look at the underpin in his delve.
I have no idea.
There's Crush. You want to dodge that by standing in a spot where it's not.
Okay.
There's Flamethrower. You want to dodge that as well.
By standing
walking
in a
out
spot
of the
where it's
fire.
not again?
Now,
Okay.
these are time bombs. Now, this is just like when the underpin spawns in your delve, you can kick them away. But also, when he signals his cronies here, you can kick the bombs into his cronies, and it will explode and help blow them up. Otherwise, they're going to keep shooting at you, which is annoying. So let's see if Troll... Yeah, bang! There you go. See, it does some nice damage to the cronies if you can do that. So that is Poggers.
Okay.
Looks like he's just leaving those alive, though. It doesn't really matter too much.
Oh, they explode later on.
They'll explode right away if you kick into the cronies.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, they'll explode later on. Yeah. So those, even the ones that are hitting the cronies are in the circle, it's not hitting. But if you can kick them from close range into the cronies, it will immediately blow up and blast them for some damage. Then when the boss shields, you have to damage through the shield before the cast finishes, or else it will continue. And
Really quick.
heal back up.
Tartheus, what do we think? 7.5.
7.7. Yeah, it's solid. It's kind of standard, meets our expectations.
I do like the Lightbringer tab or the Tabard of the Lightbringer there. That one's from the Killing the Lich King, I think. I like this a lot. It's very Uther, very Warcraft 3 Uther. I'll go with a 9.
Thank you, Tartheus. Wow, high rating. Back to the underpin.
Yeah, almost done here. We've basically had all the mechanics now, so you just kill the boss at this point.
Blow up the cronies.
It's not quite like
break the
Zekir
shield.
where he just kind of two-shot you.
Yeah, the cannons, the molten cannons do a lot of damage, but pretty much every mechanic you just dodge. The only thing that is important to note is to make sure you burst the shield, and also dodging the time bombs and sending them into the other ads.
+1.
+1 indeed. Nice little Mog. He gets to look at his Spark. Okay, so he probably already has a Spark if he's
pretty cool
doing this. Adding a new curio to his curio collection as well.
Ooh. How valuable are delves right now for gearing, especially for alts?
Quite good.
I haven't done that many on my character.
You get a bunch of champion track gear from doing the Bountiful Delves. You get 1 hero track per week from the map, which is, and the maps have like bad luck protection, so you can get them. You're very likely to get them if you do enough delves, and also you can use the Wave Scrambler to get one using 2,000 Undercoin.
Okay.
You can't buy that off the auction house anymore, but you can still get it with 2,000 Undercoin, which is not too bad.
And you get given like 1,500 for free the first time you
Yeah,
get a
first
delve,
delve per week per account is 1,500 Undercoin, so you get a bunch
easily.
from that. Yeah, in addition to that, there's a bunch of great trinkets from delves this year. So particularly if you have bad trinkets, delving for a bit to fix that is very profitable.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great like passive trinkets.
Yeah.
From dungeons, I've noticed this tier. You kind of have to get lucky and get like either one of the 3 passive trinkets from the raid.
Yeah.
If you really don't like the on-uses.
The other nice thing about delves as well is that you got a lot more crests this season, particularly if you can do tier 11. So if you're like a tank, tier 11s are pretty easy, and you can get the like 7 gilded crests for the first 3 delves of tier 11 that you do per week. So if you have a character and your guildies aren't on, but you still want gilded crests on it, so it's a way to do it without doing group content. You get a bunch of rude crests as well, just from tier 8 and higher. So yeah, they buffed delve loot basically, and they nerfed the delve difficulty a little bit as well this season.
When are we gonna get the Mythic Racing International, do you think?
There's already a week where I know that does like the laps around Dalaran timer. There's one of those for like laps around the Intercontinental Hotel. You can be very fast, of course.
I think the record's like sub 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's super fast.
Are you taking the faster acceleration, or what's the other one, like the faster boost?
There's also like cornering too, right?
Yeah, I went with acceleration, I think, because I like speed.
I've taken to doing what the raiders do whenever they're waiting to pull a boss, where you press the 3 buttons, forward, one direction, and hold down spacebar, and you just drift in a circle.
Yeah, I do that as well, waiting for a pull.
It's very fun.
All right, here goes the Drinester, just nuking down that. He's doing a tier 1 delve. Again, Spark Equity here is what he's looking for. He's trying to finish that Archives quest. He's at 60 of 100 Titan Disc Fragments, and the bad news here is you get like 37 from a delve often. So yeah, now he's at 93. He got 33 from that one. So he needs to get 7 more Titan Disc Fragments. He could just run the delve again, or he could go and kill a rare.
Got a question from chat. Hey, casters, can you rate the delve trinkets for us? I've got good news for you if you're a healer. There's a YouTube channel that does healer content that actually has already rated some of the best healer trinkets in this patch for you. I just happen to have that YouTuber on desk with me right now.
Yeah. Hey, I got by with a little bit of help from my friends, too. They all help me with the trinket ratings.
Also,
if you're not a healer, though.
Wowhead.com.
True. Oh,
yeah? Yeah, every single class guide has a trinket tier list on it that you can go to and see which ones are good. Now, this will rate the delve ones against the other ones, but a lot of the delve ones actually do pretty well. So, for instance, for Blood Decay, there are a couple of delve trinkets near the top of the list here. Some of the ones like Funhouse Lens.
Yeah, that's a good one for healers, too.
The energy drink.
Suspicious energy drink is up there for a lot of classes. The Blazicon wax is not too bad for some classes.
Yeah, the gear mechano thingy can be pretty good. Amplifier.
Candle Confidant is still okay for some classes.
Yeah, can you get Candle Confidant at this season's delve eye level? Because I haven't seen any. I think it's a new set. I'm not sure, though.
It might not.
Maybe I've just been unlucky. Or I guess maybe I'm not playing characters that are loot spec for it.
There are also some real stinkers.
Yeah, there are some real bad ones.
I think the funniest one, what's the one that has a chance to roll between main stat and secondary stat?
Oh, yeah, the Amorphous Relic.
Yes, the Amorphous Relic.
Miniature. And
yeah. And it's like a half of the time it's a barely above stat budget stat stick, and the other half of the time it's basically nothing.
Yeah. It's funny, they buffed the stats on that by like double.
Yeah, it's still just awful.
Terrible.
Yeah, not a playable trinket in the slightest.
No, but there are definitely a lot of really solid trinkets.
Yeah, the energy drink, the Funhouse Lens, the Mechanocore Amplifier, the Giga Drain 9000, all are decent options depending on your spec. I remember last season there was the Shadow Binding Ritual Knife that everybody liked.
Yes.
Yeah. But I haven't seen that one this season either, so maybe it is a new pool. Maybe I'm just unlucky.
We've got Cams and Kalamazzi in chat.
Oh, Kalamazzi's in bed.
Both in bed talking to each other through liquid chat.
Good.
Adorable.
Is it still raining? Are they going to be in for a tough walk in the rain together?
I hope so.
Yeah, me too. I procced a ride. I happened to be going out of the hotel at the same time as a bunch of the Raiders, so got to hop in the van.
Nice.
I just walked over in the mist this morning. It was kind of a vibe.
It was raining pretty decently when I came over.
Oh, no rain for me.
Nice.
I approached the weather with pure intentions. Pure heart.
I see. I do that with Taco Bell.
Yeah. That's how you don't get
Let's avoid the stomach
any
pain,
tummy
yeah.
ache. I parked a ride last night, though, which is good, because I had all the laundry.
Oh, yeah, me too. Oh, no, I didn't. Actually, me, Tettles, and Kalamazoo walked back together, though, which is nice.
Oh, hand in hand?
Yeah. Well, I was carrying laundry, but otherwise it would have been.
100%.
Gotta be careful on those walks back late at night.
Yeah. Nice to party up.
Oh, yeah.
Buddy system, very important.
All right, Dryny reactivating Mistweaver here. He just finished that quest, so he can now do a craft if he wants to.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting ready for it.
What's the Mistweaver crafting situation looking like?
Probably. I mean, I would not be surprised if he already had a main hand crafted.
Probably, yeah. That would make sense.
The assumption that he already had it crafted. Then you'd want something to pair up with your Ascension embellishment. And
so a writhing armor banding on like bracers or something.
Bracers, cloak's good
belt.
too. Just kind of depends on what he has.
Yeah.
Like, what can he fill in the blanks for?
Yeah, for a lot of players, some of the calculus you want to do is you want to look at the bosses you're killing. So if you're, say, killing 3 of the bosses on Mythic, you can look and be like, okay, are there good cloaks from those bosses? Are there good bracers? Are there good belts? And if the answer is there's one that there's not, then you can just craft into that slot and try and get the other ones. But of course, Dryny is on a much shorter time scale than that. Not a lot of resets in his future. He's trying to optimize his power for today.
He grabbed a runed.
He grabbed a runed crest?
That makes sense, yeah, because he's done with Rune Crest, so that's basically free for him to buy that.
Does he not have the one from...
He has a two-hander on.
Well, he may already have the... He may have already crafted once with Runes, so yeah, needing to buy another one. But it's free, right? Because he's got Harbinger of the Runed already, or Rune to the Undermine.
Man, I need to see that gear again.
Okay, so he's going to craft... Yeah, you don't need to craft anymore with this. This is an old step. You don't have to do this anymore.
If you would like to look at his gear, we can use the laptop here with RaiderIO to look at their gear. So you can see what he has crafted.
Yeah, they took away the step of having to get the Nascent Crest and then work ordering the Enchanted one. Now you just buy the Enchanted one straight up.
Oh, I was worried about that because I went through the process really quick last night.
Yeah.
And then
they took away one step, which is nice.
I didn't have to. So nobody is doing that at all?
Yeah, no, it just doesn't exist anymore. You just buy it off of the vendor. And they also moved it right next to the crafting order guy as well. You don't have to go to the enchanting guy.
Fired up doing some patron orders for tailoring.
Large.
Doesn't have enough spools of Wilder Thread to earn that flicker of knowledge.
Yeah, enchanters
Not
everywhere.
One you can buy from the vendor.
The enchanting cartel must be in shambles now, actually.
Yeah, it's tough to be. It actually was pretty much the only good thing that enchanting does besides making enchants, and now it's gone. Alas. He's going to purchase his spools of Wilder Thread.
All right, let's see. Dryny M. It's so weird because it says he has main hand offhand, but then when I check, he had a two-hander on. Unless he transmogged it or something like that.
Maybe
but
he changed it since he logged in.
Oh, maybe his
maybe it was his
Windwalker set.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. His Windwalker set had a two-hander. That makes sense. So he's already got a Hex Sword with crit and haste on it.
Okay.
And his other options would be like his wrists are 658, but let's see. His cloak is also 658.
What's his offhand?
Offhand is 665,
Okay.
and it's maxed out. 6 hero. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he bought an enchanted Rune Crest, it's probably not an offhand. Because if he had enough for a gilded, he could go offhand.
Yeah.
That's a nice high budget slot.
He probably
went for the cloak
wrist
or something. Wrists. Yeah.
Yeah. Either are good. They're both 658. They both have the same amount of primary stat as well with them.
I see.
Notably, he is going with really heavy crit and haste. I mean, I suppose that's more for the damage. I know Mistweavers are trying to min-max their output and go with more mastery if they were playing a cheat G build, but I'm sure that the damage is a more relevant factor for the level of rating that they're doing right now.
Trill doing another delve here.
Yeah.
The Takrathan Abyss. It's a fun one. Got the. Oh, he's running out of breath. He's running. He's gonna die. He's gonna die. He's running out of breath.
Place.
Okay, he got some new breath.
Cannot stand this place.
Warlock OP for this delve.
I keep getting knocked off the platform in this place.
I think they made the breath more forgiving than it used to be.
Yeah.
And then like one of the delves, you don't have breath problems anymore now. You just have like a pressure suit. But yeah, they made a lot of the delves better. A lot of the like annoying delve mechanics they made less annoying this season. But I still don't like the underwater delves.
Yeah, those knockbacks are brutal.
Just play undead or use a Noggenfucker elixir.
Oh,
who likes weak aura sounds? I do.
Oh, let's go.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you give me the horn?
Yeah, you get the horn. I like the.
I'll be providing
turns.
vocal WeakAura sounds. Okay, what WeakAura sounds do we want to make? Are they going to play them for us?
Find an air bubble.
Let's see. I always remember the morning announcements where they would do a little xylophone. I feel like you're being chased down a hallway by a monster.
Okay.
Let's see.
So it's just us making the sound effects?
Okay.
Okay. How do we want to do this?
I don't know how we do.
So this is our charity goal of the live WeakAura sounds.
We're going to just bang on instruments and be really annoying. Okay, so they've muted the audio. Now that we have an encounter starting, we see Nemesis Strongbox upgraded.
Ooh, okay, I've been given a monitor stand.
A monitor arm.
That I can use to maybe make some sound like the... Oh, we've got some new one. We've got whistles, a kazoo. All right, we are getting powerful here.
Oh, we have all sorts of options.
Yeah, of course there's the vocal ones, right? There's bam!
Bam!
Bam! Bam!
Let me see if I can do the burp one.
Okay.
Trying to swallow some air bubbles again.
Yeah. Give him space, Jack. Give him space. That was pretty
Nice.
good.
That was a burp.
Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta do like the...
Yeah, that one's a good one, the gasp. And then there's, of course, there's the air horn.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Oh, we procced an Aya.
Hey! Want to make sounds?
Yeah, we need some help making WeakAura sounds.
No. Fungal infection. Dodge.
You get a buzz.
That one is so loud, the air horn.
So loud.
Yeah.
I hate that one. I'm gonna try and figure out how this flute thing works. So give me some. Let me try.
Run
this.
away, little girl. Run away.
Oh, he cleared it. Cleared it. Yeah, you're good.
You have it backwards. You have it backwards. Blow on the other side.
Oh. Oh.
Yay!
Nice work.
Okay.
There you go.
Do you want me to do my EDM or my DBM? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bong.
Bong.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Good luck.
Bam. Knee. Ichi.
Yeah. That one's good. Whatever that. Yeah, the alternate language ones are actually really good to have the extra countdowns, so you know which ones are for which language.
Is there any value in doing the double question marks right now?
I think just bragging rights, and there's some extra titles and cosmetics and stuff.
They took away the vault reward option from it, didn't they?
Yeah, I wish that came back for just like first kill of the week at least.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Because like obviously spamming it's the fastest one to spam, so that's bad. But
just want something like really quick for a vault option.
Yeah, just having the first one count, I think would be really cool. Having a reason to do this once per week because it's a fun fight.
Is this the same fight or is this a harder version?
I think he might be doing the question mark one.
It trades you as well.
Yeah, the boss's health is going down fairly slowly.
Xylophone.
So. Oh, the xylophone?
Yeah.
I don't remember how to play it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just
do
making
you want to try the monitor?
Oh yeah, hold on one sec.
Yeah, that's a very powerful weakness generator. Yeah, good luck. How's this go? This. Okay.
It's kind of tough, yeah. We got a frisbee.
We're getting all sorts of Foley tools over here.
I don't want to play frisbee right now.
Those crickets aren't us. That's been put in by production. Don't worry. We don't have a.
No,
we
we're doing
don't
that.
currently have a live cricket here. I heard there was a live cricket on set.
Oh, really?
There was a
Yeah, Zyra was telling me.
There was a half live cricket on desk.
Half live?
It wasn't quite able to jump.
Okay.
But it did hop away from your foot a little bit if you like tapped it.
Wow.
I was a little bit worried when I first saw it that it was one of the dead crickets that we ate last race.
What?
There were
You remember that?
there were the bugs and candy as a charity.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And it came back for a vengeance. It remembered.
Okay, I have now been given.
That's not a meal you want to repeat.
Don't tell them what it is. It ruins the.
Don't know how to make sounds with these items.
Just bang one on the other. Yeah. Knock, knock, knock.
Oh yeah. Do you guys have good with soundboards in your? There's the one that I.
Oh,
it's just knock.
the door knock is so annoying.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
You remember back in the day when streamers would get like a link for a donation and it would lead to a website that would just be a door knock?
No.
Oh my gosh.
That's cool though.
Sort of like trolling streamers in the early days.
Oh, Zapdos. Struggling
Yeah,
a
that's
little
a
bit
hard
on this
fight.
encounter.
Bran is low.
Bonk.
Okay, Bran's back up. We're hard chilling.
Knock bombs.
Ah!
Molten cannon. Molten cannon. Molten cannon.
Yeah, why is Brandon dead? Isn't he a healer? Can you go up into a higher pitch?
Oh, does he have GTFO installed for when he's in the
Oh yeah, we should do that. Okay, hang on. If he's ever standing in the fire.
Molten cannon.
Okay, the problem
Molten
is he doesn't
cannon.
stand in the fire a lot.
Molten
That's
cannon.
right.
Molten cannon.
But if he
Molten
does,
cannon.
I'll
Molten
play
cannon.
some
Molten cannon.
GTFO noise.
Dodge. Dodge.
Oh, this is getting hairy.
Rive. Rive.
Oh, I love Drive.
Rive.
Dude, Brand's in danger. Oh, he's
Heal
gonna get
Brand.
mauled to death.
Heal Brand.
Oh no.
Warning.
That is a mighty shield. Break the egg. Break the egg.
We gotta break the shield. If the shield persists, then he heals.
Oh, he got hit. He got hit.
Oh. Okay, we're good. He was in the oil for.
Make sure to loot sprite it. I'm gonna go next bit.
He's 8%, 6%, 5%.
It's getting close.
4%.
Ah, it's a good one. Classic.
Show me the loot.
Nice work. Pacifist.
Ba-ba.
That's a curio. That one's pretty cool, actually.
Ooh, what does that do?
It's like you have a chance to proc basically a mech suit vehicle coming in during any of your delves, and you like when it procs, it's like you get a green circle around you, and then 8 seconds later that suit just jumps on you and you pilot it for the next like 10 seconds.
You know what would have been fun for this? If one of us got to go sit at the soundboard.
Ooh.
Oh.
Play all the
Play with the
sounds.
soundboard.
That does sound fun.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see if we can make some more good Weakor noises.
Uh-huh.
What are some good ones with the xylophone that I can do? I almost called it a xylophone.
You can call it a xylophone if you want.
Oh.
Dranos, would you like to go operate the audio board?
Okay, sure.
All
Okay,
right.
chat. BRB. Let me go.
Curse shenanigans.
Let me go get on the soundboard here. Cause some damage.
I should play only Tattles clips.
Turn that sucker. Turn that sucker around.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you just tune in, they realized that they could get another upgrade going. So they are trying to do some delves. That way they're able to get their weekly quest done. And that way they're going to be able to get the second craft going. Here we have Dratnos in command of the soundboard.
Oh man, look at all those files available.
That is a lot. That is a lot of dangerous tools to put into that man's hands.
So you hit any of these keys
on the keyboard.
On the keyboard, it'll trigger the soundbite. If you want to stop it, press backspace.
Okay.
They're kind of sort of labeled. We've also got the forbidden soundboard.
Okay.
So don't go there.
Okay.
Don't go to the forbidden.
Go there.
Go to the forbidden one.
Oh hey Tettles. How's it going?
Go hit H.
H?
Yeah.
Boom! Boom! Oh, I can drop a pipe? That's, yeah. Hey, Zyro and Jack, can you guys hear me? Can you guys turn up your audio?
Yeah, hold on.
Your,
1 sec.
on your headsets?
Oh, yeah.
Program. Okay, it's maxed.
Yep.
Okay, what other ones we got here?
All right.
Is chat, any sounds you guys want to hear?
Oh, I love that.
That's a
keep
good
that
one.
coming.
Yeah.
Yep. I have that in my Discord as well.
All fours. Poopin' sounds. I don't know if we have one of those here. Turn that sucker around. Let me see if I can find that.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Where's turn that sucker around?
Is that in the
You see it?
forbidden list?
I don't think you can hear us.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I found it.
Turn that sucker around.
Nice.
Turn that sucker around.
O-I-I-A-O-I-I-A. What's that one?
This is a good song.
Where is it?
That's the spinning cat one.
What are they?
Yeah.
It's on a different soundboard.
Oh.
We have multiple
We have so many soundboards.
Oh my God. Okay.
You were such a degenerate.
Okay.
Can't tell if it's Tettles talking or if it's just
Shift?
a soundboard.
It is Tettles. He's there. Oh my God, there are so many.
His one-liners.
F1. Okay.
I think so.
Okay, hang on. Here we go, chat. Oh.
Is it F1? It's somewhere on here.
I don't see it.
Wait, hold on.
We're playing sea shanty.
Yeah.
Is there uwu? Oh yeah, F3. I
Aya's
found
got that one. Yep, there's Aya.
That's cringe. Woo-woo. I did not fart. I did not fart.
Keep playing that. Keep playing that.
Sorry. It does sound like a fart, but it's not a fart.
Is there one where she says fart girl?
I have bad opinions.
True.
So real.
True.
I have bad opinions.
All right. I've had fun, yeah.
Dranos realizing he's holding too much power.
Yeah. I mean, I can trade. I can trade. Let's see. Let's see if it's ready for another round. Okay. We'll trade out. We'll trade out. I want to learn what some of these do.
I do kind of want to see what there is over there.
Yeah. We could just do a little rotation, and not like we're pulling Muggsy or anything like that. Oh, we have plenty of time. Oh, he had to do a little pit stop.
Oh, yeah,
Grab,
he
a, grab a
needed to-
monster and everything too.
Yeah.
Understandable.
We going for another El Clasico here?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right, Jack, go ahead. Have fun. Man. We're just watching. Who is this that we're watching just sit in a delve? It's Lip War. Somebody that Dratnos we're kind of surprised that we didn't really get to see this week. We thought we were going to see more of the Lip War after it kind of got geared up last week.
Yeah, Warrior kind of not looking all that hot for Muggsy. Doesn't really fit the niche of that fight. Maybe Gallywix though.
Maybe.
Took a little detour on the way back, as you saw. Oh,
is Jack in the seat?
Is Jack getting the power now?
Is the Taco Bell sound that everyone goes for first?
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook.
Let's see if he touches the cursed soundboard that I was warned not to use.
I just saw everything flip over.
Yeah, you can tab between the different soundboards. It's very cool.
The earth is flat, Jack.
I want to ram that horn right into somebody.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Hey. How do you feel after you have a monster?
My butt is wiggling.
You know what's the most frustrating thing is when you have to sit there and do splits or watch delves, you know?
Big suck.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta guess what these are gonna sound like.
Okay.
Well, you know, did you guys see the clouds? So you notice there's no clouds or anything like that in Undermine. You're like really deep underground.
We can go deep if you want to go
Do
deeper.
we want to get in?
Some of these have bad names.
Those are the ones you want to press.
Let's see. I was worried about the one next to it.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Worried about F7. Fine.
What's F7?
Let's see. Clean and jerk.
The clean and jerk or whatever.
Let me see. Oh, they're not even racing around.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Oh, wait. This got to be Tettles, isn't it?
You guys are a bunch of degenerates.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, which one are mine? Oh, I'm in blue.
The entire room getting filled up with this goo. I would love 10 man.
Oh, man.
Oh, so wait. Who's in purple? Oh, it's all Aya. This is all Aya. All Aya has like a dozen.
Yeah.
Carve pumpkins.
Ah, that's a classic one. Uh-oh. Here's Aya. Would suck 2.
I would suck too.
That's what it is on the tin, huh?
I would suck too.
Testicles.
Don't tempt me with a good
Oh,
time.
wait, why is this color different?
This guy's big.
This guy is big. Wait, there's not that many for Dratnos?
That's right. I'm disciplined. I never say any weird stuff.
This guy's big.
Dude, I'm on top of you.
I
want to ram that horn right into somebody.
Jeez. There's so many of these. What is this?
It's been in a lot of mouths.
There's just a liner. It's been in a lot. We'll go back to the other one.
Oh, that's Mario Kart, right?
Mario Kart, yeah.
Caster's Howl.
Oh, I remember that.
When was that? Was that like Boston or
That was
something?
last race.
Oh, last race, okay. I don't remember that.
I forget why we were doing it. You want to join us, Tittles?
Yay! I like that one.
Hey, Tittles, how you doing?
Not too bad. So wait, what happened? Why are the servers are off?
Authentication servers are down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, also, they're all kind of like getting all their new sparks this week.
You have to finish the Archives quest this week and get 100 Titan disc fragments to get the spark this week.
So Blizzard just randomly gave us a new half spark and
because of the
nerfed Muggsy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Muggsy nerf is not huge.
Okay. And the half spark?
Is pretty big, yeah, although they weren't planning to have it, so they definitely would have made some different decisions if they knew they were going to have that second half spark this week.
Yeah, I was talking to you. She said they're all just using the enchanted heroic crest from Galley that they didn't use previously.
Yeah, or just buying one because they have infinite rune crest now, so they can just buy an enchanted rune crest for free, basically.
Yeah, so we're just vibing, doing one of our charity incentives. That
Yeah,
we
live
did.
week or sounds.
Do we think this is going to change the ability to be able to kill Muggsy at all? I have bad opinions.
Thank you, Jack.
I'm a huge cack. I'm a huge cack. Anyhow, I have bad opinions. Anyway, I have bad opinions.
Tell us, you want to swap with Jack? You want to man the soundboard?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
You sure? You sure?
We're sitting here trying to figure out what's going on. Why they aren't pulling the boss?
I suspect one or two people are on the authentication server. Jail.
Yeah, there it is.
This one.
The Earth is flat, Jack.
No, Azeroth is flat.
Jack's enjoying himself a little.
The Earth is round. Don't be so silly.
I'm missing some of these.
So what happens if you just spam one button, Jack?
Can you play Sea Shanty again?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, see how much APM you can get here.
There's certain specific ones, like reading through the entire soundboard. to find a
Yeah,
couple
I
of
was doing that
these.
as well, trying to actually like learn what was there.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we do have.
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Oh, we're gonna do our favorite thing, a split run.
I'm gonna go get lunch.
Woo! Splits. Jack, can we get some? Can we get some cheers for doing a split run? Yay!
And I think Jack found his new call.
Yeah, this is
There we
great.
go. We can do this all day.
The audio guy is so weird. The audio guy is so weird.
Ain't got no gas in it.
I have bad opinions. I have bad opinions.
Just play this all day.
Yeah, that one's just evergreen.
I think that key on the keyboard must be worn out.
Yeah.
It's way worn down.
Okay. Classic.
Zyro, do you want to turn?
I think I'm okay. I'm enjoying my spot on the couch.
It is a very comfortable couch.
Little worried what I can do with that much power.
It's understandable. It's understandable. I'll come back and join you guys.
All right, thank you, Jack. That was a very fun charity incentive.
We have 10 Mugsies, and we have 12 Gallywixes.
12 Gallywixes.
Oh, God. What are they even splitting right now? Is this going to be a Rick Reverb?
A Rick.
Although, if you look at the weak aura that's just up there, a lot of people have the check mark and the X on different bosses here. Like, there's no boss that everybody is unsaved to, it looks like.
It's a good question.
But they are heading to Ricka Reverb.
Ricka Reverb.
I wonder what they want here. Maybe a reverb radio?
Warning, missing weak aura.
Taylor just gave me a dark glare as I walked past him. That was fun.
Yeah.
Once I realized it was all separated into sections.
Yeah, that was definitely fun.
Need a lot more soundboards for Gynos.
Guys, we still have 2 bosses left to kill. And we're less than $3,000 away from our final charity incentive.
Yeah, we're going to have to invent some new stretch goals.
We might have to come up with some new ones to reach because Chad has just been crushing the charity incentives this race.
It's been incredible.
Dark secret ones once we hit the Goblin music video.
Yeah, the forbidden charity incentives. That's when things will really go off the rails here.
What if we turned it on production and made them cast a segment?
Ooh, I like the sound of less work for me.
Careful, they might be good out of it, and then we'll be out of job.
Oh, wait,
okay, I don't like the sound of that.
Hold on. No, bad idea.
Casting's really hard, okay?
Yeah.
Not everybody could do it.
It's an elite skill set. Nobody try.
Yeah, please don't try.
Don't take my job. All right, so it is indeed a heroic Rick Reverb split.
Oh, no.
I think. Is this heroic or production? Can we get
everyone's in that?
Can we get the zoom in on the skull on the mini map up in the top right? See if this is heroic or normal. I guess it would probably be heroic, right? Because they haven't. Yeah, they wouldn't. Oh, that looks like normal skull, maybe. Wait, it's got the fangs.
It's got some fangs. I think it's heroic.
Okay, it's heroic. Yeah.
It's not angry and fangs.
Yeah, that's mythic. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some of them are stuck on login screens, right, from the authentication servers, being a little funny.
Yeah, do we know how many are stuck?
It'd only take one.
True.
Not be able to really do any effective progression. So yeah, very unfortunate, especially because Echo are pulling right now.
Scott and Yips, okay. And
oh, those are our tanks? Our tanks are on the login screen? Yeah, that's a very bad feeling.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's Scott. That is absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments. Man, after the power outage as well. Power outage, now login servers are down.
We had a third thing, didn't we?
Wait, hold on a minute. I think I just read something wrong. Diver Scuba 23 says, if production shows a video of Zyro getting the pie in Boston, they'll put us over our next donation goal.
Ooh.
That's a large...
Can we find that clip?
Is that clip available, production?
I mean, keep in mind, that's like $2,000.
Yeah, that's a $2,000 side quest to find that clip.
That would be like a $2,700 donation they'd have to do to unlock that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we play the clip and they don't, then we ban them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever. Till next race.
Some people
You need
can't
to
log in at the moment.
Did you reenact it? Okay, that's not happening. Sorry.
Yeah, where would we find a pie in LA on such short notice?
That's true, yeah. Wow, this is absolutely brutal. I wonder if they don't go to lunch sometime soon, since maybe the login servers will be fixed by the time they get back. What are you guys laughing about?
Just chatter.
Astrologer in chat. Guys, I've been making bank this week. Some guys paid me $200 a day to go around some building in LA to cut cables. Easiest gig of my life.
That's good.
Sure he wasn't being paid in euros? Oh, is today National Pie? Oh, that's right. It's 3.14.
Oh.
I knew this is the day Mr. Krabs gets fried. Also March 14th.
How many digits of pie do you guys have?
3.14159.265. That's about it.
358.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's all I know.
That's all I know. Yeah. You got to know a few digits just in case. But once you have that many, you can calculate almost anything.
That's right. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Once you got that, you have everything. Still don't know why, but it works. So
yeah. Okay, on Lip War. So this is probably a split for Lip War. Maybe it is. Yeah, Reverb Radio. That's the only thing I could think of from Rick that would be. Oh, here we go.
Here's the video. Okay.
Oh.
I knew it was coming.
Glasses.
The headset was on though. That was brutal.
Oh, Zyro steamed.
I was actually quite upset.
I can see. I can see. Yeah, can we play that again? Can we play that again? You could see Zyro was actually mad there, which makes it much better.
Just because it was on the glasses, man.
Yeah, that's
true.
If I had a moment to just take the glasses off, it would have been okay.
They get stuffed into your face.
Pain without gain.
Oh, the sign of betrayal. JPC just yucking it up in the back.
Look at JPC in the back.
Look at that. Just evil and spite in his heart.
Oh, man. That's good.
That's for that.
That's
Trip
amazing.
down memory lane.
Incredible.
All right.
The
All
ball
right,
is
that'll
in
be
your court.
$2,803. Thank you.
For our charity? Yep, we made good. And we made a good on it quick. We didn't even ask for verification. We had it ready to go. We're gamers of our word.
Yeah, we will be, if we can reach that $25,000 mark, we will have the Goblin music video.
I remember. That was actually another one of those flash incentives, too. We were like, we raised $2,000 by the end of this shift. JPC will give Cams a pie.
Oh, more money coming in. We're up to $2,232
It's
now.
not the $2,800 donation.
Yeah, maybe somebody sent in a transmog, though, because I think that just went up by $35. So we may have some new transmogs or UIs. Because, of course, while you are donating money to a charity, you can get something out of it, too. If you donate $35 or more, we will review your transmog, UI, pet, setup, whatever you want on stream.
Plus, you can put it on your taxes.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like you get to make people do stupid stuff for money, too.
We love tax write-offs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as streamers, we don't have to pay taxes.
That's right. Yeah. We're all charities.
Yeah.
We pay taxes, I promise. At least I do. I don't know about
I'm
Dratos.
increasingly
I don't know about
beginning
Dratos.
to suspect that Dratos just might not pay his taxes.
It's all donations. People are donating to us. It's taxing.
Dratos has been arrested. Tax evasion. IRS drags him out of his house in the morning.
I am not a financial advisor.
They put on the the Bane mask on him or something like that, and they perp walk him.
Zyra would like everybody to know that this is financial advice that he's giving on this.
No.
It's also legal and medical advice.
Oh my
goodness.
Okay, here comes.
Oh yeah, and
the
also the
breather.
pets will usually be featured in our morning rise and race.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I'd like to say that I know that, but I will be honest with you. I've been awake during exactly 2 Rise and races, and both times I've not been watching. I've been getting ready to get here on time.
Understandable. Thankfully, we get to watch all the night shows because they recap it in Rise and Race.
Ah.
So you guys are like, I did this last night. I'm like, oh yeah, I saw that. That was so cool. I was like actually asleep when it really happened.
I see. Yeah.
Did you watch the? What was the game we played the other night? We were guessing
guessing the zone we were in.
Oh,
that
we
was
didn't
really
see
fun.
that one.
Oh,
that was like
so
2
much
nights
fun.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah, heard that was good.
I think we can do that with the rules we had at the end. I think where it's like it's not yes/no questions, but you're like asking qualitative questions about the place.
I would definitely.
Can we check the donations
again?
Yeah.
As well.
Want to check the donos? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Pop open the old
Pop open the old Tiltify on this Alienware laptop here.
Slifer says, Zyro, I need legally binding romantic advice.
Oh,
There you go.
jeez. Let's see. Function F5. Looks like you're not connected to the internet. Interesting.
Ooh.
Don't love that.
Well, so we have a fix for this.
Is it connecting to the internet?
No, I complained to production that it's not working,
I
and
see.
then
Somebody
in the
appeared.
meantime, when they walk over, it magically fixes itself.
Yep. You're turning on and off again the Wi-Fi. That's always good.
Yeah, that on and off again will usually work. Nope, still not connected.
Okay. It is looking like we are still having authentication server issues.
We hit the goal. $25,257 is our total raised.
Wow.
Do we have Diver? I'm still trying to see it.
Alethis just donated $3,000.
Thanks. In Twitch has Diver.
Twitch has Diver Scuba 23.
Oh my gosh. And then they linked their armory as well. Oh my gosh, let's go.
How much glazing are we going to do of the MOG here, you guys think?
Kind of an insane amount.
I think we might go to a new numbers here.
An insane amount. Just dropping $3,000 to hit our $25,000 donation goal, which means we also need to start cooking up some new goals as well in the process.
Yeah, I don't know which ones we've got.
Yeah, I don't know what crazy things they're going to have us do, but
wow,
it will be worth it.
I was not expecting them to follow through on
Yeah, I mean, it was worth a shot playing the Pi video because that was just fun. But thank you so much for
thank you
for honoring
He
your
delivered.
commitment. Yeah,
and then some too.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even. Oh, here it is.
Alethis, wow. Look at that. That's the Capital Punisher. That's the weapon from Gallywix, I think.
644 item level.
Decked out.
Yeah, decked out.
Wow.
37 out of 10 for me. I don't know about you guys.
We could also see the Goblin music video as well.
10.
3,000 out of 10.
Crap. I hate it when Tittles jump scares me. I get like locked in what I'm looking at, just in my ear. 42 out of 10.
Wow, you're going higher than I was. That's crazy.
I can always go higher.
That's what I was doing, and it didn't work. At least it didn't fix itself on the way over this time.
Okay, so what happened is Zyro toggled the Wi-Fi on and off again, and it didn't work. And then production came over and toggled Wi-Fi on and off again, and it did work.
Skill diff.
Yeah, that's currently the state of the Wi-Fi on the laptop.
I'm going to be looking over my shoulder for the rest of the race now.
Me too. Kalamazoo jump scaring me and Tittles jump scaring me.
Well, guys, we've hit all of our donation charity incentives for the race. And we still have 2 bosses left to kill. I think we need to come up with some new ones.
Yeah, we got to start brainstorming. What would be some good stretch goals for our charity and donation drive here?
I don't know. Thelia vetoed.
Wait, where was it?
Yeah, we rated.
Oh yeah,
we gave it a.
It got like a
I gave it a
40 out of 10.
37. Jack gave it a 42
on average.
What did you give it, Zyro?
Just like a 7,000 out of 10.
A 7. Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
Dratno's beard shave live.
Oh my God.
Shave Kalamazoo. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Kalamazoo could shave each other.
There you go.
That could be fun.
At the same time?
I'd be a little worried about
Safety.
A little worried about the safety there, yeah.
Jack walks for a cast?
Yeah, do we have a treadmill here?
He would need a treadmill for that.
Yeah.
You could just pace around the caster area.
Yeah. Just loom over everybody.
All casters
like
shot
some kind of
at an
ent.
M at 30k?
Oh, I love that.
That's actually a cool one.
Yeah.
Push-up contest. Kalamazoo would win. That man is strong.
Cam's show in chat, I'll shave whatever. Be careful with that one.
We could do secret lap bumper cars.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bash them into each other.
Yeah. Notably, we've hit the Goblin music video. We just finished recording it, I think, yesterday. So they have a couple edits that they want to make first.
Okay.
Okay.
So the second that it is available, we will post it, but we'd rather make sure it's nice and pretty and epic rather than rushing it out.
Yeah, we didn't think we'd hit this quickly.
Yeah, we were $3,000 away. We didn't think we'd hit it that quickly, so keep in mind, we want to make sure it's of the highest quality before we post it. But they did finish recording it yesterday, and we saw some things. A couple background caster recordings that were going on in our room.
Yeah, I saw
everything.
a little, I tried not to pay too much attention to it, but there was some stuff going on.
Yeah, a few casters were featured in it, played certain roles, doing certain things.
Yeah, I know Cam's has a starring role.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, notably some disturbing things happening into that. But it'll be worth the wait, we promise, okay?
I don't know if disturbing is the word I would
Hopefully,
use.
well, now that we know now that we know we've hit it, then we can also say in advance when we're going to post the video. So hopefully, like, we could tweet out at Liquid Guild on XD Everything app when we're going to post the video in advance. We can all, like, watch it live.
It's not called tweeting anymore. It's just posting on XD.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Here's an interesting one. Every caster gets the artistic, like, cut into one of their eyebrows.
Oh,
have you seen that?
interesting. Yeah,
Oh,
I've seen that.
yeah.
We could all get unibrows. We could get like some hair tape in the middle there. What do you guys think?
I'd rather get the little line.
Yeah, you'd rather get the little line?
Get the line, and then it goes back into your hair as well.
One of you could do the little line, and then we could take that person's hair and use it to make the unibrows on the other people.
What is this, like a hair transplant that we're giving to give somebody a unibrow? Matching face tats? That sounds good.
Could also be fun. Oh, wow, we're in for even equally exciting content right now. Heroic Rick Reverb split.
Tratnose beard to unibrow transplant.
Oh, my God. That'd be fun. I mean, I'm willing to shave the beard if that's what the people want for a charity goal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Look, I mean, if we have somebody come here and do it for me, then that's that could be poggers. The main reason I grow it out is because it's less work than shaving every day.
Oh, how about casters play Twister?
Ooh.
How flexible are you guys?
Twister?
Yeah. We need like an adult size Twister board. The ones growing up were pretty small.
Interesting.
We could play hide and seek in the Alienware training facility.
Tratnose mutton chops.
Ooh, that could be fun.
You could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do it.
Got the hair length for it right now.
Yeah. What is a U-turn haircut?
Oh, is that where there's like a line that like?
No, I think it's bald on top. Bald.
Oh,
okay.
the like Larry Curly
I
and
see.
Moe kind of hair. No, yeah. I need the hair. I think you could actually run the mutton chops. At least temporarily. All casters use a large amount of self-tanning cream.
Okay.
I don't want to actually like damage my skin.
Yeah. Well, I guess Wolverine does have mutton chops, right? Or is it a little bit different?
I'm not sure.
Do a little Wolverine setup. We have a couple like little Marvel and Team Liquid collabs.
That's true.
We could bring back the Hot Ones challenge. That's always a classic.
Ooh, that is a good one.
We just Kalamazoo can't do that one. I know.
Yeah,
that one.
who is the best bearer of like extra spicy food?
Atlas.
Between the casters, though.
I don't know.
Yeah. Any like super spicy enjoyers? Who'd be the worst at it?
I quite like spicy food, but I don't think I would do well with extreme high Scoville.
Right.
Stuff. I'd be down to try though, as long as we've got milk.
Milk. Yes, as long as we've got the milk. Let's see. If you just tuned in, unfortunately, the EMPs keep on coming.
Yep.
We had the power go out.
EMP.
Power went out. We had a door lock us out for part of a raid day. And now the authentication servers are having issues, preventing both of our tanks from logging into the video game to play World of Warcraft today. It keeps coming, and it doesn't stop coming, and it doesn't stop coming, and it doesn't stop coming for the Liquid Raiders.
We are doing a quick, fun, Heroic Rick reverb split. Presumably for Lip War, we think, but it could maybe be Boomy. He's also unsaved in this split.
Crank it up.
Zeppy is also in here, making me think, I don't know, I think this is probably for Lip War. It feels like all these people would have anything they wanted from old Richard Reverberation by now.
Oh, yeah.
Lip War was the only one who wasn't known to be a main last week, or like an option. But yeah, it would be good to have that available for Gallywix. There's a decent chance that Warrior could be good on that fight. Let's see what dropped. RaiderIO, that's probably what they were looking for, or maybe that haste-heavy necklace.
Must be.
Yeah, we're approaching lunchtime now as well, so they could just call lunch and hope the authentication servers are good when they're back. Although they want to make sure that nobody accidentally gets logged out while they're at lunch.
We're seeing the ping pong tables getting moved.
Oh, no.
Ooh,
that's a bad sign.
I'm going to have to school these Raiders again.
Time for some more hashtag ping pong world championship.
Yeah. It might be. It might be.
Oh, absolutely brutal.
Yo,
yeah, they're
Atlas.
basically out of good stuff to do at this point.
Atlas, want a rematch?
Oh, they're setting up the net.
Busy setting up.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Yeah, anybody who can think of anything to do to make their character better without the need for a tank can now do that, but I think there's not really anything. This is absolutely brutal. We've lost almost an hour, more than an hour, I think, now to this.
Yeah. Have we ever had a race like this before?
This cursed?
Yeah, this cursed. Good morning. Good morning, Kalamazoo.
I mean, time has been lost to this sort of stuff before. This one's especially frustrating, though, for sure, because they were making such good prog at the start of the day on Muggsy. Hopefully Blizzard can get it fixed soon and we can start playing again.
Can we get the ping pong set up where the couches is? That would require a little bit too much moving around of furniture.
We have long arms, but not that long.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Looks like Trill is just driving around. Oh, is he going to do the delve again?
Oh, boy.
Onto your question mark. Oh, fun.
Oh, boy.
Big challenge.
All right.
Let's get into the Demolition Dome.
The hardest difficulty available in delves. The underpin. Question mark mode. Trill presets his Transcendent.
No pull timer?
Just goes straight in. We've got Healer Bran here.
Boss engaged.
Drop.
Ooh. Bran, no. He can't stand in that.
Don't stand in that.
Yeah, I know. After he stands in it himself.
He's been swimming in it for the entire...
You've got to dodge. Those webs.
He's already dead.
Don't stand in them.
He's already... Look at the cast time.
Oh my god, he can't even res because of all these swirlies that he's stand in.
Yeah, there's no way.
This is so cursed.
Found a bit of gold.
Let's go in with your...
Look around. There's treasure here.
You guys do a lot of delves. I don't know these lines. Why is Bran's voice actor casting? I know, right? We got him here.
For a little sit down.
Take a wee break to recover. I need a rest after that one. Oh! It can't end like this!
Apparently one is, let's recover some of your mana.
Yeah, I never hear that. I never play any mana users.
Smart.
He's trying to ping Bran.
Go over there, bud. Where it's safe.
Imagine if Bran responded to pings.
Oh my gosh, if only.
Should imagine
he should.
In your follower dungeon.
Move, Bran, move.
Nice, Bran dodge that time.
Let's go.
Great work, buddy.
So do any monks actually use the new charged ability they got this tier?
The slicing winds?
Slicing winds, yeah.
I think so. At least they were during PTR. Let's see if we can see if Trill goes for it, if he has that Talented is using.
Masterful bomb kicks coming out of Trill here.
Nicely done.
Wow.
Yeah, this is going great.
Much better than last time. Bran actually not in the party anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bran rage quit.
He left the party. He's going to get an account ban for that one, unfortunately. Not going to be able to do Mythic Plus for a couple weeks.
Okay, now we got to break through this shield before that cast finishes. Or else the boss will basically full heal.
Oh, he's healing. Oh,
Full
okay.
heals if it finishes. He heals for 25% of his health if he successfully casts it, yeah.
It's kind of fitting, by the way. Today's Pie Day, and I'm pretty sure it's also pizza night.
Ooh! No, we had orange chicken tonight.
Yeah, no, pizzas are Saturday night.
Oh, it should be Pie Day. Pie Day pizza night.
Missed opportunity.
Dude, Bran is dead again. What is Bran doing?
Just getting smooshed.
Get it together, Brad. You're never going to make it if you keep making these silly mistakes.
Yeah, Bran's liquid trial is officially failed at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Is he hitting an interact key? Or is he actually clicking on those?
He probably is clicking an interact keybind.
Oh, he's going quick.
Oh.
This is insane.
Yeah, this is fun. This is a fun fight.
He looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not being able to hit the boss at all.
Yeah.
Especially during the recharge.
Yeah, the boss does take extra damage during this, but it's a shield, obviously, so it doesn't even help kill it faster.
Well, he stopped the heal twice now.
Yeah, nice work. He's definitely, I mean, unsurprising, he's beating the DPS check.
Hey.
Uh-oh.
Whoa,
okay, the old touch of karma there.
Dude.
So tough to actually move this boss.
Do not res him for any reason.
Bran is absolutely worthless here. Maybe he's got a low-level Bran.
Maybe.
That would make sense. A lot of these players, of course, not known for being big-time delvers.
Got some wind jumps going out there.
Yeah.
After the roll. Love that.
Faster, lighter than air.
Lighter than air, thank you.
Yeah, a little wind dash.
So fun.
Oh, got hit by a molten cannon there. All good.
Yep, all good indeed. These cronies starting to stack up. Cast the old Vivify on himself.
Huge. Is that still something you can...
Oh no, the recharge! We gotta get back to the boss. Mr. Fury, oh, is it out of range? Dude, he's just got so much face.
No.
Oh no.
The bomb.
It's gonna heal.
He's gonna heal.
Oh, it's healed back up.
Might just have to hard kite for a while.
Yeah, this is tough. Oh, down he goes. That's it. The underpin proves too much for AWC champ Trill.
And world first champ Trill.
World first Raider and MDI competitor. He's done it all.
But the underpin lives another day. Meanwhile, the hashtag Ping Pong World Championship is up once again as the servers are down.
Not sure that serve is regulation legal, but we'll go with it.
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
a little bit of side spin on that serve. Got an ace coming out from Panda here.
Wait, guys, look in the background. You can see. Hang on a sec.
Hold on.
Look, there's my hand.
Let's give him a hand.
Whoa.
Let's give him a hand.
Whoa.
That's mine.
Oh, a serve into the net from Atlas there.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, gonna have to toss that serve back over to Panda.
Ah, a little backhand. Doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Panda going for it there. Not quite getting there.
Putting some heat on that one, yeah.
A little bit of top spin there.
Yeah, see if we can get a rally going.
That table, not quite sure that table is quite flat enough for this, but
Yeah, is this up to regulation standards?
I don't know about that. Okay, not bad, not bad.
I'm a medieval man.
Oh man, that tough time getting the ball back in play. Okay. Anyone know what the score is over?
Yeah. The points are being scored rapidly.
Oh, it's getting a rally going. All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Lots of speed. Huge. Chris has seen enough.
Yeah, he's disgusted out of there. Oh, no. Oh, this is coming.
Oh, it's coming out. How competitive do you guys get with something like table tennis?
Very.
Not very.
Like if somebody like bopped it up, would you just smash it down in their
I would
face?
smash it down their throat.
Okay.
Oh, here comes
I would too.
Cams.
And then, hey, Cams.
Hi, Cams.
Oh, lost the ball.
Ooh, good rally going.
I'm gonna smash that.
Login servers are full.
He's next in queue.
Can one person log out for us so that we can Thank you.
Is it working, or is this just how it goes every time? I think this is just how it goes every time. Yeah, unlucky.
Wait.
Oh, man.
Hold.
Oh, this is so brutal. Yeah, Yips is gonna stand up, try again in a bit. Lunchtime, I think.
Smart play.
Yeah, we are past 2 p.m. now, so it is
Lunch online.
officially lunch o'clock.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Ping Pong World Championship continues. Got a little basketball hoop there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have a little basketball?
Not a basketball guy myself,
I
unfortunately.
see. You're like 7 feet tall. How
Yeah,
are you not a basketball
heard
guy?
it before.
That's a stereotype, Dranos.
Yeah. Because it's easier to dunk the ball if you're closer to the hoop.
I think he just gave me 5 big booms to my back.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he did.
Thank you, Tobo.
Yeah.
And thank you, Coinbase, as well, and all of our other sponsors making all this possible. Because, unfortunately, the authentication servers kind of scuffing some things, and we're doing our best to roll with it. But we also do have a treat for you. We do have our MyBlue daily giveaway. Been doing one every day, and if you want to win $50 in Team Liquid store credit to put towards Liquid or Race to World First apparel, all you have to do is log into MyBlue and complete the daily quest to be entered for a chance to win. Additionally, 10 lucky players who complete all the quests will score an exclusive swag kit. And we also have some epic community rewards where the more quests are completed, the more prizes are unlocked. So all you have to do, sign up for MyBlue, complete quests, and check it out on that QR code right there. We've already hit a couple of the tiers so far, and we're approaching tier 3 for the 20,000 quests. Unlocking the 10,000 MyBlue spending points and a spin the wheel to impact some of our on-stream events. I know they're always cooking up something new. And at 40,000, we do have a special Goblin surprise separate from our Goblin music video that we have going on.
Okay. So we hit that goal for the music video. Do you think they'll at least play the song for us now, or are we going to save it for the video?
We should save it for the video. I think it should all debut at once. Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow we could have like a teaser of the video to kind of like build it up. We've recorded the entirety of the Goblin music video, but they got to edit it a little bit and make sure it's looking good. They just finished recording it, I think, yesterday. Ooh, here we go.
Teaser.
Okay.
Little teaser for it. All
I
right,
remember the beginning of it was like an emo pop punk vibe, and now it's more of a death metal vibe.
They've got some plans, so we'll have to just be patient and see what they have in store for us. But unfortunately, it's been a bit of a rough day as we've been trying to figure out what we can do. Mugsy pulls were going well. We did have a slight nerf on the boss to allow for a little bit less damage increased as they enter the final phase. They were working out some of the strategies. Authentication servers were what they were, and unfortunately, our tanks were not able to get on. So the team is going to be taking a lunch break. Hopefully the problem is going to subside from there, and we'll see what's going to happen. But a quick thank you to our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Wowhead, RaiderIO, Alienware, MyBlue, and DungeonDojo. We'll be taking it to a quick lunch break, and hopefully our problems are going to subside, and we'll be back soon.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow. It's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of Nazoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Find table spaces, say you social graces, bow you head, they're pious here, but you and I, we pioneers, we make our own rules, our own room, no bias here. Let them sell what they are selling, there's no buyers here. So gather all the rebels now, we rebel rouse and sing aloud. We don't care what they say, no way, no way. And we will leave the empty chairs to those who say we can't sit there. We find by ourselves. So hey, we brought the drums and this is how we dance. No mistaking, we make the breaks. If you don't like our etoids, then leave me alone, cause we don't need your policies. We have no apologies for being. Find me where the quiet are. I lose my balance on these eggshells you tell me to tread. I'd rather be the wild one instead. Don't want to hang around the in crowd. The cool kids don't cool to me. They don't cooler than we are. So hey, we brought the drum and this is how we dance. No mistaking, we make the breaks. If you don't like our etoids, then leave it alone, cause we don't need your policies. We have no apologies for being. Find me where the quiet are. We will find our way, or we'll make a way. Find you great, don't you hide your face. Let it shine, 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 shine. So hey, we brought the drums and this is how we dance. No mistaking, we make the break. If you don't like our etoids, then leave us alone, cause we don't need your policies. We have no apologies for being. Find me where the quiet are. Find me where the quiet are. Find me where the quiet things are.
Hello and welcome back to the Liquid Race to World First. It's time. No longer time to quiet down. It's time to get amped as people are actually able to log in and play the game.
Wow.
Wow. Gosh, we love to see it. And we love to see all of our sponsors making this event happen through thick and thin. Our presenting sponsor, of course, in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. So hello and welcome in. I'm Jack, joined here on the sofas here with Kalamazi and Tettles. We finally have some action going on. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
What's up?
Login servers up about half an hour ago. Right after we took lunch break, servers popped up a little bit.
Yeah.
People are logging in, getting things rolling. I think we're getting ready for some polls here, though.
So
People are locked back in.
Couple main things that have actually happened today. First and foremost, Muggsy ended up taking a little bit of a nerf. I don't actually think it's like a huge nerf, all things considered.
Yeah, the Moxie buff.
Exactly. So the Enrage in the last phase, it's going to make the boss just do a little bit less damage to the entire raid. You'll probably end up seeing that come into play with like the Goon Cage soaks, the Hot Mess soak. I think that both of those things are just going to be doing a little bit less damage, so it should make the fight a little bit easier.
And the ticking damage too.
And then the other thing is that now everybody worldwide has another spark. And so all of the raiders are going to be slamming their heroic crests in order to be able to craft probably like a Nerubian embellishment more often than not for the players that crafted Ascension on your weapon. Maybe you could craft a different embellishment in a different slot depending on what you crafted before. But it's going to be like a lot of heroic crests that have been sourced from the campaign from Kelling Galley.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wish I would have known that before I made my one-hander 2
Yeah.
years ago. Pretty cool. We love exploits, but it is what it is, so, you know.
It wasn't even an exploit. I think it was an oversight by Blizzard.
I think it actually was,
So
yeah.
what happened before was if you didn't turn in your Spark quest and then you got a new Spark on this reset, you would actually get a bonus full Spark, and that way you would actually craft like you would actually have 2 of those full Sparks this reset. So I think it was just like an oversight by Blizzard, and like I actually almost had it happen to me because I didn't turn it. Well, no,
Almost. It was a mistake. It almost happened to me. Oh,
like,
flipped.
Just like the Circe's ring, right? Tettles almost happened. Oh, wait.
No,
Yeah, that's
but
right, Tettles.
Okay, I went and did the world campaign thing to actually get the half spark this reset. One of them was world bosses. The world bosses could have dropped the other half spark that I needed that I didn't get last week, and if it did then drop that half spark for me, then I would have actually benefited from the bug, but obviously I didn't even know about it, so I didn't benefit from it. Would I have done it? I don't know, maybe, but like it didn't happen to me, so because I didn't know.
I have a feeling you would have done it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Known exploiter, Tettles.
I don't exploit.
Stormwall blockade.
I was even
Oh, that's a throwback.
It is. Oh.
Caught. Dude, it was 6 years ago. Like, wait, let me go.
Let me live. We'll never let you live it down. Just like Shadowlands Boomkin Kyrian Covenant.
That was 5 years ago. Like, you guys are still on that.
They got mad at me for telling everyone to play Kyrian 2 Tettles. It's okay. Don't worry. You're not alone in that. But
bro, people came up to me all the time at BlizzCon being like, yo, you're the guy who made my guild's Moodkins go Kyrian that one.
Kyrian Link was good.
Well, it's going to be fun when BlizzCon's back again.
Yeah, I'm a whole year and a half now. I'm excited for it, though.
That's right.
Like, jokes aside.
Got time to get ready.
Yeah, to plan it out. I have to cancel my hotel that I had for this year in hopes of it happening, but it's okay. Next year, September, be there.
Be there. I'll be there. You going to be there?
Tettle?
Yeah, you got extra room in your hotel?
I don't know what's happening. So I always book a hotel way in advance. Even if I end up staying with somebody, I got it there, and I can cancel it whenever. So that's great. You know?
That's right. I got to do that too.
Yeah, I think Jack did as well. Yeah, we were planning ahead.
Yep. I was about to
cover both ends of the spectrum. Right. Yeah. Got it all covered up.
I was actually going to book it after this event, and then this event kept going on, and then they did the announcement. I was like, oh, good thing I didn't, because they like put a hold on your card for whatever the amount is. And then they
didn't happen to me, actually.
Really?
Yeah, Marriott doesn't do that, apparently.
Oh. Maybe I should. Yeah, I should probably look at trying to stay at the Marriott instead. That one's kind of overrated.
Yeah.
Remember last time there were people like banging drums outside the Hilton?
Oh, yeah, there was.
Oh, they were protesting, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then it was the Marine Ball the last night of BlizzCon. That was a wild mix of, I guess,
worlds?
Scenes? Yeah, worlds, yeah.
Cultures? Yeah.
Yeah, they were partying with us, though.
They were having a good time. They were all really polite.
Oh, they changed their strat a little bit from what they were doing last night. Kalamazoo, look at the hot mess.
Yeah,
It's
the
actually
dead
going
center
of the
hot
room.
mess.
So they were doing this last night where the hot mess was going dead center of the room, but it wasn't the first hot.
The last one, or the one in going into phase 2.
Yeah, they were using the one that was going into phase 2, and they dropped that one in the center of the room. This looks like it was the second hot mess soak of the fight that they dropped dead center.
I believe it was, yes. Does it really matter a whole lot? What would be the reason them changing their strategies like that? Just ease of clearing Frost Shatter boots, I would assume?
I think it's just like a very minor optimization.
It doesn't really matter, right?
They're changing their phase 1 a little bit as well. I mean, not even just where the hot mess is being dropped, but look at where these goon cages, look at where this tank buster is. It's all in slightly different spots from where they were tanking it and dealing with this fight last night.
Yeah, comparatively to last night, they had the goon cages going at both like tips of the room essentially. With the fire being in the middle for easy
probably just
frost boots.
Probably just less movement on the room in general. I think that there's also something where a few people going down there and end up wiping here. I kind of suspect it's something to do with
Wait, no, they messed it up then.
The phase 2 positioning.
No, they messed up that that hot mess because with the phase transition, they were in the right position for those Frost Shatter spears, and that's usually where they are clearing their hot mess buff.
That's what I'm curious about, right? It's usually between where the gold's at. There, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be in between the golds, so I think they just had a little whoopsie daisy. They're
maybe
also 4 healing.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Echo Hidden Rage. I was watching it right before we came on.
Right.
Echo Hidden Rage 5 healing. The boss is at 10% HP, but they had, I would say, 5 or 6 people dead for a long time. It looked like it was certainly doable if you had all 20 players alive in that last phase, but I think the difference between 4 and 5 healing, especially with the Moxie and Rage change, is like if you were 5 healing, you have to have like the God pull while 5 healing, whereas 4 healing, you're going to have a little bit more leeway damage-wise to be able to beat the boss in the Enrage, especially with a couple of deaths.
Yeah, the boss seemed a little high for them coming out of their last. I think it was like 21 something. We had like 16,
you talking about
I think roughly on our better polls. I
Yeah.
could be wrong there. I mean, obviously there's a lot of RNG and people dying really doesn't help that. But yeah, I mean, with the Moxie changes coming in as well, him having essentially 9 less stacks going into that phase 2, it could mean 4 healing is possible, but it still ramps in that phase 2, right?
It's not going to be easy, but it's one of those things that we've seen a lot of healing this season. Like the ramp of the healers look just so powerful right now.
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to be easy, but what would be easy is signing up for Coinbase and supporting the Race to World First. You can do so at tl.gg/Coinbase using our promo code TeamLiquid20. Fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That is for behind the scenes, and our grand prize winner is going to be flown out to the next TL Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility. All you got to do is sign up with an account. NA or EU could win, and you get to see all the action behind the scenes. All of the table tennis behind the scenes.
We're waiting for servers to come back.
Servers are down.
Chef
all the
amazing
split
food. Yep. The dogs. Including Tettles, yeah, the dogs, yeah. Nightly Taco Bell orders. We have Dratno's summary videos filmed every night, which, you know, that's. I made a cameo there last night. Maybe you can make one too.
Yeah, that's right. There's plenty of opportunities here, so make sure you join us for the next race. Makes it easy as well. All right, back to pulls.
Yeah, buy the dip.
See how fast that was, you know?
Buy the dip, Jack.
Oh, you also get $20 in your account for free.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I do feel like you should cut me in on some of these videos, revenue-wise. Tettles, I'll take a solid. I'll settle for 70%.
That's a Dratnus question.
The number one comment in every video is Kalamazi is eating tacos or something of the sort in the background, and we love it.
He's just
I'll take 70 to 80%. I won't strike it if you just cut me in. How
Well,
about
aren't
that,
you
okay?
paying for all of the Taco Bell orders?
That too, yeah.
Have they Venmo'd you or anything?
Well, you know, no.
No.
I think Tettles has actually.
I gave him some money. Hold on.
Yeah, I think Tettles has actually. Yeah.
The
I do it,
provider.
Yeah, out of the kindness of my heart at the same time.
The provider.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like the I don't.
The big dad.
I don't want to say dad 'cause I'm old.
You're the big dad. I mean, you kind of are the team's dad.
Well, Cam's older than me.
Is he?
He's like 40.
Jeez.
But you got gray in your beard, so
I
it's
know.
like-
I've had gray since I was 7 years old, to be fair. But, you know, I was preemptively gray in my beard before it came in. So it came in gray, yeah.
Dude, everybody in chat's been like, oh my god, Kalamazi's beard's gray. He looks so mature.
I mean, I've had gray hair for a very long time.
He's the taco dad.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
You know, I don't want to look mature. I want to look like a
young buck.
Yeah.
You use Just for Men.
I'm not doing that. No. Can I go to like Turkey and get my hair? Oh, that's hair replacement, right?
Yeah, you don't need hair. You don't need that. You have lots of hair.
Well, there's a patch right here. My headset rubs on it.
Well, okay, you gotta ditch the headset and then go to earbuds.
Yeah, yeah,
I keep telling you.
Yeah, but they're just annoying to put on. I take on and off every time I get up. And
well, you get wireless ones.
Oh,
wireless
are there
ones.
good wireless ones?
I have some waiting for me at home. As long as somebody doesn't steal my mail, I will let you know how they are.
I would probably do that. Are they like IEMs? Like they fit?
Yeah, they go inside your ear hole.
Well, I know. Yeah, I know. Do they wrap around? Are they?
No, it's just a plug. There's no cords. It's wireless.
I know. Send me a picture when you get home.
Yeah, of my ear?
Of the earphones to clarify.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
It's crazy that you're asking a specific question. He goes, yeah, it goes in my ear hole. That's crazy. He did that to you, bro.
Right in there.
Man, oh man. It's day 11 of the race, actually, which is crazy to think about.
I lost track after 7.
Oh, I keep track in my head. Don't worry.
I bet you do.
I keep track every night. Doing math.
It's impressive that you can count that high, honestly.
Doing math.
$100 out of the bank from Taco Bell.
With the Taco Bell orders? Yeah,
counting my
spreadsheet of the Bell orders.
You know, it's worth it. It's okay.
Dude, this is a business lunch.
He pulled up his bank statement the other day, and it was just DoorDash.
Yeah, that was the Amex.
That is every streamer's life, I tell you. Oh, my goodness.
I actually rarely eat out at home. It's just more like when I travel.
Dude,
yeah.
Whenever I moved to Chicago, I sold my car and I refused to order takeout as well. I thought if I'm going to get food from somewhere, I'm going to walk.
Well, there you go. Oh, look.
Or do you starve some days? Actually, yes, you do, because you did like a fasting thing.
Have you ever heard of sleep for dinner?
I mean, yes.
Years ago,
when I was in college, yes. sleep in water.
Sometimes sleep for dinner is optimal.
Yeah.
It actually is.
Lots of water.
So why are they starting on this side now, Kalamazoo? Like they were starting at the tip of the room for pretty much all day yesterday.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know exactly. Yeah, towards the end of last night, they were doing both of the goon cages at the top and bottom of the room and putting that fire pool in the middle to clear those frost shatter boots. They're also, I mean, they're doing goon cages first as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, so they'd stopped doing goon cages first.
Right.
They were doing metal first because I remember they were doing goon cages first at the very beginning of the progression, but they changed it up because people getting stuck in the goon cages was losing them too much damage to the boss.
So, I mean, you get them later on if you do them second, obviously, but which gives you more damage on the boss and CDs at the start. But, yeah, I mean, if people are getting trapped in the cages, like Demon Hunters have trouble getting out unless they retreat over, double backflip, and do craziness. Yeah, it could just be a loss.
Jack,
too, actually.
have they been starting on the dirt side all morning?
Yes, they have been.
Yeah, interesting. So I mean, you're going to get that fourth set of goon cages though, at the end of phase 1 here.
And so basically, they would move the hot mess to the entrance. That would be their position as they kind of align the goon cages around that hot mess. And then they would be able to stack in that hot mess as the frost shatter spears come out, instantly drop their slip and slide ice skates, and then position the spears accordingly.
So interesting. Dude,
It is.
I feel like it's difficult to tell because there's not major differences with the strategy. The only major difference is like what side are we starting on? Are we starting on the metallic side and then the cadence of the fight's a little bit different? Or are we starting on the dirt side and then again the cadence of the fight's a little bit different? I think if they were just looking to 4-heal, it does make sense that they're starting on the dirt side with those goon cages earlier because they're not actually worried about the P1 damage check anymore. Whenever you're worried about the P1 damage check, I think you're a lot more inclined to actually start on that metallic side because you get the goon cages later so you're able to do more damage to the boss with all of your offensive CDs on pull.
Sure, I mean, the fact that you're 4-healing here also might influence things a little bit.
That's how I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, don't be too surprised if there's a bit of regression as they do this. Because it's just another element of just trying to survive. I am a little surprised that it's been a little rough at the beginning here since there's not that much damage, but I would not be surprised at all to see some early intermission wipes or early phase 2 wipes because of how much damage ramps up on the encounter.
It's kind of funny because whenever they were 5-healing it earlier, Nick wasn't actually healing for like 2 minutes of the fight. He was literally just walking around in chicken form doing as much damage as he possibly can.
Yeah, and that's just a factor of how triple Mistweaver is working since they're just adding healing by doing their damage rotation, basically. They're playing what's usually run in a Mythic Plus environment, the Jadefire Teachings, Jadefire Stomp. Recently, there's been a new build that's been ramping up for Mistweavers, running those talents and the Chi-Ji Celestial to do huge amounts of healing. And they're stacking it with the Xiaohao's Lessons, which is another rotating buff, kind of like Blessing of Seasons or Blessing of Summer, for paladins, but every time you hit a Shayloon's Gift, it'll give you a different buff. Some of it's extra stats, some of it is replicating your heal effects, some of it's some damage reduction.
They pay out the prediction.
Stop, Zyro. Stop.
Did they pay out the prediction?
You guys never have anything to say when it's about Warlocks or Moonkins.
I don't think,
will
do you
listen
really
to
talk
the healing and
do you really
will
talk
like
about
it.
Warlocks that often?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I try to, but I've come to realize over the last, like, honestly, since the end of Shadowlands that I mentioned it yesterday. It's like when you're the only child and your parents love you and adore you, and you have another child and you just push it aside and left out in the dirt. Alone. That's how Warlock is. Mage is the new favorite. Look at so. I don't talk about that much anymore.
New favorite. All right, anyways, look at this. They're actually putting the hot mess in the center of the room. I don't even think that was unintentional whenever they did it earlier. I think this is
now I'm
planned.
confused by that.
I mean, it could just be easier to clear.
Yeah.
Like Frost Shatter boots with the cadence of Gao cages or Goon cages coming out now. It could be based on their positioning, but I don't know exactly.
But if they do this, then that's going to mean that they're going to have everybody slipping and sliding as they position around the entrance.
It depends on where the cages are. So I think
they should have it by the entrance. They have all the markers down for it. And before, they would have the hot mess initially there, and then they would place a second rocket in the middle of the room. So maybe they have to adjust their sequencing for this for a little bit later on.
Yeah,
I think they might.
So this sequence
okay.
right here goes Goon cages into the icicles, and so I think the icicles are coming out in like 10 seconds. Previously, they were pre-placing that hot mess like you guys were talking about on the entrance here. That way you never actually ended up having to get that slip and slide effect. That way you could immediately clear it off.
Well, they're still baiting here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're still
okay,
pre-placing.
so they go onto it.
Yeah.
But you're moving the boss across the room, and you can bait spears towards the prisons there as well.
That's a tough run.
Yeah, it seems like it's just not as optimal as before. But I mean, they obviously have a reason of doing it. It might just be better to set up.
Well,
later parts
it's got to be easier later on.
I think that this other hot mess circle is going to go somewhere else. I think it's going to probably go on the metallic side at some point.
Yeah, possibly.
Like really far onto the walls that aren't like in that entrance area. I think that they were worried about the entrance area getting clogged up, especially if they're putting a hot mess like dead center of the room.
Yeah, it could be a thing. I mean, yeah. So,
okay.
Here to bait mines like before, right?
I think this hot mess is going to go at the top of the room here in just a couple seconds, looking at where they're positioning these goon cages.
Yeah. So I mean, that hot mess that you see on the bottom of the screen there is actually placed further back than what they were doing last intermission. So it's more room to like bait bombs when that like electric pylon comes down. Possibly.
I think that they've changed up their strategy because that electric pylon was causing them a lot of trouble. And yeah, look, it's exactly what I was talking about. That hot mess is going at the very top of the room. Everybody's okay. People were a little bit slow to get in there. This is totally fine. I think this is the first time we've actually seen them kind of change up the cadence of like when they're doing that hot mess soak. With a couple more reps, it should be a little bit easier. I don't know if they actually even got enough players inside that soak, and that's why everybody died. It looks like that's a non-immunity set, looking at the people who ended up dying to it. It's Trill, Smack, Impact, Wolf, Disco.
Yeah.
So a lot of non-immunity specializations, but I think that they just didn't have enough people in it. I see the vision of what they're trying to do. They're trying to get more space, kind of like Kalamazoo was talking about.
I think so. They're just like stacking parts of the room they're not going to be in as much early on in phase 1 to have more room for phase 2 movement. I think based on how the beam's rotating, I'm pretty sure.
So the phase 2 movement's really tricky because there's a decent amount of area denial, particularly with the bombs and the goon cages and that hot mess that spawns during that phase. So the hot mess was getting dropped around. You can see moon marker at the top left-hand corner of your screen right there. That's where that hot mess was getting dropped, and the goon cages were approximately getting dropped in that exact same location. Whenever you had the bombs, though, that's where it really became a little bit more tricky because we were starting to get like significant area denial on those.
Okay, so I think I understand why they're doing it. It seems like a phase 2 adjustment because basically they fill up this area that you see on THD's screen early on. And that's going to be just kind of like their general priority. But the exact opposite side is where they were on the moon and blue was where they were placing some of the goon cages beforehand. And that was when they were going into the second phase. What happens is because there is the laser that's cutting the room in half and it's also rotating around the room, they're steadily pushed out of these areas that they were in previously. What happens is they go to that blue and moon marker, they drop those cages, and I think they have one more sequence of cages they have to drop after that. And they want to do it at the entrance of the room, but they were not able to because it was already filled up later on down the line.
That could
so
be
this
it.
basically allows them to rotate almost in like a counterclockwise position in that final phase for a little bit of better movement.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think the change in strat makes sense. It's a little bit of regression. They're just gonna have to like reprog P1.
Yeah. Right.
I actually don't think that the mechanics are so different from what they have been seeing. They've basically done this strat before. Obviously, the placement of the mechanics is slightly different, so they're gonna have to get more accustomed to that. But they've already done this sequencing of mechanics starting on Dirt Side. This is how they started their day one progression on Muggsy whenever they were progging this boss, and so I don't think it's like super surprising for them, just as the players. I think it's going to take a couple pulls of getting back there, but I actually don't think it should take them too much longer to be able to start seeing really good and consistent Phase 2 pulls.
Because you're also relearning how to do this fight with 4 healers now as well. I don't think it should be that bad.
I think that's a P2 thing. I think the 4
I agree. That's what I was going to say. I agree. Do you think? Do you think they would be 4 healing this fight regardless of the 9% Moxie nerf coming in, Jack? Or do you think this is more just like a we have to do it regardless kind of thing?
I think it might be one of these we have to do it regardless.
What did he race changed to what?
Was that Drekthir? No, you can't be a Drekthir Pally, can you?
Tell right now?
No, just human.
You can be no, you can't actually. You're right. Does that have Blood Elf?
Yips Pink. Well, he's about to grab a racial ability.
It's his human, every man for himself.
Oh,
right?
they renamed that. They renamed it. It's not every man for himself anymore.
It's what did he?
Will to survive.
There you go.
Yeah,
is it?
What does it do? Is it the same thing? Just CC breakout?
I don't think Paladins can be Drekthir either.
Yeah. So it's got to be a human.
Well, what does he need human racial for? So it's a stun immunity, right? It's like an Icebound Fortitude-esque ability, where you can actually break out a stun.
Does the tank get stunned for that
little
combo? Because I know the double shot will stun the targeted player, but I don't know if it also stuns the tank.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What about for the icicle boots?
I mean, it's not a stun.
I doubt it's classified as a stun. Yeah, I don't think so.
Because then you could make Slink out of it, maybe.
I don't know.
Like the Frost Shock boots? That's a 30-second stun, but I don't know if it's a stun. Right?
I think it's a snare.
It could be like an incapacitate or something like that, like a 30-second incapacitate.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we'll see here momentarily.
Kind of weird. I'm glad that production actually caught that he was race changing. At first I was like, "What are we RPing? Like, what's going on?" And then it just like clicked that he has to be changing. Like, he has to be race changing his character if he's seeing that screen because he's also had the name change available.
Yeah, when we go to the metal side, we'll definitely want to keep an eye on Yips' point of view to see that boss frontal. Because, like I said, I'm not sure if the tank is able to immune that sort of stun. So
no all fours value here, unfortunately. So we're back to human.
Dogs out.
How many polls did Liquid have today, or Echo have today? Do we? Oh, they're actually tied right now at 114 polls each.
I can tell you that Liquid had like 10 pulls today.
Yeah, thank you.
They had like 10 pulls today in total before servers went down and like everything just kind of became a mess.
Yeah, I don't know if Echo's 10% Enrage poll was like pre or post craft either, because that came in 3 hours ago.
It was post. It was post.
Okay.
I was pulling it up and Goop, Cams, and I were kind of talking in the back room, just talking about some of the stuff with the fight. And we were watching back the Echo Best poll. But yeah, that was post-craft.
So I'm actually really curious because Liquid was playing a lot of Season 1 embellishment still at 639. And there was a decent bit of eye-level disparity between Liquid and Echo because of that. Echo opted to play a lot of newer, S2 gear and only one embellishment. And that was like the main reason why you saw an eye level and half difference between the two, barring some RNG on trinkets and things. I'm curious to see if that's actually much closer now, if I can dig a bit here.
Oh yeah, because now this is probably the first pull where Liquid, that pull that they just did was probably the first pull that Liquid had after the craft.
Yeah, likely.
All right, 10 seconds and we have that tank soak. Well, I definitely want to see, I'm not sure if it'll be on Yips or Scott's POV because only one of those tanks is going to be soaking it initially. I want to see which.
Yips has already used his human racial.
He did. I just want to see who's getting into this one. It's probably Scott. Yeah.
Scott.
See if Scott gets stunned or anything like that. So he doesn't get stunned.
Scott's been human all of progression as well. I noticed it a couple days ago, but I didn't know what he had swapped for.
Well, the Molten Gold Knuckles will stun you if you reach too many stacks. Okay. So it could be that he's letting himself get stunned to
every man out of it, or
every man out of it, and then he doesn't have to drop as much gold on the ground.
What did it get renamed to? Will to survive.
Yeah, Will to survive.
I believe so. Yeah.
Whatever.
I think it's
racial ability. Because if that happened, then you could just sit there, heal through it while you stand in a pile of gold, get stunned. It drops the stacks, and then you save a lot of room in the process. But
that could be
that area is still covered in gold right now, so it doesn't seem like they saved that much space. Maybe there was a difference in strat or something.
What was he playing before? It was Blood Elf, or it was
Scott?
Yips.
Yips, I have absolutely no clue. Dwarf, maybe I can. Oh, dude, I don't have my phone on me. If I got my phone on me, I pulled up from RaiderIO because RaiderIO wouldn't clock the race change yet until he logs out.
What is the passive on human? Is it just like an intellect increase or like secondary main set increase?
I was about to say something else. I was about to say primary stat for some reason.
Well, I think it used to be something like that actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe we can spot it here at some point if we can get like a Yips POV from Pole, possibly. But either way, it might just be a damage thing.
Yeah, I mean, he jammed his. He's already used his everyman. He's used on Z. It's coming up in 35 seconds. I think that maybe we can watch it again. And like Jack said, it might be something to do with the molten gold knuckles, and he's just allowing himself to get stunned, and then he just humans out of it, and then he continues to walk away.
It should be coming off cooldown. Yeah, in 17 seconds here.
So, okay, we're about to get the next hot mess AoE soak. This is where they wiped to last time because they didn't get enough of the non-immunity people into it. They were actually kind of struggling with the mind soaks. I think the mind soaks actually came out a little bit faster this time, so that's going to allow more players to be able to get into that hot mess soak. It is going to be a lot of damage, and I mean, this is the difference between 4 healing and 5 healing. Is the 5th healer in previous attempts would have had you top back up a lot faster. You would have more HPS cooldowns, that blessing of Yu'lon being able to be pressed there to be able to just like ramp you completely out of that situation. Now it's not as clear as to how easy it's going to be doable to get healed. Oh wait, did they hit? Okay, so they actually changed size. They changed size on time there. I was about to say, did they?
They were close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, what do you do here? So they were holding damage.
These are 4 gal cages, right? The 4 goon cages. Oh, they're spreading it around. The fire drop there. That's different, right?
Oh, okay. So yeah, they never actually got the set of 4 goon cages yesterday. The most that they
because they're starting differently, right? Yeah,
exactly. So since they're starting on a different side, they're actually able to.
Let's see Yips' POV. Cages. He's standing still. He's standing still. He's gonna get stunned.
Oh,
he's just standing there. He's just chilling to get out of the stun for the molten gold.
It's for clearing up the room. I see what he's actually trying to do.
Yeah, there it is. Actually,
he's trying to make sure that the room doesn't have this gold effect that's like slowly growing.
That's
they're going for a space optimization strat. That makes sense for everything that's been going on in this fight from here on out. They're literally just trying to optimize every single point of space in this room to make sure that last phase they have the ability to be able to rotate around that lightning lasso style effect.
So when he breaks out of the stun though, keep in mind that it still makes a molten gold puddle. So yeah, you were able to get, that the space kind of saved a little bit. You sort of concentrated it into a big pile over there.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see it on the wall, right?
Yeah, but it starts going into the wall. I'm not sure if it's a guarantee that it's going to save a lot of space, since you can't really use the hot mess puddle after that.
But if we look at screenshots of like previous attempts, whenever he would do it, he would run it down the wall.
Yeah.
And then it would actually like spread out from the wall. And then again, I think that concentrating at the very tip of the room makes a lot of sense, because that tip of the room isn't going to be where they're going to be ending the fight.
Yeah.
They're going to be ending the fight around-ish to the entrance half. That's the half of the fight that they're going to be playing in, is around that entrance section. And the tip of the room, that's where they're going to be playing that with the boss whenever he's charging around. That's when that space is available, but they're going to be very quickly moving out of it. As a break time has been called, I suspect that they're going to be talking about a lot of boss placement here.
Yeah, and seeing if they still want to go ahead with the drops for the molten gold now that they've seen where it's actually going to be spawning at.
Exactly.
And so now we have a little opportunity. Well, we have a minute. Why don't we type hashtag Undermine in chat right now, because Blizzard has given us codes to give away for you all.
Oh.
You can win a Grizzly Hills Packmaster, an Auspicious Arbor Worm, or the Winter Witch bundle, and it's open to NA or EU. So just type hashtag Undermine in chat to be entered for a chance to win, and keep an eye on your DMs from the mods so they can give you the code if you won.
Can we enter?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll do it right now.
Can I actually?
I mean, I'm going to. Up to you.
If you win, will you give it to me? I don't want to rig this too much.
I don't bring my phone on the desk. Here, give me your phone, and I'll sign up as you.
There you go.
You're not getting my phone. No.
And then if
just
you
win,
then I'll
just type it. What's the worst that could happen?
With Teddles having my phone, a lot of things. I will leave that alone.
All right,
yeah, you don't want to give it to him.
Just give me the reward if you win.
Sure, I got you covered. Sure,
all right, bet.
There we go. Nice.
Nice little handshake.
Gave him the 3-finger handshake there. I don't know why, but
Kalamazoo has simultaneously the most firm or loose handshakes, no matter what's happening. It just depends on like what's going on.
He just wants to go easy on you.
Yeah, it's early morning. I don't want to start dominance too early.
Oh, okay. Good point.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. There we go.
Know.
Atlas. Good morning. Hello. See.
Good morning, Atlas. How's your day been? We had a
He's dragging a bit. It's early.
They're going to kill Muggsy and he's going to be amped.
Let's take a big look at this pile of gold, by the way. We have a quick little still image of it.
So
that is a lot of space being taken up by, this is, I believe, when they entered into the intermission phase. And so we were looking at some of these puddles, and it's fine if they know that they're not going back to those areas and back to those spaces.
Quad goon cage.
I mean, you're placing the last 4 around the fire pool at the other edge of the room, though, right? So.
Well, that's what they're discussing.
Yeah,
Let's see if it's actually going to work out in the end.
It's one of those things that it's just like, oh my gosh. Like,
it's probably better if you can change the cadence. So 4 goon cages here change the cadence of phase 2, correct?
Yes.
I believe based on his abilities, right? Because he starts.
You're going to have 4.
It doesn't. That doesn't specifically change the cadence. It depends on what. No. The P2 cadence is static.
Okay. So yeah. That's what I was curious about. If there's any kind of cadence change whatsoever. I don't know. Obviously, they're smarter than I am when it comes to strategy,
No.
like that.
So,
but 4 goon cages seems interesting. I'm not a huge fan of it.
So the P2 cadence is static. It goes triple charge, and then it goes. You get the frost, or you get the bombs, then you get the frost shatter boots, then you get the 4 goon cages, then you get the hot mess. And there's a couple things that are after. It's like. Shocker spawn into like finger gun, and then you get the tank gold hit again, like that happens right then too. And so there's a couple things that happen, and then after that it's bombs again into goon cages into Boston Rage, I think, something like that. But that phase 2 is always static in terms of the mechanics that are happening. The only thing that I would find an issue with the 4 goon cages is like, what do we think about the space that's being allocated to 4 goon cages? Is this really going to be a superior strat? Now, it looks like they're front-loading a lot of their space in this. So how it works is this area that you're seeing on screen right here, they're going to be on this dirt side whenever Muggsy phases into P2. This is the most likely situation. This lightning that's cutting the room in half is going to be rotating counterclockwise. It's going to be rotating counterclockwise around the room and cutting them off. And so they are going to not be actually playing at the tip of this room for a long time. The room actually rotates rather quickly, and so they're going to do their triple charge while, again, this lightning is moving counterclockwise.
Right.
And then out of the triple charge, the room is probably going to be cut in half the other direction.
Yeah, I can see that.
Perpendicular to where it currently is on screen right here. And so then they're going to like drop the bombs and stuff like that. And so I think it's just like a space allocation thing.
Yeah,
is why they're
absolutely.
They've completely reworked their strat. I don't know who's cooking up these strats, but this is like the 3rd very unique strategy that they have for their phase 1.
Well, it makes sense because they've seen the Enrage at this point from Echo, and the lines that are cutting across the room on your screen, they're going to rotate, like you mentioned, counterclockwise. And so the argument can be made that once you've started, let's say, like the 6 o'clock position, if you're going to be going counterclockwise, then you basically have from starting at 6 o'clock, you can go up to 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then that is the entirety of your phase 2 space. So you need to make sure that's as clean as you possibly can get it, and everything else from 11 to 5, you don't really care if it gets filled up with goo and garbage. And so that's probably what they're going to try to do, is make sure they have all the space possible.
It'll all come together when we get there, it seems like.
Yes.
We've seen 3 or 4 different approaches to this fight. I mean, to me, it seems like the cleanest one was just putting gal cages, goon cages at the tips of the room.
I agree.
And starting without not getting 4 cages. But hey, they changed their strat for a reason. I think it's the best option to have. Hopefully we'll see phase 2 soon.
I don't know what analyst has been assigned to make 3 complete unique strats for this boss, but they deserve a raise.
Well,
they should be the Rise and Race. What is it? Player of the day.
The Honda MVP.
The Honda MVP.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly. They need to be the Honda MVP. Whatever analyst has been picking on these strats.
I don't know. We were getting paid for this. That's crazy, really. They deserve a raise. It means we're getting paid in the first place. Right?
Well, they're getting Taco Bell.
Oh, so so it's hurting my wallet, but we're all right. I'll take that for a W. I'll take that for a W.
You're just doing your part.
That I am. Keeping everybody fed at 3 in the morning.
Yep, that's right.
Past my bedtime.
Yeah.
One of these days, it'd be nice to join you guys.
Just come on by. Take a nap, go on by.
I got to rise and race.
You should pop an M for Monster Energy.
Is this your last shift of the day?
Yep.
So think about this.
I work a 9 to 5. I work a 9 to 5.
That works.
I get up, I put on my hard hat and lunch pail, and I go to the office.
After this, you go to the hotel.
Okay.
You go to bed.
Yeah.
You wake up. You come in and start your night.
Yeah.
Some Taco Bell and just stay up until
Start
rising.
my
Exactly.
night.
Slam the forbidden M.
Yeah.
I have one right next to me.
Well, you're supposed to slam it after the nap.
Oh my god.
That's why it's the forbidden M.
I can't really nap. I'm not a napping person.
There are ways to
I'm
get
awake
this
or I'm
done,
asleep.
but you don't want to do it. You don't care enough to actually,
No
take
patch.
steps to do
Yeah,
so.
I prioritize the rise and race. I gotta be, I gotta be up and at 'em.
That's what I'm saying. You can. Just go to bed now.
I could do anything.
I'm here for
My
the
mom said so.
All right.
I,
That's
sh-
true.
I
There
show
you
up
go.
I show up at the same time you guys start the Rise and Race every single day. I can do it.
Dyro will beat you here today.
He had to be here though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. He said he was there for Rise and Race.
Tettles has this odd schedule where he's not on until 5 p.m. He'll be here at like 8 in the morning.
Yeah,
Just
I know.
sitting at his computer chair doing circles.
I'm married to the grind. You guys don't get it.
You're not doing anything. You're not even doing anything.
You don't raid?
I'm married to the grind. I made YouTube
What are you
videos while I'm here.
grinding? Nothing. You're spinning in circles in your chair.
I made YouTube videos.
That's fair. Yeah, I respect it. I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying you're crazy. I'd be in bed sleeping. You're not even
were.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I was in
you
bed.
were.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I show up and watch Echo and Liquid's early prog because I
You're
take
doing
my
great.
job serious.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you
know,
take it real serious.
All I'm saying, Tettles.
First one in, last one out. You guys can't relate.
How old are you?
I'm definitely in here before you.
First one in, last one out. You guys cannot relate.
Yeah, okay.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Can the soundboard help us out here? You know what to do.
You ringing the bell?
Yeah. Gonna be ringing Tettle's bell.
So with this strat change coming in and the fact that we're 4 healing now, do we think this boss actually dies today?
Yes.
For us somehow?
I'm all in on the boss dying today. I saw Echo's 10% enrage wipe. I think that it's not going to be like I don't think it's happening during our shift. I think it's like a post dinner like 10 o'clock, 10:30 type of kill for us here.
They come alive at night.
I do think it actually dies today.
All right, let's see what we have some transmogs if we've had them submitted yet. I haven't seen any Raiders transmogs submitted, to be honest. That would be pretty cool to see, too.
We saw Yips.
TL.gg/RWF-donate if you would like to have your transmogs rated. It's $35. Just have a link to your armory specifically. That'll be a great help to our production team as they want to get everybody's mogs in nice and quick.
I heard a rumor that for $30,000 Jack shaves his head.
$30,000?
Yeah.
Not the charity.
Yeah, to Jack himself.
$30,000 charity incentive is Jack shaves his head.
I mean, sure, man, you know.
I would shave my head for $30K to my PayPal personally.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll make it to the
one in chat if you want Jack to shave his head at $30,000.
Right. Let's go check out some transmogs. Postmaster Jen.
Oh, it's like
sick.
I like this one.
It's a Velf.
It's kind of weird seeing chainmail on a death knight, though.
I mean, I like it, Jack. I don't know.
It looks good. It's just a little bit of like a...
What is that bone? It's like a dog.
It's like a paw.
Bone.
It's like Blue's Clues.
Yeah, it's
paw?
cool. I actually like this mog a lot. Yeah. And it's not...
Very Void Elfy.
Yeah, it's good.
Very Void Elfy.
It's just good. I like the weapon. I don't know what it is, but I like the illusion as well.
Yeah, these are sick.
It's like a Phantom Blade looking thing. It's very cool.
8.8.
This is
What
like
say you, casters?
This is like a 9-1.
9-1. 7.5 probably. They could get out of the goon cages on Muggsy.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Very true. And respectable. No dogs out. That's also very good. 9.1. Very
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you for no dogs out.
Oh.
Veldedish. This is
what is this mog?
That is a really sick Warglaive.
So,
but also a sick individual.
I'm getting like Chris Pontius vibes right here from this. It's definitely a throwback. Chris Pontius, Knoxville kind of. I think some wild boys here. I mean,
dude,
why is there one Warglaive?
What are these pants that he's wearing? Dude, he might as well just be wearing a loincloth.
I mean,
Chris Pontius, yeah. I think this is.
That guy's quads are popping out.
But they put effort into their mog being like this, right? They color coordinated the whole suit, right? There's one Warglaive, it's a little off kilter, but I think it's like a solid 8.2.
9.5.
You're gonna 3.5.
No, 8.2. Tettles, wait, 3.5.
3.5.
Tettles bringing down the average. He's just a hater.
Tettles is just
known hater.
My goodness.
Grunbeld.
Chicken dinner.
Listen, if I saw that guy at my key, he's dying to the first pull of trash, 100%.
Hey guys, this is my first key to season.
The race
Blam.
between you and him.
Yeah. Okay, this is nice. I like this. The helm's interesting. Why the neck is moving left and right, I don't know. It's a little odd. Yeah. Hey.
Jiggling.
Yeah.
He's got the
jiggling.
The baby don't hurt me. Like the jiggle when they're in the car and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
oh yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
I like the sword. I don't know where it's from. It looks very.
We've seen this sword
warrior-esque.
all day.
Where's
this,
it from?
This sword haunts my dreams. I've seen this sword like 4 different times today.
Maybe it's just a good-looking sword.
It is a good-looking sword.
I mean, it's nice. It's not like. Wow.
My
Right?
butt
But
is
it's good.
wiggling.
I would give this a 5.5
I
probably.
think it's like a 7.9.
I agree. 7.9. 7.9.
Okay.
Looks good.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Grun.
My butt is
Appreciate
wiggling.
that. There you
So
go.
is Grun's.
Janatsu.
Ooh.
Right? The flock of Schmeagles. Look at that. That's a guy. I like that's a good
Ooh, I
yellow.
like this
that.
backpack.
I like this Mog.
It's like
I dig when there's like Professor Mogs or Archaeologist Mogs.
it's like Victorian sort of, maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's cool. Is that your hair?
Yeah, that is the hair.
I thought it was
Yeah.
a snake.
That's the Nelf hair. That is elite.
Holy moly!
Oh.
It's like a Twi'lek.
I like this a lot. Okay, now there's a big
the
downside
Twi'leks.
here is that you have to go to in bear form, so you can't really see your Mog very often.
Life finds a way.
From yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like this. I like. Oh, the daggers are like.
Ooh, it's a shovel.
It's a shovel.
Shovel.
It's
I
the
think.
It's a shovel.
It's the garrison shovel
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's a dirty shovel.
from farming, from farming all those herbs in the garrison.
That's true. I think it's like an 8.4. This is pretty good. I like this. Well rounded.
I would give this
Well
yeah,
thought
like,
out.
I would give
9
this
flat.
I guess an 8, 8.5
Quite good.
maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
It's good.
It's a pretty solid rating overall from all 3 of us actually.
I like the Mog.
I've really been enjoying a lot of those that are like not adventurer or taking down monsters. It's just something else, you know.
Oh, a Draenei. Put that tail away.
I thought you like.
Do not. No, no, no.
Zoom in on that tail for Tettles.
Put the tail away.
That really does it for Tettles.
Turn the thing around. Yeah.
Nah.
The glasses are cool. I like the glasses. I mean, I'm not a huge shaman fan personally. I think this looks pretty solid. There's no cloak. What is there a cloak?
No. It doesn't
Oh,
look
it's
like
that.
It's like the over the
A
shoulder.
shawl thing, right?
Yeah.
I give it a solid 8.0.
You degenerates stop type looking.
7.5. Yeah, 7.5.
I like the Mog. I think the Mog's pretty good.
Yeah, waste of time would be good here actually. The belt.
God,
True, that would go hard.
God, I hate Draenei.
Yeah, yeah, you really hate it, Tettles.
7.
Yeah. We know.
Yeah, I hate them so much. Please turn that around.
Oh gosh.
Oh. Turn that
Thank
sucker
you.
around.
I did update my transmog on my character. I heard you were made fun of yesterday, so I made sure to have my mog on point if I.
Smart.
Oh yeah, we did get submitted your character, and we gave it very bad
awful. Yo, if Stara, all right. Little angel mog.
Insurrection.
The Fabulous.
Yep.
This is like up your alley, Jack. Is priest mog here.
Yep. Very priestly. Big fan. Carrying wings.
I like this.
Yeah, I bet you
actually.
do, Tettles.
Why did you just say that? Why did
We know what you like.
Tettles likes priest. Yeah, it's his favorite class.
Yeah. Absolutely. 10 out of 10.
10.
10 out of 10 disc priest.
I like this one. Yeah.
9.2.
10.
High rating.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I think it's pretty solid. It's held together pretty well. Thematic looks pretty good. Yeah. I think it's solid. Ball sauce, the orc.
Nice. These are some great maces too.
Why did you name your character this? I have so many. Okay, is there a note with the submission on this, Jack?
No guild.
Anger. What level is this character?
War crimes.
Ball sauce. How have you
I like the
flagged for a
I like the
name
bib.
Yeah, me too.
I like the bib that he's got in front.
Both of the maces are spherical shaped.
Yeah,
They're
with
spiky as
spikes.
well. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I
love
this is
love
like
that. Good old ball
Loktar
sauce.
Ogar. We're gonna hurt somebody kind of look. I like this. 9.3.
He's got the daddy stompers on.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Oh my god.
No title, no guild, no
Dude.
masters.
I'm gonna give you an 8.5. This is ridiculous. I hope your character gets flagged for a name change next time you're in Thorn
Wow. Boo.
Ball sauce.
Tettles.
I think it's good. Yeah, very, very, very good. Very good.
I actually like the color of work that you've selected as well. That was good.
Yo, biffed it.
Chromatic Citadel. Holy moly. It's not a chromatic mog, though. It's like purple.
One might even say monochromatic.
It has like, what's that? The shadow people from Twilight Highlands vibes. The Twilight Council.
Twilight.
It's a council or something, right?
The Twilight Hammer.
Yeah, it
Twilight Hammer.
has those kind of vibes.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I think this is sort of cool.
Yeah.
Big sword.
Give it a 9.2. 9.2.
8.3. Kettles, what do you think?
I feel like I'm looking at something different than you guys. I would give this like a 5.5.
I think it's thematic.
I think it's like
Yeah, you don't have taste. We get it.
He liked the pre-smog. I think we all like that one.
This guy is like some Dark Knight assassin, Tettles.
Yeah, he's like Batman.
He's a paladin.
He's like an assassin that gets sent after you and doesn't say a word.
He's a paladin.
Yeah, you could be an assassin too.
Sure. Yeah, that works.
Dark Knight.
That works. I think it's pretty good. Well, thank you for the generous submissions and donations.
Can we cut to Yips' POV here?
Oh, for the gold?
Yeah, I want to see the gold. Yeah, okay. So yeah, look at this. He's just gonna stand here with this gold here. You can actually see him at the very bottom of fired up screen, just like completely standing in the gold.
Oh yeah.
Then he's gonna slam human racial here in just a couple of seconds after he gets stunned. He loses a little bit of damage doing this though.
It's a little bit, but I mean, it might just save them a space in the room, like to actually make it be worthwhile.
It's not a ton of space saved, but it's a little bit, right? It is gonna make a difference, I think, in phase 2. And I think that's the most important.
And when you have like that huge set of bombs spawning in around that that low health mark, I think the Equisaw towards that enrage with like those Gal cages or Goon cages spawning in again, there's very little room to move.
Goon cage,
like it's actually the Frost boots that spawned in with a million mines actually, but regardless, there's very little room to move, and any space you can save is probably worthwhile. You can see how well it actually overlaps with the Goon cages in the back too. There, he drops it properly, so. I think it's worth at least looking into.
They missed a soak.
Only Trill's dead right now. I mean,
yeah.
We can expend the res on Trill and keep pushing on here. Saying's pretty low.
Wait,
here.
now they're moving it again?
Oh,
wait.
All
right. Woo!
That worked, yeah.
That worked.
So they didn't move it, but somebody was trying to make a custom strat.
Yeah, that almost was a disaster.
Yeah.
A little bit of relearning with 4 healing and changing up our actual our placement of mechanics here, but we are indeed back into, I guess, the middle part of phase 1, swapping back to that dirt side here. This is where you should be seeing those 3 Goon cages spawning in. And they're placing them in a similar fashion to what they were doing yesterday, where there's like 2 around the previous set, I believe right around the star marker, and 1 more towards that diamond marker, I believe. Correct, Tettles?
Yeah. So they have a weak aura for this one. Yeah, you can see it on fire.
Yeah, here we go.
Right here. So the red was previously that hot mess fire zone, but now the hot mess is gone, so they actually don't have to worry about that red marker. But they are still putting those Goon cages in approximately the exact same position because of how they actually want to move this boss around. They're going to be getting the frost icicles here in just a couple of seconds, so they're going to be pre-baiting on top of this hot mess. Perfectly done, and now they're going to be baiting those icicles. If you are a melee player, you're going to be baiting them on this near side Goon cage that's like right next to the boss. If you are a ranged player, it looks like you are baiting it as far away as possible on a different Goon cage, because if you hit the Goon cage with too many of those icicles, it ends up piercing it and killing your entire group. So there's only so many of them that can actually go through.
I wonder if they're prioritizing Diamond for somebody that can't break the actual Goon cage.
What do you mean?
I'm just wondering, because the boss is being dragged over there. I think somebody might have even been stuck in that cage.
No. So that cage is THD and smacked, and they duo it the entire way. I heard some rumors of some logs where THD is absolutely crushing that ad.
But it doesn't even have a lot of health either, right? It's like 70 million, I think.
It's not that much. I think he might have a little bit of damage for it too. I doubt he's like infernaling it or something like that. But it sounded like he had a lot more damage than some of the other just like 0 DPS specials.
Yeah, it's around the 3-minute timestamp, which should be a 1-minute cooldown for Destro.
Okay.
It's Malevolence time.
Malevolence.
We do lose Scott here, unfortunately. This soak does hurt very badly here as well.
It's going to be a wipe.
Yeah, we have a res available in a minute, but I don't think we can get that far into this encounter. Zevi goes down here as well. The rate is just super low at this point, and I think it's going to spell disaster momentarily, but he may push on a bit further to see the later part of this actual phase.
I think you res Scott in 30 seconds, and you just try to push into P2 with Zevi and like Wolf Disco dead. If you lose a couple more people, I think it's just going to be completely toast, and we're just going to wipe it up. But I think that there's a chance that they can continue to see further in this phase because, again, like we were talking about, there's a little bit of reprog here. They are going to have to like learn some of the timings with 4 healers, feel out how the damage is feeling. This 4 Goon Cage situation, this is brand new, so seeing this a few more times is going to help them.
Right. Yeah, I mean the placement looks really good here, honestly. You're going to have that gold pile, I believe. Well, yeah, you actually already have one in the back of the room covering up those previous 4 goon cages here. I mean, it saves space, though. It actually looks pretty convenient.
Look at Yips. Yips again.
Oh, he's in the fire, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He's back in the fire, dropping that gold.
We have him in our picture-in-picture, and so dropping that gold inside that fire makes sense because you're doubling up on the space denial. You were never going to be using that fire for any of the Frost Shatter boots. You were never going to be using that fire for anything productive, and the gold was previously being ran like diagonal across the wall and just taking up a lot more space. But by Yips race changing to human, having the awareness to know that, oh, okay, we can actually just racial out of this. It makes a lot of sense, and it actually is saving you a little bit of space. It's not going to end up being a lot of space, but they think that they're going to need it for the P2.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that damage check looked pretty trivial for them, too, at 44%. I mean, that's when they were going to be swapping their roughly to hit that phase 2 transition, but with 4 healers, it doesn't seem that bad at all.
Are they going to stop DPS again? So they were stopping DPS last night for a 3-second long energy cast, and they were milking that energy cast as they pushed into the phase.
Right.
That way they got 3 seconds longer on the enrage. Are we going to sit here and stop for 30 seconds?
I mean...
You can't. There's no way.
For 30, it's like...
I mean, you definitely can. Have you ever seen my friend Painsmith Rasenal?
I think you are insane.
What's the push time in the phase 2? Like normally, it's like 5?
It's around 5-ish minutes, yeah.
I doubt it.
Let's see what they're discussing as well, since there's been a few breaks in between pulls. Let's take it on over into a Monster Energy listen in.
No, I'm saying like 5 healers.
Same
I'm saying with this strat, we still have the average. And then last phase, you actually are fine. Like, you don't have shockers killing people randomly.
Ooh, I would rather just do our... If we're 5 healing, I'd rather do the old shit that we're already good at. I don't know.
This is fine, though.
Is it fine?
I mean, this is just better for last phase, if we can do it.
If we have the damage, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the shotty boys won't be shooting us.
This boss is easy, it's just heal.
Heal.
And that makes less heal easy.
So bad in the last phase.
Okay, so we're changing the reminder thing back, and then I have to change some of the sets.
Reminder staying,
sets
right?
are fine.
Reminder staying, sorry. Yeah, the sets. Okay, so sets up here. So Zevi is no longer a Windwalker. Jack and him can be bottom left on the first one because that's what you guys have been doing, right?
On the second one.
Yeah, and then on the... So there's an issue with the boss being in between left and right for the tank frontal. It's not... Ignite isn't cleaving.
I mean, this was like maybe a one tank issue. Maybe if I had the boss, it would have been fine. It's the last set.
Here, let me show you. Like, it's just the jail position more than anything, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Here. Okay, we put down the jails.
But they're supposed to be in the front ones, not those.
This is the wrong pull.
This is not the right pull.
Wrong pull. Yeah, he did it right the last pull.
Just checking the bot. Nick. 1 sec.
Okay, right here. Like, the boss is kind of in between both, and it's not cleaving.
I could be closer a little bit.
Yeah,
he did the thing.
Like
I'm pretty sure mine was cleaving on that pull.
So the boss needs to be in the hot mess, and then it fixes it?
Yeah, this is just me being that issue.
It's like a yard off of... Like, I thought from looking at it that it was fine, but it wasn't spreading on this. But it sounds like it was for KSP.
So there's one thing I want to talk about as well. I think in the last phase, our 2 jail positions should be identical, including the hot mess that comes down. Like, I feel like if we're doing this here, right, which is actually, it looks like this now. I feel like we should do the exact same thing in the corner. Right? Like this. Because we can still do the same ignite thing. We're a little closer for healing. The hot mess breaks out these two jails. Then we're vibing. I like that a lot.
That means the front or the back left can't have Exile or Wolf. Yeah, to be hard assigned front left or front right.
Yeah, we would. So the ones that would be back left and back right here are the ones that have probably healers in them, right? Because they're not getting we're basically insta blasting the other two, so they're out with the hot mess. They're not soaking it, obviously, but I need to take some pulls to look at it. I think. Could you guys do a pull without me of 5 healing and let me look at the last phase thing? That would be good for me.
Could you, if you look at my screen, Max, I'm streaming the Bright Vended Yells. I think right here, if everyone was alive, and Nick is convoking outside instead of convoking on the transition where we have the Yulon, then he can heal the mages, he can heal the Hunter, Impeg, the Rogue, Tiger Disco is dead, he would be outside, right? Or come out.
Yeah.
And then we just cocoon, Boomy, Sisevi, and Trill gets Renewing Blaze. Then I'm pretty sure we are vibing here.
Okay, so Trill and Shaq are fine.
And Boomy and Sisevi gets a cocoon each. Whoever was cocooning Trill should cocoon cocoon Boomy. And you just continue to give Renewing Blaze to Trill here.
What am I getting?
You get nothing.
So we're going back to 4 heal?
No, 5 heal.
I'm just saying.
I'm sure I'll just live.
Yeah.
Well, I need some time to look at this. So I feel like you guys should pull the boss and let me look at this.
For now, we're doing what we were doing last pull, though, right?
We're going 7 heal.
You're doing what you're doing last pull.
Same thing last pull, but extra healer. Yay.
Heal
alive.
I think it is correct, Janako. I think it was just
Isn't the third Trill check scope? Isn't that bad issue? There's something wrong.
Aren't you with Trill and Shack in that one?
No.
You're not with Trill and Shack.
No. What you guys are doing, this pull is exactly what you're doing last pull in jails. Nothing has changed at all.
Yeah, but my reminder is wrong, so I don't know if I'm being assigned back. I can obviously ignore the reminder, but I don't know if I'm being
the mages
assigned.
probably haven't been
Which one
assigned.
is he supposed to be going?
He's supposed to be soaking the front left of set
the one
3.
close to boss.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to change it out then.
So I just ignore the assignment, but then risk that I'm actually supposed to be in there because of back and stuff.
Just do the one you get assigned this pull and we'll change.
Sure.
Frost Shadow. Storm's Fury.
Just gonna stay here.
Metal.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
I think someone in the prolab's muted.
Hey, mine's
Move
close.
for crawler. Mine's a little bit off the wall. If you can, Scott. Looking away from the stairs.
Time for demolition.
You first.
Watch your feet.
2. 3. 4.
This goes middle. Middle. This is immunities.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
King soak away. In the front away as well. And everyone is dirt after this?
We're going dirt.
I have to look at the rest of it after I can be here.
Cauterize missing.
Jails in 10.
That's right. Jail positions. Is Star kind of far? Maybe not. No, I'm high. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Don't listen to me.
Front left.
Okay, tank knockback happened, and then we're going to the middle. Okay, boots in 3, 2, 1. Dip your foot. Good. Watch the spear angle, since this is still new. Going off in 3, 2, 1 now. You guys should be able to maintain full boss up time while doing it. We can change the boss positioning slightly to make that happen too. Finger gun?
Fine, yes I do. No dangle.
Okay, everyone should be on metal.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
Okay, crawler mines, bait close. Bait mines. Okay, popping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 more soak. Good. This is on the edge. This is group.
It just, my hover goes so far. I'm glad I still got that.
You soaked
yeah.
it.
You're gonna need to list for this bolt.
Okay.
This one's just
So we'll lust the jails, I guess. Spray and pray here.
say hello to my tiny.
Okay, everyone's gonna go into the earth side here. Okay.
Bolt rising.
My toys gonna grind them to dust. Have at it, mug.
Not that far off.
The jails
Yeah.
you have less damage on though. Like on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, lust here. Okay, jail positions. Remember your spots. Assignment should work, hopefully. Picking Exile, fired up KSP and Boomy.
Boom. Oh, you're soaking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Tank knockback soon. Knockback now. Everyone else get in. Everyone else get in the gold. Get in the gold. Or get near it. Baiting in 3, 2, 1. Dip your toe. Good. And then we're gonna blast these with finger guns. Okay, blast these ads with finger guns now. Stop on the boss. Kind of chill, 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 chill. Range kill the far shocker if you can here. And then get the boss in the dirt. Get the boss in dirt. And we're phasing now. Hit boss, hit boss, hit boss, hit boss, hit boss. Hit boss. Don't worry about the shocker. We'll kill later. Fuck it. Hit boss. Okay, it's gonna be a short charge towards like the other side of the dirt. Okay, short charge going left. Very short charge. Nice. Now this one's gonna look the same as what we did in the other strat. Oh, that gold will fix it. Holy shit. Alright, here we go. This is a short charge going right. Medium charge. Ooh, gold again. Okay, and then it should be charging this way again. No, oh, unlucky. Going left.
I can only pop like 2 mines this phase because I had to bubble.
We can res shack. Alright, watch the circles. Res Dryny instead, res Dryny instead. Get there, get there. Let's bait mines.
You can only pop like 2 here. I'll do 1 and Scott will do 1.
Oh, okay.
Just press the main
Watch mines here and pop 1. 2.
Oh, that's a nice spawn.
Oh, we are fucking soaking crazy.
We don't have Smackdowns to Savage Revival already here. I think.
We had a perfect overlap pixel proc there again.
CDs are weird because we're different timing now.
Yeah, I mean, I popped towards the end of the intermission because we were kind of dying.
Non-GG CDs.
So I just have to do intermission now.
And now I was just like thinking that if we're doing this tactic, you should be, if you do second mines, I'm just gonna double check if that's true, then you should be able to do the mines in last phase.
We're only able to really, by the way,
we were rotting intermission.
we're only really able to kill one shocker going into the last phase anyway.
Hello and welcome back to the Race to World First, and thank you to Monster Energy for that listen in. We've made a couple improvements to the desk so far. I'm Jack, joined by Kalamazi and Muted Chicken. And we're all set and ready for more Mugsy pulls. They're back to 5 healing, Tettles. What do you think about that?
I don't know. The secret's
Well said, Tettles. Now, Kalamazi.
Yeehaw.
Notably, they've been making a ton of adjustments to their strategy, trying to maximize their space around the room, and that's involved some race changes for the tanks.
It has been, yeah. We've seen Scott go Drakthir on that last pull. Yips is playing human to stack those gold pulls up and sort of negate that stun at the end. Tunnels. I'm not a huge fan of how it looks so far, like when it comes to movement in phase 2, or I guess the lack of space in phase 2, but they think it's better.
I didn't see the vision.
Okay.
I'm down to come for free.
Oh!
Dude, that actually hurt. Oh, God. Okay, I was going to say, I see the vision on the strat. I don't know if it's necessarily better or worse, but they're trying to... I'm
sorry.
They're trying to optimize their late Phase 2 space by sacrificing some of their early Phase 2 space, but the boss getting dashed around the room right next to those 2 molten gold puddles is like, ooh.
Yeah, I think you just might need to find the exact placement of baiting the boss, like a bit further back from the gold pools, and you have room to navigate around that, but you saw the raid dip super low. I think they lost Shaq there as well. Are you okay,
Dude, that actually hurt.
I'm sorry.
Tore a couple hairs with it too, I'm sure.
Yeah. It hurt us listening to it.
Yeah.
Now we're one and the same. Sorry, you're doing good. Sorry.
All right, buddy. It's like,
why did they go back to 5 heal?
They have to, honestly. At this point, the ticking damage ramps up so heavily that if they're not able to efficiently deal with 4 jails with 4 healers, there's no way they're going to be able to deal with 4 jails later on in the phases when the ramping damage amps up from the Moxie buff.
All right, 600 pulls. Could we 4 heal it?
600 pulls?
Just asking.
Well, I mean,
I'm just asking.
By that time, they probably would
tough.
have the damage and healing buff from next week in the time it takes to 600 pulls.
Yeah.
Well, that might be true,
Yeah.
You can see across the actual comp we're playing here, there's been a bit of an eye level increase, I would assume, from that second spark coming in a bit ahead of time.
Nice to see the Heroic Crest have an immediate impact in the Race to World first. A lot of times for them, of course, they want to get the quest in, but they'd usually use their Gilded Crests on a weapon craft instead. And so now they can use their Heroic Crest that they got from the Kill the Gallywix quest and actually put it to some good use in the process. So nice to be able to see. Lots of Mistweavers, lots of Conjure the Celestials, lots of Chi-Ji instead of Yulan. Of course, the Oracle Dispriest as well as Keeper of the Grove for Rest Druid.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit curious if they would have used some of those Mythic Crests to craft if they had known this spark was coming in at a certain point. At the same time, we talked about it on break. This boss, we have 115 pulls so far. And we saw Phase 2, I think, around the 40 pull mark. But I think we're pretty far from killing this boss. I mean, I'm not saying it can't die tonight. But I think this boss might be like 180, 200 pulls still.
I think so, too. Especially, well, it makes me wonder if there's going to be like a health nerf coming into play as well.
I can see it.
You know, Echo's hitting in Rage onto this one. Ooh, that's right. We get to compare the pull counts. We haven't done this in a while.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Hang on. So I was closest on Sprocket. I was closest on Styx. I was definitely not closest on One-Armed. Was that Dratnos? Dratnos
it might have been, what was it, 75, something like that?
51.
56 on the right side, far right.
Oh, duh. Okay,
right
there we go.
Yeah. Muggsy, well, it might be Aya? Might be Aya.
I'm the same as, oh no, Aya's 150, yeah.
Yeah. Aya and Zyro are next up.
Dratnos and I are the same on Muggsy actually here at 222.
Yeah. I mean,
feel
that's looking better and better.
Yeah, that's not super unrealistic either.
Yeah.
There's still a long ways to go in that Phase 3, especially when you're still trying to find if you figure if you want to 4 or 5 heal it too. Like they're still trying to figure out what we need to heal this fight, right?
Yep.
Even though our best pull is 16%. And Gallywix, who knows?
I was just a love watcher. You guys are just out here. You guys are just hate watching.
Raid's hard
to be back home 5 days ago, apparently. Yeah,
I fully expected the raid to be hard.
I thought the raid was gonna be easy. We've had 2 hard raids in a row. Blizzard has said in interviews that they thought the raid was too hard, so I thought that it was gonna swing back the other direction.
Your mistake was seeing Blizzard's like, oh yeah, it's too hard, and then thinking that there was gonna be a change.
Actually, you know what? It's too hard. We're gonna make it harder.
Yeah. Well, they specifically said that boss 3 and 4 were too easy, and it was too big of a step up in difficulty for Ovanax. So they just responded by making bosses 3 and 4 a little harder.
But
I bit it. Where's my courage soundboard?
Dude, there's just no world where you're just like, yeah, 6 bunk chunk or 114.
They said Ovanax relative to Rashadanan and Sikrin was too hard, which is objectively true. But also, if you make boss 3 and 4 a little harder, then it makes boss 5 not as bad.
Is the same thing not true about Rick Reverb, the Styx bunk junker? Like, what are we talking about?
We're talking about World of Warcraft, bud. Keep up.
I know, man.
I mean, I think a lot of these bosses were designed around week 2 gearing and such, but without Heroic Week being a thing, it makes tuning exceptionally difficult, both on raid bosses as well as class tuning. I'm not getting into that now, but we need Heroic Week back. It is not
true.
It is
agreed.
Better for gameplay, better for player base. I feel like with some changes, to be fair.
I think the biggest issue with
and better for the race as well.
I think the main complaint about Heroic Week was the fact that Blizzard capped Mythic Plus gearing in the past to like an arbitrary levels, like a 6 or something like that.
Yeah, you don't need to.
You don't even need to cap it. Just like leave it at 10, like whatever. There's no difference for Mythic Plus if you uncap it versus, like I think the only thing I would do is like maybe cap the vault rewards.
I don't know, the way I see it, everyone's going to complain one way or another. I think having a week where M+ is capped is superior to a week where you don't really do anything for the patch.
I don't think that capping Mythic Plus is acceptable, but I also just don't think it matters.
I think one's better than the other. I agree it'd be better if it wasn't capped at all, but if I had to choose between the two that we've seen, I know which one I would choose. Simple.
Sure. I concur. Heroic Week needs to come back. And that's that.
What's that?
That's it. Yeah. Cut and dry. You know what else is cut and dry? Well, this is a great transition here or not, but eye level, cut and dry.
Yeah.
Okay, so
is it even?
Sort of. I thought it was, but there's a bit of disparity still. I think they were 660.3 before the spark came in. Liquid is now 661.8.
Ooh.
Echo is 662.3. So about a 0.5 eye level disparity between them. Not sure to what extent both crafted. I assume Echo probably crafted mostly everything.
I got the numbers from last night. Echo is at 662.1 and Liquid is at 660.9.
Okay, so Liquid jumped a bit more than an eye level. Echo jumped what,
2.2, like 2.2.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, we talked about it before. Echo was playing a lot of their players without double embellishments. They just had like one embellishment and just a higher eye level piece for that in that second slot. But so that second spark, it'll get them an embellishment, but it won't really give them as much raw eye level.
True.
Liquid was playing 2 embellishments, but a lot of every player had one S1 embellishment on, so a bit less eye level, but not as much disparity as you may think between damage. But now it's closer because both have 2 embellishments. A bit more of an eye level jump.
Has Echo crafted yet, or did they go to bed?
I don't know.
They crafted.
Right.
I heard some did, but I don't know if all of them did.
Oh.
And there could have been a lot.
They could have like said their crafts and then went to bed.
They took a break during the middle of their raid and they were Dornagal and stuff like that. I suspected they all crafted. I guess I did.
All right. Just wanted to double check.
Check or anything.
No, it's very good he brought that up.
I might as well ask, right?
I was told the 10% pull was post-craft, but I mean, maybe they held a couple. I don't know exactly.
Okay. They took, well, I was watching their VOD. They took a break. They were all wandering around Dornagal. I'm pretty sure they were crafting, and then they had a 10% pull after.
Okay.
So I didn't armory all their characters or anything like that. It wasn't like I was doing like actual my due diligence research into it, but it appeared to my eyes like they were probably crafting, and then they had the 10% pull after.
Interesting. Well, there we go. So about a 6% disparity separates both Liquid and Echo here, but we've seen Liquid for the last probably hour and a half or so, sort of like reconstructing their strategy for this fight. We've seen 4 healers, we've seen 5, no real DPS swaps, both our tanks have changed. Nice POV here, that's sick, I like that.
Hey.
THD, there we go.
Hey.
Which one's Mug and Z?
I think Mug's got the glasses.
Ooh, I'm a Mug fan.
Yeah,
look at that.
Too.
That looks good.
That guy owns.
I like that. Yeah, so I mean,
hey Mug, I like those glasses.
I like the nose ring though too. That's sick.
Yo Z, your septum piercing rocks.
Even though there hasn't been a whole lot of progression percentage-wise, we are having to relearn the fight with 4 healers back to 5 now. With still some strategy changes a bit here and there too, with placements of goon cages, getting 4 cages again before phase 2. So once it's hammered out, hopefully we'll see 10 sub 10%. All right, THD.
No, there's no way.
Gold chain.
All right. Don't get too excited. It's really THD.
Looking.
He's looking at the dogs. Yeah. There's 1 spiked shoe. There's a fist right there. Holy moly.
Ooh.
Oh, pull timers.
Time for action.
5, 4.
All right, I'm
take a whiff and focus up.
I'm predicting a phase 2 pull here. I'm calling it. I feel it. It's not the monster coursing through me. It's a phase 2 pull.
Ooh. What do we get today? Aussie juice?
Well, it's Pacific Punch.
Wait, we're back to the
sort of like that. Yeah.
Is this the old strat again?
I think it is. So I mean, so they've been putting that first. What's that? Yeah, they're actually on the electric side here first, right? I believe because they have these electroshockers down. Yeah. This is old strat again. Yeah. So you're gonna see the hot mess soak coming out here now, which is gonna be up against the wall. So we might have decided against doing the 4 goon cages in the last part of phase 1 here. So we are back to the strat last night.
Are you criticizing them for like trying that other strat for an hour and a half?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, if you think it's worth it, you might give it a shot. I mean, there's still going to be there's a lot of permutations this fight has as to what can be the best overall outcome and what kills the boss as fast as this, right? So I don't think it's a bad idea giving it a shot, but knowing when to stop is important.
Yeah, I mean, they bailed on the 4 heal to the 5, and then they went back to their old strat. It just feels like at that point we just wasted an hour and a half.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if they're 4 healing or 5 healing here. They are 5 healing.
Yeah,
We're back to Nick being Boomkin.
Nick is in chicken. Nick is back in chicken form.
At the beginning of the fight,
yeah.
at least.
So yeah, we are back to that strategy we saw last night when we had that hot mess being placed against the wall. We have these 2 goon cages coming in. Keep in mind, with this strategy, you're going to be clearing those frost boots, which are coming out momentarily here, I believe, in between those 2 cages. And you're not going to be getting that 4 set of goon cages towards the end of phase 1. You're getting 1 extra hot mess, I believe. Now, also, like last night, I want to see if they actually place the second hot mess against the wall on the other half of the room, or if they place it in the middle here. I think they're playing middle, it looks like, unless there's a big move coming up here after this. Yep, finger gun being cast here, moving both the shields on the ads.
They go to the dirt side. Oh no, they're swapping to metal. That's right.
Yeah, so there's a big move here. I think they're gonna big move. I think the next mechanic will be a hot mess that the boss queues up here, but. Is it being placed in the middle of the room or against the wall?
So they had been previously placing it on the entrance.
Right.
I wouldn't be shocked if we're back to the entrance. I wouldn't be shocked if we're completely back to our old strat, like there's no deviation.
Yeah, so we're going to have bombs coming in here, which we soak basically one at a time, getting all these Armageddon soaks coming out of the bomb pops as well. The next mechanic we're going to see here is that group soak, that hot mess coming out, which should be placed around that diamond marker if we're back to this strat from last night, which they are going to place, against the wall. So this is just phase 1. From last night, yeah. So we're back to that.
Yeah.
Hot mess soak comes out here. We're going to be baiting the frost boots out here momentarily as well after this spray and pray. Actually, no. A bit later on, we have a spray and pray coming out here first. My mistake. We should be heading to the dirt side after this spray and pray is actually cast. Yeah, and this is just phase 1 from last night. So, we are 5 healing it though.
I think that's fine. Like,
I think you just need to. I don't think there's much of a choice, unfortunately.
It's like kind of sad because you're right on the cusp of actually being able to 4 heal it, and I think with like another reset's worth of gear or the 3% healing aura or something like that, you're probably able to 4 heal this. Just because like the damage in phase 2 is just so intense that I don't think they're ever going to be able to get their raid like stabilized health-wise while 4 healing.
So all right, so we do see second set of Gal cages coming out here. They're goon cages. I keep misspeaking here. I gotta get my brain in motion.
Come on,
the goon cage.
He's been calling it Gal cage for 100.
What they're called? They're called. It's a Gal cage. It's a goon cage.
That's like saying cage.
Yeah. And look at Yip's POV here as well. They're back, or they're not doing that stacking every man for himself anymore either, right? He's running against the wall in the back of the room there.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So we're not dropping the gold pools anymore. This is just strictly back to what they were doing last night, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the strat. I feel like the strat that they're doing it makes sense, like intuitively whenever I'm watching it. All of the movement makes a lot of sense. You know, obviously it's really difficult with you basically have to have your entire raid with the ability to be able to get out of the cage themselves. But I think that what they're doing with the placement of all these cages and stuff like that is going to be nice. Now the downside of that, of course, is going to be that hot mess that you see at the very front of the room and those 2 cages that you see at the very front of the room, that's going to take up some of the space that they really wanted in the last phase, and it's unfortunately just it's going to kind of be in the way, and that's why they were kind of altering their strat. They were editing a little bit, but I think that, you know, you're going to have to make something happen at the very end of the fight anyways. The end of the fight is going to be insanely difficult as is. You basically get like a mine spawn at the exact same time that the Frostshock boots come out, so the last 30 seconds of this fight are going to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, we do see them placing that third hot mess in the middle of the room there, which should be right around where that static pillar spawns that rotates around the room counterclockwise in phase 2.
You see the skull marker as well, just indicating where that is.
Yeah, look at this though. No lust committed here yet. As long as we beat this energy bar at the bottom here, for the most part, we can cancel cast at 40%. The boss should be hitting phase 2 here with no lust being committed at all. Yeah, there's the Carnage cast.
Yep.
Canceled, and there's the Matrix cast, actually.
The milk.
Yeah. We do lose Boom here, unfortunately, with no res available, but we should be committing Lust here momentarily, and we should see a decent burn in the phase 2 as well, using that old trap from last night.
So they actually hold this Lust, I think, until the second or the third charge. That way they're a little bit closer to their 6-minute mark where all of their 2s and their 3s line back up again. You'll also have the damage pot available. I think that they want it while the boss is still doing these charges in the spinning in the circle phase, because you're not having to run around. Like your movement is just a lot less intense than if you ended up pressing it like right before Goon Cage, for example. So I think it's going to be pressed probably right here. Yep, exactly, right on time.
Yeah, 545 time stamp for Lust. Around 31% when the bosses, or when we're hopping Lust here. This is going to be his last Bulletstorm cast, and we're going to have that slew of mechanics coming in, those bombs, with those boots, with those Goon Cages coming in as well. And this is where the fight becomes really intense. You're going to have 4 Goon Cages until the fight ends here.
The hardest thing is going to be right here. So they're about to get some bombs that are going to be spawning, those crawler mines. They're going to be looking to break them one by one. And the hard part of this is actually getting them soaked in time. The radius of the soak, they can spawn those circles that you have to get in within like 30 yards of the mine. So it's actually really wide, and it's actually very difficult to deal with. Now we have the boots coming out. You see these icicles. They have 2 of those crawler mines still active, and so they go in and freeze those with those
oh no!
And now we have the Goon Cages. Dryny does end up going down, and it's just him and Boomy dead. But everybody's going to have to get in these Goon Cages. They're going to then port out of them, leaving a specific couple of players in each and every single one of these.
And here's the group soak as well coming out with the 4 Goon Cages. This is going to be an insane soak. Splitting it among 2 cages if we can here. This is going to be insane damage when this is split, though.
So tough to do with a healer down and more people going down right now as well. They're kind of banking a ton of cooldowns to deal with the mines and heal through that, and then didn't have as many resources at their disposal to start healing through those cages, and a bunch of people are dying.
The boss got immune by the...
the goon running around.
Yeah, the goon. I think immune the boss there. Okay.
Yeah, I think they lost Splat and someone else when those 4 cages went down. Right after Dryny. Yeah, I think so. Right when Dryny went down also there. That's tough. I mean, back to their strategy from last night, though. That's their best pull of the day, I believe, for the most part. Decent bit of time here, right? 20.3.
Best post authentication server issues.
Yeah, sure.
Certainly. The boss has been authenticated.
The US debuff, like usual, per tier.
The heads of security.
Very true. Very true.
I'm just worried this boss has just so much health in this phase. Like it's still 20% there, and Lust is fading. Like, I don't know. We're at 117 pulls, and they're pretty consistent getting back to that phase for the most. At least they were last night when they knew this strategy. I still feel like you need another 40, 50 pulls in this phase to kill this boss. You have a whole slew of mechanics you haven't seen in this phase yet. The boss is at 20% still, and Lust is gone.
I mean, that's fine. Like,
it's fine, but like it's not as close as it seems to a kill.
No, I do not believe it is. Like, this is not a fight where you get linear progression, pull after pull after pull after pull. This is a fight where you master one set of mechanics, and you just take a large chunk off the boss, and you master another set of mechanics, and you take a large chunk of the boss. Right now, they're trying to master that jail plus hot mess soak at the exact same time, and that is by far the hardest part of the fight. And it unfortunately just happens 6.5 minutes into your boss.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think my 222 prediction might be a little high. I think around 180 is when it becomes realistic for a kill, give or take, which can still be tonight for sure.
Yeah. But is there any world where this boss isn't killable?
I think it's killable, but I
think it's close. I mean, keep in mind, Nexus Princess Kaveza was like very, very close. They needed to have like a completely flawless pull, nobody die, nothing go wrong, and then they'd be able to kill the boss.
Do you think this is that?
I think I think it's getting there.
Okay.
I think it's getting to that point where, you know, if Echo is at 10% hitting in Rage, yeah, they have some people die, but that's not necessarily going to be 10% exactly.
Right.
And start getting
the damage check is
scarier.
Is not trivial, but you also don't want to commit your Vantis runes to this.
No, you don't. Not at this point. If it. So I mean, if you're looking at the tuning of this raid,
yeah,
I think Styx, Sprocketmonger, and One Arm Bandit were all tuned around week 2 gearing, right?
Yeah.
But you killed Styx and Sprocketmonger with week 1 gear. Liquid did. Echo killed Sprocketmonger. No, we killed Styx. We didn't kill Sprocketmonger. Point being, they were tuned around week 2. One Arm Bandit died in 60 pulls. Bit lower than we thought, whatever. This is definitely tuned higher. If Gallywix follows suit with that, I would expect Gallywix to be a 3 or 4 day boss. It's already Friday afternoon.
Right.
So you have to think about, is this, I mean, I would assume if this boss dies tonight, you have a full day Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday on Gallywix. That's wishful thinking. It might just go to reset anyways. If Gallywix is tuned like Ansharek, and it's 300 pulls, yeah, this is going to reset for sure.
I've heard they started moving some of the numbers behind the scenes on a bunch of the Gallywix abilities.
Up? Well, I don't care.
Down.
Down. Okay.
From data mining, I've heard.
Well, they also moved this fight down too, though, and it's still pretty tough.
They
right?
did move this. You're right. They did prior to the boss getting pulled. This is very typical of Race Rule First, by the way, chat. They like to tune some of the fights like right before the Race Rule First guilds get there, just because they're going to be more in tune with like the numbers that the guilds are going to be doing. And they did also move this fight down a little bit. I can't imagine them like leaving it as hard as it was. Like they also, whenever they started pulling this boss, they also hit the P2 with like, I don't even know, like a 10% damage nerf or something like that.
Oh, with the Moxie Jugs in this fight, you mean?
I think it was
earlier than this.
Yeah, earlier than this. Whenever the boss crosses the sides, it does the AoE cast.
Oh,
I think that got nerfed, and I think that the cast going into the P2 also got nerfed.
Jack, are we here till Wednesday? What are you thinking?
that might be a question for Team Liquid staff.
Yeah, actually, good point there.
Yeah, it might not be an answer I have the power to give.
One in chat if you want Jack here, 2 in chat if you want him to go home.
3 if you want titles to be quiet.
Oh, I'm about to get a lot of 3s.
I mean, I'm not even sure if Vantis makes a big difference in this fight either. If it's like just almost unkillable or just like needs that one perfect pull, it's just overtuned. I don't know if it makes much of a difference, right? Like Vantis, like if you're super close, it can put you over. But if it's like 5 or 10% just too high, I don't know what you really do.
It's okay. I watched Echo's 10% wipe to the enrage. I'm pretty sure they have the damage to kill the boss. I think it's killable. I think it's going to be...
In what pull count, though?
That's kind of the point, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's killable, but the consistency of actually making it to the enrage is really low. So whenever we were watching Nexus Princess Kaiveza, they could make it to enrage every single pull. Like, that was almost... I don't know. Whenever they started sacking their tank, it became a little bit weird. But if they weren't sacking their tank, they probably could have made it to enrage about 50% of the pulls, which is, pretty high. That means that the progression is pretty much done. This fight, it's... even once you're done progging the boss, making it to enrage is going to be, what, 1 in 10? 1 in 15 pulls?
Possibly,
Maybe even less?
Let's see if we could check out some transbogs while we have a little bit of a minute to breathe here. Let's see what we got. TKD Fath, the Kingslayer.
Oh, a Hunter Mog.
I can't.
It's like a spray gun. It's like a
he
super
looks
soaker.
like Spyro.
I never played it. He looks like
they gave Spyro a water gun.
Yeah, exactly. They gave Spyro.
I'm not even gonna say. Yeah.
This is a sight. Like a ski mask.
I like the talons though. I respect the talons both on the hand and the feet. A bit of extra weaponry there.
Didn't even know there was a squirt gun.
I didn't either. Huh. This is a 4.3. I'm sorry.
Poor guy paid $35 to have this show. He knew what he was doing.
Dude, this is his Spyro Mog. Look, he's got the talon.
I'll give this a 9.5.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
This is a sight.
He's got the Nazoth belt, the water gun, the store ones.
Come on, Teddles. Give me an answer. Come on. What do we got?
Come
on.
2.6.
That's bad.
Whoa.
That is Astron. That is diabolical.
What do you got, Kalamazoo?
4.3 or something like that, right?
He's no ball sauce for sure.
Yeah, he's no ball sauce. 4.3. Fuzzy Nuts. Engage with Rage. The Enhancement Shaman. Here we are.
Woo. Wait, I think we already saw this one.
Well, let's see him again.
Maybe they resubmitted it.
Oh.
Engage with Rage.
I like that Mog. The hook, though, I think it's the Freehold fist weapon, I think.
I do like that hat.
Yeah.
It's a good looking hat.
This is Freehold-esque.
See the weapon mod?
How do you feel about the name?
It's solid. Not as good as Ball Sauce.
Yeah, Ball Sauce is better.
Maybe they're brothers. Who knows?
Who knows? What kind of degenerates would name themselves? Yeah, this is
Jack's having trouble.
Fuzzy Nuts and my brother Ball Sauce.
Runs in the family.
This is a 7.6. It's solid. Not the best. Not the worst, though. I like it.
7.9. I
guess a 5.
I don't let the names influence ratings unless they're very good. So, just to clarify, they're official answers.
What was that?
Count Sicarian.
Oh, Sicarian.
No guild. I respect that. I like the weapon.
I like the bald head.
Yeah, it's good.
That's a good look, actually.
That Sloot cosplay, very nice. Looking good.
Right.
Yeah.
The undead rogue.
That weapon is sick. Like that hook thing. That is nasty.
Is that Is that like Sanctum of Domination?
I have. Oh, maybe.
A lot of the stuff looks like Maw-esque.
Yeah. I like those weapons. Those are good. This is nice.
This looks good for an undead.
Not very stealthy, but good. Ooh, skull right. I think this is an 8-4.
I would give this an 8 as well. I like this Mog.
Give it a 9.
It's a sinister glad weapon. So this guy
8.5.
100 to 0. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Peter 8.5 for sure.
I like it though. Tasteful name with count. I like that. like a vampire. Petals that got him going. I don't know why, but he's
Bloodhide.
Yeah. This is
nice theme.
He's got the high mountain totem on the back.
Oh, he's got the belt. We've seen this belt like 10 times now. It's the belt with like the blood pouches on the side, everything too. We've seen this thing so many times. And I was like, wait a minute, if his name is Bloodhide, surely he'll have the blood belt. And sure enough, he does.
That's good.
This guy is 100% an RPer.
There's some thought put into this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, he is on Zul'jin, just like you were, Tettles.
He's got the Scythe of Elune on a bear druid, though.
Love it.
You know, I think it's still pretty cool. I think it's like a solid 8-2. 8-2.
I'll give it a 9. Banger. Real good.
I will also give this a 9. I actually like this Mog.
I do too. He's Tauren.
Got a horn ripped off as well.
Oh, he's battle scarred.
Yeah. Aren't we all?
I think he acquired that blood.
Aren't we all, he says.
Mibsy.
Rage against the meta, playing a meta class. Alrighty, it sounds good. But hey,
this is a crazy wackadoodle Mog.
Yeah, I like this, but it's very vibrant though.
Is this a broom?
Oh, they have the red candle. That's my Mog. They stole it.
Oh, it's so ugly.
It's great.
This is insane ugly.
Wow, I like that backpack. Where's that from?
What's the backpack? Hold on, turn that sucker around. Okay.
There's got to be new with fireworks.
That's definitely an FPS loss, 1,000% with that backpack on in Raid, brother. And the candle, but hey, it's all right. I like the shoulder.
Ready check's going up. We got to rate fast.
Ooh, 9-3.
I'll give it a 2.
3.2.
Oh my god.
He's got the daddy stompers on.
Yeah, the Talons, big Talons. Stomping.
Daddy stompers.
Oh my goodness.
Very nice. Thank you, Mipsy.
All right, we probably have time for another. Torchbearer. Ooh, the Eridar.
Very rare seeing an Eridar Warlock, but very nice indeed. I like the Eridar theme.
Why aren't you an Eridar?
I was actually, and then I went human for the racial, the rep bonus, whatever. And didn't they get rid of that?
Those are the shoulders from last season, right?
The
balls?
Yes. Well, they have
they got
hands that come out.
Yeah,
the hands. They grab things. 6 hands.
Grabbers.
6 grippers. Yeah, exactly.
I think that I hate Draenei. I think Draenei are so ugly.
It's not a Draenei.
That's not a Draenei. It's an Eridar.
Tettles, they have a red tail. The red tail Tettle.
Tettles, they're different.
He's smiling. He likes the red tail.
Yeah, he really
likes
does.
it. The fact that it's being hidden makes me more happy.
He doesn't want to liking it, but he's just grinning.
He's having a good time.
That's a lot of polygons right there.
Yeah, well, you know, only
that's a little bit too much for you, I'm afraid.
I think this is a solid 8.7.
Know what to do with it.
Yeah, 8.7. I'm done.
I'll give this
8.5.
10.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would, Tettles.
10.
Yeah, you would.
There you go. I like the Eridar. Very nice. I need to change back to that, actually. Dude, what if I showed up in Raid as a red Eridar? Just terrible DPS loss, but I'm a red Eridar.
Stop typing.
Tettles would go feral. Tettles would go feral.
Stop typing looking.
He finally apped my guild. There we go.
Yeah. Just to stand next to you in Raid.
Well, you know.
You're working on sticks and like the fire circles go on players. Like, Tettles, why are you always standing on me?
I couldn't see you, sorry.
I was too busy looking.
Maybe I should go back Tauren actually to totally troll Styx progress.
Well, you couldn't troll it more than you already have already.
Oh.
We saw the clip this morning on Rise and Race, sponsored by Honda.
That was good.
I like the part where you dodged 2 small circles to try to take on the Scrapmaster.
Well, yeah, to be fair, I watched it back, so I clip one of the pools, which would have given me 4. But it's just the hitbox needs to be bigger. I don't know. To be fair, it was low.
Dodged it.
Yeah, well,
you ignored it.
I was locked in.
All right, Courage, let's chill.
I was locked in.
Yeah, you were.
It's crazy that he keeps calling me Courage the Cowardly Dog, and he just hit you with that as well.
Anytime someone's...
No, your Courage is your high pitch. I'm more Don Vito.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. I got the low end.
If anything, Kalamazoo would be Eustace. I'm getting my mallet.
Oh my gosh.
I am getting up there. I have seen many battles.
Who's Muriel?
I don't know.
They'd have to be really nice to you, Tettles, so who would that be?
Nobody.
Nobody. That's rare. All I got is haters.
No, Don Vito's not in prison. Don Vito passed away like 5 years ago, unfortunately. A champion has fallen, but he lives on in my heart. So I like the fact that we shift back to our old strategy too. I'm not an analyst. I feel like you mentioned that Max said, I don't know if it was Max, you mentioned that they're losing damage by having players stuck in the actual goon cages.
Well, that was, yes.
But I feel like having the ability to optimize damage on pull with like potions and CDs and everything, even though you're not lusting, is still just better, which you're seeing with this strategy. And I mean, theoretically, I guess you can optimize around both, but I feel like not getting that 4 set of goon cages in phase 1 is just better.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's one of those things I think that, because here are the people that are killing these cages. Windwalker monks and warlocks, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And putting the Windwalker monks inside the cage, look at how much damage they're doing on pull right here. Putting them in the cage, not exactly optimal.
Right, plus it depends who actually gets the cage, right? You don't need to have like a Demon Hunter in the cage every time. I guess theoretically you can, depending on assignments, but if you're like RNG rolling who gets the cages for a bit of a loss versus like just saying, hey, we can have these on pull every time, it's a bit different.
There is no loss on the RNG on who gets selected with the cage, because if it's a hunter or somebody who's completely useless, they're going to get gripped out anyways.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, sometimes people can't get out. We've seen it happen a few times.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if you mess up the grip or mess up the rest,
sure,
like that, then we're. I mean, it's.
I guess it's more of just like a misplay error.
Exactly. That's just like a skill diff kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. These bomb soaks scare me
like
as well.
They are terrifying.
There's like 6 Armageddon soaks going out at once.
I think that this is by far the hardest part of the fight. First off, how many bombs there are, and how far away those soaks happen relative to the bomb impact.
Ooh, they did not have enough people soak on that one.
That is a very unfortunate situation. I wouldn't be shocked that whenever this fight gets nerfed, they change the functionality of how the goon cages work, but then they also change something with these bombs. Like, these bombs are ridiculous.
Right, because, I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say the ability to having the ability to pour out of the goon cages is likely not intended.
I hate this. Like, I hate the strat.
LOS has never been a good mechanic in any fight.
Yeah, they keep on adding it.
It's been okay.
Yeah,
right.
Tolerable.
Yeah.
You know.
Like Notharian, it wasn't horrendous, but it was just not great either way, right? You could tolerate it, but it was still like
he's a healer. I mean,
you know,
the moment that he gets LOS'd on a heal or something like that, it's completely over. Like, if you get LOS'd on your Radiance and your atonements don't spread to the people that you're trying to spread your atonements to, it is already like you were ready to.
That wasn't even a
Alt F4.
That wasn't even a disc fight. That was. Aberrus was a holy tier.
Oh, that was a holy tier. But
that was a holy tier. 100. I mean, you played it on farm or something like that, but I think like the first like 30 kills or something like that were all holy, but close to it.
I mean, same concept.
Same idea of like there were a lot of areas where you need to do a lot of spot healing, single target, and just hitting a line of sight, and you're not able to see the person. Really annoying. Notably, you have 3 healers doing the majority of their healing just by DPSing the boss, and it'll semi-smart heal go to where it needs to go.
So what do you think they would change in this fight if they do end up making it that you can't just pour out of the cages? Is it like a...
So the intended strat is to use either the icicles, the frost shatter boots, or the mines to actually blow up the cage. That is the intended way of getting out of the cage. And that's kind of why the sequencing of the spell casts are the way it is. I actually don't know what Blizzard would be looking to do to change it. So they would probably not let you port out, but maybe they would allow you to actually get... I think that what happens on Heroic, where you're actually able to get broken out of the cage by the mob's ability, is...
Sure. The knockback he does, basically, yeah.
Like, it's just...
There's so many times where Blizzard will design mechanics and think about, okay, players are going to resolve the mechanic by just doing this normal thing. You want to get out of the cages? Oh, here's spears to get you out of the cages. But it takes such a long time for the spears to spawn that you're going to leave people in goon cages forever, and then you're losing a ton of boss damage, so you find a way around it. You use ports. Same thing with this Molten Gold. You're like, oh, okay, they're just going to maximize their space around the room. But what we're getting into is that players are really good at using creative use of game mechanics to find ways around it. So they have a million different ports, Transcendence, Demonic Circle to get in and out of those things. And, we're using human racials to make sure we can maximize the amount of space taken up by the Molten Gold. A lot of these mechanics, I feel like, are going to get nerfed or going to get kind of butchered down, since in order to properly do the fight, you kind of have to do all this cheesy stuff.
at the moment with how it's designed.
Yeah, the damage check's insane. Like, if you're waiting for those mines or spears to break those walls, you're nowhere near the DPS check. Right?
I don't know if this... I think that the best thing that they can reasonably do is if they actually allow you to DPS the ads over the wall, as opposed to what it is currently where it is a smoke bomb. I think that
could be a thing too.
That would probably be a much better strategy. And it was like that. It was like that like halfway through last reset. And then Blizzard decided that they didn't want the mechanic to work like that. They didn't want you to be able to hit over the wall with things like Havoc, with things like Mass Disintegrate, with things like Starfall. And instead, now you have to go into the smoke bomb, which of course is just like, your healer can't target you. It's like ridiculous, like just how the mechanic ends up working.
Right.
I think that I would be looking to see some like mechanical changes to this fight. I don't know how in depth they need to go with some of the mechanical changes though to make it a more effective boss. But like, because the way that you're supposed to do this is, I think that obviously the icicles like Jack was talking about, that's the intended way of doing this. But the only other way of actually getting the players out of the goon cages if you're not porting out is by leaving like bombs rooted and kiting them into the cage walls, which the level of precision and coordination for something like that is just ridiculous.
And the cadence of spear is also super slow. Like the mob is dead for like 10 seconds, then spear spawn.
Exactly.
It's just and if you change that, it changes the whole fight.
If I had to sit in that cage for 10 seconds waiting,
when you have AFK, right? Once again, LOS the mechanic just shouldn't really be a thing. I don't.
But if you were able to say you could actually go in the cage as like a ranged DPS, and then you could hit the boss from inside the cage. It's like, you know, it's not great that we're just like standing in this cage, but it's gonna feel way less bad.
Yeah, and that make it so you might not even need like a health nerf from the boss if you can cleave in the cage as range possibly.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
what I'm getting at. I think that you could just change it to not actually be a smoke bomb, and you just have to go in the cage to be able to kill the goon, and then you start DPSing the boss from inside of it.
I mean, at the same time, keep in mind next week is the Renown 4 line for the Galagio rep, which brings a 3% damage and healing increase.
That's big for. You know, that'll be big for Race World First implications if we make it that far.
I mean, maybe these fights are tuned around that. Maybe.
No galley kill until they get the buff.
I mean,
nobody kills it pre-nerf.
We have no idea about Gallywix, right? I mean, we know it's basically starting the fight in Phase 3 on Mythic, and then besides that, we have no idea what happens.
The nightmare situation is the boss goes to reset, and then Liquid like comes through with after the re-clear, and then just one-shots Mythic Gallywix right after the re-clear.
I mean, depending on how this boss goes, if this boss doesn't die tonight, if this boss is not dead by tomorrow afternoon, I think we're going to reset.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine if we go to reset, assuming that everybody has like a fair chance of actually downing.
Right, but the problem is like if you are Liquid, and this is way in the future, not saying it's going to happen, but if you are Liquid, you get a reset of gear, so you re-clear. Maybe you split Heroic Galley a couple times. We already have our Spark, so that's less power there, because Sparks came in early, so you're not getting a hold or craft there. But you're getting that power line, the Renown line, which is going to be, that's a lot. 3%'s a lot of damage, right? It's like, what, 60k across an average player, give or take? Maybe?
A little bit more.
Yeah, 70k, give or take. It's a good bit, right? Depending on your gearing.
3%'s a lot, yeah.
Depending on your gearing where you sim, right?
They're probably simming like 2.2 to 2.4 million DPS right now, depending on specialization. Like I know some of the Windwalkers are like 2.5 even right now.
Yeah, so you're looking at a good bit, and that makes things awkward for Echo. If okay, well they get a reset, do we just end up? I mean, do you factor in like some kind of extension if you're close? It's all what if, but point being, like there's a lot that can happen depending on if this boss dies today or tomorrow, or if Bliss steps in and nerfs the boss again.
Dude, this is so funny. On Shakib's screen, he's got a weak core that pops up whenever it tells him that his Blade Dance or Death Sweep is parried.
Just makes him a little angry.
Just like, I don't even, what is the purpose of having that?
It fuels his fury, yeah. Or his rage, whatever they use as Demon Hunters.
Fury.
Yeah, it fuels his fury. There you go. Interesting. Well, we have indeed had, we have Splat down now. We have 2 reses available, though, and we're pushing into this Phase 2. Yeah, we are holding Lust for that 540-ish mark, Jack, we talked about. Yeah, for CDs. Also, Pasta as well coming back up. But basically now, we should be able to res Splat after this 3rd charge happens. This is charge 2. We're going to see 1 more, and then we're probably going to see a Lust and a Battle Res come out, and hopefully a good burn on the boss.
Yeah, they notably had a lot of issues dealing with the Molten Gold piles when they had their strat adjustment, and now they don't have to worry about it whatsoever. You can see they're kind of just rolling up all that gold off onto the sides as best they possibly can. Now it looks like we're going to be entering into Phase 2. Boss at 30% and dropping fast.
Yeah, we do need to get Splat up here. Wolf Disco does go down with no res available, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Bloodlust still going on. We're going to be getting these mines, and then we're going to be going into Goon Cages into Hot Mess. So the Goon Cage is the part that I actually don't think they've actually been able to make it through cleanly yet. Oh, we do get these Icicles as well. These Icicles are going to be baited into the remaining mines. They don't actually end up soaking all 7 of the mines that spawn. They're going to leave 2 of these frozen in the back. They'll have to soak them later. Here are these Goon Cages that we were kind of talking about. There's going to be specific people and specific locations that are supposed to be soaking these Goon Cages. And with the boss, with the ramping damage amp, everybody just drops super low. Everybody's actually able to be kept alive. This soak here, the Hot Mess is coming through. You're going to have enough people in here. I think this is probably going to end up being an immunity soak. If I had to guess, people are going to be pressing like 70% DRs or full immunities in there. Impact does end up going down, but we have 18 players alive, and we made it through the Goon Cages. That Galagio Goon on the left side of the screen has to go down. If it actually doesn't go down, then it's going to immune the boss. But yeah, like you're talking about, they were able to get it killed off. Now they're going to be going and shooting the finger guns into these shockers. Once you end up shooting the finger guns into the shockers, it removes that shield off of them, allowing them to be DPS and killed off. And now we get a couple of seconds of leeway, a couple of seconds of breathing room, and then the fight gets crazy. We're about to summon another set of mines here momentarily, and the fight just gets even more hectic because like the question is, what are you going to do with these mines? It's going to be mines into Frost Shock boots, and I think that's going to be the end of the fight. We're going to be basically looking at the energy at the bottom of the screen. Once the boss reaches max energy,
look at the bomb. There's so
many mines. It's literally so many mines.
We need a mass root here.
You're just going to mass root them, and then basically this is the end of the fight. The boss is fully enraged. You see he's big and red and angry. We're actually not even looking at the energy bar. That is the global enrage on the fight.
Yeah, and so we're going to try and handle these spears with these mines being up. There's just so many out. 12% on the boss here. Going to be a new best for us person. We can still go on a bit longer here too, but you can see how many fixates are out here. The boss is at full energy. Double Mind of Fury being cast here. This is the enrage. 12% on the boss. Not going to fall before, but it's going to be a new best pull. 11%. 10.97. And there's your enrage you got to beat. Pulsing ray damage. Double gun action. 10.92.
That is a lot of proggers. We love to be able to see it. And they even had some struggles with a huge movement. Now, I don't know about you, but I haven't seen any lock gateway movements yet.
I don't know if you can maybe plan some here
and so,
a bit.
Yeah,
it's
remember
tough.
the POV we had for Fired Up? He was dropping off his Frost Shatter Spear right around where they're standing right here. He had to go into position for it. Kind of used all of his blinks to adjust his position and then couldn't get to those Goon Cages in time. Thankfully, they could kill off the Goon Cages, but yeah, check it out right here. He was kind of fighting for his life at this point as they have to pop all these mines as quick as they possibly can, then get in a position quickly. This soak has to happen insanely fast.
Yeah, you're baiting all the mines in here to have like a crevice
right here.
Where you can soak.
1 blink, 2 blinks.
Yeah, so there's the Frost Shatter clear as well. He does cauterize here. We don't clear all these bombs, so we can soak some of the arrows into them. But like you talked about, right here, the 4 Goon Cages come out right now. You have to get so far across the room. This could be a good gate spot for sure, right? If you're going back left here, doesn't make it.
Yeah.
Not enough time. Right? And this 4th Goon does have to die here, which it does. It does not enrage, but it takes a good while to kill. And on top of this, you have this group soak coming out, which I think we are going to immunity here. Who's in there?
Impact, I think, dies to it, but I think that he's the only person who actually ends up...
Yeah.
Maybe he died to something else?
He's in the cage, I think. Isn't he in the cage?
Oh, maybe he was in the cage and he wasn't supposed to be in the soak or something?
Possibly, yeah. We did make it through that soak, though, pretty well. We had the finger gun coming up here to break both these shielded adds. And then besides that, we're able to carry on a bit further, but you have that big frontal coming in, which comes on, I believe, Fired Up in a moment here. And this is like the last bit of the fight. You're going to get those bombs spawning in momentarily, which just is huge air of denial. Mines are going immune to CC in a moment here as well, which you'll see in a minute coming up. Here's that tank frontal also, and it just starts to fall apart here.
Dude, this is... Oh god, this is a crazy fight. I don't know if they have the damage to kill this looking at this. Of course, they ended up losing half their raids, so their damage kind of dove. Like they basically just were sitting at a standstill around the 15% HP mark. Losing half your raid tends to do that, just generally speaking. But even still, I feel like we wanted the boss a little bit lower considering how clean most of the rest of P2 was.
I think you have the damage, but it's not...
You have to have a god. You have to have the god pull, basically.
It is not in the near future.
I wonder if we could see, like, specifically Fired Up's POV when they're about to clear mines before that Frost Shatter Spear mechanic happened again. It happened, like, basically just what we just saw in that replay before, starting with
before the cages.
Yeah. So what I want to see is he has a lot of his. I love it. Okay, give me a little pause real fast right here. Wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna get mines coming out, and they're basically gonna be spawning right here. And I want to just quickly highlight the healing cooldowns they have going on at the moment. At the bottom of your screen, you're able to see the ERT note and all the cooldowns they have. Evangelism, serious casting, that's the duration timer that you can see right there. All the revivals are on cooldown, so none of those have access. Sevi has access to Chi-Ji. Okay. Nick has access to Flourish and probably Convoke as well. If we hit play onto this one now, I am kind of curious if anything else gets popped alongside Evangelism, because let me see how much time. We have about 12 seconds left on Bloodlust, then we can hit play whenever you guys are ready, and we can go full speed as well.
Okay.
I just want to double check and see if Sevi or Nick has popped another cooldown to go with this. Yeah, so Nick does pop Flourish. It's a minute cooldown, and it does go well with any of this high damage they have.
Right.
But I'd be fascinated to see the amount of overheal produced by Series ramp at this point, because they might be able to greed it up during Bloodlust and let Siri just go sicko mode with his ramp and cover all of that, and then see if you could transition into Convoke Flourish on the move right around here into Nick's Tranquility. And then I believe they also have, Chi-Ji going right here with Sevi. So does seem like Sevi has it. Yeah, they kind of stacked 3 cooldowns on top of each other right here, which makes sense because it was a big point of failure with those mine clears, and you need to soak super fast.
Yeah.
But this is also around the area where they don't really have anything.
Well, I mean,
they kind of have everyone bleeding out, and then Dryny setting himself up for his next Chi-Ji. But I almost wonder if you bump back a couple other cooldowns, let the disc go insane.
Right.
If they can afford to do that, it might give them a little bit more breathing room, because this is around the area where everybody was just kind of fighting for their lives.
Do you not need to be top for that hot mess Goon Cage soak? I mean, is that not the reason that they're triple stacking the cooldown?
Well, what I'm saying is some of those cooldowns are all being used for the mine clears, and some of them are falling off a little bit beforehand.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, bump it back like 5 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds, that's it. Basically. That way, all of those hots are still taking a little bit longer while they're line of sighted into the Goon Cage. Not a significant amount, but just enough to, like, greed it up a little for the mines, and then rely on just the Disc Priest to handle it, and then you have a bit more output a little bit later on down the line.
Holy moly, this fight does so much damage.
The ticking damage is absurd.
So their damage check, I'm starting to get increasingly worried about.
I'm skeptical. I think you can probably kill it. There's likely the damage somewhere. I mean, it's 10% give or take. I think you can find 10% in this phase.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like within the next few hours. It's like you need a lot more reps in this phase, and it's hard to get back to that point with everybody alive too, because there's just so much going on. Right? I don't know how to
find all the damage.
I mean, this is why they're trying to 4-heal it, right? This is exactly why they're trying to 4-heal it. Because I think it's one of those things that you have to have the God pull if you're 5-healing it to be able to kill it. Whereas if you're 4-healing it, just humor me for a second. Assume that you're able to 4-heal it. You're going to have a little bit more leeway. It's kind of like One-Armed Bandit, where the last phase, of course, is going to be harder whenever you're 4-healing it versus 3-healing it. But it's... I do think that it's like if you can 4-heal it, the damage check isn't going to be concerning. And right now I'm looking at this damage, I'm like, wow.
You just can't. But I think you cannot drop healers. All you could do is try to like squeeze out extra value from the composition that you have so far. And I think a big part of that is understanding which groups are going to require the most healing while they're in their Goon Cages, who comes out lower in advance. Basically what I would do is the raid notes that they have set for themselves, if I was the healer in there, I'd start marking specifically who is in different groups every single time, like Windwalker Monks, and then make sure that each of them has loaded up with like HOTS or Atonement or whatever it is, depending on what I'm playing, to make sure they're as healthy as possible when I'm line of sighted, attribute more healing to the people who are able to get out of those cages, and then just kind of greed with whatever cooldowns we have. Bump them back 5-10 seconds here to make sure that you have those carrying over a little bit deeper into the fight.
When if we swap to Fired Up's POV, I'm pretty sure this note that he has in the top left are assigning who is going into what cage. I mean, look at these names. These are all players that are able to port out or get out of the cages in some capacity. And I think that like you're kind of talking about pre-assigning who is into which of these cages in every single time, like who is going into which Goon cage getting out in what capacity. I think that is almost a prerequisite.
It's got to be. And, you know, a big prerequisite for being able to get behind the scenes in the Race to World First is, of course, signing up with a Coinbase account, because that's our grand prize, the winner of which is going to be flown out to the next Race to World First, get to see all the action behind the scenes, and all you have to do is sign up at tl.gg/Coinbase using promo code TEAMLIQUID20. Fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That's for behind the scenes. And NA and EU are both eligible to win.
Not only are we giving away signed jerseys when the guild kills a boss, but we can also have a grand prize of flying you out for the race to World First. Get a look at everything here at the Alienware training facility. Meet the casters, meet the players, and have an experience of a lifetime.
That'd be sick. Like to win the...
It is pretty sick.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. Maybe I'll be here next time. I'm still jealous, though. Like, that's cool. I got to work and do stuff, man. That's sick.
Dude, somebody asked me the other day, they were like, are you having fun casting the Race World First? I was like, dude, this is like some of the most fun that I have every single year. This is... I think this is so cool.
Yeah. It's the event of the year. You get to hang out with your buds.
Well,
get fed 3 meals a day, and then
acquaintances, yeah,
play video games. Talk about video games.
Some people I know online.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I tell people, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll be gone for like a week or two. I'm just, going to an event, talk about video games with friends and stuff like that.
It is a good time. It's a lot of work, don't get me wrong, but it's a very good time. Yeah.
It's a blast.
So yeah.
Where
can they sign up?
This event possible. What's that?
Where can they sign up again?
At tl.gg/Coinbase. It takes less than 5 minutes. You can be doing this while they're yapping between bowls.
You get $20 as well.
True. Yeah. $20 in your account. Just sign it up.
Exactly.
Buy the dip.
So the boss didn't actually... The boss doesn't one-shot the raid when he rages, right? He does like that spinning.
He like charges up,
damage, right?
Like 12-second cast, charge up, and then he spins, and that basically wipes everybody out.
So I think he hit his global enrage there, but then the full enrage of the energy bar was the thing that like started the full cast.
Got it.
Wiped the group.
So you are looking at about 8-12, I guess, give or take on the enrage. So you're barely even getting 2 minutes again there at the very end.
Yeah.
This I don't know.
This fight is nuts.
I mean, this fight becomes much easier next week with the healing buff coming in and more gear, right? Like the renown line and the reset of gear. I mean, looking at the raid comp here, you can see they've all gained a decent amount of eye level from even last night. 662 being about the average eye level across the entire raid here. Some being as high as 663, 64 on Shu, right? So, I mean, there's not much I can really even do this week for gearing, right? Like...
No, there's no more gear.
What you have?
I would hope not.
What you have.
Right? I would hope not.
There's no more gear to be had. We're not holding on to any more crests. We're not holding on to anything. That was a boss 3, a boss 4 discussion about holding on to crests, holding on to crafts.
Right.
Once you are on the final boss or the second to last boss, you are not holding on to anything. You are emptying the bag and you were trying to get these 100+ pull bosses killed as quickly as possible, because 20, 30, 40 pulls of difference between the Race World First guilds on these bosses makes a huge difference for their odds of being able to win the entire event.
So looking at the nerf that Blizzard did this morning with the Mugsy stacks, or the Mug stack Moxie stacks not being as high, do you think that they're thinking as well they want this boss 4 healed and they're trying to like nerf the fight to compensate for that shift in healing, or do you think they didn't nerf enough, or what do you think they're thinking?
I don't think this fight is literally healable by anybody that's not in a Race World First guild currently.
With 4.
With 5 even.
With 5,
like,
yeah. Well, like,
you're watching the best healers in the world, who are the best healers of the best guilds, who have converged to make the best guild, now not be able to heal this fight. Like, this fight is ridiculous.
There's so much stacking damage. Every time the boss swaps phases, they do a big AoE explosion. They also gain a damage buff, and they're going to constantly be ticking additional damage. Every time they swap sides, they add a different buff to it. And so you would go into the final phase with like 3 stacks of the damage buff from both sides, pulsing damage on your team, plus the Moxie buff, where he's just, the longer he's active, the more he's increasing his damage. It's just really insane to be able to survive that incoming damage. And the way I kind of see it, if they could bump back a couple CDs by 5-6 seconds, it might help them a little bit more to kind of get through that key area. But they also need to make sure they figure out that movement. In case some people are targeted and use their movement abilities to drop off Frost Shatter Spears, they also need to traverse basically across the entire room, which is why I think a Lock Gateway would help a lot. And they also got to figure that positioning.
Definitely would. They can put it between that last hot mess soak they do and where the bombs are spawning against the wall with that first hot mess and like the double goon cage they're getting early on. So they could do that to help traverse the area more. And to clarify, like, if you are Blizzard, you don't come in and nerf this boss yet, I don't think. But I think if you are Blizzard, I think you're contemplating, if it does not die tonight or tomorrow to either guild, what do you want to do? Like, do you just target more healing-based adjustments so it's not as like intense healing-wise. Maybe you can get down to 4 healers, which does sort of like change the checks in the fight, or do you just leave it alone? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried that Blizzard might have to intervene. I mean, I don't think it's. I don't think it's exactly that's exactly what I was gonna say too. It's not yet. The problem is I'm just like looking at this fight, and this fight looks ridiculous.
Okay, I have a demonic question for you guys. Okay. All right, so they're setting up the fights with the expectation they should be killed with this week's gear, give or take, right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say that they're able to kill Moxie and find the damage either late tonight or early tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's going to mean that it'll be Saturday. They have Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Let's try to go for the boss. What if the boss is so hard that it goes into the reset, and then there's a damage and healing buff, and then that could make it very easy? What if they buff the boss to account for the extra damage and healing buff?
I mean,
like, oh yeah, now we can't make it too easy on you guys.
We haven't had a tier that's gone into the third reset since Sepulchre, the first ones.
Yeah.
We haven't even had one where it was something that you necessarily even needed to think about outside of just like random potential hypotheticals.
Right.
This is one where I'm looking at this. We're here on Friday currently, and I think that there is honestly an okay chance of it going into the reset now. I would have said at the very beginning of this reset, the most likely day that Galliwix was going to die was going to be like Sunday or Monday.
Yeah.
Exactly, and the longer that Muggsy is taking, the less likely that is.
Right. That's the thing is, there's been boss fights where they've had to find damage in the past, on Zarek notably. A little bit different when it was the end boss versus the penultimate boss. So it's kind of a question of how tight do they really want it to be. One Arm Bandit, notably, was very tight with week 1 gear. Got stomped on the second reset, though.
So looking, I think that talking about like potential nerfs and stuff like that isn't going to be super fruitful. The best path for Liquid moving forward is consistency. It's always going to be consistency whenever you're having to prog a boss like this. The only thing that they can realistically do is get into phase 2, I think, with around 50% consistency with all 20 players live.
Right.
If they're able to reach that mark, they will be able to kind of quickly be able to see really good progression. It's one of those things that they are going to need to be able to just make it back there over and over again to be able to get a high volume of attempts at the hardest part of the fight. Now, they have to go through a very challenging phase 1 to be able to make it there. But, you know, these heal checks, that damage check is going to be difficult, but this guild has kind of proven time and time again that whenever they're put in difficult situations, they're able to make magic happen, but they just have to get back there.
They're very good at finding damage when there doesn't seem to be any more damage on the table. Right?
Exactly.
And there's so many permutations of this fight you can do, things you can change. For example, that gold soak on the wall back there, we weren't doing that again until this pull. Last few pulls, Yips was running it along the side. So we're still trying different combinations of abilities here to see what we can get out of like our DPS, HPS, and just movement in phase 2, but it all needs to come together, and when it does, I mean, hopefully it matches up. And it seems like it might not now, but yeah, we're not at that point at all where we're like, okay, this needs to change, right? I don't think you're at that point until you've seen the Enrage 20 more times.
It's a thought that lingers in the back of casters' mind.
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind, especially now if you're an analyst, that, hey, maybe week 3 is on the table, but you don't play to that until it's Sunday at this point.
That's somebody's job. That's somebody's job. They're going to have to start thinking about that.
Right.
But that's not something that they're going to be worrying about until once they start getting close to the reset.
There is Vantis still. Well, you are not committing that at all this way. And Vantis is not 10% either, right? Vantis is what, like
3?
Give or take, sure.
It's 3% damage, 1.5% damage reduction. I think that Vantis would actually make a really big deal on this fight, particularly looking at the heal check. The heal check on this fight is crazy, and just having a little bit of extra DR, you're also with 3% damage, you would have a little bit more wiggle room to be able to have ease of execution in that final phase.
Sure.
I don't think you can afford to commit Vantis with this final boss looming over your head, right? Like, you're going to have it for Galliwix, especially with how difficult Muggsy has been tuned so far. But like you're saying, that's something that you would never commit unless you absolutely had to. This is unfortunately going to be a wipe. They stack the goon cages up just a little bit too close to one another, enraging the Galagio goons that sit inside these cages. And again, the thing that I think we have to preach is consistency, making it back to PT over and over and over again, and allowing your healers, allowing your raiders to make the best possible situation happen with just how good they are.
Yeah, and part of this is you have to almost like turn off part of your brain that is reacting to some of the mage movement. I think at times we've seen more than a few occasions where like the mages are setting up their displacement while they're also placing cages.
Yeah.
And then people are kind of moving and adjusting as a result. So there's some moments where people are like adjusting their positioning or trying to like react to somebody else. They just have to understand their assignment, stand on their marker, and commit to it.
You do you, and you cover your own, you know.
Yeah, and that's why I think the hard assigns is just a must. It has to be.
It's one of those things that like you watch the mages and you're like, this is so like, but there's three of them. There's three of them, man, and so it's always going to happen. So you have to really be able to know, oh, okay, this is a situation. This mage is going to do some weird stuff, and it's going to look really jank. And just don't panic. Just be where you need to be.
That's why you're playing 3 of them, because like the ignite cleave, right, on the ads, like getting that cleave on both ads plus the boss we can funnel into is incredibly impactful. But you have to like double blink, displace, alter to do that, which is causing them to like jump around, like Jack was talking about. It looks scary, but yeah, you just do your thing. And if they're there when you're there, as long as you're in the right, you're not getting yelled at.
That's right.
So,
yeah, you only worry about yourself.
Honestly, at this point, yeah, you cover your own end. Hey, I'm in the clean.
If you worry about your own individual performance, you know, that's what you have a 21st man for. That's what you have an entire analyst team for. They're there to worry about the rest of the Raiders, the other 19 players that they're holding accountable. You're there to make sure that you're doing the right thing at every single point. And the analyst and the 21st man will also hold you accountable.
I'd be benched already, trust me.
Of course. I would also.
I think you would want to be benched on this fight. Because it doesn't look fun jumping in and out of the goon cages.
Honestly, there's a lot of double warlock fights this tier. I think I'll be in for most of them.
Yeah.
Which is,
there you go. Can't blame it on McMuffins.
Muffin, I taught him everything he knows.
What about Batzel? Batzel's going to leave you in the bench.
The bat was benched for sticks, all right?
Ooh.
So, yeah.
The bat's benched for nobody.
He's there in spirit. So, I mean, prediction-wise, 121 polls on the board. Are we feeling 175 is still good? I don't think at this point it is.
I'm thinking 200. I'm slamming 200, I think is the number I'm looking at.
I mean, if you're looking at every 4th poll or 3rd poll getting back to phase 2, like deep into it, I think that's not too far off either. Yeah.
It's just not consistent enough yet. Maybe they'll hit a spot where they just have a really good hot string of pulls where it's like 15 or 20 in a row where they're just slamming deep P2 pulls. And at that point, you are going to see some serious progression and some absolute chunks taken off the boss. You're going to see, you know, the previous best go from 10 to then they'll go to, okay, we'll go to 8.5. All right, now it's down to 6.5. Oh my God, 4% wipe, they can do it, maybe. 2% wipe, oh my God, it's doable. Yeah, like that's the kind of progression that this fight's going to have on it. It's going to be really slow to the finish. Like, we were taking huge pieces off the boss especially when we were progging P1. Because they were just like trying to learn the movements. But the phase 3 is just the stacking enrage on the boss is crazy to heal.
Right, and that enrage is starting at 40% every time, or that phase 2 transition, I'm sorry, at 40% every time, right? So it's not like, oh, if we do extra damage in phase 1 like Anshrek, it's 2% easier in the last phase. It's 40% to 0 every time, right? You can move with lust a bit, you can play around cooldowns a little bit, but it's not going to make or break the fight if you're 10 seconds ahead in phase 1, essentially, right?
Well, this is why we thought that execute specs were going to be OP this tier, because, you know, we thought that Arms Warrior was going to be just nuts on this boss, because, and same with the One-Armed Bandit, because of stuff like this, where that 40 to 0 that you're describing is crazy.
Yeah, when Windwalker does that from 100 to 0, I mean.
Well, as it turns out, whenever your Windwalker just natty does the damage that your Arms Warrior doesn't execute, maybe Windwalker is good. Green, good.
That's crazy.
Who would have thought? Yeah, just 4 heal it, I guess.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are excited for when the race ends and there's going to be more balance patches going on.
Oh my God, I need some tuning. Can a Moon catch a single target buff? Like, I'm asking.
I am sick of you. You have no idea.
I'll also ask for a Holy Paladin buff.
We've been asking for that for months.
Yep. I think it's pretty safe to buff the lesser performing specs, whether it's, you know, heals or DPS / tanks, whatever. I think they shouldn't touch the higher end class tuning, like Windwalker, for example, when the race is still going on, when the top 5 guilds are progging these fights. But yeah, I was surprised we didn't get a tuning pass this week. Typically they hit the specs they're doing pretty poorly. I mean, Boomkin, Athlock, and Single Target, a lot of odd specs, just sort of like feeling a bit awkward in different areas this tier. Tuning, I mean, I think honestly tuning this patch I think it was pretty good, barring a few outliers. Like, a lot of classes seem like they're interchangeable for damage profiles, but the constants are like Windwalker Monk being very good. Basically everywhere, right? You saw him topping on Cauldron or Carnage, for example. There's overtuned, you know? But,
Mage.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mage is like... Yeah.
The healers are very imbalanced. Protection Warrior damage is kind of...
Damage tuning, I should say, yes. That's Jack's sport, right?
Well, healer damage is pretty imbalanced as well. I mean, Disc has had insanely high healer damage for a very long time. Mistweaver kind of joined them at that crazy level. And then, you know, we've kind of just seen like a bunch of other healers kind of left in the dust. You have some healers that are like solid, you know, Shaman and Prez are like okay, but they don't really do much damage, and they don't really have like, they're not super strong in their niches anymore. So it's a certain amount of things that are tolerable. It's okay to not be the best ramp healer. It's okay to not be, the best stack healer or something like that. That happens from tier to tier. That's just tuning. But when you have 3 healers specifically brought because they do so much passive damage and healing at the exact same time, it gets a little insane.
Well, I mean, look at this. We're 3 minutes into this fight. We see Dryny. He has always show self on the damage meter.
Yep.
He is in 16th place. Or he was in 16th place. Now he's in 17th. But he was in 16th place for an extended period of time. Look at Nick's healing. Nick was literally just sitting in chicken form doing damage the entire time, still just getting out DPS by the passive damage of Dryny.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, hey, you know.
And they are playing a build where they specifically are just doing passive damage and healing consistently.
I don't know.
Throughout.
It's
part of it is also like this Jade empowerment. I think they kind of made a mistake where they were having this Jade empowerment intended to be used for 5-mans, and it was fine, so they could do a bunch of damage and a bunch of healing at the same time, because healer damage is a huge factor in dungeons. And then it gets good enough to be utilized in a raid because they made it more focused on single target and then lightly cleave, that they were using it to break bombshells out of their attachments of garbage on Styx Bunk Junker, and now it's just being used on single target for just healing efficiently, and they're saving up stacks of it to break out the goons or to kill the goons in their cages.
The problem is ultimately like healer DPS. There's always a healer that for some reason does 2 times the amount of damage as another healer, and that is always just like the most ridiculous part.
Especially when you have tiers with insanely tight DPS checks.
Yep.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm not really sure what they could even do, like, comp swap wise to get more damage in here. Like, I mean, everything's just so important with, like, needing ways to teleport out of the cages.
I think it's an uptime thing.
I think it probably is too. Yeah.
I agree.
Your best way to optimize is just finding, like, minute little details on how the boss can stay in cleave range or get that damage on it when people are in the cages, maybe some way. I mean, probably for the most part not really doable, but like keeping him close to the frost shatter drops, right, in between those cages when you're baiting those spears, so he's still in cleave range when you're clearing the frost boots, right? Those little hyper optimizations can add up. Do they add up to 10%? Not necessarily, but when you get more reps in phase 3, you get better at doing damage, right?
They had a lot of deaths, right? I think that if they had if they didn't have any deaths on that pull that they made it to 10%, the boss is probably somewhere in the order of like 3% health, right?
I think it's high. Maybe like 7-6, possibly.
Maybe.
I think 3 is low. Like 2.
Well, they were dead for a long time, right? Like they lost half their raid, and they still had like a minute left on the boss.
Mm-hmm. That's possible. I think it is more like you need to find 3 or 4%. When you've like, I think the scenario we're in is you probably need to find like 3 or 4% in the boss more when you're all alive and hyper optimized.
We know it's possible. We've seen some crazy stuff in the race first before. Typically, I would say around 4 to 5% is findable just by doing mechanics more clean. We saw some crazy stuff. You remember Nazoth? Like that was nuts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was a half, right? At 40, right?
That guy was at 40%. They found 40% boss
yeah,
damage.
They did.
Which involved complete reworks of strats and stuff like that.
Right.
But that's kind of that's why they're continuing to toy with their strategy just over and over again. They're toying with the movement because they know that like long term there's going to be a strat that's best for them in the last phase, because unfortunately enough you're going to sack your first phase a little bit for your P2 to be more consistent, because you have to have that to be perfect.
Sure.
Where your phase 1 doesn't have to be perfect necessarily.
Interesting.
This is a tough boss.
It is. It's deceptively tough because you saw I think you saw phase 2 polls around the 30-40 pull rate.
Yep.
Like, oh, this boss should die. Yeah, THE was saying last night, oh, it dies tonight. Yeah, but.
So we're coping.
Yeah, well, we assumed it might have been a little excessive, depending where it's at. But we didn't really know. We hadn't seen the final phase. But yeah, the check seems very real, DPS-wise, HPS-wise. I would assume for Blizzard, this boss will be nerfed again. Like, maybe not even like in this like world first setting, but they'll probably nerf it again for guilds to get here in a few weeks, probably, give or take. Even with the buffs coming into like Renown line, I would assume they look to make the healing check lesser, which does let you 4-heal the fight, and then maybe that just nerfs the enrage.
Does gear let you 4-heal the fight?
Gear and the stacking healer buff you get next week.
To a certain extent, though, right?
But healers are noobs and not enriched for the first guild.
Yeah. Make it hard. We had a bunch of 3-heal fights, and you guys are like, oh, it's fine. Nah. I want tough fights.
Bro, whose guild's got Nick, Druid, and Dryny, and Smacked and Zasevi in it, right? Like,
they're going to get more gear. They're also getting an aura buff that's stacking to like 20-some%. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I want Gallywix to be 8 heals.
Have you met Sin Carnation? We have Sin Carnation.
Do you have 5 of him?
See, that's the problem here. I actually don't know. They just heal me. I live.
See, exactly. You guys don't know what goes into the sausage here.
What goes into my DPS then?
I don't know, like $5.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You guys talked about it earlier. I fell asleep.
See, Jack, this is why it's a team effort. All right, you should be a team player.
What healers are the team player?
Well, apparently not. You don't know what I do. My rotation. I just call for PI and you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a team effort.
That is a team effort. Yeah, I provide PI.
Yeah.
You go do whatever sick stuff you want to go do.
Hey, you know what I provide? Dead boss.
Taco Bell. Oh,
what does a healer ever
Sorry.
solo the boss?
What?
Exactly.
With the healers of solo heal the boss.
Not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same.
Yeah, it is.
Not the
Yes,
same.
it is.
Not the same.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Solo healing a boss is just an ego and a hubris thing, and you can't even convince me otherwise.
Not on Garrosh Hellscream 10-man.
Hubris wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it was.
Was it needed on 10-man? Wasn't that World Force 1 heal on Garrosh 10-man? Okay.
Yeah. Yazrin. Yeah.
Bring it back.
No. 5 heal fights.
Well, no, I meant 10-man, but sure, do it.
Bring back 10-man.
That's an hour-long discussion. That's a good video topic, though.
I already made a video on this. I love. I love the concept of 10-man. Man, I want it so bad. I think that 20-man is actually just like.
But okay, so not to go too far into that, but at the same time, how is this fight done on 10-man with 4 goon cages?
Well, you
fundamentally need to change the whole phase.
You would just build the fight differently. Like,
I agree. The Blizz has said in the past they don't want to do that. They want to build the fight one way to optimize around tuning around one strategy, and that's it.
Well, yeah, you would design it around 10-man.
I agree, but they don't want to do that. They said.
Well,
so
here's the thing.
You see what I'm saying?
There's major logistical issues with getting 20 players just in a guild, which is why you're seeing the decline of mythic guilds just in general. It's really difficult to be a casual hardcore raider as well with the expectations that are being put onto you just as a mythic raider.
Those are player imposed.
They are player imposed. I'm not going to argue that, but by reducing the amount of players that are required, it's going to ease up a lot of the restrictions of the logistics of like getting the groups together and allow you to be able to play it a little bit more casually. That's why a lot of, ex-Mythic Raiders are now just doing Mythic Plus at a casual hardcore level because they can, right? And they can spend the time doing that whenever they want.
We're all getting older, too, Teddles. We're all 31, 32, getting old. We have jobs, lives.
Please don't say we're all. I'm 28.
Yeah. It's coming for you, too.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No,
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The cool thing, though, is when you hit 30 Teddles, it's just a day-by-day experience.
When can I...
Well, when you hit...
Woke up today, cool.
When you hit 30, you're also like the young for the 30 to 40 range,
True.
Yeah. Starts anew.
The best years are your 30s, Teddles. Trust me.
When can I apply for AARP?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. 30's been pretty good to me. I'm excited.
Well,
But yeah, dude,
best shape of my life.
I would love 10-man
Yes.
to come back. I think 10-man would go so hard.
I think so, too. I don't want to harp on too much because we are having a pretty decent poll here. Not going to jinx it, but I do think that within some point of the War Within Saga, we need to address the issue of Mythic rating. Like, maybe getting back into Flex 10-man stuff, but that's more of like an expansion thing, not a mid-tier match thing.
I agree with that,
A large overhaul needs to take place, but I think it probably will, honestly, for the longevity of the game and rating. You'll see it at some point.
I mean, I think that most people would agree that like the class faction merging stuff was great for the game. Whenever they did that in late Shadowlands, the opening up Mythic to be cross-realm immediately, also pretty good thing for health of the game. I think they should remove the Mythic Lockout. I think the Mythic Lockout's really stupid. Really, there's nobody.
What a great new idea.
Yeah.
Oh, we got it. Okay, good.
Whew. Ooh. Fired Up's on fire. Cauterized there.
Yeah, free life, no big deal. As long as we soak this. So we're there's that group soak being placed in the middle of the room here for that phase 2 transition, which is coming at about 5% here. We have not lusted. I feel like we're a little behind the check here, though, which is a little unfortunate. That bar is growing to about that 70 out of 100 energy threshold. If we make this check, it'll be 40% in the boss before that bar reaches
80 energy.
No, they jump.
We can go past it, right?
They do. That's part of the plan, I believe.
Okay.
I think they're going to jump to the next side, swap to dirt.
It's one tick of like raid damage, and then they push the boss. And that's what the milk is for. That's where they get the 3-second milk on the cast, right?
Oh,
there it is.
Right there. I see what you're saying.
They also had the added benefit that they did not...
here's the lust.
Yeah, they did not get forced to push. That means the boss didn't gain an additional stack for pushing.
So
Wait,
this is actually really, really strong.
Shaq held his meta here. Hold on. Maybe they're actually starting to hold offensive CDs immediately and jamming this Lust the moment that they're going into this phase to be able to have more damage during this spin cycle burn. So they could potentially get more offensive CDs pressed into P2 as well. Again, they're sacking their P1 to make their P2 better.
I mean, yeah, that's a way to find 10% damage, honestly. So we're entering into second spin of 3 here. One more spin coming up, one more bait, then we're getting that nasty overlap of mines, boots, and goon cages coming up momentarily as well. Yeah, boss is at 26% there, right? This is actually a really good burn.
2 B-reses.
Insanely good burn that they have going on right now. All right, I want to see if they're going to be able to delay
super
those
low
healer
here,
cooldowns like 5 seconds or so. Let Ziri try to carry the point right here. Let the Convoke Flourish wait just a sec till after the mines are exploding. I want to see if it's going to be possible out of that one. They do start popping everything. They do have all those healing cooldowns active.
Oh, the mine in the back.
We missed a mine soak, man.
They got 2 reses. They got 2 reses. They got 1 left. They got 1 left.
We have 1 left. We get up, probably Trill here and keep pushing on. Maybe Wolf Disco either way.
I mean, Shaq is always going into one of the cages.
Oh, the mines are bad here, though. The mines are bad for these Frost Spears. We need to bait them all into that 1 or 2 mines in the back of the room. We lose Zevi for that, unfortunately. Here are the 4 Goon Cages coming out as well. Mass Barrier coming up in 3 also. I don't think it'll be enough.
We're wiping.
We stacked,
yeah.
No, they didn't stack. They got it good.
Did they? I think they stacked 2 cages.
No, they had to adjust positioning because they basically, I think they had like 2 mages get targeted by it, and they were both setting up displacements, and they had the hard assignments. So they had to trust it.
Whew. Okay.
Yep.
So I like that burn. The boss is at 17% right here.
I mean, we saw Shaq moved his meta to that like beginning of that phase.
Yeah.
I wonder what else is being held for that, because now lusting at the very beginning of P2, it's going to allow you to have some of your cooldowns come back up during that phase. Your fire mages, they're going to be able to get a bunch of different combustions in that phase, especially with the lusting on pull. The combust is like feeding into itself over and over and over again, so you're able to combust just a bunch more times. I think that this is a 6 strat. It's going to be really tight. We were really worried about the damage check. I think this is what has to have changed for them to be able to burn this boss down.
Yeah, I mean, even the 2-minute classes, if you're popping around 520, they come up again at 720, which is a round after that set of 4 Goon Cages comes out, with a bit more downtime there, too. So, like, you can tell they're optimizing ready for more damage in that final phase.
The full Enrage cast happens around, what, like 8:10-ish?
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So you should get 2 cycles of 2-minute CDs there, interestingly enough. That's actually really good. I mean, that's a big bit of progress made percent-wise. Not mechanically, but that's big.
Well, it's very big. What did you have, Tettles?
What you guys didn't see is that we all just had to sit down rather quickly because we were all standing.
I was excited, all right? I was very excited on that. How much damage they got to burn and really putting their strategy into perspective. It's been awesome to be able to see over the course of our shift, but that also means we're at the end of our shift. And so before we swap on to a new round of casters and make sure we don't miss any pulls whatsoever, I want to give a special thank you to our sponsors, our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Alienware, Monster Energy, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be swapping into a new round of casters and taking it on over into a Monster Energy. Listen in.
If Driny cooldowns like later than he's doing, he cannot cool on when
Driny didn't cool down the intermission, right?
When we're popping
cooldown
the
is start. Like, look at this over here. Like, if I don't press here, then we're also just gonna die here.
Well, I press here, so we're.
Yeah, but it's not. That's not the problem. The problem is if you don't pop here, you will not be able to pop on the double mine. Then it's literally just 1 convoke for 2 mines in the end, but 1 revival and like 1 obbies.
Okay, so we have Driny CD going here, but
like
then we have no healer CD. We don't use any healer CD for the remainder of the intermission, and we're healthy the whole time. We were like healthy the entire intermission.
Yep. Yeah, I mean we'd still have 5 more seconds of lust here as well if we don't have to pre-lust.
We should talk about soaking positions for last intermission. Or sorry, last phase. So the thing is like at this angle at this point, I think. This stuff over here doesn't matter yet.
Yeah, Siri, read DM as well.
Alright. Okay, this is like kind of what the line is doing when we're soaking those mines, right? Okay, so we have mine spawns and we're soaking. So fired up, where are you?
Probably near the line.
Okay, near the line. Where were some of you guys? Sang usually does like behind, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm usually on the left, like above fired up.
Or maybe we should actually position it like where more mobile range are further away from Hot Mess for the spears.
So like Suri. Who else is not mobile as ranged? Warlocks.
Oh, you're talking about mines? I'm usually like on the hard left.
Yeah, but like, if you get, do you guys like pre-port the? Do you port the?
No, I can't.
You can't save it for the.
I feel like you guys should probably just play near the hot mess, maybe.
Yeah, I've been doing
I guess. Yeah, sure. I've usually been like hard left, just to make sure. Like.
I just feel like all the blinkers in one spot sounds not great. From watching Fired Up, I feel like you just blink on the same shit.
Put some of us at the top, maybe, boys.
The people who are far, you don't really want to spawn your frost shutter boats there, though.
They can blink, though.
Yeah, I know they can, but like I got sniped by someone who spawned it ahead. I mean, maybe it's good to look out for. I'm not sure.
I feel like Frost Shatter.
We're gonna wind rush there now as well, because I'm gonna reset after the intermission, so it should be up for those mines to make it easier.
Having wind rush.
We're in soaks as they're spawning, so it's kind of.
Having wind rush just around here would be insane, because it will help for mine soaks, and it'll last all the way until the hot
cages
until we have to get the Frost Shatter boots, and then people have speed coming out of the hot mess if they need it. Any other range I'm missing here? Oh, Nick.
I kind of usually soak like to the mage to my left. I usually like soak in that area, mostly because like when I'm soaking and I get a spear, I kind of like want to clear it in the middle hot mess wall, like right after.
Cool. So is this? I'll just keep this slide. Which one's this range though? One of the mages should like stay behind though.
Is this the last phase one or what?
Yeah, this is the last phase. Mine.
I've been by saying in the last phase.
So around here.
Yeah.
I feel like this makes sense. I just need this mage to be someone.
I can.
KSP said.
Okay, KSP that. Yeah. Cool. That's fine. Those are our positions then. All right.
Need a summon stone for you?
I'm almost there. I'll be there.
Don't die too quick, okay?
There's a pull timer out.
Is that
no?
There's a respawn timer, bro.
Oh, just kidding. Where's Shaq's darkness?
In the rocket in the mid.
Do you play 3 minutes right now?
I can. Waiting
I mean, I don't know. It's a
assignment.
DPS loss, right? It's a.
No, it's not.
I feel like the darkness. I feel like the darkness in that barrier is not good. I think.
But then he can darkness the last Frost Shadow boots as well then of the fight.
No, there's no damage from that. You should just darkness the you should darkness those 5th and 6th mine soaks after the jails when most of the raid is stacked and almost no one needs to move out and soak.
Then you don't darkness the hot mess.
Yeah, that's fine. Can we? Do we have a darkness the enrage cost?
Yeah, I mean that's what I suggested earlier. I mean, but
how many ticks does the enrage cast?
It does like 1 tick every like second.
Yeah, it could. I mean, that could have some value.
Darkness barrier, maybe live a couple extra seconds.
How much does it hit for the enrage cost?
Enough where if you have a personal, you might live, but it's 12 mil.
That's around there.
How much do you say?
12.5 mil.
I mean, could we barrier all personals darkness and like actually live a few ticks of it?
Like one, maybe.
But you could even stat Syrian as well, right?
I mean, if we're in darkness with barrier,
maybe spell wall. Sorry, he keeps us.
It'll be like
he's not keeping anyone alive.
It'll be like 50%.
Did someone just say it's 12 million a second?
Yeah.
I mean, with barrier and personal, it becomes like 6 million, and then.
Well, no, because he has 50% moxie. 50% moxie probably by the
200. That's just 240 mil HPS plus 50% moxie, 360 mil HPS. That's like 2 penances.
Do a pull, and then I'll be back probably in like a minute.
What if we just run 7 Demon Hunters? Chain the dark.
Just fall dark. We can fall dark.
Doesn't stack.
Johnny's got a demon. No, we just need that. We just need no. We just need 1 Johnny Holy Paladin. Extend the enrage.
Oh. Johnny can't play Holy Paladin. Monks come that big. Wait, actually, Johnny? He told me.
I mean,
Monk
this playstyle is pretty close to Paladin.
Yeah.
Literally like Jeb, like.
Literally like Paladin.
You remember that MDI Jeb had to play Druid, and he was just upset. the entire time because he was off his comfort pick.
Don't have to move there, Mark. I always have that one.
What a beast, JB.
He's hitting for 15 mil without DR.
Yeah, but you have to add in DR. Okay.
Checkmate.
Fucking shut him down.
Yeah. Get in, save a shaman, link it. That's everything.
This goes right.
Heal if you bring a shaman.
Yes.
How about we just beat it?
True. Good call, Mark.
But I've been saying, Mark, I feel like it's way better. It's way easier.
Just kill the boss, please.
How about it, Bog?
Tails.
Left.
Tank knockback, then we're dipping our feet. Ready to dip. Make sure you actually remove your debuff. Dip in 3, 2, 1 now. Oh, that's thin. That's fun. Go, dog.
Yeah.
Finger gun in 3.
Storm's fury.
Okay, metal.
Metal.
Big mind soaks after. Mind soaks in 5. Baiting mines. Baiting mines. Okay, first ones are coming out. Pop 1, 2, 3.
Always got that one,
4.
Mark. You don't get a word.
5.
That one too. Technically, you were useless that phase. That was in all of those. That's actually crazy.
Move back.
Okay, this spray and pray can do the normal thing. You're going right. Oh, dude, Dryny. Just Dryny.com.
Oh my god.
Lucky that's got to stop now.
They actually took away his gun license because of this shit.
Guns aren't, or Minnesota's not part of the U.S.
Yeah. There's no right to bear arms.
Yeah, jail's here.
Pockets a gun.
No markers.
You know what to do.
Cool, it makes sense. Are you happy?
Yeah, Exile, you know what to do.
No, I'm not happy.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry I asked.
Okay. Ever talk to Yips?
There's a fucking stupid question as well. It was
Orange might be a little slow, don't. Okay, get ready for boots, guys. Get in the hot mess now. Always just jump. Jump now. You can pre-clear it if you jump. You definitely don't want to wait to see if you get it. You just hit everyone for a lot of damage.
Debbie?
What's up, man?
Oh, res him. Finger gun now.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna res
So
him up
wide.
now.
Res him in 30 seconds. It's fine. We have the damage.
I'm just popping cooldowns here. Kill this guy.
Yeah.
You're killing him?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, maybe shot it way
Okay,
too close.
crawler
to the-
mines. 3, 2, bait now. Okay, watch crawler mines. Big soaks without THD. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Insanely good job. Middle. Get in.
Holding the door.
Don't take the fire tick after, guys. It hits really hard.
Try to also walk out with the circles now, especially in this part.
Mark's hitting doubles out. Watch him.
Watch out with the circles here. Res mark. Make sure someone keeps it in that phase. Phew, fired up. Holy shit. Hey boss,
I love watching you work.
Good.
Can you teach me that trick? You're headed 6 feet under.
Mark, you need to go in the front left jail in the jail set, okay?
Yep.
Okay. That'll fix it. Okay. Going right. Going right, guys.
Oh, that was bad.
He is on, it's fine.
Fair lunch, shit.
Dodge, dodge, dodge.
Why does he do that?
Dude, I'm gonna blow up.
I actually don't understand why he's doing it, because I haven't...
Keep going, keep going. About to be phase.
Taking a step away, fuck that.
Okay, get ready to bait mines.
A window share as well.
Baiting mines now. Okay. Everyone ready to soak. Go to your spots. Popping 1, 2, 3, 4. Frost boots in 3, 2, 1. Frost boots. And then everyone else get in jail positions. Get in jail positions.
Nice parts.
Mark, you're going front left.
Scott will rally. Cocoon.
Oh, Cocoon for trills.
I'll be okay.
Okay, group soak. This goes slightly in front of the boss with immunes. We have Nick CDs here, right? Okay, immune in 3, 2, 1. Immune. Okay, finish that goon. Good. Everyone, finger gun is gonna go to the left here. Everyone else get close. It's gonna be like smacked first pop, right? After this, finger gun. It's after the finger gun. So finger gun, break all the ads. Good. And we're popping mine 1 and 3, 2, go.
It missed one.
Soak. Pop 2.
Oh my god, Nick.
Soak. Good. Good, good, good. Spray and pray here. Spray and pray to the outside of the room. Spray and pray to the outside of the room. Okay, and then we're baiting crawler mines close here. Just bait the crawler mines on the boss, then we're gonna Babby move. Remember, the boss goes just into her on the boss. No, don't move the boss yet. No, 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 no. Bait the mines back. Bait them back. Oh, they're in front. Just try to make it work. Try to make it work. You can use either hot mess. Don't pull the boss too far.
Good.
Keep the boss here. Root them. Just root them. Root them. Bait in the fire now. Everyone in fire. Everyone in fire. If you're not in fire, you're already late. Good. Now you just use it to block it. Keep hitting boss. Do not hit a mine.
Who wants spell
Fine.
word?
Keep going. Who wants spell word?
Me.
Fuck.
Stack up darkness barrier.
Yeah. Use it all.
Everything.
Yeah, we can heal through that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Two ticks at least. Try and you left the cocoon and...
Go yips, go yips! Why even call for spell ward?
I mean, we were down someone who doesn't even go in the jail doing like full execute damage the entire phase. We had 2 people dead the entire last phase. I just need to keep doing it. What the fuck is killing? What is killing?
I'm just getting fixed.
Melee hit by the boss every pull. It's chill. No worries.
Yeah, in the intermission, the boss will melee people randomly
after
every
while
charge.
back. Like 10 pulls ago, it happened to me too. I just got snapped. That's by a melee.
And then me, I usually almost always pre-position where I do to hit the far guy. And then if like the finger gun is slightly off center and they swing it too far right, I'm just dead.
And can we get a clip of it, like from an analyst, from my POV and his?
Yeah,
like just from his POV.
Also check my POV, Max. I mean, it's good for people to know, but ideally we all use the same hot mess, but the frost shutter boots, they come out in 2 sets right there. It's like omega delayed if you look at the frost shutter boots.
It's extremely annoying.
By that.
It happened to me twice where I'm in it like on the cast finishes and then I leave and then it spawns on me.
It happened to me on an early set though too.
I think it would be a lot better if we just all use the middle one.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
right?
but no, that wasn't what happened here. But look, first set comes out, and then it's gonna be the second set. And I didn't realize that the second set was so late. So after mine shot, I went I tried to get out of here, and then I got shot by the ones that are over here. So in case there's
I'm pretty sure. Could we heal through just being in the fire for 3 seconds?
It isn't the.
We have event shop here.
Isn't
if
the
we have
other one
event
better?
up, I'm pretty sure we just sit in the fire until all the boots go out and then move out.
Isn't the other one better because
revival,
of the
but I
access
don't know
though?
what to press it here.
We don't have to
press on the boots.
We don't have to get ticked.
Just press on the boots.
You don't have to get it.
Pressing it on the mine pop.
We should all start in the middle and then go over there and then also have the boss there so people can actually melee the boss.
When do our 2 minutes come up again here? Is it like right here?
Yeah.
I popped mine like 10 seconds after Lust, and they came up right as we were spawning these mines.
I mean, he's basically AFK here, so depending on how long it lasts.
Impex said you wanted to mention something after this about the jails, right?
Yeah, the hot mess didn't break like the wall late to walk past, so I had to like walk into the hot mess and they would just die if I was getting out of there. We also killed our
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. My name is Aya. I'm here with Kalamazzi. A special shout out to and Makes. Jeez, a special shout out to our sponsors.
No, it's all
sorry.
right.
Well, listen, I'm trying to get through a lot here before we start on this poll. Okay, this is exciting stuff. I lost my brain for a second, but huge shout out, of course, to our sponsors: Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster, Nucci, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Makes.
Yes, my
feeling
love.
about the current state of the race.
Oh, I'm feeling quite good. We just saw another new best down to 8%. Right before that, we also had a really good pull before we went into that caster switch.
Yeah.
They are finding more and more damage, and it is tight. You know,
Yeah.
they're still hitting that enrage, but maybe doable.
Yeah, we can actually take a look at a replay of those final moments and that new best that we just saw.
Yes, I think we had like a 13% best or so. Sorry, 10% best before. But yeah, hitting those single digits. So we're already deep into phase 2 here, about 19% in the boss. We do have THD, Impact, and I believe Wolf Disco down with no reses here. So keep in mind, their DPS is not going to be around for the remainder of the fight. So the boss being 8% probably is a little lower here. So what we see here is they've already done the 4 Goon Cage soaks, right? There's a bit of downtime here around the 7:17 timestamp. Now, the strat change that they did on our last shift, last pull, they're lusting around 5:25, and I think they're holding CDs at 4 minutes to that time point. So you're getting 4-minute CDs at 5:20, and well, 2-minute CDs, and you're getting them again at 7:20. The boss enrage is at 8, so you're getting 2 sets of 2-minute CDs in this phase, which is probably what's needed to beat that burn. So boss moving through here. What we see here is the bomb spawning in the back. This is sort of like the end of the fight. You're going to have a lot of bomb spawning in here. You're going to have your druids mass rooting them, and these frost spears that come out. They need to go through the mines here. There's no walls up to break those spears anymore. It's just mines. Now you've got about 8:12 before the boss hard enrages here. You see the boss being up at about 7:56. That double-minded fury cast is coming out here. We're going to get this cast, and then when the boss reaches max energy, the like big enrage begins. And it should die somewhere around the 8:12 mark, give or take. I'm being forced out of my spot on the couch here by a dog. I'm going to stand up. So,
Oh my God, you're fully standing
I literally
up.
lost my spot. It's okay.
Sammy bullied him
Wait, she
out.
really did. That's so funny.
She
I'll
like
let it
sat
slide.
down and she squished him over.
I'm standing up on camera. I have no spot, so you got to get a wide view here. But 840 on the boss, 8.4, 8.34, and the best ended up being 8.15. So you have about 3 or 4 seconds to milk some damage in the boss here. Yeah, this is the enrage.
Yep.
You're not living past this.
Yeah, and notably, Echo, they ended their day at 10% pretty recently also, so this is great. Okay, taking a note from Max, I see.
This is my space.
She sat
No,
down.
look,
and
they
she
can't
said,
fully
"This
see
is
it.
my
You got to
spot."
scooch over a little bit, Kalamazzi.
Just sit there. Yeah,
just-
you're fine.
There we go.
Look at her.
Yeah,
Little
what a
Sammy,
queen.
baby.
What a nice animal.
That's right.
Nice animal.
Very sweet, very sweet. Yes. Okay, well, this is Sammy. She's joining us. And Sammy also has a message. We are raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society, of course, teal.gg/RWF-donate. She wants to let everybody know that you should be donating to that charity because we are almost at $25,000. We hit it. I forgot that we hit it. We hit it when I was up the deck. Dude, we somehow raised $6,000 within the time that I was on the broadcast this morning and now. So that's incredible. So that doesn't mean that you can stop donating. You definitely should. teal.gg/RWF-donate. I feel
We
like
got more
at
goals.
this point, have we made more?
We're cooking on them. We don't know, but keep going, and we'll find more things. We're cooking on some goals. I don't know if we have anything to talk about as of yet. I think we're doing our best. We'll let y'all know. But the fact that you guys crushed 25K is insane in the first place. Incredible.
Yeah, fully agree.
The dogs, cats, and the lions, everybody in the shelter appreciates it.
The lions?
There's a lion roaming the streets.
I heard so. You told me many times.
Dratno saw it too, actually.
I have not seen
This
it.
is just becoming Florida man lore at the moment. Yes.
It's like a mountain lion. Or
Yeah, he said he saw it at 3 a.m. a few days ago. There was a mountain lion roaming the Team Liquid facility outdoors or outside, and said it ran away. So 2 lion sightings.
All right, well, if you're just now tuning in, we've got people around us shaking their heads. If you're just now tuning in, we are progging on Muggsy. We have 124 pulls. We just got a new best. Things are looking up today. Also, we haven't even had dinner yet. The day is young. Kalamazoo, are we getting this down today?
Ooh, it's tough. I mean, we're talking about them optimizing damage a lot in Phase 2. And, I mean, even before we ended our last shift, like within a half hour left or so, they hit the enrage at, I think, like 10%. And it seemed like it was nearly insurmountable. Sure. We are 5-killing this fight.
Ooh.
Part of the monster.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. No big deal, no big deal. Monster wall fell down a little bit.
Clean it up.
We had some casualties, but go ahead.
I mean, with them, assumingly moving some CDs to that 5:20 mark, holding around the 4-minute mark, and getting 2 sets of 2-minute CDs in this phase, it looks to be possible, but that wipe at 8, you had 3 DPS dead for a little while. I know THG, I believe THG Impact and Wolf Tusker were dead from 19, maybe even before then. It's going to be a tight DPS check, but I think it's doable, but what pull number it is, it's going to be tough. Finding the last few percent is going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, what's your take on that, Makes?
So I believe my original prediction for this was 260.
Okay.
I think we're not going to be reaching that, but I also don't think it dies in the next couple of pulls. I think they've been making great progression, but especially when it's like the last part of the fight that you're progressing, every single pull takes so long whenever you have a good pull. And then, of course, you're going to have like the odd ones every now and then in between where you're wiping early, something else goes wrong. You already have people dying early on that you can't rest. Here's those predictions. So I think like 160-ish is what I said yesterday when we first saw this boss, which would mean you're actually quite close there, Aya.
Woo! Yeah, because I was totally basing that information on like some very
factual,
refined and factual and accurate data, and I definitely didn't just pull that out of thin air.
See, I wouldn't expect less from you.
Of course, and everybody else. But 150 pulls, yeah, that was my guess. So hopefully I'm right. That would be nice to get it within the next, 20 pulls. Can we see Tuttles? Can we put that? I am curious what he put because he was historically
His prediction?
lower than everybody else.
His boss prediction was normal.
Yeah, but
everyone
he did ramp up towards the end.
65.
Oh, okay, maybe not so much.
He might have been on point with the one-armed bandit. That fight was notably rather easy for how
I think he had,
hard
like,
everything
15
else was.
something. He wanted to be home like 5 days ago, apparently, basically.
Yeah.
It's like 1, 1, 1,
Does
1,
Tuttles
1,
have
1,
a different
15,
deal than
320.
we do?
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. He's got an event fee for the whole thing.
It's like a
once we get out
flat
of here,
rate.
perhaps. Yeah, he's playing 5D chess over there with these plays. But yeah, we're gonna be going to another pull soon. They're taking quite a lot of time also between goes, which is interesting. I feel like in the beginning they were kind of chain pulling a little bit, and then they started taking their time again, and then it kind of go back and forth. But right now, the pacing of it, Kalamazoo, is that they've got quite a lot to discuss at the moment between pulls.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to break down in Phase 2, but at the same time, like once you've seen it, it's not going to change a whole lot. You have the bomb spawning in, which you're going to pop most of them, but save like 2 to 3 for the frost spear to spawn in, and then right after that you're going to have those 4 goon cages coming in. You soak, you're immunitying, using immunities on the hot mess soak in that phase. Then there's like a little bit of downtime. The boss does, I think a frontal, the fire based, the gun frontal towards a player, but the rest of the rage is doing damage to the boss, and that's around the 720 mark when you get those second 2-minute CDs if you're still following that pattern of like holding for lust. And then you get all those bombs spawning in, which your druids are just going to mass root. And the last mechanic you're getting is I don't know what set it is, but it's the last set of frost spears. You just point them through the bombs, and the boss enrages, right? So like, yeah, the hard part of Phase 2 is when it phases. You've got like 5 mechanics at once. If you make it through that cleanly, you've got 2 pretty trivial mechanics. Poke the bomb with a frost spear, root him, and the boss just enrages to kill the boss. So they're probably closer to like a very low % pull, but it might take one of those pulls where it's the stars align to have the damage to kill it still.
Yeah. To be honest, they are pretty good at that, and notably when players are starting to be in a position where they're not fearing for their life all the time, they do get much, much better at finding some extra damage, figuring out where to min-max, figuring out where they can plant and what they can do in order to get those extra damages. And one of the many things that we've been seeing from them is that they're actually having a lot of the healers that they have do a lot of damage, as you can see here in P1 as well. For example, Nick and also I believe one of our druids just not doing too much healing here and just going straight up with sheer damage for like a minute and a half, and then trying to get that damage that way. But this is unfortunately a double kill straight out of the gate, so probably going to be going
Yeah.
A bit of a hot mess. You can call it that.
Can you
Yeah,
not
we're good.
fling that around? You're getting dog hair on me. Also.
It's not on you. It's over there.
Okay.
Kalamazi is having a little bit of a...
Here, I'll show it. I'll do it.
We brought out the hair roller as soon as we went off camera, or as soon as we went into the fight. He starts trying to get the hair off of the couch. I've got bad news. It's all over your shirt as well.
Is it really?
It's all over your shirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turn around, Kalamazi.
You look like a regular. Oh, she's gonna get the hair off.
Thank you.
Oh, this is such good teamwork. Did your shirt shrink or did you get taller?
They've all shrunk, but
He
I
got
washed them a
buff.
little bit.
They do. The laundry service, I think, puts it on like super hot because I've noticed.
Yeah,
I've noticed that as
Stuff
well.
shrinking.
Yeah.
They're
not
cooking, yeah.
Yeah, all of my clothes, by the way, not just
Oh, all of them? Oh, really?
No, yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Fortunate. Thank you, Meg.
Well, to be fair, you're tiny, so how much more can they shrink?
Thank you.
It's like
I am clean.
Okay, I think you're good. I think Sammy hair is gone. Yeah, watch, she's gonna come back. Oh, thank you.
That would be funny. Just have her come back immediately, sit on his lap.
I mean, if she does, it's okay. I'll move all the same.
I already had animal hair on me when I walked into the building.
Listen, that's just the fun people glitter.
It is. Yeah, very true. Yeah, owning 3 animals that shed and wearing a lot of black is not the best combo.
See, you're doing it wrong. You just need black animals.
I should have thought of that, but they chose me, Ming.
I know.
They saved me.
I know.
Which is the beauty of adoption, and you can go to teal.gg/adopt if you would like to see some animals that also need their forever homes. Forever homes. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. They're having an adoption event also. I forget when it is.
Oh, don't tell me. I'll be sad. And
Production?
Can we get Kalamazi there?
Give us the graphic. Production? There's a nice little graphic. I forget what it is.
We're in a poll time.
I'll find it.
It might
No.
be
I know you're saying pulling in productions like we're pulling. Listen, this is very important. No, just kidding. Poll number 126 here on Muggsy.
When was your last shift last night, Megs?
I ended at 10:30.
When did you end?
Well, I was raiding until midnight, but I think I ended around 7:30.
So we actually made a raid plan and everything to figure out how they're approaching that going into P2.
Ooh.
Which
wait, who's we? The casters, or were you?
Well, I made
cracking the numbers
plan,
with
but
the analysts.
Cams and Tattles were here as well.
I was here.
Um.
I'm that forgettable. It's okay. Anyways, go on, Megs. It's fine. It's fine.
I completely.
You and not Cams.
I think it was.
I don't know. It might have been. It was a long day. Anyway, we figured it out and tried to like map out where they would be. But I do think that the nerf that came in this morning is quite substantial to how this fight plays out. And I kind of also think it would have been not possible with it, given how much damage this boss does already, like going into P2. And they're doing like a lot of shenanigans, like Kalamazi already pointed out, with like when they're pushing it into P2, when they're lusting, how they're lusting, what are they doing with their players, where are they charging, where are they standing in order to get the charge in a position that's great. So there's a lot of very tiny min-maxing and a lot of very crazy stuff that's going on to make this boss fight doable. For example, every single time you're seeing these goon cages here, the mages actually like pre-blink and place down their fire stuff in order to be able to damage them and then blink back out or alter back out. It's just absolute insanity in order to get as much damage onto everything.
Yeah, we've seen them even when it comes to reaching that 40% transition. Last night, they were trying to just beat it on energy to not get like that extra elemental carnage cast when we swap sides. But they've actually done a bit of they've changed things a bit towards, I think the start of today, where they'll actually wait to push the boss to 40. When you swap sides, he'll begin his side swapping cast, the elemental carnage, and they'll trigger a bit of milk damage. He'll trigger the phase change to stop the cast, and then get like, I think 2 or 3 seconds of damage from the boss. You wouldn't have any other way around. So they're finding little ways to maximize damage. Every little bit of incremental value has been found. They were trying a different strategy this morning, though. Like our last shift at the start, they went back to having 3 sets of those goon cages in phase 1, and they were opting for dropping the hot mess of the big fire soak later on. So they were getting the cages on at the start, basically starting on the dirt side, not the metal side. They
did that in between yesterday.
Yeah, it was weird. They tried it for like an hour and a half, and they ended up saying it's not worth it. I think the ideology behind it was some players were just being stuck in the cages for too long with the this cadence right here.
Yeah.
But they ended up going back to this, which was their strategy towards the end of last night when they had those like 15% pulls. I think, I'm not an analyst obviously, I think this is probably the better strategy. You just get more boss burn on pull, which is not as relevant as phase 2 in a sense, because you're meeting the DPS check, but it still helps, right? And as far as like phase 2 is concerned, it might give them enough reach to pull CDs off the 4-minute mark and hold for the 5:20 mark to get more damage in phase 2. So they're trying to hyper optimize damage as well, being this is sort of a 5-heal fight, even though it probably isn't intended.
Yeah, it seems like it's this fight in particular, with the cages and the bombs specifically, has really developed a lot since we first played. Well, since PTR testing, and now has changed numerous times with their strategy, and also with the way that Blizzard has been kind of changing how it works.
Yeah, so I mean...
Yes. So at the very beginning on PTR, you could just cleave onto things, but that is a little bit unideal because a lot of the melee classes actually can't like cleave over the walls because they're like, they need to like actually be able to hit the target. And so Blizzard, I think that's why they did it. They changed it so that it's like a true line of sight, which means you can't like tap over and like dot it. You need to be in the cage, which is why the mages are doing what they're doing, where they're like pre-moving into the areas to like place stuff on the floor that then the app will have that damage and then that works. But at the same time, that also means you are playing a lot of classes that can get out of these cages because you don't want to have people spend too much time in there. It's not worth it. Every single second you are wasting on not being on the boss is basically a lost second here. So they're opting to play a lot of monks, they're opting to play a lot of mages, they're opting to play a lot of warlocks, all of those classes that can get out. Demon Hunter, double jump, Fell Rush, I believe Vengeful, one of the two definitely works, I've been seeing it. And then everybody else that doesn't have the access to a port either gets rescued or priest gripped or is Void Elf, because they have an ability where they can just displace themselves out of things if they place it before they get placed into something.
Would the Goblin Rachel work?
I don't think so. I don't think the jump is high enough. Okay. Demon Hunter only works because it's a double jump and you're in the air. And usually it's Vengeful for disabilities, but I feel like I've seen Shaq also just Fell Rush out.
Yeah, so look at this here. We're actually getting a... Ooh, no, we got it. So yeah, what they did there, that was that 40% milk. They dragged him across at max energy. They canceled that cast for an extra second or two on the boss before he begins this phase 2 transition, which is about a 4-second cast as well. So they are committing lust here, like we talked about, at the 5:10 mark, which means if classes have held 2-minute CDs from that 4-minute mark, you'll have them again at about 7:10, which is right after the 4 goon cages end.
These charges here are so lethal. We have lost so many players to these. You can see that they're kind of baiting backwards, and then immediately, as soon as he arrives in the spot, he starts casting the circle blazers or whatever you want to call it. And then this last one is actually shorter than the other two. You can see it coming now. It's just a shorter distance based on how they've been baiting it before, but seems like we changed that. So now we're going forward, and ideally you are standing in a 90-degree angle to this boss. So you're either standing right in front of him or right behind him, because he always goes a 90 degrees out from where he was charging.
Yeah, and this is where that big mechanical overlap begins. You're going to get the set of bombs coming in with the frost spears into the actual Gal cages themselves, which is like the main damage part of this fight. There's so much raid damage going on here too, which these bomb soaks have to be done quickly because you need these 3 bombs left up to deal with these actual spears. They clear quickly in the fire, but they have to bring these spears through the bombs. We do unfortunately lose Splat here. We have 2 reses available. We can get him up. A lot of raid healing requirements here though. These are the quad goon cages coming up. Mass barrier being used as well. Splat's back up. If we make it through here, Splat dies again, we should have a bit more burn on the boss here. It's so low as well. 17% is crazy low on the boss for burn here.
It absolutely is. You can see the group soak now being placed where these cages are. Boomy, unfortunately, going down. They still have 1 battle rest should they want to use it, but you can see how low the entire raid is. There's so much damage going out. Some of the goons still not being dead, and it is going to be very, very tough with no tanks to keep this one going for now. But up until here, a good
really
pull,
nice,
I would say, and you can just see how that progression moves over time, right?
Yep.
Yesterday, a lot of that progression was getting to P2, the beginning of P2, the charges in P2, then the binds. Now we're here where it's like, okay, we got the cages down, but then it's kind of starting to dissemble a little bit. But they'll get there. It's just going to take a little while longer.
Yeah, I mean, getting through that 4 goon cage section cleanly means you have a bit of burn there. I mean, there's going to be some static effects flying around. There's going to be a fire gun frontal on a player, but that's fine. You can heal through that. You can catch up there from like the insane raid healing that's required in that part of that phase. Then we talked about past there, you have like, I think 10 to 15 seconds of just burn the boss, which is right around that encounter timer, the 7:10 mark. And we're lusting with 2 minutes at 5:10. So your second set of 2 minutes EDs are coming in right there during that burn phase. And the last little bit's going to be the bomb spawn, run away. If you get a spear, put a bomb between you and the spear, and the boss just dies. You just kill, or you die, right? That's going to be the enrage you have to meet, right? But I like this strategy. This is really good. They're meeting the check in phase 1, holding some CDs for 2 minutes at that 5:10 mark. I think it's coming together really quickly, but that last little bit's going to be hard to find. The HPS requirement is just so high, even with 5 healers. It's actually insane. Like man, this fight's wild. Like the phase 2 is just.
It's because he's ramping up, right? So that is basically what got nerfed this morning. And with the ramp, before that, you had the pain point be exactly where the charges were. Now the pain point has moved back. It's the quadruple cages in P2 that really hurt players. Already on that impact, when they're placing them out, they're really low. They need to be topped prior to, else they can die there, which is probably what happened to Boomy, if I were to hatch a guess. And then, of course, right after that, you get the next hot mess, and people need to like be in there, and it's just a lot for players to tank and healers to get back up. They're basically fighting a battle where they cannot get anyone fully topped, which is insane on 5 healers.
Yeah, Jack was talking about the Mistweaver ramp being a thing. Maybe they could find like the cadence could be off by a second or two, which might change just how the healing is being distributed upon the raid during that, because you got those bomb pops going right into the frost spears, which are dipping into the fire to clear the spears, but they're still being fired off as well. Very little like room for just reprieve there. Right into the 4 goon cages spawning also. There's just constant barrage of mechanics, but that's stacking damage and from the boss as well, right?
It is, and keep in mind, at least those 4 players that are going into the cages, you're not going to have them in line of sight for healing either. They're in there, and it's actually kind of tough to get a good ramp off. No matter if you're that Disc Priest or if you're that Mistweaver, you're really hoping that Nick, your Resto Druid, at least has them hotted, so they're not just going to like rot down in those cages if they can't get out immediately.
Yeah, you can even see Nick right here through Firedore's POV on the healing meter. He's doing less healing than Scott is on his Prompt Warrior. That's
damage dealer.
Yeah, he's a boomkin basically for the first minute and a half of this fight or so until they need his supplemental hot base profile for this fight, which becomes more relevant the longer the fight goes on. They've literally optimized so many damage profiles, even down to the healers DPSing at certain points already to find the damage needed to kill this boss. Man, a 5-kill boss this late is actually pretty crazy too.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to keep in mind on reset, we're going to have the 4th renown track of the Galagio like rep, which brings a 3% damage increase. Healing and damage increase to all players in the raid. Assuming this boss is dead by then. It dies probably somewhere tomorrow at the latest, somewhere in the world. But, I mean, if we can remain consistent and get these phase 2 pulls, this boss could certainly die tonight here. But it won't be a 8-0. It'll be like an 8-7 to 5-3 to 1.
You think so?
Maybe
So not any pull territory is what you're saying?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think once we actually get to pulls where it's like 1, 2, maybe also a 3%er, depends a little bit on what they die to, then we can talk about any kill territory. But for now, it's too far out. 8% are a lot, even with those players dead. And there's just so much execution checks coming in that last phase for you that I don't think we're in that territory yet. Like, it would be cope to say that, I think.
And that kind of brings me also to a question that I've seen a couple of times already here that I'm sure they've talked about a lot, but the positioning of Lust and where they're placing that. Can we talk about that and why they're deciding to put it where they are?
I mean, they've just moved it a lot over the course of this fight. Guild,
yes.
I feel like
it's been a vibe Lust.
Yeah, even when I got into like higher end, I guess, raiding like 5 years ago, using Lust as a progression tool was a thing I was not used to. Guilds, like, they get to this fight in a few months, hey, they're all great, and they all raid at their own level, but they often won't use Lust as a prog tool.
Yeah.
Some guilds Lust on pull to later on in the fight, and that's what they were doing. They'll move that Lust to a point where eventually, okay, they'll want to Lust, you know, in phase 2, but you've seen it move from pull to 2-minute mark to make it through the hot mess overlap into phase 3, and it just keeps moving further and further.
Yeah, and we also saw Echo, like, similar to that as a tool to just get further into the fight, to learn about it in early progression. We saw Echo do something similar within their first, like, 5 pulls, I think. They started off with 6 healers to try and just, like, brute force their way past a couple of mechanics for the same reasoning that you're mentioning.
Yeah, there's a wide variety of approaches you can take when it comes to, like, progressing a fight in a world first setting. And, like, using Lust as a prog tool is very important. Yeah, we've seen things being overhealed before. For sure.
I do think it's kind of nice in that way that the same mechanics come later on that you have here. So for example, at a time they were kind of just like practicing how to deal with the mines in P2, and you don't need to see into P2 to do that. You can just wait the mines in P1 and then play them like you would in P2. And those kind of things I always love when there is a possibility to do that. Just basically fake skip into P2, play it down, get some practice without needing to play the 6 minutes before that in order to see that part of the fight. So it's just kind of a secluded practice session in that sense, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, it's almost like how Fallen Avatar was in Tomb of Sargeras, if you're old like me, when you could just not soak the beams in that fight. It would just jump into phase 2. You can practice phase 2 from basically pull 1.
Obsidian scales.
And like we talked about, I mean, you have a mass barrage of mechanics getting into phase 3, but Blizz has found ways to give some reprieve as well, right? You have that bit of downtime past the 4 goon cages in phase 2, and then it picks up again in that sort of like soften rage, and we have a million bombs spawning in, which leads into that ramping energy and harder rage around the 805 mark. But he'll live for like 5 or 7 more seconds for like just massive pulsing raid damage. Like your tanks live for a bit.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be it'll probably be a photo finish as far as the kill is concerned. Probably a couple tanks standing, maybe a DPS or 2. But I mean, save your
Hey, if it's dead,
right?
it's dead. Who cares?
So let's talk about that a little bit, because we know that Enrage, right? He starts turning again. He starts pulsing AoE damage. How long do you think like tanks could live that?
I mean, it looks like Christ the Redeemer during that part.
Yeah,
as a side
looks
note,
like he's channeling something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's been like 7 to 8 seconds, give or take. It's mostly his tanks and like a mage, like an ice block or something at that point. He begins doing basically this attack, but it's like empowered, and then he hits max energy and also just becomes enraged and starts doing ludicrous amounts of damage. Across. Yeah. Trolls go down. We got 2 reses available.
It's all right.
Pick him up here.
Quick little oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, a player being dead for a while in phase 1 might actually hurt your phase 2 transition a bit with that like cross to center milk strategy a little bit, but it's also hard to res right there when he's doing that spinning gun mechanic, right? Now the boss is already at 26% here, so we have 1 res available after getting Trill up. And the boss is pretty low. This is going to end around 25%. I believe 23 is what we've seen as their lowest coming out of this. Trill being dead for that does hurt a bit, but we will have that moment of reprieve in about a minute once this mechanical barrage ends. Right.
So this is the part that they had been struggling a lot with yesterday. In the previous try that we saw, they were doing a lot better. Make sure you're not missing any of these soaks here. You can see some of the far ones being pinged just to make sure. And now they need to move these icicles through the bombs, step into the hot mess to get that debuff off. A lot of coordination required here, but looks like we did exceptionally well with that. Next up, 4 of the goon cages go onto the markers just around that curved line. Oop, 1 is a little bit further, but that shouldn't be
lives here, though.
an issue here. We're still alive with everyone going.
Yeah, this soak here is going to be immunity soaks coming in as well. If you're in that cage, you get out of this soak, play the other edges of that. We want to see all 4 Galagio goons die here. Boss is sub 16% already. We do lose Fired Up here. We can res him momentarily. And this, we lose Yips here. We have to res Yips instead. We can't get Fired Up. Scott's super low as well. He takes that res instantly. We have 19 players alive here. Boss is 14%. We're going to have this second set of 2 minutes here, roughly. We're going to have a bit of a reprieve with this finger gun coming in. We clear the shields and the ads here, need to burn them down, then you have a bit of milk in the boss. You've got about a minute until the hard enrage hits here, and the boss is at 11% already.
This is such a phenomenal try. If you look at that energy bar, you can see what Kalamazi was just pointing out, how much space they still have. But of course, you can see how much damage it's already doing now. Come on, Exile, come on, going down, spray and pray, a little bit of free damage, but everybody else is so low. I'm wondering how much of the healers are currently also doing a little bit of damage just to maybe try and squeeze it out.
Bait mines
We're
here.
Definitely in a new best try. Mines are spawning
Bait
out.
mines
There's
and
still
shift
some
here.
extra room on the boss before he actually enrage. This
Last
is
mechanic
so
here are the frost
close.
spears.
Deal with the icicles. Make sure you're not getting taken down by these. It is going to come down to the wires. Up 5%. 100%.
Yeah, if everyone's alive here, this is going to be easily a kill. Unfortunately, we're not dead. We can stagger around for another 10 seconds here. Boss is sub 4% array, 3.7 on the boss here. We're going to hit enrage in about 7 seconds before energy cast. 3%. Can we actually do this? We're sub 3% on the boss here, 2.5%. You need mass defenses here and immunities. Here comes the hard cast.
Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
We're sub 2%.
Yep.
Yips
is alive.
Yeah, I mean, Yips. Oh my god.
I would like to extract my statement. We are now in any kill poll territory.
I was gonna say, can we roll that back? When Makes a moment ago was like, this is gonna be a 7% pull, 6% pull, 5% pull, but here we are right now taking a significant chunk of health off the boss. We are at 1.9%, getting our new best twice within the last 20 minutes. These guys are getting insanely consistent. And now Makes, you say,
I mean, this is any pull kill territory. That is exactly what you wanted to see. One of these really low tries that shows you if you had everyone alive there, you could have done it.
Oh, for
and
sure.
that is exactly what this is.
I mean, you lost Trill at the start of this phase here, which is a bit of DPS lost in Lust. It's about honestly, the boss is about 1.5% higher coming out of the Lust, which is about right here, 25 versus 23.
Wow.
This is this overlap we're going to see around 20 when the mass mechanics began. The bombs are spawning in there. We lost nobody to Frost Spears here. This is going to be the only set of Goon Cages in this phase 2. All 4 come out here. You've got Mass Barrier committed as well. We stack these against the wall here. We didn't lose anybody in this. We lost a player, I think, when the actual last Goon died a bit, which hurts that DPS check, which is super tight already. This soak's also going to be an immunity soak, which you bring against the wall here. So you've got Yips in here, Chew in here as well. Nothing should be super dangerous here as long as you don't miss this immunity soak. All 4 cages are broken just about now, but we do lose Fired Up and Yips here, unfortunately. We had to res Yips here. Scott was super low, and then we just end up handling these last 2 shockers here with this frontal. You clear the shields here, you kill these, and at this point, you basically have milk on the boss. One more frontal comes after this, the fire gun. At this point, you bait bombs, put spears through bombs, and your only job is going to be to kill the boss. Bombs are going to spawn momentarily after these electrostatic fields go out. Here come the bombs now. You're going to put the spears in the bombs and hope the boss dies at this point after this frontal.
Listen, if either Trill or Fired Up had been alive here, it would have been enough. But even here, we're also losing Boomy and I'm Exile. And it's just so long how long this boss is still going. Honestly, they have even a little bit of extra room if they have a really good try where nobody goes down and they can find this kind of damage. That was an exceptionally good pull.
Yeah, if people hadn't died on that overlap there, the boss was dead at pull. I mean, you've got TKC dead here, series like KSP, Exile, Boomy's down. Troll not earlier, but you've got Fired Up also down. If they're alive here, this boss dies. That's what we're talking about. Right here, it's super easy. The bombs are coming in. You mass root and just send spears through them, and the boss dies, right? And this cast here, full energy, it takes out most of the raid. Tanks live, Shack live for a second or two. That's going to be the enrage you need to beat, roughly around 8-10, 8-12.
Yips is just like, what do you mean?
Yeah, this is over.
I'm still here.
This is over.
What enrage?
Where are you? We're seeing a break timer being sent here by the guild, 3 minutes at least, to, I'm sure, talk about a little bit of what happened there. Maybe even walk it off a little bit besides the deaths that were happening there. Take a breather, and then we are going to be seeing a kill, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, since we've got a moment here, of course, I do want to give a special shout out to one of our sponsors, Coinbase, our presenting partner, teal.gg/Coinbase. We are giving away a free Team Liquid signed jersey if you do sign up for that app and follow all of the prompts here on your screen, or you can scan this QR code. If you do that, you have a chance to win this signed jersey right here, and then there's a grand prize, one special grand prize, where if you are EU or NA only, you will be flown out here for the next tier. You can meet the guild. This is a tremendous opportunity. We'd love to meet you as well, so definitely head on over to teal.gg/Coinbase. Thank you, Coinbase, we all say in unison, because this would not be possible without you, as well as the rest of our amazing partners. So, like Mick said, they're taking a little break here. We got 2 minutes left on the timer. Some of the raiders are actually walking around, getting some water, getting some steps in, kind of walking off that last bowl, because I think like when you have a pull like that and you know how close you are and you know that you're about to be on the last boss tonight, I feel like it's good to kind of take a breather, get your heart rate down, and just make sure you're focused for that next pull.
It's important, but at the same time, we need to come back with that same mentality, right? Because you're not on the last boss yet. You're very, very close, and that's great to mention because I'm excited for it because it's hidden. But you have to come in and execute again, right? This boss could literally die the next pull. We don't want to see another 2-3 hours of okay, we're getting there, but we're losing somebody early on. It may happen, but this is any pull territory at this point.
It really depends on the players too, right? Like some players really like going back to back into those polls, just go again, and then some players just need a little bit of a break.
Yeah,
I would want to be immediately back in there if it were me.
I would too, personally.
I don't know about you guys. I feel like it's interesting. I've never seen it. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but I feel like this is kind of not like them to take a break. Not like that we can infer anything from that. It's kind of just more just an interesting thing to note that like, oh, we just had a best poll. Let's take another break. But I mean, maybe that is because I feel like with this guild, especially this tier, when we have really, really low polls, sometimes it's another couple of hours before it goes down, or it doesn't go down at all.
They've played this fight really consistently, though, or consistent, though.
They have, yes.
And honestly, this break timer could be also, can we pull a CD off of phase 1 and hold for that phase 2 less push also? Like, I mean, they're very close in damage, but it'd be nice to have a bit of extra damage if possible. Maybe you lose fired up again, and we don't need that damage. We have enough with 19 players alive. If you can find something to expend, you want to move it around if possible, right?
I'm saying if they didn't have any deaths here on like no one for that fight, they would have been way under that end range.
Yeah, I don't
They
think it's an
had
issue.
so much potential damage there.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they came this close with, what is it, 5 deaths, 6 deaths? That's insane.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
we'll see.
yeah.
You just give yourself a little pat.
It's more like
he's like getting himself
I gotta bring myself
riled up.
Yeah.
around myself.
Doing a little stimmy. Yeah, I
It's a little
appreciate it.
cold in here. Yeah.
It is a little chilly.
Do you want my jacket?
No, it's okay. Thank you, though.
I don't know if you'd fit in that.
I know.
I was just looking at his
Yeah, I'll
biceps
try it,
and I was
actually,
like,
sure.
maybe not. Maybe I take it back.
You don't have one of the hoodies in the back there?
I do actually have my windbreaker.
We can give you a moment if you... It's okay. You're okay, puppers.
There's no one even there.
He walked by. It was the wind.
the gust of
It
wind.
was me, wasn't it? Like, oh my gosh. Look at
Man, that was somebody. I think one of the raiders also knocked a little bit of it down earlier, right? Or was it
Yeah.
production?
I
don't-
think
do we have
so. There was
two
a
people with
coin
cameras coming in towards
that
us
just kind of
to check
flew.
this out. Oh, it wasn't
literally
production.
haunted.
Oh, Brooklyn, you don't have to do that. It wasn't you. Oh,
You can just put it down. We'll fix it later. It's okay.
They said I didn't realize we were on camera. Well, this is Brooklyn. Brooklyn is our amazing photographer, very talented. Hi, Brooklyn.
She's just like,
oh man, we're getting some. This is great.
Wow.
This is Brooklyn's doing a great
oh,
job.
I'm scared that more of them are gonna fall.
Oh,
They're
goodness.
so like
very
stable
intense.
back there.
Yeah, it can be knock it. I knocked the whole thing down last year.
On purpose?
No. Oh, absolutely not. No, because when you knock it down, you have to pick it back up. Otherwise, unless you're one of the players, we don't expect them to do that.
Yeah, the players
do.
are out of it.
No, I expect them to pick it up.
Well,
me,
if
the
not,
man
if
is
they're
busy.
not if they're in. if they're like, you know, Atlas or something. If they're like chilling.
They're one of the non-important players this tier.
Well, he's
They're all
benched, so I
He's
would have
benched.
I would
Thank
have
you.
expected a benched player to
Him
pick
and
it back
Dazer were
up.
playing ping pong for hours earlier, so it's fair. No, but you know, they're busy. But yeah, if you're the one that knocks it down, you kind of are obligated to pick it up. So no, it was not on purpose. I think my wind just gusted it over.
Yeah, it's honestly something I'm terrified every time I walk past. I even like put my arm behind my back because I'm like, what if it swings too close?
Yeah.
Big stretch.
When it starts getting this high, I walk more towards the couches. That's actually a question that I saw asked: is are they full? No, they're not. There's even a little sign there that says like empty monster cans only. Because I think the first time that we did this, it was on accident. People started setting them there, and then it just became kind of a thing, and people were putting their like half drink monsters there, and then
That's
the
good,
first time
yeah.
it fell down, it was really gross. It was really gross.
All right.
Like monsters started getting into the thing. But yes, let's reconvene. Let's circle back in.
Yes.
I think the boss is. What time is it?
It's 5:51 p.m. PST.
Do we think the boss dies in this shift? We
Oh,
have
I
an hour-
think it
we have
can.
an hour
I
and a
think
half.
it could, but I mean, like I was saying, I feel like it's not uncommon, unfortunately, for this guild to have a really good pull like that, and then
It's a tough fight.
I
they
think
get, you know,
specifically this tier, we've been seeing a lot of what you're describing, where they've had a low pull and then suddenly it was another couple of hours.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily a normal progression curve, and I think they're trying really hard to not have that happen. I like that they caught that on
someone's
camera
bringing
there.
me someone's bringing me a tasty drink.
Yeah, there we go. A
Thank
little
you.
bit of a dopamine delivery.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But
Special delivery.
I'm not going to be a downer. I think the boss is dead within 5 pulls.
Within 5 pulls.
Yeah.
Do we have a prediction going?
Teddles, can we get this prediction up, please?
Oh, is Tettles the leader of the Gamba?
prediction person.
Ah,
Funnily
Tettles.
enough, on One Armed Bandit, he made one saying, if the boss doesn't die this pull, I'll cast from the floor. And yesterday we had him cast from the floor. It was absolutely hilarious.
Dude, I felt like he was just getting like further descending into the corner. It was just like his flat, because he was laying down and all you could see was like this.
Yep.
It was such a good bit. It was so funny.
It was good. It just, the camera slowly got higher and higher. It's like it was his nose and his glasses.
Yeah, and you had to like lean over him to see him.
It actually hurt my back. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it hurt your back, wasn't he? Wasn't he using the apple box as a pillow?
Yeah, I was leaning over, talking and like laughing, and when you
it's
get
so hard
old,
to
your
be
body
you.
starts falling apart.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm
He was on
dealing
the
with it.
floor, man.
No, Kalamazi suffered. Please acknowledge that.
You can do whatever you want.
I feel like you're kind of always suffering, like one way or another.
Yeah, it's his essence.
Yeah, it is. Like he comes every morning. He comes in. He makes this noise. He makes this face.
Women.
And it's like he's just this like dark, foreboding presence. Like, have you seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Nope.
You know that little depressed
Nope.
robot? That's you. You're the little depressed robot. We love you, Kalamazi.
It's a rule. If you reach 30 years or older, as a male, you have to make noises whenever you stand or sit, even if you're not even like in pain. Just,
Oh,
like,
I'm not
grunting. You know, it's like
listen, I'm not disagreeing with that.
It's
the
not
fact that
just
it
the
seems like your
noises, it's
world
also
is-
what you're saying.
What did I say? I don't even know what I said. I don't know. I just make sounds. You know, that's it.
Listen, I know that I'm right because I have chat open and they're agreeing with us, and they're always right.
Listen,
so.
he's just IRL cosplaying a warlock. Endless suffering.
Yeah,
Constantly being in the toilet, batooning. Yep, sounds good.
Oh, we have a pull timer. Well, let's go.
In IRL.
We have more to talk about the last 5 days. I mean,
Because you order Taco Bell every night. But yeah, we are getting into another poll here. We are ending Kalamazi's suffering of the two of us bullying him. Don't worry.
Temporarily.
We did the same thing. Actually, any man that sits between us kind of ends up getting this treatment. So don't worry. You're no different. It is poll number 128 here. We just got our new best, 1.89. They took a little bit of a break, and they are back at it again, Kalamazi.
yeah, they are indeed. You know, which is actually pretty funny. I have 57,000 channel points. I could put up for a prediction, or I could run ads right now on the channel.
Run an ad. I'm so serious.
How do you get around
Rip it.
ads on the channel right now, though?
I don't know. I don't think it's an automatic thing.
No, it's just if you redeem it, the mods will play ads.
Right, they'll play it right now.
Yeah.
Unless people sub to the channel, right?
That's right.
If they sub, there's no ads.
That's right.
You don't want to miss the kill. Ads can also play whenever. The poll, this could literally be the kill. Ad time redeemed. If you haven't subbed, throw your primes. Any gifters, tier 1s, throw them. Ad times and redeemed.
Dude, it worked. You got one.
Can we throw some ads here?
Yeah.
Any primers?
Any
primers in the chat? What do you call them on your stream? Primies?
Primies?
That's so cute.
Primey?
Primies and
Oilers.
subbies?
Any
The
subbies?
Oilers?
Any primies?
The whales? Got any whales
Yeah.
in here? I won't use the word I call them, but
Yeah, don't use that.
we won't use
Lovely.
that.
I heard Zyro say that the other day, and I was shocked.
It's funny though.
It is a bit funny.
Mm.
Well, we're back here, and maybe just for anybody, you know, usually when a guild gets this low, a lot of people tune in because, oh my god, I want to be here for the kill, so welcome everybody. Maybe go over the basic mechanics again. So in P1, you are going to be getting this hot mess, that's the red puddle you saw at the beginning, and then you're getting these goon cages. Now, normally the boss fight expects you to use the abilities from the boss to break these cages, but that is highly unoptimal. We would like to do damage to the boss, which is not possible if you're in the cage. And therefore, we're just having everybody port out, you know, shift out, void elf out, jump out, grip out, rescue out, whatever you have, get out of this cage and then move on. And then we have these shockers here that have a shield, and that shield only gets broken when the boss aims an ability on it. That's kind of a little bit of a theme on this boss. There's always like abilities that he does that you can beat by using his other abilities from the other side. Oh,
Yeah.
one of the soaks, careful.
Yep, this is going to be one of those hot mess soaks coming in, which they place at the door here, and that diamond marker is going to be used for one of those 3 goon cages that come out when they cross over to the dirt side, which is going to be happening in about 30 energy, give or take here. So we're going to have one final shot coming out here, this like large red frontal, which is going to come out momentarily. I believe in the boss. boss, spray and pray. You just dodge that, and it's good to go. And right after that, you're going to see an energy bar appear on the screen. Yep, 91, 92. You're going to swap at 98 or 99 here, milking as much damage from the boss as possible, triggering the dirt side of the room. This side has the 3 goon cages. This is going to be the only set of 3 goon cages. It goes 2, 3, and then it's always 4 after that. So you're going to have 3 here. You're going to place 2 basically on those star and circle markers a bit further against the wall, and 1 is going back to that diamond marker on the other side of that fire pool there.
Oh.
Not the altar time mage.
Yeah, it's every time I see the mages walk towards someone, I panic. But they're doing so much here to try and get that damage out. And you can see Shakib on the left-hand side doing some of the damage to the goon there. But I'm pretty sure he's going to be jumping out in a little bit.
Yep, so we should be getting this last goon down in this cage here.
Yep. That's a Fell Rush Vengeful Retreat combo wombo right there.
I had no idea. That's sick, actually.
It's pretty fun.
So it's actually something that Demon Hunters have been using on a lot of fight. It's double jump Fell Rush. And because you are double jump Vengeful, and if you're Vengefuling, you're already catapulting yourself higher.
Okay.
So if you're in the double jump, you can go higher than you normally can with the double jump. So that's how we often get over lasers and stuff like that.
That's how you can get onto the platform in Warsaw Gulch.
Ooh, very I don't PvP. Very interesting. Now I know.
Yeah.
Play my
There you go.
Yep.
Break Rich Piana out of the Nether Realm.
Yeah, very important.
Here. So we have seen a swap back to the actual metal side here. The boss is at 47%. We're going to have these bombs to pop here. Pretty trivial for the most part, as long as we don't miss a soak here. A lot of damage coming out. Exile is low. He did not go down. We have another res coming up in about 3 seconds here. So we're going to have 2 currently going into phase 2. As long as nobody else goes down here, not jinxing it. This circle here is placed in the middle of the room. This hot mess soaked with the ray coming out here in the middle of that. This is used to clear those frost boots that are coming out in phase 2. Phase 2 is going to happen when the boss reaches 40%. Also, when that bar reaches max energy, you're going to see a boss cross across the room to milk a little bit of damage to the boss. So the rate's actually pretty low right now with this spray and pray coming out. We should be okay as long as we don't lose anybody here. 40.3 in the boss, waiting for the spray and pray if possible for a bit of milk damage. Can we get it? We did not get the milk. It's okay.
Yeah, they're usually trying to do like a little bit of damage stop here just to get that extra timer there, but maybe they just said they don't want that right now, but here's where that Bloodlust is going to get sent. You can see that the boss is starting a charge. There's going to be 3 of those, and every single time he charges, he instantly starts doing what you can see on your screen right now immediately after he is there. And this is going to be the second one. Now coming in comes the turn. It goes I believe clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise. So a little bit of an extra mechanic there for you in case you're not extremely paying attention. And then this is going to be the last charge. And after that, we're going to be seeing some mines. And those mines are where we had a lot of trouble before. But this time around, we are losing a Dryny here, unfortunately. Can they res him back up? They do have 2 battle rests back with the group. In come the mine.
Yep, so we're going to have this mine frostboot overlap with these goon cages coming out momentarily. Most of these mines are soaked here, except for 2 or 3 you leap up to negate those frost spears that are spawning in about 3 seconds here. You're going to dip into the fire if you get it. Oh, there's a mine soak. That's unfortunate. Yeah, with 4 players down here, this is going to spell disaster. At this point, we just go again.
I think we still keep it playing just to like see the 4 cages and what comes after that. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we're wiping.
I think we're at a point where it's just going to be, you know what you need to do, it's going to be a kill. This is like the last tough mechanical overlap in this phase. It's basically the first one. Everything else is a much slower cadence. The boss coming out of the actual 3rd spin there when they had Lust was at 24.8, I believe. We've seen 23. I want to keep an eye on that for future polls too, because the poll we had a wipe at 1.8, the boss is around 25. That was because of Trill dying in that triple spin he was doing when he enters phase 2. So like a sub 24 threshold.
Why is Nick flexing?
That boss would have been dead. Yeah, why not?
What is happening?
He's ready to go.
I just saw the pending rest, and I was like, why are we not accepting? And I look at the camera, and he's just sitting there casually flexing.
Up, you know? He's a Florida man as well.
What the heck?
He knew we put the camera on.
Apparently he did. Yeah.
Show off the guns.
I've got a redemption for that on my stream actually.
To flex?
Yep, it was.
Well, I should do that.
Is it a point redemption or a sub?
It was actually initially a point redemption, like points, but now it's then people thought it was like a flex, and I just have to do that every time.
Oh.
I don't like it.
It's very awkward.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You're kind of pimping yourself out a little bit there.
What are you doing to flex?
So there's a channel point redemption.
Yes.
On my stream called Flex. It was like a point flex. I have a lot of points. I'll dump points into this.
I see.
But then somebody was like, "Why aren't you flexing?" I'm like, Oh, I see. And now I changed. It's like, oh, well, now I have to do this. So
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
I have one called Punish Me, and it's a
Whoa.
timeout, but people redeem it a lot, thinking it's something else.
I like that.
Well, anyways, yeah, okay, that's a thing. So
You getting a lot of
Huh?
Getting a lot of question marks and a lot of
It's not my fault. People are misunderstanding what it is.
You were the one that put it there. You didn't think people would stop to think like, maybe this is a weird website full of degenerates and people will misinterpret this.
Twitch, yeah.
Send it anyways.
Absolutely not.
Never.
Into the fruit cage with them.
Oh my god. Can we talk about that also? Like, which WoW dev was like, I cannot wait.
This entire fight.
Dude, the entire fight. Like, I can't wait to put all these weird sounding words in here and I can't wait for them to talk about it all the time on the Race to World First.
On this boss.
They knew what they were
and
doing.
I am using the words that the boss fight had.
Yeah.
You have to finger blast a shocker. Excuse me? Like, come on. You did that on purpose. Don't pretend you did not.
Dude, they knew what they were doing and they think it's hilarious, I'm sure.
Insane.
Oh, man.
All I know is I was testing this boss at Dratnos and hit shield on PTR, and the first time the cages came up, their raid lead, Dippin just screams, "It's the Goon Cage!" and it's stuck ever since
Dude,
then.
I mean, I think the first time that we went through this and we had to, like, talk about the mechanics, people thought we were making that up. Like, no, it is called a Goon Cage. Like, I'm sorry.
It is.
What
Spray
do you want us to do? I mean, that's a little, also, that could be a little sussy, too. There's plenty of, yeah.
That's the name of the ability. I'm just saying, Chad. I don't know why I'm...
It's their words, not ours.
It's their words. It's in the game.
Yep.
Yep, same as people that come to my channel with crazy names on Twitch. If Twitch allows it, I can say it. That's how, within reason here, but well, it's their website. I'm just here having a good time.
You're not wrong.
Yep, speaking of a good time, poll 128. We're back in.
Woo!
Yeah, very exciting times.
Very exciting times indeed. We
It
just
is.
got that best pull just a little bit ago, 1.89%. We're having a couple of early wipes that we're, kind of poking our way through, but we are hoping to get this down shortly here and move on to Gallywix. That's kind of also the next question.
Yeah.
Like, we go dark for sure, right?
I think you...
I don't think there's a world where you don't. I am willing to bet on this.
Me too.
I think
I'll eat my shoe.
Well,
show my sock
Stop
again.
saying that.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, those are huge shoes.
Yeah.
There. I think that if it... Okay.
There it is.
So,
See?
Kalamazi, tell me in which world you think they wouldn't go dark. Because
There's more pressure to not go dark if this boss dies like early morning for some reason.
Yes.
But I mean, the fact that it's almost dinner time at this point, I also don't think you break the kill this boss for dinner unless it goes super late.
Oh,
you
yeah.
keep pulling this, you're like wiping it
Yeah,
on.
they're kind of out of momentum for sure.
You definitely go dark now. As unfortunate as it may seem, Echo's playing exceptionally well this tier 2.
They are.
They are bringing the heat, which this bomb just didn't wipe the raid. We just wiped her. So I think you definitely go dark, but with the intent of going not dark whenever Echo kills this boss, which is likely when you wake up tomorrow. If Echo hasn't killed this boss tomorrow and you wake up, I think you start playing dark. I don't think you go...
In the morning?
I think you might, honestly. I think you might.
We have some, yeah.
But I don't know.
We're like allowed to do that.
I'm not sure.
I think the timing of it is hard, to be fair.
It is. Yeah, I think this boss is dead for Echo tomorrow when we wake up, regardless of whether we kill it or not. But we kill it within the next hour.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't even be like an issue. But I think saving information on Gallywix, which is a hidden boss, or hidden essentially, is utmost importance. And winning the race is #1.
Yeah, the timing of it definitely makes a difference. I think it would be really advantageous, not just for the fact that like we would get the boss down first and be able to hit Gallywix first, but like the timing of when people are starting their day and going dark would also be advantageous.
Yeah, I think no matter which guild it is, if you are the first to reach an end boss, especially like around evening time, your raid time, you are 100% going dark. And this one is even more the special because it is so like secret what exactly the fight looks like based on the dungeon journal, of course. The analysts have a lot of ideas on how it's going to play out, but there is no world where any of the guilds would like see Gallywix for the first time around like 9 or 7 p.m. local and say, oh, we're not going dark. We want everybody else to also have access to
Yeah.
Right.
It's just way too much of an
And to reiterate, either guild, not just us.
Yes.
Before anyone starts
I think
flaming other
it's just
guilds.
part of
Well,
the
you know,
race that
people
going dark is part of your strategy. It has to be. I
It's
know
part of it now, yeah.
it's not nice as a viewer, but it's just you'd be silly.
People have their thoughts on if it's should be done or not. I believe the first guild to ever go dark was actually Echo and not us. Really? But I think it was in Castle Nathria and Denathria.
I thought that was us that did it first.
I think
because like
Nathria. I remember the "We Are Ahead" command in Scribe's chat, which to be fair, we probably would have done the same thing if we were in their spots. No shade being thrown. I think it was to Nathrius because that was like the second race after Nilotha. I'm pretty sure. The point being, it's a tool that is not something we like to use, but definitely should be used at certain points.
Yeah,
and like
it should.
No shade thrown either way.
But didn't Liquid go dark on Council first?
Council Blood was more just we ended up pulling it to get timers and we just killed the boss. It wasn't an intentional going dark. It was literally after raid. Like people might not believe that, but it's what happened.
I think that's to some extent what kicked it off, though. Like
I don't know.
I can tell you the story.
Oh, I heard the story.
Yeah, one of the people that run at Complexity was very frustrated that that happened off stream. Yeah, Council of Bloods. It was not intended.
Yeah.
But yeah, so. But yeah, I have no idea what I'm saying. I was only there for every race, right?
Yeah, I want to address a couple comments also in chat. A couple people saying, it's lame. Perhaps,
I
but
think
the thing
from
is,
a viewer perspective, that's a fair.
It's fair to say, but like these guys don't care about streaming; they care about winning.
Yes.
And there's nothing that we can say to convince them. Obviously, we would all love to watch their progress alongside you, but if you have a tool that you can use to get ahead of the competition, you're going to use it. There's no such thing as a gentleman's agreement in this situation. You can't say like should be forbidden for anyone streaming. That's not how this. That's not reality. It'd be difficult to like have some sort of an agreement between guilds like that. Because then there are going to be other guilds that will go dark.
Testing it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's controlling that you don't pull a boss after you end the streams for the day, right? So it would just be a fake gentleman's agreement, which is why that's not happening.
We shouldn't soak this here, Boomy. Get out of that soak. Don't be in it, Boomy. Are you Boomy? Help? Are you scared? Okay, he lived it. All right. I'm a little nervous here. I want to kill this boss. Point being, it's a hot topic regardless, but I'm just telling you, that's probably what's going to happen. You can like it or not. It is what it is.
Can I get one guide one more time?
Sure,
Someone said,
go get one guide.
But without viewers, there's no purpose. I'd like to remind you guys, these were all raiding before this was a thing.
Yep.
They are doing it for the love of the game, for sure. And obviously streaming it is a tremendous privilege that I think we all need to realize. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm checking out the fight here. I concur, though.
Okay, thank you.
I concur with you and Dr. Atnos.
Does Dr. Atnos have the same opinion?
I don't know, but I concur.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Is that a new word you learned?
Concur? No, I learned that from Catch Me If You Can many years ago.
Ooh, good movie.
It was a good movie.
Yeah.
It is a good movie. Speaking of a good movie, this would be great if we killed this boss in this poll. That wasn't even that bad of a transition. Look at that.
That was great. That was good. That was like an
hated.
automatic Jack level transition. He's got some crazy ones.
That is true, actually. He does. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yep.
So we are back in basically like the middle part of this fight. You want to see, the boss is going to push at that 40% mark. And I also want to mention, we talked about it last poll, they've come out of Lust, I think around 23.5% being their lowest after that phase 2 push, and the 3 charges are complete. The difference last poll, nobody died. They came out around 24.4, I think, give or take. They didn't get the milk of the boss, like, changing phases at 40% because he went to, I think, his frontal cast a bit late. Regardless, though, we want to see that happening here. We are back on the metal side for essentially the final overlap we're going to have here of mines spawning in. We're going to bait mines and pop these in a staggered fashion. You're going to have one final group soak coming up, that hot mess in about 10 seconds here. This is going in the middle of the room on that skull marker to use that in phase 2 for ease of clearing those frost boots that you get. People are sort of low here, but thankfully we soak in the back. Soak. Okay, he soaked with the hot mess, so he has to make it here quickly. He makes it with the hot mess just in time.
Here we go.
We're good. We're through. Boss at 43% here. The energy bar on the bottom is the indicator when we're going back to the dirt side there momentarily. We want to get the transition cast on the Elemental Carnage and then the milk on the boss himself. Raid's pretty low here. Let's see if we can get it. Spray. We have to stop and wait for this spray and pray to come out. We're actually very low here too, unfortunately.
Yeah, so a little bit of that lust that comes in there is helping the healers also to get the group back up, but we are getting that phase 2 push. Okay, chat, lock in, feet on the floor, back straight. I want you all to tap in and watch how we're going to do with this P2. Nobody int, okay? Nobody stand on those charges. It's going to be important. That is charge number 1 out of 3.
Yeah, less has indeed been committed here. You can see second pots rolling here. Also, big CDs that have been held from that 4-minute mark are now being popped around 5:10, which means we have one more 2-minute set around that 7:10 mark. The threshold we're going to see here coming out of this triple charge is going to be around 23, give or take. I can tell you the boss is at 28 already. We'll likely see it. That's the threshold we needed to kill it 2 polls ago with people being dead. The last charge is coming here. A bit of a shorter charge as well. Got to be in a good spot for this actual rotation here. No one goes down. Boss is at 25, 24. In position, we're looking at sub 24. This is a good push. We're sub 24 before positioning here. Yeah, this is it. If this threshold was here 2 polls ago, this boss would be dead. We'd be looking at Galley Wicks.
All right, but it is not over yet. 22% still to go. In come the mines. We had issues with these soaks before. They can be in really bad spots. You can see the rate is dropping incredibly low. 5 healers pumping, and yet players are dropping so low. It is very tight. In come the icicles. They need to be baited on to these mines. They need to step into the hot mess in the middle to get that debuff off. We are losing Smacked here, but instantly rest back with the group as the cages do come in. 4 of them are going to be going to the side, and then we'll place that hot mess in the middle there. We have a cheat death proc. That's okay. That's what we have that for.
Here comes that immunity soak here, this hot mess. This is going to be immunities. No one should die from this soak. Once we're through here, as long as we make it through here, we got to kill these goons so quickly here too. They cannot enrage in these cages. We need all 4 dead. Losing Smack did hurt here. We're actually going to make it through that soak as well. That last goon needs to die. It's still at 22% though, unfortunately. We have to kill this last goon in this cage.
Get out of that cage, quick! Everybody
We're good.
is still alive.
Breaking shields here.
Breaking our shields. In comes that finger gun. So Sevi has unfortunately gone down.
We
That
missed.
is one of your healers as well. A little bit of trouble unfolding right now, but we'll see how far they can get it regardless. Mines come in, Exile down, Smacked falling, Troll falling. It's not enough as everything kind of unravels at the end there.
I think we might have missed one of the shocker ads with the finger gun as well in that phase. We only broke 2 shields. I don't know if one spawns in there cadence-wise when you break those 2 exactly, but oh, that looks so good. The damage pushed. The boss is at 10%. Like, what is that? We have a minute to do 10%. The boss is so dead.
Yeah.
It's just so dead.
Yeah, I mean, you know, regardless of us seeing percentage go lower, like the reality is they are getting so clean further into the pool. So they're optimizing it very nicely.
Chat, who of you guys baited that wrong? Come on now. Please out yourself. We can talk about it. Do we need to explain the mechanic again? Like,
wait, what happened?
So I have this bit going with chat where like they're at fault when we wipe.
Oh.
Yeah. So like, see, they're like saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, bench me." Like, it's, yeah. So chat, please. The next one, can you lock in? Okay.
Yeah, lock in, chat.
Lock in, chat.
Spamming caught.
Please, chat. Okay. Next fight, when we're getting to P2 and we're telling you to lock in, please lock in. No.
Lock
I'm
in.
stunned. Grip me. That's not gonna fly anymore.
I'm sorry, mate. I got DC'd.
Nope.
My computer lagged.
No. you need to lock in. Chat.
Oh, my mouse got unplugged. And my cat. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh, we're gonna weak aura update.
Yep.
Ooh.
Probably some timers in phase 2 towards the end, maybe, give or take. But I mean, literally, like, I think it's worth pointing out that literally an hour ago, Tettles, myself, and Jack were talking about this boss being, or maybe possibly unkillable, and maybe needing some tuning at some point, but not now. We wanted to see where it was. I spoke with Goop before, our shift as well, and he, 10%.
What's with that toilet paper, by the way?
That's THC special supply. I brought that to him this race. It's been in use. Yeah, we had tacos a couple days ago. You can see they hit differently.
Yeah.
He just likes that type of toilet paper.
Oh yeah,
Is that the?
it's like lotion, extra cushion. Yep, 2-ply.
Wow.
Yes,
America is truly in the future.
Well, you know, I can't argue with that one. But yeah, it's just the way that these guilds in Liquid find damage when there seems to be no damage available is truly insane. They found a way to pull a lot of 2-minute CDs out of phase 2. Even like Shaq holding his meta for 5-10 or whatever. They found ways to pull those and hold them for less to find the 10% in the phase. When we thought phase 1 was going to be super tight DPS-wise, it's not even anymore, right? Reps matter, but having an analyst team behind the scenes, being able to look at every single CD and pinpoint little ways you can change those, makes the difference. They found the damage seemingly over half an hour of pulls.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, really. I mean, within the casting block that we've had, we've seen them get a lot more optimized, a lot more consistent. We've seen 3 pulls within our block also of them shaving off time or shaving off that health chunk. So they are doing very, very solid right now. They're about to head into pull 131. Sounds like they are discussing a little bit of strategy. We did see a week or a update go out, and they're going to pull again very shortly here. Hope so.
Yeah,
So, Kalamazi chat is actually asking you to rate lead them, so they're not going to mess up next time.
Oh.
So unfortunately, Blizzard has this rule where if you work for Blizzard, you can't be a part of things like the top 3 or 4 guilds in World First rating.
Oh, is that true?
I don't.
What?
I can't leak that I'm part of Blizzard, but.
You work for Blizzard?
What?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
There's a rule you can't be. I think it's like the top 3 or 4 guilds in the world. You can't be a part of them if you work with Blizzard.
Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that.
That's what I heard years ago. And that could be totally false at this point. Who knows? But either way, I think like world first contention. So I can't really go back there and help, but I can talk about it. Right?
Okay.
No, you rate lead
Because
chat.
I secretly am. Oh, rate lead chat. We already killed it together.
No, you now, as they're pulling, tell chat what to do so they're not going to mess up.
No. Chat and I already killed it months ago with Kungan as our main tank. We're good to go. Right. Retail's too easy. That's our back to classic. Right?
Okay. Well, Chad, I got you. Okay, you gotta.
Yeah, Mix is our raid leader now.
Everybody, make sure you soak those mines. Okay, everybody gets one. Go out there, get these soaks. It's gonna be important. We cannot miss these.
I have this circle around me. What do I do, Mix? What do I do?
You just stand there for a second.
Oh,
Look
okay.
pretty. Okay. Here comes our first hot mess.
Oh my God, where do we go? Do I have to soak? Okay, I'm going in. I'm going into the circle. Okay,
If your weak aura says soak, you go in. Okay.
Okay, do I get out? Okay, I'm running out. Okay.
Very good.
Oh my God, this beam!
Goon cages. Dodge the beam.
I hope this is the
Dodging
kill,
the beam.
I can't. Holy.
Oh no. I don't know what to do. What if I get the cage? What if I get it? What if I'm inside? Oh my God!
Go where the weak aura tells you to go. Okay, it's all marked out. Okay, just go to their places.
Okay, I trust you.
Make sure you put your valve before. Okay, nobody getting stuck in goon cages this time around. We're gonna make sure that that's not gonna happen. Incoming goon cages.
I'm parsing.
Very soon.
I'm parsing.
You're not what?
I'm parsing.
Why are you parsing?
I'm milking the boss.
Okay, but not yet. We need you to do the damage in P2.
Wait, is this his cages you're talking about?
Those are the goon cages.
Oh, okay.
Did you valve?
Yes. Okay.
Very
okay,
good.
I'm inside.
Are you out?
Yeah. Not yet.
Get out.
Okay.
Out of the cage, I.
Okay, I'm out.
I can't take this anymore. All right, so we do have the first set of goon cages coming in here from the actual dirt side of the room. I mean, like, the big thing with this is they've changed their strategy in Phase 1 to only have 2 sets of these goon cages in a sense. If you start on the dirt side, you end up getting 3 sets, with that last set being 4 cages. But they've opted to start on the fire side, which drops that fire soak initially. So you can see them heading into that frost bringing that frost boot into the fire there. That clears the debuff, which lets you walk normally. Also, that gold pool on the wall there. So Yips ended up changing to human for the racial. It's like standalone near strong. They changed the name like last expansion, whatever it is. It used to be every man for himself. It will remove a stun. So instead of running it along the wall and dropping that gold pool with more area denial in Phase 2, like saving space, he just drops the pool and then racials out of it and comes back. So it saves space, stacking it with the 2 goon cages with the actual fire pool, so you're just saving more space for Phase 2 for more movement, which is proved effective, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, you say that.
Okay. Hey, we're good. We're okay. Second hot mess coming out here. Just like me, I'm a hot mess. We need this boss dead. Unfortunately, we do lose Fired Up here. I think he cauterized already early. We can get him out early with a res. As long as we don't lose anybody else, we should be okay to press on a bit further here. The hot mess comes down. You're going to see a swap to the actual dirt side here after this. Fire Frontal comes out, and this is where you're going to have those 3 cages spawning in. 2 are going to be placed on the dirt side. 1's going to be placed on that diamond marker right there to save space later for that Phase 2 push and transition.
Yep, that's right. We still have a little while longer to go here. We're going to be getting another set of goon cages on the markers that you see in front of you. This time it's 3. That's the last time. We're only seeing 3. After that, it's going to be 4. Everybody has predetermined positions, as you can see on the weak aura. That's exactly where they're going. And if you see someone just last second blinking all over the place, that's just our mages doing their mage thing, where they're trying to pre-dot some of these goons here to get some damage out.
Yep, that alter time displacement spreading those ignites and those adds is very, very important to kill those adds in time. Also getting max damage on the boss for that phase 2 push and just overall duration of the fight. We're back on the iron side here, but it's important to keep in mind the boss's energy is at about 80%. We haven't actually swapped sides here. We're waiting on Malarkus to come back over that line. The entire raid needs to be on one side to trigger that side's effect. So we're actually getting the shield swap coming up, I believe, momentarily here. You'll see it, yep, swapping to metal in about 5 seconds, give or take. Swapping at 99. Yes, so they're actually milking it on the last energy. It was 97, 98 before. They've gotten it down to being 99. So every little bit of damage has been optimized at this fight, at this point. We are just ready for a kill. We're going to have mines spawning in here. These are going to be soaked normally. Just we're soaking everyone here, unlike phase 2. You have to stagger them slightly and get all these Armageddon soaks to come in. And we're going to see one more hot mess mass raid soak coming in after these bombs pop here as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. But we are losing more and more players, so this is not going to be it. 3 players down. We're just going to be wiping it straight up from here.
Yeah, it's a go again angle. We know what we need to know in this phase. If we have like one player down going into the burn, I don't know if you can push into that. You probably do, but the moment somebody else dies, you just wipe. I don't know if you can do it with 2 players being dead. But we know what we need to know. We've honestly, like...
We've seen what we needed to see.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, we're going to head to a Monster Energy listen-in between these polls and see what they're talking about.
Probably a little bit, right? The Giga soaks, like when we have like really fast soaks, we can still heal through it. We're doing good in that department. The healing feels really good.
No, I just didn't see the fucking warrior blade storming on my face. Same color. That pay more attention.
Alright, let's
positioning from you.
Yeah.
That was like a triple spawn on you though. It was kind of hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the first 2, I dodged them, and then the third one I just didn't see it with the blade storm, I guess.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, so many toys! Don't die too quick, okay?
Okay. First mines, bait in.
This joint is rigged to explode!
2, 3, 4.
Nowhere to run now!
So Mark, last pull you got the debuff. It just like server tick, so it didn't actually remove your thing.
Yep, yes. Yeah, I know.
Oh, he got everything.
I should just call like Smack to do it instead of you, Trini. Look at the cocoon.
Dirt.
Sure.
And we send everything.
PS on a double was pretty good though.
And we also bubbled.
Taught me so.
Okay, jail.
Left.
Okay, frontal's happening now. You're ready to do dip your toes in 5. Dipping your toes in 3, 2, 1.
Fuck.
Okay, be in metal. Finger gun.
Storm's fury! I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
Okay, get in.
This joint is rigged to explode!
Okay, girding, popping 1. 2. 3. 4.
5.
Let's paint the town red.
Okay, spray and pray after.
Say hello to my tiny pal.
Good dirt.
What the fuck is killing me? I still
That's
beating
up to
you.
you.
Have at it, mug.
Don't sleep on it.
Don't sleep.
Okay, jail's coming.
Front left.
Good. Tank knock back into the wall. And then we're doing the jump dip. If you want to guarantee the jump to work, you just need to be farther, close to the, like, be on the first step. Jump dip, 3, 2, go.
Watch, there's one spear weird.
Okay, finger gun now.
Oh, sorry. No, mark it back. Sorry.
You're good, bro.
Oh my god.
Saying? You good?
Oh my
I
god.
think that's very scary when you do that. Metal here. Even if you're scared, try not to sound scared for the rest of us.
Even move over there. Hey. The fuck?
Damage is insane. Warlock's full kill that Zapper. Everyone get ready for Giga Soaks. We're doing 6 here. We're gonna try to go pretty fast. Bait in close. Bait in close. Okay, they're spawning. Popping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Res them both.
6 is still up. We have to pop it later.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
press my revival already as well, so we're gonna have to help soon or something.
Hit it with the tank mechanic and just ready to soak it. Go far back, Jeb, so your circle doesn't fuck us. Soak, guys. Okay, we're good now. Spray and pray. Just watch the spray and pray now.
Or res me Sang when he can.
Chill on the boss.
Kill on the boss. Yeah, stop on the boss. Stop, stop,
Kill
stop,
the
stop,
Rocketeer.
stop. Kill the Rocketeer. 3, 2, go. We can, we're gonna get really fucking close with one death, so keep going. Fucking lock in. Left. Okay. Charging again in 3, 2, picked its spot. Charging now. Make sure you get the wind rush again. Good. When this casts, we will roar it. Okay. Next charge is happening in 3, 2, 1. Now going left. The roars, I think, just a little early. Dodge here. Watch the circles, guys. Watch the circles now. All you gotta do is watch all circles. Good. Bait mines now. Bait mines. Okay, mines are spawning 3, 2 now. You're ready to soak. Popping 1, 2.
Went a little far.
3, 4. Frost boots in 3, 2, 1 now. Good. Everyone else get ready to go to the jails.
It'll be your rally, Wolf.
Yeah, Force Monk.
Jails now.
Front left.
Make sure the mass barriers happen. Live the hit. Okay, group soak in front with the immunes. Exile's not there. Mark, make sure you're in it. Immune going off now. Finish the jails. Finger gun soon. Let's practice the finger gun positioning, okay?
Let's go.
Okay, let's get in position. Finger guns here. Finger gun in 3 seconds. Everyone be to the right of the boss. Finger gun, you're going to aim it at the thing, and then you're going to go left. Okay, you get away. Now we move towards the mine. Everyone go to the mine. Pop 1.
I cannot pop second. I'm just dead to the Rocketeer.
Pop 1 mine.
Got it.
Okay, we pop both. Unlucky.
Other side of the wall.
They went over the wall too.
That's pretty.
Rocketeer just takes
Well,
you out.
Yeah. I mean, that was still a 2 dead. Also, Sang was dead. That's why Trill died, because no one ring Blaze. That's fine. I'll take pulls like that. Those are still good for reps.
Trill, do you die with cock only? Looks like you did, right?
He didn't have Renewing Blaze.
Yeah, Renewing Blaze.
Yeah. I just fucking die. Just melt.
I don't know why Exile died.
My off heals heal me for 500k. Fuck yeah.
Oh, Exile died to the hit.
The cocoon was a little early, but I also just didn't have a faint charge.
Huh. Yeah, I guess he's just kind of low. So I just want to look at the positioning, though. So we get done with this. We obviously lose an extra player because of that. We're getting ready for this finger gun. The finger gun will stop all the raid damage from the zappers. And then it should be... Nick does this perfectly. Now Nick turns it. Okay. Now we should be shifting left, and we're like popping in like 3, 2, popping 1 now. I don't think we move the boss,
possible,
though.
but we keep missing this one zapper. I don't know if the boss positioning... Yeah, I need to pull it for... It's just trying to help. Maybe Yip's gonna go in and help Zevi after the tank frontal.
Is there any way we can have them closer? Why are they so far from us?
Goon. Who? Like, when the cage opens, I go out,
I think
you go
those
in.
were
far ones, maybe.
Well, no, like,
that doesn't... After the frontal, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, we're popping here, we do 4. So now we're rooting them here so they get hit with the frost shit.
I'm gonna kill myself with gold.
We root them here so they get hit with the frost shit. So then how do they not get to us in the next, like, 30 seconds? We want them to be kind of close to us for these soaks.
It stuns them for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Don't they have a root on them here, though? Wait.
Isn't there, like, no rush to
Isn't
pop
it
these
rooted?
soaks? Like, why do we rush them
Yeah,
so hard for?
they get rooted there. Maybe they just don't get rooted there. And
Do you want to do them during the spray and pray or something?
Oh, yeah, after, probably.
There's some, like, yeah, does
Like,
the
there's no
tank,
max
the tank
after.
soak after, and then the other frontal, right? There's, like, lots of downtime.
Yeah, it's a lot of area denial as well, though.
Like right
I
now,
feel
we're,
like
calling
the
to pop
wall's
them,
gonna
but we're
become
like,
closer
we
to us by
definitely
then.
can't do them here, because look where they spawn now, shit.
There's
Well,
also a
they
bunch of
shouldn't.
lightning
They're
circles we're dodging.
rooted after the
Well, actually,
the
pop steal
icicle.
a mine here.
Yeah, don't reroute them, I guess. Right?
I feel like if we don't reroute them, they'll just be next to us here, and we just soak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe it's usually like my route, and then actually no, they
I
come out
mean,
of the sun,
they
but,
both
yeah.
get frozen right here. They both get frozen, and then after their freeze is over, they just get rerouted. Whatever that route is, I think needs to not happen.
What happened on the 6th soak? Was also sketchy.
Because like they're
If we
getting
miss a soak.
1 second.
Yeah, we
They're
did,
getting un-CC'd now. This is perfect timing. We should just not, if we don't reroute them, the soak should be perfect. Like they're gonna just move to us here, and then after the finger gun goes off, then we just soak them and they'll be here. This is the best time to soak them. I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
Like
there's
the-
just actually no mechs for like a little bit. But I mean, you
Well-
can soak one here and then one after. I don't know. I mean, like,
We just double pop.
can't
That's-
soak during, like during this tank mech or during the finger gun. The guy's guaranteed dead if you soak during.
Well, when you want to do them both during the spray and pray?
Well, I mean, you could do one after the finger gun and then one after the spray.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's fine. We only called to pop 1 here. We just popped 2.
Yeah.
So what happened with that? I'm
Well, it's
assuming
just
Scott
like
went to
you were
doing.
just calling to pop them, no one was doing it, but
Well, I
then
did-
me and Smack both popped at the same time. I mean,
we
I'm
have
not
like
gonna pop.
mark or auto mark the mine, so we always know which one is gonna get popped. Like you say, like pop
Yeah,
star or
maybe.
whatever.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
feel like it's happened
Not
a
needed.
few times. That's like
Well,
I mean, it's just Smack. Like Smack is the first. He is popping 1. So unless Smack says I can't soak, it's just the assumption is that he'll be doing it.
But even then, we know like which one is getting popped. It's easy to position around. For
Yeah, I
the
can
upcoming
mark
soaks.
them.
They'll also just be way closer to us too. And so okay. I guess the goal right now is we're doing 1 during the. We're doing 1 during the spray and pray and 1 during the finger gun. That's fine. And then the tank thing will happen in between, so we can focus on maybe keeping them up. All right, that's fine. What killed Zhang?
It was the 6th soak
Damage.
disaster we could never recover. I don't know what happened there, but I mean, I think it was me soak.
I was in a soak and I like tapped Q, like I was in the middle of 2 and I tapped it like I just
Oh, we
went
missed
left.
a soak. Yeah, I saw that.
I was in one and I just
Yeah,
like,
once
really
we stopped,
moved out
like,
of
once
it.
we missed the soak and stopped, I kind of stopped moving my character. I could have popped the 6, but I sort of just
Yeah, I mean, there's no way we can pop after missing that.
Oh, you probably could. We've done it before, actually. Like almost that exact same timing, popping 6. Because we were back healthy when I said to pop 6, and we still had a ramp going. And also, he buried the hot mess. I'm assuming that was just because you were really scared.
He always does it there, right? Or no?
No, he's saving it for last phase.
It's
no, it's.
You moved it back?
It's up
Okay.
anyway.
It's
up,
the
yeah.
first Frost Shatter boots, the Sword Mess, and then
Oh, okay.
Rage.
All right, let's go, boys.
Also, if we're ahead, always like a little off heal on yourself or your friend right before we face.
3, 2.
Because every hidden cooldown is like just about to be pressed. It's not ready by seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't help that we've had to pop a mine there last couple pulls.
Yeah.
Every death there could be explained. That was still a really good jail pull. 1, 2.
Oh, mine's not really far. Yep.
4. Oh, those fucking soaks, W. Yep's got it. Yeah, that, I mean, that pull was just like, I feel like any pull, regardless of whether we can possibly kill it or not with deaths, any pull where we can get through the jails is just insanely valuable. That I feel like our damage goes up so much every time we do that.
This one's just for you.
Pray and pray here. That was sick. Dirt.
Yeah, the walking. Yeah. Hashtag old class.
Yeah, it hasn't been updated yet.
I'll get demonic leap back.
Gales.
Left.
We're getting ready to dip in 5. We've been missing it last couple pulls. Dip in 3, 2, 1 now. Yay! Okay, finger gun coming out. Finger gun now. Okay, metal here. Okay, so in the last phase, when I say pop 1, it's always going to be smacked, and it's going to be during the finger gun. And when I say pop 2, it's always going to be one of the tanks. They're both off CD, and it's going to be during the spray and pray, right before we move.
Is it not me anymore?
No, it doesn't need to be because we're not popping them before the tank spawns are gone.
First one.
I'm pretty sure. Well, whatever.
Okay, popping 1.
I see these.
Two.
No, I'm not. Let's try.
3, 4, 5. 1 on the stairs. See, she's got it. Alright, tank soak.
This one's just for you. Light 'em up.
Third.
My turn. Gonna grind them to dust. Have at it, Mug.
Okay, jails.
Front left.
Earth Shaker.
Is that for style, Boomy? Okay, front
What
here.
are you doing in here? What the fuck?
You got that shit, bro.
I don't
Hey,
want it.
jump, 3, 2, jump.
You got a kick spot.
Yeah. We're missing. Trying.
Just don't get hit.
Good job, Splat.
And me.
And Driney.
Thank you.
We didn't miss a kick, right? Metal?
Nah, we didn't miss. We just were missing one in the jail. That's why it was so slow.
Missing a boom.
We should have assigned a backup. Okay, crawler mines here. Ready, boys. We're super ahead on the boss. We can finish that shocker. Baiting mines, baiting mines, baiting mines. Good. Let's look at the soaks. Popping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hot mess in the middle. Good job.
Watch.
Yep.
We don't have to do a shitty pop later. We will be off healing at the end of this phase. Everyone kill the fucking Rocketeer. Boss damage is fucking Omega safe. Kill the Rocketeer. Hard swap. Where are you going? Pray and pray.
Off heal.
Stop. Stop on the boss. Off heal. 3. Wait. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's kick this into overdrive. You're headed 6 feet under.
Go, boys. Charging. Left.
You've been working out.
Okay. This is still Wind Rush for this. Watch circles. Okay, charging right now. Going right.
Their ancestors
Watch Nick.
that one.
Where the fuck is?
Okay, static charge here. Going away. Going left. Going left. Watch the circles. Watch the circles, including the ones in the raid.
What's saying?
Okay, you're ready here. In position for mines now. In position for mines. Bait mines.
That might be a second blade.
Fine. Just pop 1, 2, 3, 4. Dip, 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 dip. Okay, everyone get in jail positions. Rest smack now.
Rest.
He's up. It's fine. Jail.
Get the port out.
Rebuff. Smack.
Got. Mate's barrier.
Okay.
Rest.
I'm gonna jail in a second. Rest hang.
Okay, I can live this guy. Just kill the gloon on top of me.
Okay, just focus. Immunes. 3, 2, 1. Immune.
You gonna take Scott?
I mean,
Res sang. Res sang. Res sang. Guys, ready?
It doesn't matter.
Res yips. Res yips. Res yips.
Well, I don't think it matters.
Sure.
Keep trying to live it, Scott. It's fine. Finger gun, and we're gonna pop 1 during this. It'll be smacked. Remember to move. Good. Smack pop. 3, 2, go. 1 soak. Good. And now we do the tank soak.
The grip was just slightly early.
Gun is over.
Yeah.
I also can't pop there when like it's in the gun, or I'll die.
Like,
well, yeah,
gun
the
should
gun
end
is
and
Well,
then
the
we
gun
pop.
is supposed to move.
Yeah, but the gun has to end because that guy's dead for sure too.
Yeah, Drony just died.
Like the second the gun ends, you
Yeah,
pop.
just right after the gun, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I had beam and gun on me. I got double zapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They need to set diffuse.
But just like in general.
Yeah.
Like as soon as that gun ends, that's why we should go for the first pop, and then we go for the second pop after the other
That's
thing.
what we did, right?
No, you called for it during the gun.
Let me see.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. We are getting more polls and unfortunately not getting close back to that best poll that we had about, I think, what, an hour ago at this point? 30 minutes? I'm losing track of time.
Like 45, I think.
Yeah,
roughly.
45. Yeah, about a sub 2%, basically. Very, very clean poll. We are still seeing some optimization, especially through that first phase, but just not quite getting to where we want to be, Minx.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. You know, we saw similar situations on Sprocketmonger. We saw similar situations on One Armed Bandit. It's just, there are a lot of execution checks in these fights. Not just one, but like very many. And if any of them goes wrong, you just have that kind of chain reaction. Here in this last poll, we were kind of pogging a little bit, thinking, oh, this might be it. You know, we might be coming back to kill.
Yeah.
And then that goon breaks out, right? And that's just not livable for tanks. And there's always something new that sets them up that's just a wipe then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen like deep into that phase probably 6 or 7 times now, so there is some merit to getting more reps in that phase and seeing a bit of damage increase like, from each player. Obviously, you can kill it in the poll, but even if you're getting to that point and you wipe, you can still learn a bit of micromanagement for movement, maybe some CD placement, maybe you can finish a cast here you didn't think you could finish, and that definitely matters too, right? So it might not be a kill, you can kill at any poll, but there's still a bit of hyper optimizations going on from, you know, in a player by player basis, right?
Yeah. Yeah, certainly is here. So that's something that we're hoping for within, I mean, basically as soon as possible. We want to get there. You guys want to get there. We were kind of saying earlier when we did see that best pull makes 1.82%. You were saying it's any pull territory. I'm so sorry to say that.
No.
Do we still believe that now that we've seen
Yes.
them kind of break a couple of pulls in a row here?
Yeah, so their damage is fantastic.
Yes.
Their damage is doing really good. They can 100% kill this boss, and it is in any pull territory. It's just going to be a question of how many of these is it going to take to reach a pull where you won't lose someone to a random soak not being filled, to someone not getting out of a goon cage, to someone getting run over by a charge, to someone getting sniped by something, to someone running into a mine and dying to it, or just rotting down in one of these cages. Like, there are so many parts in this fight where you are in lethal danger despite having 5 healers to back you up, which is just absolutely insane if you think about this raid being a 3 healer raid for the most part.
Yeah, I think tuning's been a little off as far as like some healing checks, some DPS checks in certain areas. Blizzard will probably address it maybe in the coming weeks. There also is that Galagio Renown buff coming in, which gives you 3% damage and healing this Tuesday on reset. So between that and some more gear coming in, it should leverage out where you can just 4 heal fights anyways that were 3 heal fights. But yeah, I mean, we've seen healers go down on that phase 2 push after you have the bombs and the spears running to the 4 cages that spawn. And even with 4 still being alive, the rate is just so low, you're scrambling to res somebody, and they're like just panic healing when they come back up because the rate is just like at 10%. The HPS check is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, considering that you say that they're, panicking those final stages, and we really have not seen it that much, the fact that we are this low in health percentage, I feel like is also indicative of just how well they are playing on this boss, or how well they have been playing within the last couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing well. They're consistent, right?
Yeah.
We saw them move a lot of their CDs from phase 1 to the start of phase 2, which I didn't think was even possible because they were barely even beating the phase 1 DPS check that they have for themselves, right? But they found a way to do that, and now that 5-10 mark when they're lusting, when the boss is beginning his triple charge spin mechanic, is essentially their 3rd CD set mark. And if you're a 2-minute class, you're going to have CDs again around 7-10, which is about the time there's a bit of leeway between the mechanical barrage that begins in phase 2 before the final set comes in. So,
yeah. There is this kind of overlap where we go from charge into mines, into cages, into hot mess, and in between there's icicles, and then after that you get like a pause, but you need to make it there, and that has been the biggest challenge, really.
Yeah. So not super comfortable with it yet, obviously, but still finding that optimization, still getting incredibly close several times in a row. So keep on watching. You definitely want to tab in right now because we could be seeing it any pull right now. And they're still, actually, as I say that, I did just see a pull timer go. So we're going to be seeing another pull here. And I'm excited to see them continue to optimize this boss. Here we go. 4 seconds. Pull number 135, of course, sub 2% being their best pull. And they're starting pull number 134 right now.
Boss is dead before pull 140. I'm calling it right here.
Say the boss dies in the next 5 pulls.
That was a prediction that I had Sertetos put up.
This is another prediction.
Okay. This is also a prediction then.
Sure, put it up. Do it too. Make sure you're fast on it, though. Think kill this boss. Don't scam me out of points. I would also assume this is a boss where they've been... this pull...
That doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
That like count.
Look away. Look away. Look away.
It's fine.
Nah, mistake. No.
It's fine.
Nah. That's some class A caster cursing that just happened.
Well,
here.
it wasn't pull 140, so it wasn't a total curse.
That's true.
But
we've got 6 more. 6 more to make it work.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Depending where it's at.
All right, since we're doing this then, what do you think numbers makes? How many more pulls?
I've been saying ever since we saw this boss for the first time, I've been saying like 160.
160.
Which would mean like around 30 more pulls, probably a later evening-ish type of pull, depending on how long the pulls are individually.
Yep.
I don't think it's out of the question. I think around that 150, around 60 pull marker is rather realistic.
Okay. I do think this is a boss that if they have a lot of good consistent pulls in that 10% threshold, I mean, dinner is about 40-ish minutes now.
Yeah.
You probably push past your
We can
scheduled dinner
already
break
smell
a little
it.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah. What is for dinner?
I
For
think
me or for
orange chicken. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, neither of you guys
for
can eat that,
us
huh?
or for you? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I think I get a grilled version of it, which is very nice.
Yeah.
It's gluten free. I'm very excited. It's like orange chicken,
gluten-free.
yeah.
Gluten.
You have fried orange.
I took a picture of your fried food. Actually makes me feel sick too, but I don't have like a medical reason for it, and it's probably not as bad as you. That is not me comparing myself to you. Just want to.
You can. It's okay.
No. You have it way worse for sure. I took a picture of your desk this morning, Kalamazi.
Oh.
I was gonna tweet it, and then I decided that was too mean. But you had like a pile of sauces.
Yeah, I got
hot sauces.
I got a cup of ranch
from
in there too.
various fast food restaurants, surrounded by a bottle of Pepto-Bismol.
Well, Goop has that bottle now. Actually, he needed it a bit ago, but
is he also ordering late night Taco Bell?
Sounded like it. I mean, I don't know. Like, you get hungry late at night. I've got a cup of Wingstop ranch in the fridge over there. It's a bartering.
He actually got 2 of these, and he was very excited about getting 2.
Dude, you
know what I did with the first one?
Huh.
I ate it with chips and drank it.
Oh my gosh. You procured PF Chang's the other night too.
I did.
You're just like, oh, I can't eat this food, and then you disappear, and then you come back, and you're like, you want some of this, and you just have like a plate of PF Chang's. I don't even know where you got that.
Well, I got it from PF Chang's.
Yeah, Kalamaz's just living in his own world.
No one knows how he survives, really. If
I
we're being
don't. I do. It's on
this
crap
man has
food.
celiacs, and he's just like out here.
Oh yeah.
Eating fast food.
Just natty eating anything he wants.
Insane. Yeah.
It's all gluten free though. I mean, unless they cross contaminate.
Were those your lactoid pills as well?
Yeah, I really only have lactose. I only have like it's like whey is my only real thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
Okay.
Partially.
Yeah. It really tells a story. You know, all of the sauces along with all of the medication to make you feel better from eating all the food that came alongside those sauces. But you know what? I can't judge you because I eat the same stuff.
I have consumed 24
Can
tacos
I
in
judge
the last 5 days.
Fantastic. Dude, you know what? You can make wholesome tacos.
I could.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's a little meat, a little cheese, a little vegetable. It's fine. What's wrong with a taco?
I only drink water though. Water or milk. No sodas or barring obviously Monster drinks.
That's so interesting. What is this that you got here? Pipeline punch.
Yeah. Well, if I need a little bit of energy, sure doesn't like count.
Yeah, you want a little bit of vitamins and taurine, right?
Right.
Yeah. Delicious.
That's important.
Yeah. You gonna add it to the monster wall later?
But I don't buy sodas at the store like Dr. Pepper.
I do.
Monster
I do.
Energy's in chat going, what? Oh, okay.
Well, I drink Monster Opio. You guys sent me 4 cases and they were gone in like a week. Are you kidding me? Come on, it's just a given. Like, hello? Like,
so what he's trying to say is he would like a refill, please.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that actually. Yeah. It's like a pre-workout. I take pre-workout or like a monster.
Or a monster.
It legitimately is like pre-workout or a monster before I work out every day.
Yeah.
I don't like count it as like soda though. Soda's like Dr. Pepper or something like that. I don't drink that.
Okay.
So,
that's fair.
No.
That's me.
I think so.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel you.
It's actually factual. I just take one every day as like a pre-workout. So
ever tried mixing Monster with milk?
No, but I know somebody who has.
Was it good?
It's not that bad.
Because there's like this pilk stuff, right?
think of it as an Italian soda.
What?
Or like a dirty Diet Coke.
I don't know what you're saying, but I've been to Italy and their soda did not.
Okay, yeah, but that's you. Okay, you know how we do words here. All right.
What does that mean?
We do the words.
What's an Italian soda?
Here in the States.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
saying
yes.
this is an authentic Italian dish.
Okay.
I've also been to Italy.
Okay.
But we put, there's like cream. You put the cream in the soda, and then you got an Italian soda. Yeah.
I mean, listen, Monster is in chat. While
Right.
they're here,
I
I would love a
While they're here,
quick
let me rizz you up
refill
a little bit.
at my apartment of like a couple Aussie lemonade cases if they're still around.
If they're
or
still around,
not,
yeah.
The new Hawaiian blue flavor is exceptional.
Yeah.
And I am close to Hawaii. I'm in Florida. It's close-ish. It maybe works on my way.
That's not close.
It's close. It's closer than here, probably.
No, it's not.
We'll hook
Do
you
you know
up
what
as a TL staff. Holy moly!
Do you know where? Hold on. Okay, I'm happy for you. Do you know where Hawaii is?
Yeah, it's down there by
It's down there somewhere.
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo.
Down there.
No.
He pointed down.
It's down there by the penguins.
Oh, buddy.
I mean,
no.
Do you want the GPS location? No, it's down to the south by an island. I don't know. It's an island. What do you mean do? Like, yeah, 42.6 by 84.7. I don't know. It's an island down south, like below California. Oh, let's wait on it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I thought you thought it was like below Florida or something.
No, it's like Cuba and stuff. No.
Yeah, okay.
No,
I was very concerned for a second. Okay.
Coordinates here?
Yeah. It's like those people that think that Alaska is like an island because they always see maps of the United States with Alaska sort of like chopped off, and they're like, wait a minute, it's an island in the middle of the ocean, right next to Hawaii.
I'm learning a lot right now.
Yeah, you're learning that Americans don't have geography class enough.
I love rocks. I love geology. It's great.
Yes. All right, well, here we are, poll number 135. I also took math class. Wasn't very good at that also. But we are 55% of the way into this fight, and we are getting closer and closer to that phase where we're going to start seeing those rough overlaps in mechanics. But looking clean so far. Sorry to jinx it, but I'm going to talk about the fight. I'm going to hone back in because we are locked in here at the Team Liquid Race to World First.
We are. Yep.
I'm always a little bit cautious before we get that phase 2 push, right? Like, if nothing happens before we move into P2, that's where I'll sit up straight. That's where I'll lock in. I don't want to jinx it before that. You know, you gotta pick your battles.
She's sitting up straight. Her posture is impeccable right now.
Yeah, she is actually legs crossed, ready to go. So we are on the iron side here. Malarkus walked over moments ago after getting that finger gun pointed at him, which can make that actual swap a bit tough, which is why they had 2 players baiting it from time to time. What you're going to see here optimally, these bomb pops, and you're going to see that hot mess placed in the middle of the room on that skull marker, which you're going to use in phase 2. 2 soaks in the back here. They got them both. Okay, 2 more at the end here. We got him. We lose Malarkus. We lose.
I mean,
just Malarkus.
It's okay. We have
can
a
res him.
res.
We have 2 reses available now. Second one just came up, so we can get him up now. We need to res him before the 40% DPS check comes in. He's back up. He's alive. We're going to have a tank soak here, and you're going to see them sort of walk the line between that 40% threshold to try and milk some damage out of the boss, if possible. Draco's super low here, so is Sari. We don't lose anybody, but we're very, very low going into this.
Yeah, but we are going
Swap.
to push it over here, get a little bit of extra speed out of the damage, and this is, chat, you know what I'm going to say. This is where we lock in. Going into P2 here is that Bloodlust. The charges will be starting. You need to make sure you're not standing next to the boss. He starts immediately. Any charge, you need to be so careful. Wolf Disco does go down here, unfortunately. That's a death during the Bloodlust. Always incredibly painful to see these. They do get him back up right before that next charge, but he needs to get out of the way. Does manage to do just barely, but is back with the team now. Second charge and counting as that Bloodlust is still running. A little bit of damage has been lost here. We'll check in with where that push is after that last charge, which is coming now. What was the percentage we were looking for?
We want to see like 24 when he's back in place for the bomb soaks, which should be relatively close to what we're seeing here. Wolf Disco going down within a lust does hurt a bit. We have committed 2-minute CDs here at that 5-10 mark. Second pots are also out. We're about at the threshold we need to be, roughly, give or take. So not too far off, still like a pretty good push here. But the problem is that we have no reses available. We cannot really afford to lose one person in this phase, and this is where it gets crazy. You've got bombs spawning in, multiple soaks. You need to leave 3 up, though, to negate the frost spears. Right after this, you're going to have the quad goon cages coming out, and the raid's going to be super low here as well, right when this damage comes out momentarily.
Yeah, from here on out, it's basically only pain that is coming for the Raiders. Goon cages spawning in 4 at a time. Every single application of these cages does a lot of damage already. We need to make sure that nothing goes wrong with these. A lot of the players can just port out. Smacked, unfortunately, does go down here. That is not only somebody that's doing a lot of damage, that is also somebody that is doing some healing here, and Yips will follow. It is not going to be enough. One of the goons has broken free and is just roaming wild, slapping people left, right, and center. Is not going to be a kill here.
I think we can do this with 1 DPS dead if they die around this point in the fight. I don't think we need all 20 alive to kill the boss. If we get full like lust milk damage, with the 2-minute CD being moved to like the 5-10 mark. But yeah, losing a healer there is really tough. That's an insane HPS check. We haven't seen any fights 5 healed. I mean, at all this raid here, we've seen 3, and we're struggling at times with 5. So losing a healer there or a tank is just going to be an instant wipe for the most part.
And especially if we lose both.
Yeah, no. One goes hand in hand. Or they go hand in hand. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it kind of just fell apart at the end there. It looks like trickling into the deaths.
It's the second time we're seeing one of these goons just slap
run wild,
cages and run free.
Right.
I'm a little bit curious on what exactly is happening there with them being broken out.
I think Smack is one of the cage assignment soaks. He transcends out. I think he's one of the people that are left in the cage to finish the ad-off, actually. Because when Walker puts out a lot of damage, and you want to have your main DPS on the boss if possible, he might have eaten the frontal in the cage, depending on what's happening there. I think it was overlapping with the soak. And that soak is going to be an immunity soak, but it does overlap with the edge of the cages. So he might have just been put in a weird spot where the frontal clipped him. And that, unfortunately, will spiral because that cage won't get broken, the Adeline rage, and then break out, and then it will kill everybody else. Ooh.
Yeah, oof. Yeah, I mean, as you guys know, if you're just now tuning in, it's this final phase that we are still trying to make more consistent. There's not really anything left to learn, just more to optimize, more to get those repetitions on, more to get comfortable using our cooldowns, keeping alive, using those defensive cooldowns in the right spot so that we can make it through to the end. And that's where we're seeing it start to sort of fall apart, though. So we're heading on into pull 136 here. Our best, of course, being 1.89%. And we got that about an hour ago at this point, and we were looking to make that happen once more, shave off more health percentage as we near further and further into the night.
It's very important that here in that P1, we are not having random deaths, right? This battle res becomes so much more valuable when you have it available into P2, as you then, like, if something happens there, you can just get someone back up. That doesn't mean that you can die in the Bloodlust. I think that death there was actually very, very punishing to the entire damage output. But other than that, I just feel much more comfortable if we have one or even two of those battle rests as we push into P2. I think that's kind of what you are looking for from a P1 to deliver.
Yeah, and just to harp on one more time here, they have pushed a lot of their CDs, everyone they possibly can, from that 4-minute mark, give or take, to the 5-10 mark when they're lusting going into that phase 2. So if you sort of extrapolate that out using a big word for me, I live in Florida, you're going to see the second set of phase 2 cooldowns coming in around the 7-10 mark. The boss is at 17% when they wipe there around the 7 mark, but 10 seconds later, they're going to go nuclear and nuke that boss. We've seen 720 wipes with the boss around 10%, so it's actually closer than it may seem. And if you're at 720 with the boss at 10% health, you've got a minute to do 10% to the boss, and there's no slew of mechanics again. Past that point, if you get there, you have the bomb spawning in, the frost spears, you kill the little ads running around with a finger gun, and you just kill the boss, right? We just can't have deaths to that point. People live and this boss dies.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of discussing earlier at 1.89% that, like, those early deaths is kind of what kept it from happening.
Yeah,
right.
if Trill died in the 1.8% wipe, Trill died in the Lust burn, which would have been a substantial amount of damage. Windwalker getting just Lust in general with CDs, with potions, is a massive amount of damage. We had, I think we had Fired Up and maybe THG or Impact go down also at like 10%. The boss, if people would have lived there, the boss would have died.
Yeah.
But they hadn't even seen that phase more than one time before, so it's understandable.
Yep.
Right.
That enrage, once that, I mean, how does that enrage work? Can we go over that? And, like, how long can you even survive in that? Because it looked like it was an instant death for everybody but Yips when we saw it.
It's like 3 to 4 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
So not a lot of wiggle room there.
So basically, tanks can live it a little bit longer, and then everybody else is going to need an immunity, something like an ice block, for example, to just try and keep that going a little bit. Just to get some dots ticking, right? That's usually why we want that. There have been some kills in the past where tanks just heroically finished a boss, you know, a little bit of a recall to Anduin there, but I don't think this boss is going to be that type of boss. I think in a pull where you're killing it, you will have enough damage to not even see the end rage.
It'll be laughable. I think so. It'll be like, oh, that was the boss, which is like, I just want to harken back. It's crazy to think about 2 hours ago, we were like, oh, this boss is like almost unkillable. You need 200 more pulls in this final phase. And they found a way to find 10% damage. They were able to move all their cooldowns in phase 1 to phase 2, which seemed impossible. We were having to lust phase 1 yesterday and not even meet the check, right? It just shows how, like, more pulls and more reps mean, they just mean more damage, especially to players at this level when you're just pulling, you're just optimizing every single pull, right? You're getting a bit better every single rep.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be seeing them get closer here to that push once more as we are working on that last set. Finger guns coming in.
Clearing the shield on both those ads over there. You should see Malarkus swapping to that metal side now at the 99 energy mark, which we haven't actually seen him make a mistake there and trigger that 100 energy in rage in a very long time. He's gotten pretty proficient at that swap, which is what you want to see. It's a bit more damage. It might not seem like a whole lot, but if it's 99 versus 98 on every swap, you're looking at like 4 or 5 seconds extra, give or take, with the course of phase 1. So that does work out as a bit of a net gain. Some soaks coming out here from these bombs going off in the back. We have one with that shocker stacked up in the back.
Quick roll out.
Last few coming in now, these pops. One more melee way to pop later on. A hot hot mess overlap there with the soak too. But this is going to be the one we place in the middle of the room here, right? This is the one we're going to use to clear those frost shatter spears that come in phase 2. Barriers down here as well for that actual soak. So we want to see them walk the line here and transition the boss into a dirt swap if possible for an extra second or two of milking the boss damage-wise. Whether we get it or not, though, regardless, we're going to see less being committed here momentarily after this spray and pray at that 40%. The rate's super low here, like always, but healers are doing damage here. We want to push as hard as we can. Dirt swap comes in. Here comes that milk. We got it there. Here comes less. Here comes CDs. Here comes second potions. Here comes the big burn with these 3 boss charges coming in. 24% you want to see coming out of this. This is where things get really intense. Everything being popped here. First charge coming out. He rotates clockwise, counterclockwise, and then clockwise again. We can't lose anybody here. We have 1 res available. We don't want to use it. This is the check we need to meet. 24% on this burn.
Yep, second charge is going to be hitting here. This one goes forward. Keep in mind, they do also have that rotating laser that's cutting the room into half. But Smack does go down here. That is going to be the commit of the battle rest. It's very tricky to get someone back up here because whenever they get up, they are in potential of just being raised over by that charge. And another slice will take down Dryny here, unfortunately. A healer down at the very last phase of this boss, to me, is barely possible, but they will try and see if they can see any further here with just 4 of them alive, as Dryny is unfortunately not resable. Would be 3 more minutes until we can get him back up, but just see how much damage is going out onto the raid here. Maybe, just maybe, his cooldowns are not needed just yet, so they're trying to see if they can maybe keep it going. Sasevi dropping really low here. Trill, Boomy, Malarkus. Malarkus is going to fall. Another player down. We proc to cheat death. We proc to cauterize. There's really everyone struggling to survive, and when you end up in a situation like that, you're also not going to be doing the optimal damage. It's almost cursed from the very start, so we're going to be seeing another go again.
Missing Dryny there is so rough. I mean, this is the point in the fight where you need 5 healers, right? You don't even need them phase 1, but this is the point where you need 5 healers. You can see Dryny being dead there. It's just you can't make it through that.
Yeah.
You just can't do it.
Yeah.
But that burn looked good, though. That was a solid burn. Even, man, Mystery First can put out some damage as well. Don't get me wrong, but that was a good burn. Boss is at 18% here at 650. It was 18 or I think like 17 at 705 last pull. That was really solid. We need to match that damage going into this phase with no deaths. Boss is dead.
Well, everyone lives, boss dead.
Yeah, we live, boss die.
Easy. That's how that works.
Easy, right?
True.
Seems simple enough.
Toughie
they should just do it.
In many ways, to be honest.
It's definitely tough. I mean, getting reps in this phase and seeing those cages come out does still give a bit of merit, but we're at a point where any pull can be it. We seem to have no deaths and it's dead. That's it.
All right, well, real quick, do you want to give a shout out to our presenting partner, of course, Coinbase. TL.gg/Coinbase RWF. Use that code TEAMLIQUID20. We are giving away a Team Liquid signed jersey, and $20 is yours if you do sign up here using all of these steps or scanning that QR code. And then for the grand prize, we'll be giving away an ANU only a trip to the Alienware trading facility for the next tier. So definitely go head on over to TL.gg/Coinbase and use that code. Very, very important. Thank you so much to Coinbase, as well as the rest of our amazing sponsors for helping make this race possible. And if you are just now tuning in here, we are really cutting it close on the second to last boss. We are nearing dinner time as well. We are sub 2%, but we have not seen those numbers in quite some time. I don't even think we've seen single digit in quite some time, but we're still pushing through. We're still making those optimizations, and we just had a really good push in that last poll makes.
Yeah, I think not seeing single digits isn't necessarily a bad thing here. They're just trying not to waste time, right? When they know they cannot get the damage check, they're just calling it a day and they're going again, which I think is correct. You've seen everything you needed to see. You just need to make sure you somehow live through it, which sounds way easier than it is. But at the same time, I'm also wondering, they did take that like 5 or 6 minute break right before they had that really insane poll. And I'm wondering, at what point do you just say, okay, let's get like a dinner break going and come back here, and then we kill it?
I mean, dinner is scheduled for about 20 minutes from now. We have, and to clarify, dinner doesn't mean end of stream.
No.
Unless we kill the boss. That might be a thing. We'll see where that goes. But point being, we have about 5 hours, I think. 5 or 6 hours left on our raid night. A lot of time to make Gallywix Prog. Hopefully kill the boss here. But it would be very nice to secure a kill before dinner, so we have time to discuss things. I mean, obviously vibes are high. You want to eat when you're not as worried about killing a boss, right?
Definitely. Yeah. But I mean, also historically, this guild is very good at killing things after that food buff. So you never know. That could be just exactly what they need. Is a little kind of reconvene, get some food in, get some nutrition in. And then go and kill the boss. But obviously, ideally, they would do it before that dinner break and then kind of utilize that. Tuttles has been calling it a working lunch. Yeah. Or in this case, a working dinner where you kill the boss and then you use that dinner break, that 30-minute break that you had to sort of discuss what you're doing for the next one. So you don't really get a break. You're just going to go right back in immediately. And that's kind of been the name of the game here lately with Team Liquid on this Mugsy progression. They're not really taking a whole lot of time. I mean, they did take a little bit of a break between that pull. Not even a break, just a time to make some discussions happen before they head into pull number 137 here on Mugsy.
We've got 3 pulls to kill this. I said 140.
Ooh, they're kind of close.
Right? Yeah, maybe they're waiting until 140 exactly. I will say, I did call this off to an actual number.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you
that
did.
That was many years ago.
You did. Yeah, that was your first
feeling like that
Dude,
right now?
You gotta let that go, man. We gotta move on.
Inner Nazoth prediction?
Yeah.
Does it bother you? I'll stop him.
It doesn't bother me. It's funny that it's 6 years later. How long? No, that's a little much. Five?
Probably.
5 years. That's 2019.
No, I think that's fair.
5 or 6 years later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot who he was because I met him at BlizzCon along with other people that I also forget who they are. Don't worry.
Kalamazi?
I'm just bad at.
Forgot Kalamazi.
I have facial blindness. Like, I'm not even joking. It's actually so embarrassing. I don't know what it is.
Don't worry about it. It's all right.
I remember encounters better than I remember people's faces. It's really.
I'm bad with names. I don't know a decent bit of production names, but I know.
Didn't you call Kai like something else the other day? You were like this guy, and you just said a completely random name that wasn't correct.
Maybe.
Like, I don't know.
I just learned the big dog. Yeah, Philip.
You called him Philip.
I learned the big dog is Aiden. I didn't know he was even part of production until like 2 days ago. I was there for like 5 races. And I just call him the big dog. Yeah.
Wait. You've been calling Aiden
part of the team.
You've been calling
for fun.
Yeah, I thought it was a part of Liquid.
You thought Aiden was on the guild?
Well, like part of like the Liquid staff. He's just the big dog.
The guy that sits in production is on Liquid staff.
But he's never with production. He's over in his little cave.
So what
right now?
Saying he's never working.
He's the replay ops. Probably in the chair. Like you hurt his feelings, I bet.
No, because now we're even better friends.
Oh, are you? Because you call him Big Dog. Is that what it is?
I appreciate
Big Dog. Man.
Bad with names, but I have a space in my heart to love each and every person.
That's fair.
All right.
And that was a nice, heartfelt, So,
did you mean it? Or did you just say
I bet he did.
I have a lot of holes in my heart, but I have some. Physically and...
So dramatic.
You know what?
Literally and emotionally. That's okay.
I can call them out a little bit, don't worry. Not that I expect people to like remember the name of my dog, but Fies thought my dog's name was... He messaged me, he goes, is your dog's name like Daniel? Or Garen? Oh, wait, no, Fisher. I'm like, where does Daniel
Yeah, but you
Garen?
spelled it wrong, though.
I spelled it wrong?
She spelled it right. It's a German spelling.
Fisher's not spelled that way, right?
In German,
So he's named after a brand of skis.
Well,
yeah,
it's probably
and that's how they spell
brand of skis, because that's a German word for Fisher.
Yep.
There you go.
Fisher Price.
Fisher's or that. Yeah. Also, I've been told he's like a chess player. Also, that's not who he's named after, but.
It's a very common last name in German.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not as good as Liquid Magnus.
Yeah, very true.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm trusting you on that.
Okay.
That's a good trust. Don't worry. It's a good trust. All right.
Are you a chess guy?
A lot of people have become chess guys.
Yeah.
That's actually true. It's kind of popular now,
it's
isn't
a
it?
popular thing.
Also, I just looked it up. Fisher's an Austrian company.
But
Sorry.
now they're kind of cool kids.
But that's so. You know what? Same with gamers.
Yep.
Look at us. We're mainstream. I didn't tell anybody I was a World of Warcraft player when I was in high school. I was terrified.
Me too.
Of people knowing I played video games.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I didn't want people to know. I was ashamed.
Maybe that's why I didn't have friends.
I mean, like I think that was only freshman year, and then I just kind of was like, I don't care, and I started telling people.
Debbie, don't die, please. please don't die, Zevi. Please.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Just don't look at his health bar. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's under control. He's going to be out in the cage in just a moment. No worries.
Okay.
Everything's good. We're dodging things. We're not standing in things. We're soaking things. We're immuning things. Everything's fine. Everything's good. It's all good. Everything's okay.
Really swapped to metal side here at 97 energy, but we can make it work.
Yep.
Not that big of a deal. We have one res available and one more
coming
res
up soon.
coming up in 20 seconds. We're breaking the shields on these electroshocker mobs here. We get 2 more spawning in whenever we come back over to this side, so we're going to have these 2 active for a little bit. However, the other 2 we are killing, popping all these bombs here. This is the last danger part of the fight, so we get to that 40% for the most part. These bombs can be pretty dangerous. There's a lot of soaks here. One missed soak means a lot of damage on the raid. You can see even without missed soaks, the raid takes so much damage. This actual hot mess here, we're going to have barrier committed here as well, I believe, to help this final soak. There's the barrier comes down, soaking in the hot mess. We're moving out. We're going to have the boss at 40% for that transition push. Like I said, we want to have that boss walk that line to where we get a bit of milk damage out of it if possible before he transitions. We're looking for the gun cast. Dodge this. Raid's super low here, but it's low for a reason. We're DPSing, pushing what we can right against the threshold. Push now to dirt. Get the cast if we can. The boss is actually a little higher here. We might not get it. We got the cast. Okay, we got it. We're through. 40%. Plus
battle res
potions, CDs being committed now. The threshold that we want to see coming out of all 3 charges here is around 24%. Charge 1 comes out now in a clockwise motion. We got to be sure to dodge here. We have 2 reses available. We don't need them. If no one dies here, this boss will die. Damage looking good already. We're sub 30 in the first charge.
Wow. I mean, I think you're doing fantastic here, but chat, you know exactly what you need to do. Lock in, don't stand in the charge, everybody dodge. You're all playing with them, okay? If we wipe here, it's your fault. I'm just saying, next charge is coming out. Don't stand next to the boss. You can stand behind him, you can stand in front of him if you're really brave, but you are not allowed to stand right next to him. We're getting an insane push onto the boss here right now. As Kalamazi is saying, we were looking for like a 24, you know, we're
the boss
right now on
is a 1.5% lower.
That is absolute insanity, and we're now going to be getting some mines, and we need to deal with the soaks. Here is where the damage starts ramping. You can see in the raid frames how low every single person in this raid drops again and again and again. In come the icicles. They need to pre-step into the puddle in the middle to get rid of that debuff and then to be able to stun those mines. Next up, goon cages.
Yep, we're going to have these 4 goon cages coming in here. We spread 2 left to the right here. We're also going to have this hot mess soak coming in. This is the immunity soak between the front left and front right goon cage. As long as we beat these goon cages, we lose Dryna here. We need to res. We can't res him. Is he in the cage? I don't think we can rest Dryna here.
Yep,
we have to push through these 4 cages without getting Dryna up to a kill. Oh my gosh. If we can make it through here, this soak here, this immunity soak, and then res Dryna afterwards, we can maybe do this. But it's going to be super tough. We have only 4 healers here. We have to break his cage. That add-on on blue is at half health still. Everyone's super low. I didn't rage. That broke out.
Yeah, so this is where it all kind of falls apart once more. Maybe they can somehow get it back together, but you can see that at just running around and slapping people once again. That just cannot happen. They're trying to get this part clean, but again and again, it's the cages that are failing.
Man, the damage is just actually insane. Like, you want like 23.5 on a really good push. It was like 22.
Yeah, that was
Listen, chat, who of you guys let the goon out?
Who did it?
Now, admit it right now. We're letting you pour it out. It's apparently not working. We explained it to you 3 times. You know, this is where we're calling it. Please admit to your faults. Please pour it out. So, do I need to look in the logs, chat? Don't make me look at the logs. I'm just saying.
It was so low. Yeah, it was just so insanely low. Yeah, I mean, that 7-10 threshold is when you're getting 2 minutes again. The boss is at 11% there. Like, after those cages are done, you just kill the 2 shocker ads that are flying around. You have some bombs spawn in, you just put spear through them, and the boss just dies. Like, you're ahead of the boss in rage by probably 15 seconds there. The boss will just die. You don't even get, like, the cast or anything. It just falls over.
Yeah. But regardless, that was a sick pull.
It was
a really good pull, especially that.
I hope so. Tettles is here. He attacked me.
That was so loud.
Tettles, dude, I scared the bejesus out of me.
Tettles patted my shoulder.
That was so loud.
Dude, they're
scared chat.
In my ear.
Tettles attack. No, we're not fighting. We're getting locked in.
Starts slapping Kalamazi like crazy.
That was violent.
He's excited.
He's excited. He's locked in. Why can't chat be locked in? That's what I want to know.
Listen. The people in chat that failed, they poured it out, they hearthed out. We got it served.
Makes, look at their mana. What do you want them to do?
Play better.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
you're right.
This is just not going to cut it here.
Oh, it's just so crazy. Like, the Windwalkers, Mistweavers are putting out a lot of damage at that point in the fight, too. But like we said, Drowning went down, which, I mean, with 4 healers active, they can maybe heal through that without there being 4 LOS cages up. But he also died in the square cage, I believe, which that's the one that broke out. That's the one that's in rage. I believe the Mistweavers are finishing off the ads in those cages when they spawn, too. So if he dies, it's all on the other player in the cage to do the damage there. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. But like right there, it's like one little final check and the boss is dead.
Yeah, we're getting really close. These guys are definitely feeling it as well. 10 minutes until the break timer, or till dinner is technically supposed to be. That's where I was going with this. I'm not sure exactly if they're going to extend it or if they're going to take their scheduled break. Definitely they probably. To me, if I had to predict, I feel like they're pushing into it a little bit. But you know, when you know that the food is ready and you just want to eat, it's a tough call to make for sure. But they are on a momentum. They did get a poll of sub 2% about an hour ago. They're looking to make that happen once more, but they're just having those, those deaths in the exact wrong spot with the last person that you want to die inside it gets stuck inside a cage, and it's definitely not ideal. But we're making it happen. We're going to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely...
We have no other choice.
They're definitely going to try. I'm also curious on at what point do you just call for, okay, let's take dinner now? Or do you call for, okay, let's push this a little while longer? Because they're getting good pushes, right? They're kind of in the move right now. They're kind of in that flow where they're seeing that part back to back to back. But it's just... maybe something needs to change with like external coordination there on these cages.
Yep.
It's not always the same people that are dying there, but it's always somebody that is dying there. And maybe it's just Nyx Hots are not doing enough on their own. Maybe we need to like deploy cocoons or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure they're talking about it right now. You can see Max just kind of like wiggling around, talking it through, making sure that they have an idea of how they can avoid losing players to this again and again.
Yeah, we need Tettles. We need to get some Gamba in.
We do not need Tettles.
The people want the Gamba. Give us the Gamba, Tettles.
Man.
Our Gamba Lord.
Regardless, though, whether the boss dies before or after dinner, the faster we kill this boss, the more time we get on Galley.
Yep,
that's right. I mean, this boss needs to die. Right? Like, we need to see this boss dead within the next couple hours. I mean, realistically, any poll, I don't want this being like a midnight 1 a.m. kill. We lose 3 to 4 hours of Galley prog. Because when Echo wakes up, they're going to kill this boss.
Yeah,
like, Not initially,
and they know that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they've already hit the enrage, right? They have maybe the roadmap laid out for them. Once again, if they were pulling now, they probably have the same strategy.
Yep.
No bias there, but I mean, if they can move their CDs as well, their damage has been very strong this tier. They had a 10% pull, which is lower than us for a good bit when they had their own prog. When it was the same pull count exactly, they were lower than us by about 1.5%, give or take. They can kill this boss early tomorrow when they get up.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a whole day on Galley as well. So we need to kill it. We need to kill it.
There's nothing more we can say. We got to kill it. I also hope that it's not really late tonight, because when that happens, I'm asleep usually, because I have an early call time, and I don't like that.
True.
I don't like missing fights when I'm asleep, because it's hard to sleep. It's hard to sleep when you're so close.
What?
That's my leg on the monitor.
That is
your leg. Yeah,
that's
after
my
waxing.
leg on the monitor. What?
Well, screensaver. There you go.
Wait, whose chair is that?
Who does sit back there?
Is that Trill?
No, Trill's on the right side. I don't know who's behind him.
That was JPT's computer. Oh.
Definitely not someone that's in the raid, right? Like, has to be someone that's currently benched.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll have to figure
Enhance. It's so dark back there.
Yeah, it's the cozy corner.
I know, like, generally who's back in that room, but I don't know who's in the back. I know KSP is closer to the entryway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know who's in the back left there.
We'll have to figure it
Dying
out
to know
eventually.
Now. Yeah.
But
I'll figure it out when they kill the boss.
Okay, yeah.
Congratulations.
That's right.
Yeah.
For now, the Raiders are standing there. You can see them do a little bit of strat talking as they are waiting to pull again. Maybe they're re-watching that best try that they had earlier, or the recent try that they just had. But basically, everyone's super still in the game, and that usually means they're tapped out doing something else. And then once they're starting to move their characters again, which is happening right now,
Yeah.
that means we're getting closer to them pulling again.
When you guys are waiting like this,
yes.
Do you guys spam jump like we're seeing right now, or you usually just
Oh, I'm
stand
a
there?
wiggler.
Yeah, me too.
I do like I strafe left, right.
Yep.
Like a lot.
Who is that? That was Boomy. Yeah, Boomy, and who's doing it right now? Who is that?
I'm like a
Scott.
rock, I don't move.
Yeah.
Boomy and Scott.
Chill.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta go back and forth. Oh, it's not Scott. Who is that? I can't tell.
It's too fast for me to see.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with an oh, that was a monk. He just rolled.
Yep. One of the monks. Maybe Trill.
Okay, but stop moving. Stop wiggling.
Here we go.
It could be Trill. I think it's Trill.
Oh, poll timer has been put up. This could be it, chat. Poll 138. I said by 140, but I'll take 138.
Okay.
Someone in chat is asking for an enrage bar. It's actually on the screen. So once we are in P2, if you look towards the energy bar, when that fills is where he enrages. So that is the enrage bar in this case here. In P1, it's a little bit different because the energy charge is based on the sides, which is why we're always seeing like a very high energy bar, and then it drops back down whenever they switch the sides. They're forcing that super late by having one player move over last to really get the most possible squeeze out of both sides, because every single time you are changing sides, the boss is ramping up, and obviously you would try to have him do less of that if you could.
Yeah? I've got good news.
What's
yes,
that?
this is the poll.
Oh, is it?
This is the one. Yeah, chat's locked in. They've informed me. They weren't fully reading the dungeon journal, but they've got it all. They've got all the strats now. They know what to do. They they've got all of the mechanics. They know what to do when things, are happening around them. They didn't quite know when things were happening around them earlier. They just didn't, They're locked in. They're locked in.
They just thought they could pug it.
Yeah. They thought they could just.
That's not gonna fly.
Wing it. Yeah, but don't worry.
I need you to know the mechanics.
Yeah, they're locked in. Some of them forgot to repair.
Okay.
Yeah, but we brought up the Jeeves. We're all good to go. Things are good.
Okay, I hope you all repaired. Yeah, it's gonna despawn here in the goon cages.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. We gotta kill the boss.
Practice this a little bit for P2, okay?
Okay.
'Cause in P2 we have people dying in these.
Yeah, that's not great.
So
they said they're sorry.
We don't. Yeah, I mean I'm sure they are. But
one of them DC'd.
They're gonna be more sorry if it happens again.
One of them forgot to put on their poisons. It's been bad. It's not good.
The rogues are pretty bad this tier, actually, for the most part. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Only one rogue needed for Trophic Poison. That's what we're pretty much rocking here on this fight. Unlike Styx, a lot of the damage in this fight is from the actual boss himself.
Yep.
We've seen phase 1 a good bit, but, I mean, for the most part, it hinges on swapping back and forth between that metal side and that dirt side. We are currently on the dirt side, though, even though it appears like metal. You guys are waiting on one player to swap over. The whole raid needs to be on one side of the room to trigger that side's effect, which we just swapped over now. Those two ads spawning in the back of the room that are shielded have to be broken, the shield does at least, by the finger gun mechanic the boss will cast every so often in various phases. However, what we're going to see now are mines coming in. These mines, like the ones you see in the last phase, are going to be popped. You stagger them a little bit to not be overwhelmed by the actual Armageddon soaks that are coming in here. The raid damage is relatively high here, but we've seen this phase 138 times, so we sort of have that down. But the raid, I lied actually. That is literally the biggest curse of my life. Are you kidding me?
Chat.
Oh my gosh. All right, I am done.
They lied to me.
I am done.
They lied to me.
I can't believe you did.
Okay, wait. Okay, a couple of them forgot their enchants.
Nah.
We're gonna get it now. We're gonna get it now. They forgot. Yeah. Yeah. See, look, Oatmeal's weapon is broken. Who has Jeeves? Anybody got Jeeves?
Okay, chat. Listen.
I sent some potions in the mail for you.
Everybody, you're gonna be getting your potions. You're gonna be getting your flask, your food buff, your enchants. Okay. Can I get a 1 in chat for everybody that's ready? Yeah.
Yeah. Press 1.
Make sure you're repaired.
Are they summoned? Does anyone need a summon?
And summon, please press 1, 2, 3. Okay. One is you're ready. If you need a summon, it's 1, 2, 3.
So European.
Well, 1 is ready.
You know what's interesting? 1 is a summon in US server, NA servers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in EU servers it's 1, 2, 3.
It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I learned that recently.
Yeah, we do that. I don't know.
But 1 is ready?
Well, I just said 1 is ready.
Oh, okay.
So
well, R is ready.
Yeah. Well, now 1 is ready.
Well, now you changed it. Okay. I know. I think it's good. It's good.
Okay. Okay. I want to see everybody spin sump by now.
Oh,
Come on, chat.
What
you
do you
should be ready here.
Dinner time? Because it looks like dinner has come.
Oh, womp womp.
Oh my
Dude, I had
goodness.
like...
I literally jinxed that.
I wrote questions out for Max if we were going to interview him. That was all ready to go. I have my pen. I have my cue card. I was so
Apple
excited.
pen,
Yeah,
apple.
No, it's a Pilot G207.
Man, I feel bad about that one. I will admit, chat, I jinxed that one, but my 140 prediction is still active until post dinner break.
Okay,
so.
that's true. Yeah, it could still happen. It might. All right, well, if you're just now tuning in, they are sub 2% for their best pull. Where did we leave off in terms of pull count?
138.
Oh, you're keeping track because you want your 140
well, I think
to
I
happen.
said
That's right,
yeah. But 138
okay, yeah.
roughly.
No, you're right. So we have not quite gotten it down, of course, but we are going to a dinner. They're going to take a break, and they're going to have their food buff makes.
Yeah, they are. It's orange chicken, which I don't know what that tastes like because I'm allergic to oranges, but I'm sure it tastes great. So probably a good food buff.
Yeah, I look happy.
Yeah. I know the Raiders love it.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people say, I think Max himself said that was actually his favorite meal by far. So this is good.
Yeah.
Vibes are good.
Let's go. I'm excited. Boss dies after dinner break. And then a little bit of galley. We'll see what's going on. I heard some rumors about Gallywix not being even pullable right now. We'll see if that's true.
I also heard rumors about
I've heard that as well.
That not
the door is stuck.
Working.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
Who knows what the devs are up
we're
to, you
cutting
know?
it here, but we got a theory that we're giving Blizzard some time to fix the game, to get the Gallywix. We're taking dinner. Gonna come back, one-shot it. Gallywix is open. Done.
Okay, I like this. I like this. Okay.
He talks with his hands. I'm making fun of him.
All right. Well, we are going to head out soon and get some dinner, but of course, do have to give a special mention to some of our sponsors. Coinbase, our presenting partner. If you go to TL.gg/Coinbase, sign up for that app, follow all the prompts that you were about to see on your screen here, you have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. I saw all of them sign it today.
Yes.
Some of them, it's funny because signing a piece of cloth is actually a little bit difficult. So if you receive one of these, just know some of them are going to look really nice. Some of them, they're going to be a little messed up, but they're doing their best. I promise.
They're trying really hard.
They're over there working really hard. I see Dazer and Nick and Shaq and Fired Up all signing jerseys right now for you. If you go and sign up at TL.gg/Coinbase, you can have a chance to win one of these, and they're doing their best. So if it looks a little messed up, just know
the jerseys are really nice.
the jerseys themselves
I
are
like
very
them a
nice.
lot.
Yeah, TL.gg/RWF if you want to check out some of that. But scan this QR code, and you can win potentially the grand prize of being flown out here for the next Race to World First here at the Alienware Training Center here in LA. So definitely go follow these prompts, and we might just see you here next race. And then also, huge shout out to the rest of our sponsors: Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. I believe we're playing marbles again.
Yes! Marbles!
Oh, makes us so excited. Yeah, get in there. Get in there. Exclamation play.
Is it open yet?
I don't know. Hopefully soon. But if you go and press exclamation play, you will be entered to win into a marbles game.
It's
you
open.
will be eligible to win something on this wheel, courtesy of Alienware, one of our sponsors here for the Race to World First. We love Alienware so much as I'm clutching this lovely Alienware laptop.
Should I make the wheel sound again?
Yeah, go for it.
Hit it. I'm holding my breath. Please hit it.
Oh, he's holding his breath. Ooh, that's a good one.
Done.
Ooh, this is the first time I've seen a peripheral be on the wheel. All right, well, you could win an Alienware mouse. So thank you so much, Alienware. And also, if you win this marbles game, not only do you get an Alienware mouse, you will be in the sort of the final marbles game where you can have a chance to win an Alienware Area 51 PC, and that is a grand prize for this. So good luck, everyone! Exclamation play in the chat. We're going to see you after dinner.
Yo, good job on that boss, man.
Yeah, we got some loot though.
Yo, let's check it out.
All right, let's see what we got.
The chest is massive. Wow, it's beautiful.
That is perfect for the race. So, what should we do with it?
I know. We should give it away in our Race to World First Liberation of Undermine Alienware Area 51 PC giveaway.
I wanted to keep it.
Go to twitch.tv/TeamLiquid for a chance to win an Alienware Area 51 PC.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract.
guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship? I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in. Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
Huh? What? Okay. Hey, Bubba, I thought you said we fixed the Goblin Portal problem. Man.
Check out how cool MyBlue is.
Mine's way better.
Think your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
Oh boy, here we go. Another round of marbles. You know, Ace, know that you can do this at home, right? You don't need a video game. Cushy Z, way out in front. Not anymore. This is the worst timeline. Tettles might win. All right, thank God he fell behind. We've lost a few. Should have expected that. Evil Dancer, there we go. Oh, nope, never mind. Kinetic, come on, get it together. It's just a marble. It's not that hard. Here we go, a rogue out in front. That never happens. What is this weird split? We've seen enough weird splits for a lifetime this week. More people falling off. Come on, guys. Where's Guap? was quite the jump. Unfortunately, it was not a good jump. All right, here we go again. Will these ones overshoot? Oh! That's kind of impressive. I'll let you have that one, Derzorn04. We'll see if anyone else can make it. You guys aren't very good at this. Just get the marble in the box. Oh boy, a second one. Well, at least 8 of you did okay.
Oh my god.
Never forget, even if you're not that good, you might still finish.
Max, Freehold Liberal Arts College.
Shaq, the Los Angeles Lakers. Hire, the Pro Lab. Scott DK, Ebenhold Institute of Technology.
Goop Flippin, Frosthold Tech.
Ronnie M, Ready to Sip. Nick's Druid, Better Not Boom. Cinemonk Bro, Mudding.
DHD Goblin, Moody Bay Art School.
You could be here next race. Sign up for Coinbase for a chance to win.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Liquid Race to World First. My name's Cams. Tonight I'm joined by Zyronic and Tettles. We're going to watch some Mugsy, but first, I would like to shout out our sponsors. Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. And of course, the charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. TL.gg/RWF-donate. How you guys feeling about Mugsy progress?
Boss dies tonight.
Boss dies tonight?
That's spicy. I think it has a really good chance of dying.
Easily dominated.
Okay. If it doesn't die, are you going to cast on the floor again?
Yeah. I'll cast on the floor again, chat, until Mugsy dies.
There it is.
Okay. If you can't tell, I'm very caffeinated from my monster today, and I'm also very excited that people can sign up to Coinbase and get $20 free. TL.gg/CoinbaseRWF, code TEAMLiquid20. You can also get a chance to win one of these nice jerseys with the Cauldron of Carnage on it. Giving one of those away maybe tonight, maybe when Mugsy dies. We'll have to see. So make sure you sign up and follow these steps on the screen. And then the grand prize of getting flown out to the next race, where we have all sorts of fun things planned for you that you're going to be forced to do at the Alienware training facility in LA.
Forced to do?
Oh, just like you'll want to do them so bad, it's like you're being forced to do them.
We're not like getting people to sign up for this and win the grand prize just to like have them do dumb stuff while they're here, right? Like they just get to enjoy.
They get to enjoy, but we'll have things planned.
You said but.
Oh.
And we will have things planned.
Okay. All right.
And you get $20.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, we're getting pretty deep on Mugsy. The guild just had some orange chicken, and they're getting ready to pull again. It was 1.9%, I believe, is the lowest. Mm-hmm. So we're right on the edge, and I agree with Tettles. Boss dies tonight.
It feels like a one-armed bandit style situation where you have that really low wipe, but the phase 1 is so difficult, and they have to have basically what is a perfect phase 2 to have this boss killable. They've done a lot with their damage allocation. Mm-hmm. They've moved pretty much all of their offensive CDs out of phase 1, actually relying a lot on Nick sitting in that chicken form doing damage with like Heart of the Wild to be able to allow them to have enough damage in P1 to meet that check. So they're able to hold all of their offensive CDs for that 5-minute mark where they're able to push into P2 and then just jam Lust. Then that'll let them get a second set of 2-minute CDs in that last phase. And then it's a very tight finish. But we're going to require basically all 20 players alive in the final phase to be able to kill the boss.
Yeah. And we did see some nerfs come in earlier today. Do you want to go into a little bit of that, Zyro?
Honestly, today has been so exciting, I don't remember exactly what the nerfs were off the top of my head.
So the Moxie Enrage.
The Moxie one, yes, okay.
So there was an Enrage effect. Basically, the moment that you pushed the boss to 40%, the boss does 3 charges. Initially, though, that Enrage effect was stacking while the boss was doing the charges. Now it begins stacking after the 3rd charge is complete. There is also a slight AoE damage nerf whenever you cross over that middle position and go into the new phase every single time to reset the boss's energy. That damage ended up getting nerfed by a hair.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
Then Liquid tried to 4 heal for a little bit, decided that was never happening, and then now we're back on 5 healing again.
Yeah, kind of surprising. I thought the nerfs would make it so that they had to 4 heal because the DPS check, I mean, it's no slouch, and I thought maybe they could drop it and get away with it, but it looks like it's killable with 5 healers. Like they're gonna make the damage if everybody lives.
Yeah, I mean, we saw multiple pulls back there where they were like way ahead of the pace they had on that 2% wipe, and they just ended up going down to one of those goons and raging and not being killed off in time. So like, they definitely have the damage to kill the boss. As long as those cages go well, players don't die while they're in the cages, and they're able to kill off those ads, they can 100% kill this boss. It's just that entire stretch of the fight, going from the start of the transition all the way to the cages, is such a brutal stretch of like a minute and a half. It's one of the hardest minute and a halfs I've seen in any fight. And remember, we just had Queen Ansarek too, where that fight was also pretty much nonstop craziness. I mean, so this is a wild fight.
Ansarek was tough because like the mechanics check on that fight was ridiculous, and you could get immediately punished and lose your like pull almost immediately. This fight has some pass-fail mechanics, particularly with like the heal checks as well, where you have the pass-fail and the heal check at the exact same time. And I don't know if I've ever actually seen a heal check that is this hard. This might be the hardest heal check I've ever seen on a boss.
Yeah, like as soon as he's done with his, I mean, even during the charges, it's pretty crazy. But like when he's doing the final one and they're kind of getting ready for the mines come out, I cannot believe how like people just sit there at 10% health. They're like, their health will not go up. It's insane.
It's one of those things that Max was kind of talking about at dinner last night. They were actually kind of like on the cusp of being able to forward heal this fight, but they just need the additional HPS throughput, especially like the cooldowns, the Chi G, making sure that you have that flourish, that trank. There's a convoke that's in there as well. Having those really strong HPS cooldowns, it allows them to get topped up right before some of the